When I woke up in a strange world filled with magic, I thought I was dreaming, or maybe I'd finally gone insane. Here, magic was everywhere, shaping lives and bending reality, but the people using it had no idea how it really worked. It didn't take me long to figure out that my knowledge of science, physics, chemistry, math, gave me a unique advantage. Where they saw arcane mysteries, I saw systems, formulas, and patterns. I wasn't just casting spells, I was re-engineering magic from the ground up. With each discovery, I grew stronger, creating enchantments and spells no one thought possible. But power comes with a price. Rival wizards saw me as a threat, and darker forces stirred, drawn to my unconventional methods. The gods of this world whispered my name, some in fear, others in anger. I didn't come here to start a revolution, but the more I delved into the secrets of this world, the more I realized I couldn't stop. Magic and science aren't so different after all, they're just two sides of the same coin. And if I'm going to survive, I'll have to master both. Qingyun sect, Yunyang Peak, inside a cave. The bright moonlight filtered softly through the cave, harmonizing with the warm glow of a spiritual lamp beside the window. In front of the window stood a sandalwood desk, adorned with a book whose pages were slightly yellowed at the edges. At that moment, I opened the book, revealing dense Chinese characters written across the pages. Year 1 of my time travel, January 3rd. Good news, I've traveled to a world of immortal cultivation. Bad news, I died unexpectedly at 007, my browser history remains intact, and the study materials in my filesafe are still there. Why couldn't I have just been hit by a car? At least I could have wiped my phone clean with my last breath. What am I supposed to do now? Never mind, I can't let that define me. This world embraces immortality, meaning it's entirely different from my old universe. What's there to fear? But really, everyone else seems to transition into their new lives seamlessly. Why did I have to endure endless darkness during my reincarnation? I nearly lost myself. Thankfully, I made it through, but now that I'm here, I need to accept it and figure out my next steps. Coincidentally, my name remains the same in both lives, Lin Chen, year 1 of my time travel, January 7th. System Master? Portable Ancestor? Ling Bao Celestial Weapon? Proficiency panel, none of that matters, I'll just take what I can get as a witch's little follower. I'm fine with it. But what's going on? It's been days without any sign of my golden finger. What is the Traveler Association even doing? Someone sent me here, but where's my golden finger? Could it be that there are too many travelers, and mine got lost in transit? Calm down. Remember what my high school teacher said? In urgent situations, staying calm is key. Maybe my golden finger is just the luck of being the protagonist? The first year of time travel, January 30th. After exploring countless markets, I found nothing of value. No magical skills, no hidden treasures, and no assistance from experts. What everyone called great luck turned out to be nothing but an illusion. Instead, I ended up alone, an orphan. Can anything be more outrageous than that? February 12th, the first year of time travel. Is it true that people from my own clan are eyeing the spiritual fields left by my deceased parents? It's infuriating. My parents fought hard for this family, only for their inheritance to be stolen? How can this family still exist? Luckily, I was clever enough to seize the opportunity during the Qingyun sect's recruitment drive. I sold off the spiritual field and entered the lower courtyard of the Qingyun sect to start my training. I have to admit, the atmosphere in the sect is quite pleasant. While inequality still lurks beneath the surface, things appear relatively fair on the outside. At least there aren't any arrogant disciples demanding protection fees or bullying others with their power. So, the spiritual stones I got from selling my spiritual field are safe for now. However, these spiritual stones are limited, and they'll run out quickly. I need to find a way to replenish my resources. But as just an ordinary disciple without talent or connections, what can I do? February 13th, the first year of time travel. After contemplating for a full day and night, I've realized that if I want to surpass others and embark on the path of immortality, I need to leverage my unique advantages. And what is my greatest advantage over other monks? I am a time traveler, a traveler from modern civilization. Over a decade of scientific education in my previous life has equipped me with a unique way of thinking that sets me apart from others on the path to immortality. This scientific mindset allows me to approach my studies and knowledge acquisition systematically, which is a distinct advantage. In the world of immortality, the weight of countless years of inherited wisdom has created a mental inertia among many practitioners. The intense competition for resources and the gradual nature of high-level practice contribute to this. As a result, few individuals are able to apply scientific reasoning to cohesively summarize the fundamentals of their practice and devise better strategies for their journey ahead. What I possess that others do not, and what I aim to transform into a unique strength, is my ability to leverage scientific thinking. This will help me catch up to, and potentially surpass, those talented monks who have access to abundant resources, exceptional skills, and extraordinary luck. I've realized that scientific thinking could be the greatest advantage for us time travelers. With that in mind, I, Lin Chen, have decided to embark on a journey of scientific cultivation in pursuit of immortality. On February 15th, during my first year of time travel, I recalled reading in a novel that one could conduct a gravity acceleration experiment upon arriving in a new world to understand its properties. I found a sealed container, evacuated the air inside, and simultaneously dropped a feather and a stone into it to measure their gravitational acceleration. To my surprise, the feather fell at a completely different rate than the stone. If there had been a minor error, it would be understandable, but the time difference was over 3 times, which was astounding. At first, I suspected that the gas in the container hadn't been fully evacuated, but after conducting numerous experiments, I ruled that possibility out. Is it really possible that I've traveled to other universes where gravity doesn't exist? If that's the case, why can I still stand on this Earth? Could it be that this world is actually just a round sky? No, if there were no gravity, objects floating in the air wouldn't fall back to the ground. However, it's clear that the fundamental physical constants have shifted to some extent. In other words, I find myself in a different universe. It seems that I'm truly far from home, and I may never return. March 25th, year 1 of my journey, the gunpowder experiment has failed. Based on the classic gunpowder formula derived from Blue Star's experience, all modified versions have proven ineffective. There's no product that can yield rapid combustion, explosions, or any similar effects. Even the classic formula's output is completely non-flammable. The first modified formula burns quietly in the air, but its flame is weak and dim, less effective than burning wood. The second formula produces a pungent white smoke. I'll keep testing, perhaps I'll discover a usable version of gunpowder for this world. Yet, I have a nagging feeling that pursuing this path might not be the best choice. This is related to the diminishing connection to the path of aura in this world, and its power is already weaker than a fireball talisman. Maybe it's time to abandon this line of research. April 4th, year 1 of my journey, it's confirmed that electromagnetic induction does not work here. At least, the process of magnetic electricity fails to generate any current in the coil. Despite the coil being rough, it meets all requirements, and the magnet itself functions properly. Therefore, the issue must lie with electromagnetic induction itself. Is there simply no electromagnetic effect, or is it being disrupted by some unknown factors? I can't confirm if the process of converting electricity to magnetism is flawed, but I have a hunch that it might be connected to aura. As luck would have it, I built my experimental setup and can use the double-slit experiment to explore what aura really is. It's the first year of time travel, April 7th. What on earth? Why did my experiment yield results that I can't comprehend? Could it be that aura is actually a gas, rather than a particle or wave? Or is it possible that the differences in this world have skewed my observational methods, leading to these bizarre outcomes? Oh my gosh, I also discovered that mercury is solid at room temperature, and pure gold isn't conductive. This defies scientific principles. I had aimed to compile the entire periodic table or at least categorize the properties of common substances, but it seems that's just a pipe dream. Never mind. Since I can't delve into the microscopic realm, I'll have to focus on studying the phenomena of the macroscopic world instead. It's now May 2nd in my first year of time travel. I initially set out to create a steam engine, but the experimental results were just overwhelming. The process of boiling water here appears similar to how it does on Earth, but the steam's driving force is disappointingly weak. Perhaps the expansion coefficient of water transitioning to vapor is significantly lower than on Earth. I suspect that the water in this world isn't truly water. It's also possible that the ever-present water spirit is toying with things. This inexplicable situation has altered water's specific behavior during its 3-state transformation. Even though I regularly drink water, use it for cleansing, and cultivate spiritual plants, that doesn't prove anything. My body is made up of the spirit of this world, and my senses function according to its rules. The only thing that feels out of place is the consciousness from Earth in my mind. I can't seem to step outside this worldview to really observe things. Are the stars and the bright moon I see truly the celestial bodies I think they are? I've come to a realization.
two different worlds operate under fundamentally different laws. If I continue to apply the knowledge from my past life to this one, using the scientific and technological perspective to explain everything in the idealistic realm of cultivation, am I being arrogant? Is this a kind of hubris unique to time travelers? What is science, anyway? Science is the exploration of nature and its laws.
It's an organized system of knowledge based on testable explanations and predictions regarding the structure and organization of objective realities.
It's systematic and formalized.
Science should serve as a worldview that helps us understand the world, not just a collection of facts about atoms and machines. On May 5th, during my first year of time travel, I pondered this deeply and finally understood: existence must have a reason. The various unscientific phenomena I observe in this world likely follow some internal logic. I just need to shift my research direction. I can't judge the experiences of this life with the knowledge from my previous one. So, why do similar behaviors in the macroscopic world lead to such different outcomes in the microscopic world? From my earlier experiments, I believe the key factor is something called aura. Even though I can't currently observe its essence, I can study its manifestations and try to identify the underlying laws. Any theory or experiment needs a fundamental principle or law to create a cohesive system. In this context, I might follow in the footsteps of Dr. Neil, who was inspired by an apple falling, and develop my own theory about aura. Let's name it Lin's Law, or perhaps we could call it Aura Law. Time travel to the first year, May 6th. What is scientific thinking? Scientific thinking does not refer to the periodic table of elements or atomic quanta, but a method of understanding the world. Although I was just an ordinary college student in my previous life, I still know something about the education I have received over the past 10 years. In short, it means observation, thinking, experimenting, and summarizing. Just like Newton noticed the falling apple, and after thinking and experimenting, he summed up the 3 laws of mechanics. Darwin traveled around the world, observed countless species, and finally summed up the principle of natural selection, survival of the fittest, the laws of nature. So if you want to understand the world, observing phenomena is an indispensable condition. Even only by observing the corresponding phenomena can you derive thinking and summarize the corresponding theories. And aura itself is an invisible and qualityless thing that cannot be observed. But according to the information I have learned so far, it can only be interfered with when it reaches the chi refining stage. In other words, cultivation is the key now. The first year of time travel, May 15th. I heard that the sect arranges monks to give lectures to us disciples every 3 months. I haven't entered the sect before the last lecture, so I can go and listen to it this time. After all, I was a little confused about the exercises that were handed down from the sect. Before awakening the memory of my past life, I didn't study seriously. As a result, I really don't understand the meaning of those exercises now. If I practice them rashly, something will go wrong. The first year of time travel, May 16th. The blue dragon chases the tiger and the tiger follows the dragon. The red birds meet and the sound of yong yong is heard. The fire regulates the energy and moves the bird palace. The cinnabar enters the belly and rushes. The meaning of the 5 elements is difficult to understand, and the dragon and tiger are hidden. In the midst of hardship, can any fellow Taoist explain to me what he is talking about? Why can I understand every word, but when put together, I have no idea what it means? After all, I, Lin Shan, am a college student who has gone through 9 years of compulsory education and has more than 130 Chinese language skills in the college entrance examination. Although my ability is a little bit worse after going to college, why can't I understand what he is talking about at all? Can you tell it in a simple way? But now I know one thing, that is, the practice of chi refining in this world is different from what I know. I originally thought that it was to go down to the first, second, and third level of chi refining, but I was surprised by the fellow Taoist rolled his eyes. What he means is that spiritual practice is the evolution of the essence of life, which proceeds one stage after another, and low-level monks cannot accurately quantify it. Coupled with the differences in personal dantian reserves and physical fitness, there is no very obvious grade division between chi refining periods. Instead, they are more likely to be distinguished by the stages of cultivation, which are divided into nourishing chi, condensing jin, and practice. Cyclone. Well, according to the understanding of us time travelers, isn't it the early, middle and late stages of chi refining? But that's not important. What's important is who is going to help me interpret this technique. I never expected that my scientific plan to cultivate immortality would be stuck in this crappy place before I even started. The first year of time travel, June 1st.
Thanks to the fellow Taoist in the neighboring house, it was with his help and reading many books that I finally understood the meaning of the exercises. However, I unexpectedly learned that he is the #1 scholar in the mortal dynasty. I heard that over there, due to its vast territory and large population, plus it is a land without spirits, there are very few people with spiritual roots, so the sect will not make great efforts to test their qualifications. So if you want to get the qualifications for cultivating immortals, you must pass the exam? This? There is an inexplicable feeling that poverty-stricken areas are more curly. Forget it, it's not important. What I'm more concerned about now is the meaning of the exercises. I originally thought I would understand it after the interpretation, but who knows, the prototype of the great medicine is wrapped in the heart fire, and it goes straight out of the alchemy cauldron. Then it uses the 3 flowers of the human body to return to the heart chamber of Jianggong in the middle dantian. The golden lotus is planted in the fire, and a ray of yuan qi turns into true energy. No, the human body is made of flesh and blood. Where does the fire come from? Where does the cauldron come from? Even the dantian thing, I secretly went to the place where the sect disposes the corpses and dissected several experimental materials, but I have never seen it. Holy crap! How did those senior time travelers just cross over and start practicing directly? This is not scientific. No, this is not cultivating immortals. The first year of time travel, September 10th. The past 3 months almost exhausted me to death. In order to understand the meaning of the exercises, I took advantage of the nearby disciples who were in the same class as mine to sleep, using incense to make them sleep to death. Then I sneaked in and touched their bodies, raised and lowered their hands, and observed with the internal vision talisman I bought using spiritual stones. Their dantian finally understood what the technique meant. What about setting up a furnace and setting up a cauldron, breathing in the sun and moon, and being separated from dragons and tigers? In the final analysis, they are just inhaling spiritual energy into the body, retaining it, and turning it into one's own use. However, spiritual energy itself is intangible and qualityless. Only those with spiritual roots can sense it, but they cannot touch it, so they must borrow something to keep it in the human body. And among the mortals in this world, real substances such as inner energy and vital energy can be born in the human body by supplementing food, strengthening the body, breathing, etc. By constantly taking spiritual elixirs or coming into contact with spiritual energy, monks react with the internal energy and vitality in their bodies and gradually acquire the characteristics of spiritual energy. After transformation, the inner energy and vitality with the characteristics of spiritual energy are also collectively called Jin Qi. Since the true Qi can react with the spiritual Qi, the cultivator can directly absorb the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth into the body for refining. This process is to continuously contact the vital Qi in the human body with the spiritual Qi, and finally slowly cultivate the human vital Qi into the true Qi with the characteristics of spiritual Qi. Cultivating the vital Qi into true Qi is also called the nourishing state. With this true Qi belonging to the self, it can be continuously refined, or in other words, infected with the ownerless spiritual Qi. This is the so-called condensation of the true Qi, that is, condensing the true Qi. As for the cyclone? It should be to rotate the true Qi in the body into a cyclone, which can store more spiritual Qi, so as to achieve the true Qi liquid impact foundation building period. So, the Qi refining period, whether divided by layers or by stages, in the final analysis, is nothing more than transforming the ownerless spiritual Qi between heaven and earth into spiritual Qi that can be controlled by cultivators through various means, that is, true Qi. This is what the time traveler can understand. Look at those Taoist skills. What about Lu, Ding, Jiangguan, Jinghua? If it was in the previous life, who could understand it without 10 years of cultivation experience? The second year of traveling through time, June 12th. Is this the so-called true Qi that can only be condensed by cultivators in the Qi refining period? It is like light but not light, like water but not water, flowing and mysterious, without any entity, but it can be clearly sensed. According to the records in the classics, this true Qi, or true Qi, is a kind of human secret medicine obtained by Taoists to regulate their own flesh, strengthen Qi and blood, and refine essence into Qi. Cultivators can rely on it to nourish the whole body, cultivate their body and mind, and can easily live to more than 100 years old without being seriously injured. Although I have just cultivated my true Qi, I can't practice the method and technique, and control the instrument with Qi, but I can also use the true Qi to draw talismans and refine pills, look inward, recuperate, and practice higher-level immortal methods and techniques. But then again, true Qi, real Qi? This word is really interesting. I remember that in my previous life, although there were also the 3 concepts of essence, Qi and spirit,
the concept of qi was very mysterious. Essence can refer to the human body and blood, which are all real substances.
Shen refers to the human soul, consciousness, and memory.
Although it cannot be directly observed in the previous life, the birth and development of human civilization can indirectly prove its existence, but qi is different.
Although Taoists say that the human body moves with qi, no one has ever seen it. Even in medicine, it is only a human judgment and cannot give accurate proof.
And in reality, those so-called qigong masters are also fake. Of course, it is possible that there are really Taoist friends hiding in the city, but they just don't show their saints in front of people. But I was just an ordinary person in my previous life and couldn't get in touch with these, but this world is different.
Not to mention cultivators, even mortals have the concept of qi, blood and internal strength, which can even affect reality. It's interesting.
When the human body structure is similar to that of the previous life, it can produce invisible but real things such as internal strength, vital energy, and true energy.
Why is this? And what is the connection between them and spiritual energy? Since I have been promoted to the qi refining stage, I can study spiritual energy. It just so happens that I also want to see what kind of secrets spiritual energy hides. The second year of the time travel, July 1st.
As we all know, the three elements of combustion are combustibles, combustion aids, and ignition point. Although it is impossible to observe whether I breathe oxygen, that is, combustion aids, in this world. But there is no doubt that in order to burn, there must be combustibles.
This statement has been verified in the mortal world.
I found that the spiritual energy fireball that can be produced by the talisman, fireball talisman, does not require the condition of combustibles at all.
It stands in the air out of thin air.
Interesting, it does not require the combustion of combustibles. Could it be that the fireball uses spiritual energy as fuel to burn?
But burning consumes energy. If that were true, a fireball spell would destroy a mountain without extinguishing it.
But this situation does not exist in reality at all. Any phenomenon that exists must have its rationale. Perhaps I guessed that the direction of research was wrong. It seems that I have to think from another angle, but then again, the spiritual stones consumed are a bit too much.
Damn! Why is it that no matter which world I am in, I spend money like water?
September 3rd, the second year of traveling through time. After continuous experiments, I finally discovered that the reason why the spiritual fireball can burn is that the spiritual energy can temporarily turn into a certain substance, thus becoming the substance born from the fireball. But this transformation seems to be temporary, because I found that after a large number of fireballs destroyed the target, most of the original place was charred, with only a small part of the burning flame.
Could it be that the flame formed by the spiritual energy turned into spiritual energy again? The spiritual energy is transformed into combustibles, the combustibles give birth to flames, and the flames are transformed into spiritual energy. The three of spiritual energy, matter, and energy can actually be transformed into each other? December 1st, the second year of traveling through time. Aura is really a magical substance.
No, I am not even sure if it is a substance. Anyway, after a lot of research, I found that under the strong influence of various factors, aura can be temporarily or even permanently transformed into any substance, and possess all its properties.
Damn! This ability is too amazing, right?
It is comparable to the philosopher's stone in the Western legend of the previous life.
No wonder aura can give birth to immortals that did not exist in the previous life.
Combining the previous research and records, and then making conjectures and experiments, can I come up with a law that spiritual energy can be temporarily or even permanently transformed into a certain substance, and possess all the properties of this substance? However, in Taoism, there are also spiritual arts such as ground spikes and entanglements. Unlike fireballs and wind blades, they directly use existing objects to attack, and they will not dissipate afterwards. Spiritual energy is not a physical entity, but it can affect real substances.
How is this possible?
The third year of the time travel, December 25th.
The research went very smoothly.
Of course, this was because I was in the right direction, but the various records of predecessors in the Qingyun Sect's Sutra Pavilion also gave me a lot of help. Qingyun Sect's predecessors experience records of spiritual energy for thousands of years. For other disciples, it is trash, but for me, it is a real priceless treasure. I can absorb and summarize these experiences to further improve my theoretical system. Sure enough, only by standing on the shoulders of predecessors can we better understand this world.
Let's get back to the point. Through research and the records of predecessors, I found that only aura can affect aura. And why there are tricks such as entanglement and ground thorns that interfere with entities? It's because everything has aura, so they can affect each other. After continuous observation and analysis, I even found that all things are made of aura. However, due to the different activity levels of aura, inert aura becomes immortal, while high-activity aura becomes the foundation of cultivators' practice. And because of the activity of aura, the degree is different in different things and regions, so there are differences between spiritual veins and wastelands. That is to say, in this world, active, spiritual energy has become the foundation of the evolution of cultivators' lives, while, inert, spiritual energy has become the foundation of the existence of the world. So the existence of this world is not based on atoms, but on spiritual energy. So that's it. In my previous life, people developed a brilliant technological era based on microscopic particles, and the cultivators in this life have established a vast immortal civilization based on spiritual energy. So with the development of civilization, will they eventually move towards observing nature, understanding nature, and controlling nature? The fourth year of crossing, January 1st, based on the existing discoveries, I have temporarily summarized 2 spiritual energy laws. 1. All things in the world are made of the composition of spiritual energy, and the activity of spiritual energy distinguish between immortals and mortals. 2. Spiritual energy can be temporarily or even permanently transformed into a certain substance due to the influence of certain factors, and possess all the characteristics of this substance. Perhaps for the cultivators in this world, these 2 are nonsense, but for us, who have scientific thinking, only by obtaining the basic theory can we derive the corresponding conjectures, and then explore and experiment, and finally get the brilliant results. And I can also use this law to explore the cultivation system based on spiritual energy, as well as the soul that was illusory in the previous life but actually exists in this life. I have decided that from now on, proving the law of spiritual energy, exploring the cultivation system, and studying the secrets of the soul will become the 3 major topics on my path to immortal cultivation. The fourth year of time travel, January 3rd. Although spiritual energy can transform everything, it seems that it has certain requirements for properties. For example, fire spiritual energy cannot be transformed into clean water. I found that the magic recorded in the scripture pavilion is just to transform spiritual energy into ordinary substances. For example, the fireball technique is just to use spiritual energy to transform into ordinary flames. What if it is changed to a flame burning with white phosphorus? It's a pity that you have to reach the middle stage of chi refining to use the yi magic, corresponding to the chi refining stage. It seems that I have to practice hard, but I heard that those with strong souls will have higher cultivation efficiency? But I have lived 2 lives, and my soul should be better than others, but why is my cultivation speed about the same as theirs? Or does the soul of this life refer to something else? The fourth year of time travel, June 2nd. According to the records left by our ancestors, the soul in this world is probably different from what I imagined. It is not only a carrier of consciousness and memory, but also seems to be related to spiritual energy? According to the records, the cultivators in the chi refining stage have mental power, the cultivators in the foundation building stage have spiritual perception, and the cultivators in the golden core stage condense divine consciousness. What is the reason for this division? Forget it, let's not think about things that are too far away, let's think about how to strengthen the soul. Although there is no soul cultivation method in Qingyun sect, through indirect observation method, I can roughly summarize, the soul is similar to the body. As long as it is adequately exercised and supplemented with sufficient nutrition, it will become stronger and stronger. Based on this principle, perhaps I can try to create a method, but if there is a pill that can nourish the soul, medicine would be fine, but that's too expensive. I know there are prescriptions for nourishing the spirit in the mortal world, maybe I can. Damn it! I don't know why, I get angry just thinking about it. Why do other travelers have a system and an old man to help, but I can only rely on myself? If I become a true immortal in the future, I will definitely go to the Traveler Association to seek justice. The 5th year of traveling, May 20th, I finally reached the state of true chi, in the middle stage of chi refining, using my true chi to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for my own use, and the nourishing soul incense and nourishing spirit tactic that I independently developed have also produced results. Now I can continue to study the art and method. In the research of art, I was thinking about using spiritual energy to transform various technologies from my previous life. But after some experiments, I found that the transformation of spiritual energy is not arbitrary, at least now I can't, to transform it, either you understand the structure and properties of this substance and transform it abruptly, or you have the real substance of this world as a reference. That is to say, if I want to make the white phosphorus fireball technique,
I must have a substance similar to white phosphorus in this world as a reference. The fifth year of time travel, July 6. Great, I finally found a substance similar to phosphorus in this world, and the effect is more violent than that of the previous life. Using it, I successfully created an improved version of the fireball technique. This improved version of the fireball technique is not only much more powerful than the ordinary version, but once the human body is touched, it will continue to burn like an ulcer, and it is almost impossible to extinguish. Sure enough, as long as the corresponding methods and materials are found, some of the technology of the previous life can be reproduced in this life. The fifth year of time travel, December 1st. Based on the pressure principle of the previous life as a reference, and the spiritual pressure principle derived from the first nature of spiritual energy summarized in this life as a theory, I successfully created this trick. High-pressure water jet is a technology in the previous life. Water gains huge kinetic energy under high pressure, and when sand abrasives are added, it will form a water knife with terrifying cutting power. Using one's own, true chi, to transform into water, constantly increasing the spiritual pressure, and then adding metallic spiritual energy as sand abrasives, a terrifying water knife technique is formed. And the water transformed by spiritual energy can ignore air resistance and maintain the same shooting power. Although it will dissipate directly if it exceeds the control range of my mental power, it also ensures that its power will not weaken with the increase of distance. In terms of concealing myself, I referred to the light refraction principle of the fork fish and created a new version of invisibility. In my expectation, it will be the predecessor of my great magical power, upright and shadowless, in the future. Not to mention the control trick, spiritual silk technique, improved by referring to spider silk, and combined with the wind technique, using the wind to generate thrust behind it to speed up its own speed, and at the same time, it can also use the wind to hinder the opponent's pursuit, divine movement technique, etc. These tricks improved by the knowledge of the previous life will surely become my reliance on the road of cultivation in the future. The sixth year of time travel, May 16th. It's hard to earn spiritual stones these days. With the growth of cultivation and the deepening of research and experiments, the consumption of resources is also increasing, although I can earn spiritual stones by drawing talismans, and I can also try to learn alchemy. But in the final analysis, I am still working for the sect, but every time traveler knows that there is no future in working. The seventh year of time travel, February 9th, sure enough, the stories are all lies. It is said that after killing the evil cultivators, they will search for peerless skills, powerful spiritual tools or some natural treasures from them. I was quite looking forward to taking so many sect tasks, but when I counted the harvest, I found that they were poorer than me. But they are still of some use value. It just so happens that I am short of experimental materials here, and there are still many experiments that need to be dissected. Wait, isn't this a bit bad? I remember that I am a good person, right? The eighth year of the time travel, May 8th, alas, the demon cultivators in the experiment are getting worse and worse. Compared with their viciousness and cruelty when doing bad things, I just cut a little knife on them. Is it necessary to be so scared? But recently I heard that the sect will hold an outer sect competition in 2 years to promote outstanding disciples. Hey, maybe it's time for me to show off and slap my face. The 10th year of the time travel, October 3rd, all these years of hard work have not been in vain. With the results of scientific cultivation research, I made it into the top 3 of the outer sect competition in one fell swoop. If it weren't for that guy who seems to be the protagonist, no one is my opponent. I am very happy that all these years of research and efforts have not been in vain. Originally, I was just a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots of water, fire and earth. My aptitude was good, but in the huge Qingyun sect, I could only be considered mediocre. There were many people with better spiritual roots than me. Without the golden finger, if there were no accidents, in this Lingnan cultivation world with scarce cultivation resources, I could only become a foundation-building cultivator at most. I would survive in the world for 200 years and then turn into a pile of yellow earth. Resurrection from the dead and opening my eyes to see the world again is a fluke, and traveling through another world, I have the hope of stepping into the world. To be immortal is a chance against heaven. But if there is no hope for immortality, how sad it is. You know, in the previous life, no matter how high you climbed, how far you stood, even if you stood on the top of the world, in the final analysis, you were just a rich and powerful mortal. You have to experience birth, old age, sickness and death, natural disasters and man-made disasters, sinking into the world, wandering in reincarnation, and finally, you can't transcend. But this world is different. As long as you climb to a high place, you can not only fly in the clouds, carry mountains, and fill the sea, travel to the North Sea in the morning and Kangwoo in the evening,
but also become a real immortal in the world who lives as long as the heaven and earth and shines as bright as the sun and the moon. Although it is very regrettable, the bastards of the Time Traveler Association didn't give me a golden finger, but I'm not a pushover. If God doesn't give it to me, I'll make it myself. I don't believe that I, a time traveler, can't go on without a system, fairy tools, panels, and the like. The ancients once said, heaven is vigorous, and a gentleman should strive for self-improvement. I can also use the scientific thinking of my previous life to find a way to immortality for myself. Okay, I'm done with my imagination, it's time to go to bed. Alas, the future is beautiful, but the present is cruel. I have to get up early tomorrow to earn spirit stones. Beside the window, a pair of hands closed the book. After a while, the bright pearl slowly went out. At this moment, in the distant sky, the night is as deep as the sea, and the bright moon shines for thousands of miles. Qingyun Sect. Qingshuan Peak. It is 3,000 feet high, with clouds and mist hanging over the mountain peaks, and white clouds dotting it. This is where the Qingyun Sect's General Affairs Hall is located. But what is unique is that within a radius of several thousand feet on the mountainside, there are not various pavilions and palaces, but various ancient trees that are hundreds of feet high. Outside Qingshuan Peak, flying objects with white fluff, huge bodies, and looking like dandelions from the previous life were landing on the flat ground on the mountainside one by one. Qingyun Sect, in the entire Lingnan land, is most famous not only for its power, but also for the entire sect's modification and application of spiritual plants. The seniors of Qingyun Sect transformed various spiritual plants into what they wanted according to different needs. For example, the Langdon tree is used for living and absorbing spiritual energy, the Imperial House tree is used to defend the sect, the sound transmission flower is used to convey messages, or the dandelion that Lin Chen is riding on now. Well, one ride requires one spiritual stone, which is equivalent to what an ordinary monk in the sect earns in a day. No wonder the cultivators are more mature than the others. The high-level ones have to practice, while the low-level ones can't afford to go out. Ah! Lin Chen sighed softly and used the sound-transmitting flower to tell himself where to stop. After a while, the formation on the mountainside was activated, forming a strong wind, disturbing the trade winds echoing in the valley, causing the dandelions on which Lin Chen and other monks were riding began to slowly land on the hillside. Qingyun Sect occupies an extremely large area. In the previous life, its area even exceeded the combined area of several large cities. The distance between the peaks, the distance between the cave and the main hall can be said to be extremely far. Even if you continue to use the magic talisman, it will take at least one day to get from the easternmost to the westernmost. This is still based on a flat road without rest. And among the peaks, the terrain is steep, with valleys and cliffs everywhere. If we really travel on two legs, we don't know how long it will take. Therefore, in order to make it easier to travel, the elders of the sect changed the terrain so that a trade wind could flow from the peaks to everywhere, and then use dandelions to travel, which could greatly save time. Lin Chen quickly got off the dandelion grass, used his magic skills and headed towards the General Affairs Hall. The wealth referred to in the world of cultivating immortals naturally corresponds to spiritual stones, elixirs and other resources for cultivating immortals. In Qingyun Sect, the sources of resources for cultivating immortals are, firstly, monthly salary, and secondly, in exchange for contribution points obtained by completing tasks issued by the sect. The former can receive a salary every month, but they must complete a sect task within half a year, otherwise the salary will be cancelled, and if they do not complete the sect task for 2 consecutive years, they will be expelled from the sect. It can be accumulated, and one task can be completed every half a year. In special circumstances, such as retreat, breakthrough in cultivation, etc., you need to report to the Zhongwu Hall in advance. The latter needs to meet certain conditions, and can obtain contribution points after putting in efforts, and then exchange corresponding cultivation resources based on the contribution points. Although there are tedious chores to do and it is impossible to achieve the so-called longevity and freedom in the mortal world, even so, it is what countless casual cultivators dream of, and they can't wait to replace it. After all, it is rare these days for hard work to be rewarded, let alone in this world of immortality. At this time, there were already disciples walking in 2s and 3s on the road in the mountains. Some were alone, some were in groups, some were energetic, and some were sleepy, all rushing towards the mountain. From time to time, there are white shadows of spiritual light flashing across the sky, which are the inner disciples of Yu Wu Fei. Of course, we occasionally see foundation building elders flying through the air, causing everyone below to feel envious. Lin Chen came under a huge ancient tree. At this moment, vines fell down from the tree,
forming a vine ladder and connecting a monk into the tree. What catches the eye is a spiritual light screen. The handwriting on it continued to change, and finally formed a complete reminder: please go to the General Affairs Hall number 2 on the 135th to handle chores. Every time I come here, it feels like I have gone back to my previous life to handle business. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. There are tens of thousands of people in the Qingyun sect, and the General Affairs Hall is an important presence in maintaining the operation of the sect. There are at least hundreds of people staying here at any time. Unless hundreds of windows are opened, it cannot meet the needs of everyone at the same time. Of course, queuing is also possible. But let's not talk about how monks with different cultivation levels are willing to line up together. The exchange of cultivation resources alone is a very private issue. After all, in this world of cultivating immortals, plundering resources is normal. If some disciples are jealous of the spiritual objects exchanged by others, even if the sect stipulates that fellow disciples are not allowed to kill each other, the behavior of using power to suppress others and coercion and inducement cannot be avoided. In order to ensure fairness, at least on the surface, the elders of the sect set up this method of queuing up, receiving tasks, and exchanging resources. However, Lin Chen did not go to the lobby counter to inquire and receive tasks. Instead, he walked into an aisle, turned east and west, and finally entered a room. A monk named Lu once said, "Wherever there are people, there are privileges." The same is true for Qingyun sect. The tasks on the light screen in the hall have been screened. Those that are really easy and profitable have long been cut off, and most of the remaining ones are hard labor. Only disciples with extraordinary talents or connections can receive these selected chores. Lin Chen only learned this after he won the top 3 in the outer sect competition. I will first take on a mission from a medicine garden or alchemy hall, and then go down the mountain to sell the talismans I made during this period to earn enough spiritual stones to support my research on the Soul Nursing Incense 3.0 version. Lin Chen walked into the room. Behind the counter in the room, an old man with a white beard seemed to be looking at something interesting. He was engrossed in it and made tsk sounds from time to time. He didn't notice Lin Chen's arrival at all. Lin Chen didn't care and walked over directly. "Uncle, I'm here to take over the mission." "Uncle?" Lin Chen called out softly twice. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, he couldn't help but frown slightly and leaned over to take a look. "What are you looking at? So excited?" Since the words were reversed from his perspective, the translation took some time. "The shadow of flowers separated by the curtain? Ha! Why do you feel that the title of this book seems familiar?" Lin Chen continued to take aim. Lin Chen believed that for the purpose of research, he had interpreted a lot of exercises and was considered outstanding among his peers in this regard, but how did he translate this text and how did he feel? Aha! Okay. The old man opened the next page with great interest, but was suddenly paused because the next page was blank with no content. Holy crap! Where's the next part? Where's the next part? Which author of Sha Thousand Swords only writes half of the article? Seeing this scene, the old manager's face turned red with anger, and he held the book tremblingly with his old hands. Just when the old management man wanted to pick up the knife, a voice from the side suddenly came. "Uncle, since there is no further explanation, can we get down to business? I'll go." The old man was full of cleverness and swore. Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, he jumped up, pointed at Lin Chen and said in a trembling voice, When did you come here? I just came here not long ago." I originally reminded my uncle, but my uncle seemed to be too focused and ignored me, so I stood aside and waited for a while. Lin Chen said lightly, "But having said that, I'll watch it during duty hours." The old manager quickly stopped Lin Chen. "Ahem, cough, don't get me wrong, nephew, this is my grandson's book. I just opened it out of curiosity and took a look. Although I don't really want to say it, I still feel it is necessary to remind my uncle." Lin Chen reminded him expressionlessly. Today's young monks are more impetuous and like to read white texts with easy-to-understand language, rather than obscure ancient texts. Therefore, books like The Shadow of Flowers Parting the Curtain, Spring in the Jade House, and The Nine-Tailed Turtle like Uncle Master, it's like that. It's outdated, out of date. Out of date? How is that possible? The old manager's face darkened, and he opened his neck and yelled, "I spent a full 10 spirit stones on it. How could I possibly buy something out of date?" "Oh? 10 spiritual stones? Uncle Master, you are really at a loss." Before he could finish his words, Lin Chen paused and suddenly opened his eyes. "What? 10 spiritual stones? Is this type of shabby book so valuable?" The two stared at each other with big eyes, and the room suddenly became silent. "Ahem.
The old man realized something was wrong and quickly changed the subject. My nephew is here to receive a mission, right? Whatever mission you want from me, my uncle will definitely help you find it. Lin Chen breathed out lightly and said, that's it. Uncle, my nephew won't hide it from you. Last time I had a lot of chores, little money, and little room for maneuver, so my nephew hopes to find a medicine this time. A great chore for the garden. Lin Chen's tone deliberately emphasized the words less controllable space. When the old man heard this, he immediately understood what his nephew meant. He was just looking for a chore with less work, more money, and especially plenty of oil and water. So he immediately started searching. It's a coincidence that number 6 Medicine Garden C is still short of a disciple who can connect the spiritual herbs with the alchemy hall. The term will be 6 months and he will take office in 3 days. What do you think, Master Nephew Lin? Soon, he assigned Lin Chen the task of taking care of the medicine garden. The Qingyun sect divides the elixir garden where elixirs are planted into 4 levels, A, B, and C, which correspond to the golden elixir stage, foundation building stage, and qi refining stage respectively. Corresponding to the realm of cultivators, for example, Class B medicine gardens generally grow elixirs suitable for monks in the foundation building stage. This, Lin Chen was a little surprised. The main purpose of this task is to send the elixirs from the medicine garden to the alchemy hall, and then calculate and report the daily consumption of elixirs in the alchemy hall. Even though this position is just a medicine transporter, as long as you manage it well, you will be very rich. Is it my turn to get such a good job? But when Lin Chen saw the old face opposite him with a chrysanthemum smile, he suddenly understood why. Oh, it turns out to be hush money, I understand. So Lin Chen nodded. The old man quickly registered, explained some things that needed attention, and then gave Lin Chen a bronze token. With this token, he can activate the Elixir Garden Formation ban. When the mission is over, this token must be returned. Come back. Lin Chen took the token and turned to leave, but was suddenly stopped. Well, that nephew, those books you just mentioned, the old management man chuckled, rubbed his hands, and asked in a low voice. Oh. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and explained, I've only heard of these books. The old manager didn't say anything and looked directly at him with distrust on his face. Lin Chen's face straightened. Uncle, don't get me wrong. I just read a lot of books. I know a little bit, but I never read such things. I am a serious person. After saying that, he turned around and left immediately. Young people nowadays don't know how to share good things. Looking at Lin Chen's back, the old manager curled his lips. Well, I just happen to have a grandson, maybe I can. After Lin Chen walked out of the General Affairs Hall, he rushed to the outside of the sect without stopping. I was still worried about how to get enough spiritual stones to support my cultivation and research needs after my cultivation level was further improved. Unexpectedly, I got this news by accident. On the way down the mountain to the market, Lin Chen stroked his chin, thinking. Scientific research is very expensive. The refining of soul-nourishing incense, the simulation of the breakthrough in the foundation building period, the consumption of exploring the laws of spiritual energy, etc., consume a lot of spiritual stones. Even though he has become a talisman maker and secretly sold some research results and earned a lot of spiritual stones, he is still stretched to the limit. If he hadn't fought and killed many evil cultivators in the past, subsidizing a lot of extra money, he really couldn't hold on. But with the improvement of cultivation, the consumption of resources is getting bigger and bigger, which has become a problem that Lin Chen cannot avoid. Some people say that you can kill people and rob treasures. But how much can you get by robbing the poor? Even if you rob the rich to help the poor, the problem is that in this world of immortal cultivation, there are a lot of spiritual stones. If you are not a powerful cultivator, or a second-generation immortal with a strong background, the former cannot be defeated, and the latter, do you really think that all the elders in other people's families are dead? And research and experiments require a lot of time and energy, and a lot of spiritual stones. In the qi refining stage, research and experiments are not advanced, and the results are fast, so he can still hold on. But what about the foundation building, golden elixir, and even the nascent soul? The research and experiments on soul and primordial spirit may take hundreds of years at a time, and I don't know how much is invested. Could it be that by then, he will close for a period of time and then come out to kill people and rob treasures? So he must find a way to make money that can flow steadily. Originally, Lin Chen was thinking of choosing one of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals and becoming proficient in it, so as to earn spirit stones.
But after years of observation, Lin Chen found that no matter whether it was alchemy, refining tools, or any other 100 arts of cultivating immortals, they looked high-end, but in fact they were just workers.
And going to work? What a joke! Is there any money to be made in this day and age?
Not only is the autonomy not in their hands, but even if they do well, they are still the object of being exploited. If you want to be truly rich and have money prospects, you should become the controller of a platform, be the middleman between the buyer and the seller, and eat both ends. Only in this way can you do the least and get the most. But in the sect, the platforms for immortal cultivation items such as elixirs and spiritual tools have long been divided up by the major factions of the sect. Although with Lin Chen's potential, after being promoted to the foundation building stage, he joined one of them and fought for decades, and he could also get a part of the platform. But let's not talk about the time and energy consumed. Even if it succeeds, there are too many people and too little meat, and there will not be much to share.
And after Lin Chen's calculation, if he wants to support the research of immortal cultivation, this share is far from enough.
Originally, he was still worried about this matter, but the matter of managing the old man just now gave him a direction. I didn't expect that this type of book would have such a big market in the sect, and it's 10 spirit stones, and the writing is not very good. It's not as exciting as what I saw on a certain website in my previous life. In this case, can I copy the articles in my previous life and sell them in this world?
A book can sell 10 spirit stones? There are more than 100,000 people in the whole sect. Even if it sells for 1%, it won't be a huge profit?
And I will gradually become famous through continuous sales. At that time, I can find some writers to help me write articles, and then sell them to other disciples, make a profit as a middleman, and then monopolize the market. So, the more he thought about it, the brighter Lin Chen's eyes gradually became. Lin Chen suddenly realized that the wealth of the time traveler is not only scientific thinking, but also the rich knowledge of reading major websites, and how to cheat. No, it is a way to benefit the vast number of cultivators at the bottom. Besides, whether it is alchemy or refining equipment, sufficient spirit stones are needed as startup capital, but writing a book is different.
As long as I copy the content I saw on the website in my previous life, wouldn't I make a fortune? As for whether the book I wrote can compete with others in the spiritual book market of the sect? What a joke, our modern knowledge reserves are not as good as those of the ancients in this regard.
Lin Chen made a decision in his heart. When I advance to the late stage of chi refining, Cyclone Realm, I must copy the knowledge from the website in my previous life and use it to benefit my fellow disciples.
The moon is on the top of the willows, people make appointments after dusk. In the evening, west of Qingyun sect, outside Yunlai market.
Under the silver moonlight, the whole picture of the market appeared before our eyes. The market is very large, occupying the entire valley, 200 or 300 feet long and 20 or 30 feet wide. Streets are intersecting and staggered, and shops of all sizes are lined up. Although the buildings are not magnificent, they also have their own characteristics. The entire market is divided into 4 areas by a crossroads, 2 of which are occupied by shops in layers. The door of each shop is very busy, with countless customers coming in and out. The other area is a relatively wide square, and the stalls of the cultivators surround the square, sparsely arranged in a U-shaped path. And those who choose to trade items walk in the middle of the open space with stalls on both sides in 2s and 3s. The coming and going is quite a bit of the atmosphere of secular business. As for the last area, it is occupied by a huge, magnificent building. Those who came in and out were either wealthy monks holding spiritual weapons and wearing spiritual clothes, or powerful monks with spiritual pressure all over their bodies. As far as Lin Chen knew, this was a high-standard auction house. At this time, the sky was a little dim. In the market, the bronze lamps placed on both sides of the road lit up one by one, illuminating the shops and the square clearly. However, these lamps did not contain any burning materials such as lamp oil. Instead, they each held a fist-sized night shining pearl that emitted soft light all over. This was a night shining pearl. The light it emitted not only illuminated the stalls under the lamp like daylight, but in Lin Chen's opinion, its brightness was even comparable to the incandescent lamps in his previous life. Although it was night, there were many more people in the square than during the day. Not only were there some new stalls in the square, but the number of people visiting the stalls also increased sharply. A large number of immortal cultivators poured into the square at this time, making this place very lively for a while. Yunlai Market is a market under the jurisdiction of Qingyun sect. There is a foundation building cultivator stationed in the market, and there are more than a dozen cultivators who have reached the late stage of Qi training, Cyclone Realm, to manage daily affairs. Not only that, teams of cultivators can often be seen walking majestically in the market. Each member of these patrol teams has a cultivation level above the Xiantian stage, and there are cultivators in the early stage of Qi training, Yangyuan realm. They wear spiritual armor and carry a large number of talismans.
Once there is any disturbance, they will respond quickly.
Of course, Qingyun sect collects a considerable amount of rent from the shops every year, and the most profitable auction houses in alchemy and refining businesses in the market have its shadow. In the evening, a young man wearing a gray robe of the outer sect of Qingyun sect, a bamboo hat, and a black veil on his face, with a somewhat thin figure, slowly walked from a distance. It took a lot of time to stop and go along the way, so it was already night when he arrived. Lin Chen glanced at the market, and then walked straight inside. Passing by the square, Lin Chen glanced over there, and quickly retracted his gaze. He recalled that when he first came to the market a few years ago, he always felt that he was the legendary son of destiny, and he was lucky, so he wanted to run to the square to pick up bargains. In the end, he didn't pick up anything, but lost nearly 100 spiritual stones. Since then, he said that he would never go there again, and went directly to the shops. Although it was a little more expensive, it was better than being cheated. Lin Chen did not go directly to the destination, but walked a few laps beyond the routine. After finding that no one was following him, he went straight to the destination Baofu shop. This store is located on a busy street. People come and go in the store, it's so lively. Lin Chen walked into the store. The store is antique, and the ceiling is inlaid with glowing pearls. There are cabinets around, and various kinds of spiritual talismans are placed on them. Sir, what kind of spiritual talisman do you need? My Baofu shop has a variety of. As soon as Lin Chen entered the door, a waiter immediately came up to greet him. I'm looking for your shop owner Wu Shueting. Lin Chen interrupted him before he finished speaking. The waiter was stunned, but he reacted immediately and walked into the back room. Not long after entering, a middle-aged female cultivator in purple clothes and a plump figure came to greet him. This person was Wu Shueting, the owner of the Baofu shop. It turns out to be Zhang Daoyu. She seemed to know Lin Chen and couldn't help but smile when she saw him. Zhang Ping was Lin Chen's pseudonym when he went out. Lin Chen nodded in disbelief and said lightly, "Old rules." Wu Shueting immediately understood and invited him with her delicate palm. "Please." Then she walked in front to lead the way. Then the two went upstairs and entered an antique small room next to it. The room was covered with a carpet and had all the necessary items. Wu Shueting closed the door, asked Lin Chen to sit down, and took out a teacup and poured a cup of hot tea for Lin Chen without panic. "Fellow Daoist Zhang, what kind of talismans did you bring today?" Wu Shueting asked with a smile. Lin Chen did not reply, but took out 10 stacks of talismans from the storage bag, placed them on the table, and said lightly, "Let's check the goods, according to the old rules." Wu Shueting saw this and did not care. After dealing with each other for many years, he naturally knew that the other party was not a person who liked to talk nonsense during the transaction. 100 first-level upper-grade talismans, 300 first-level middle-grade talismans, and the remaining 600 first-level lower-grade talismans. Based on the different types of talismans and their preciousness, I will calculate 2,100 spirit stones for you. What do you think? After some calculations, Wu Shueting asked softly. 2,100 spirit stones is a huge sum of money for a cultivator in the Qi training stage. After all, most cultivators in the Qi training stage can earn 1 or 2 spirit stones a day, and earning a few hundred a year is already good. And only cultivators who have made achievements in alchemy, refining, talisman making and other immortal arts can earn enough spirit stones for their own cultivation. However, Lin Chen did not look happy, but frowned and asked immediately, "The price of talismans has increased again?" "That's right." Wu Shueting nodded, and then handed over a small book. "This is the price increase of various talismans in the market in the past 3 months. Whether it is buying or selling talismans, their prices are not fixed, but rise and fall according to the overall market situation." Lin Chen glanced at her, took out gloves from the storage bag, put them on, took the small book, and looked through it. The talismans he made are of good quality and large quantity, and are very popular in the market. The reason why she chose to sell in this store is because the other party promised that every 3 months, she would spend a certain amount of money to count the purchase, sales, and price change trends of the talismans in the market. "Dao Yu, if the price of talismans rises, can't you make more money? Why do you seem unhappy?" Looking at Lin Chen constantly analyzing the data in the book, Wu Shueting couldn't help but ask softly. The dynamic balance of supply relations is the basis for the price of talismans to remain stable in the market. However, the talismans that have entered the market in the past year have basically remained within a certain range, but the prices have continued to rise.
What do you think this means?
Lin Chen glanced at her and suddenly asked.
Supply?
Wu Xueting was stunned when she heard this, but she still roughly understood what he meant.
Doubtyu means that now in the market, the demand for talismans is increasing, but the supply remains unchanged, so the price continues to rise?
That's right.
Lin Chen nodded.
In simple terms, it means that more is bought and the amount sold remains unchanged.
Many merchants see that it is profitable and raise the price of talismans. But isn't this a good thing? Wu Xueting didn't understand. Good news?
Lin Chen repeated the two words softly, and continued, except for the spiritual stones used for cultivation, the spiritual stones consumed by a cultivator to buy talismans are basically maintained at a certain limit.
The same is true for the cultivator group.
If the source of spiritual stones increases, at most the price of elixirs will increase. After all, talismans are not needed for cultivation. Lin Chen put down the notebook, stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the crowd downstairs. The price of elixirs required for cultivation remains basically unchanged.
Wu Xueting murmured.
For some reason, she had a bad premonition in her heart when listening to Lin Chen's calm words. After all, elixirs are indispensable for most cultivators, and in Yunlai market, she is naturally very sensitive to the price of elixirs.
Could it be that more cultivators are buying them?
Wu Shui hesitated and said.
There are only so many elixirs supplied in the market.
If there are more cultivators, their prices should also increase.
It is impossible that new cultivators only buy talismans and not elixirs, right? Lin Chen asked back.
Besides, you have been here for so long, has anything major happened in Yunlai market that forced all cultivators to buy talismans to fight? Wu Xueting was speechless for a moment, and after thinking carefully, she realized that there was indeed no such thing. Then what do you think is the reason? You and I both know that independent cultivators lack spiritual stones and cannot afford spiritual tools, so most of the time, they use talismans to assist in fighting. So considering this situation, Lin Chen was silent for a moment. Then there are only two possibilities.
Which two? One is to open up the Hangduan Mountains.
In order to obtain more resources, independent cultivators and sect cultivators buy a large number of talismans for fighting, just like the one 50 years ago. 50 years ago, in the Hangduan Mountains, north of Qingyun sect, a Jindan stage monster was killed by Qingyang Zhenren of Qingyun sect. Later, in order to obtain the huge territory left by the other party, Qingyun sect launched a vigorous land reclamation operation and gained huge benefits in one fell swoop.
Could it be that the upper sect is going to carry out another land reclamation operation?
Wu Xueting was stunned. If it is a land reclamation operation, then the attack-type talisman should be sold well. After all, the main enemy is the monsters guarding the treasures of heaven and earth. But after observing the market this year, the talismans that have risen continuously tend to be healing, defense, and escape, so I am more inclined to the second possibility.
Lin Chen pointed at the account book with a blank expression on his face. What possibility?
Lin Chen did not answer, but stared out of the window in a daze. The evening breeze blew from outside, gently brushing the wind chimes on the windowsill, making a crisp and pleasant sound.
Fellow Daoist Zhang?
Hearing this, Lin Chen turned his head, looked at her deeply, and whispered a few words, the precursor of war.
For a moment, the atmosphere in the field seemed to solidify.
It was a hot night, but Wu Xueting felt a lingering chill. There are three major forces in the Lingnan Xiuxian land, namely Qingyun sect, Xianin sect and East China Sea-Lu's Cultivator Alliance. Among them, Qingyun sect and Xianin sect are in a state of hostility, and the two wars that broke out in the Lingnan Xiuxian world were both started by these two major sects, and then the horrific wars affected the East China Sea-Lu's Cultivator Alliance. Especially in the Second Xiuxian War, the three parties invested nearly 100,000 cultivators in total, and millions of mortals were caught in the endless war. Rumor has it that there are more than a palm of Jindan Zhenren who started a war at the junction of the three forces. In that horrible war, even Jindan Zhenren died. Even after the war, the affected area has caused changes in the terrain, and it has not recovered for hundreds of years.
And if the war breaks out again, what consequences will it cause?
Wu Xueting's breath was choked. She didn't dare to say it, let alone think about it. She has never experienced war, and even rarely fought, but she also knows the horror of war. Bones were exposed in the wild, blood flowed like a river, and the land was barren for thousands of miles. In the war between immortal cultivators, this was probably the least of their worries.
Moreover, once the war started, the entire Lingnan immortal cultivation world would be plunged into an endless war.
By then, even the high and mighty Jean Danjinran would be at risk of falling, not to mention her, a small cultivator in the qi refining stage. The fear of death is something that everyone cannot avoid. You are worrying too much. Wu Shueting swallowed her saliva, her body trembling slightly. It's just that the price of talismans continues to rise. What can we see from this? And Yunlai Market is just one of the places under the jurisdiction of Qingyun sect. How can the rise in the price of talismans in its market be related to the battle between the two sects? Lin Chen turned his head slightly, glanced at her, and then asked, which side of Qingyun sect is Xianin sect? West. Then which side of Qingyun sect is Yunlai Market? Also west. Who is the power behind the shops in the market? Qingyun sect? Wu Shueting answered hesitantly. The main supplier of resources for the entire market is Qingyun sect, and the talismans put on the market by Qingyun sect are maintained at a certain number. So, don't you understand? Lin Chen looked at Wu Shueting deeply. Wu Shueting was stunned, thought about it seriously, and soon understood what Lin Chen meant. Yunlai Market, as the market to the west of Qingyun sect, is not only a trading place for cultivators, but also the shops therein carry the transportation and trade of resources between the headquarters of Qingyun sect and the frontline defense. When the demand for talismans on the front line increases, the amount of talismans in the rear will naturally decrease if the total amount remains unchanged. Any changes on the front line will cause waves in Yunlai Market in the form of a butterfly effect. Among the four major markets around Qingyun sect, Yunlai Market is the place that is most likely to sense the changes in the situation between the two sects. And this is why Lin Chen sells talismans in Yunlai Market. But, it's still not right. Since it's a war, there is no reason why the price of talismans will increase and the price of pills will not increase. Wu Shueting raised another question. Qingyun sect should not have made plans for war yet, and the reserves of pills on the front line are sufficient. Maybe they haven't been used up for a while, Lin Chen said lightly. Of course, the most important thing is that the talisman is an auxiliary combat item. Although it is important, it is not the foundation. But the elixir is different. It is used for cultivation, healing, escaping, etc. It can be said to be the foundation of the cultivator. Do you think that at the critical moment, Qingyun sect will allow the free market to regulate its price? This, after figuring this out, Wu Shueting's ominous premonition in her heart rose more and more. Qingyun sect and Xianin demon sect are evenly matched. This war is impossible to start, right? Equally matched, this is the reason why the two sects can coexist peacefully, otherwise Lingnan will never be as calm as it seems on the surface. We are just some small people. How can we know the real strength comparison and changes between the two sects? Lin Chen shook his head gently and continued to analyze. Although I don't know what happened, the friction between the two sides is definitely intensifying. Otherwise, why would the price of life-saving talismans in a relatively safe market rise continuously? So I guess that the friction between the two sects should be heating up, and the struggle between the cultivators under their respective command is escalating. If this continues, the situation will develop into two possibilities. If the two sects are evenly matched, the two major sects will not easily start a war, so if the friction reaches a certain level, they will take action to stop it. And this is also the ideal state, and if the strength of the two sects is unbalanced, I am afraid that the friction will further escalate. And then, Lin Chen stopped talking, and the room suddenly became quiet. What will happen next, the two people present knew in their hearts. Then, according to Dao Yu, what should we do now? Wu Shueting was stunned after hearing this. After a long time, she came to her senses and asked. Only by making the best preparations for the worst plan can we have enough response when encountering things. Lin Chen looked at the night view outside the window for a while, and said lightly, with a calm tone. It was as if even the news of war could not disturb his mind. First of all, we can be sure that the war will not start in a short time. Lin Chen's eyes moved, and he continued to analyze the existing situation, while quickly adjusting his future plans in his heart. Although the price of talismans in the market has been rising continuously, the increase is not high. In addition, the prices of elixirs and spiritual tools are stable. If you don't pay attention, you won't notice any abnormalities. This situation shows that Qingyun sect is not ready to start a war, so, Wu Shueting hesitated. Lin Chen ignored her and touched his chin in thought. Unlike in the previous life, in the War of Immortal Cultivators, the role of individuals occupies a major position. If I want to survive in the war, I have to have stronger strength. And if I want to increase my strength, resources are the key. Lin Chen paused and thought of the novels he read in his previous life. An idea emerged in his mind. Maybe I can stock up talismans.
Lin Chen turned around and said so. Ah? Wu Xueting quickly reacted, doubt you want to make a fortune from the war? You and I can't afford the cost of making a fortune from the war. Lin Chen shook his head. He naturally knew that no matter which world he was in, he must have enough strength to make a fortune from the war. But we can make a small profit by taking advantage of the time difference. The most important thing is that we can take the opportunity to intercept various precious talismans to protect ourselves. Hearing this, Wu Xueting hesitated. Although Lin Chen's analysis sounded reasonable, hoarding talismans is not an easy thing for small shops like them. If they make a wrong judgment, the loss. I have said this. Believe it or not, do it or not, it's up to you. Lin Chen saw her thoughts at a glance and said lightly. But I will stop supplying talismans next. Realizing the possibility of war, Lin Chen naturally would not continue to sell talismans, but hide them for his own use. Wu Xueting's face changed, and she wanted to persuade her again, but Lin Chen turned around and left. For him, considering the good transactions for many years, he reminded her, which was already his best. As for the other party's losses and safety, that was not within his consideration at all. As for the issue of hurting the other party's face and affecting subsequent cooperation, Lin Chen never cared. In this world of immortal cultivation, as long as you have skills and strength, others will always act according to your mood. Soon, Lin Chen walked out of the treasure talisman shop and came to the street. Looking at the bustling crowd, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. War, Lin Chen muttered to himself, and as soon as the weak voice came out, it disappeared in the busy street. He was just a cultivator in the qi refining stage. When facing the war in the world of immortal cultivation, he was as powerless as ordinary people in his previous life. And to protect himself in the war, Lin Chen estimated that at least the strength of the foundation building stage was needed, and it was still avoiding the front battlefield. I can find a task to guard the secular dynasty before the obvious signs of war appear. But once the war starts, I, a disciple with no power and no one above, will definitely be pulled back to serve as a soldier. Of course, I can also take the opportunity to escape. But the problem is that no matter whether Qingyun sect or Xianyin sect wins in the end, I will be wanted for dealing with traitors or killing them all. The resources in Lingnan Xiuxian world are already scarce and the blockade is serious. If I am hunted again, Lin Chen thought about it and finally felt that in the face of the trend of the two sects fighting, any tricks and schemes are useless. If you want to change the situation, you can only break it with force. It seems that I have to find a way to improve my strength. I have to buy defensive spiritual tools and healing pills in advance. Not only that, I have to prepare a trump card for counterattack, Lin Chen sighed. Once there is a sign of war, the prices of these things will definitely skyrocket. If you buy them in advance, he can reduce the loss of spirit stones. In addition, I have to buy spirit medicines for research. But these all require spirit stones. When I thought of this, Lin Chen's face twitched. It seems that some research has to be stopped. Damn it, other time travelers eat natural treasures, why do I have to be careful about everything when it comes to me? How about selling the soul-nourishing incense? Small portions are fine, but if it is sold in large quantities, people will guess that there is a prescription, which will be a big problem. How about selling the improved magic template? But the problem is that once this thing is taken out, it will definitely be targeted. Although I have made a plan in advance, there is still a risk, so, should I gamble or not? Thinking of this, Lin Chen hesitated a little, but soon made a decision and took action. Following a specific trajectory, bypassing the intersecting streets, and passing through the crowds, Lin Chen soon arrived in front of a store. The building is 5 stories high and 3 feet wide, with carved beams and painted buildings, green tiles and red roofs, which is really beautiful. The people coming in and out are either dressed gorgeously or have a deep breath, and they come in and out at the gate, which seems very lively. Lin Chen stopped and looked up. On the yellow wood plaque bordered by gold and jade, there were a few characters written in a flamboyant style, by Bailu. Lin Chen looked around and walked slowly into the store. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a counter made of precious red sandalwood, and the crystal-polished window reflected the brilliant light. Inside the counter, there were many kinds of items, including talismans, spiritual tools, elixirs, etc. It can be said that the things sold were varied. Lin Chen looked around, gave a few instructions to the waiter on the side, and then walked to the second floor. The first floor only sells ordinary goods, while the high-quality goods are on the second floor. As soon as they reached the second floor, an old man with white hair, childish face, kind eyebrows and kind eyes, dressed in luxurious clothes, walked towards him. As soon as I got close, I heard the other party laughing loudly.
it turns out that fellow Taoist Zhang is here, and the shop is really shining. It's not that fellow Taoist wants something, just give the order and I will arrange it immediately. Lin Chen was unmoved by his compliment. Instead, he looked around and said calmly, Zhang indeed has some things he wants to buy, but Mr. Fong, this doesn't seem to be the place to talk, right? Oh, fellow Taoist is right, it seems that I am really old and confused. Manager Fong slapped his forehead and quickly apologized, then led Lin Chen upstairs. Manager Fong led Lin Chen into an antique room. After sitting down, he made a cup of spiritual tea and then asked with a smile, I wonder what you want to buy? Defensive spiritual weapons and second-level spiritual talismans. Lin Chen stared into his eyes and said softly, Second-level talisman? The steward Fong Mingyuan took a sip of the spirit tea. After hearing Lin Chen's speech, he couldn't help but raise his hand to the teacup. Fellow Taoist Zhang, we do own the defensive spiritual weapon, but the second-level spiritual talisman cannot be sold in our store, because this thing is contraband in the market. What? Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. In a beautiful room in Baibao building, Lin Chen and Fong Mingyuan sat opposite each other, and the rich aroma of tea rose between them. Why? Lin Chen's eyes condensed when he heard the words, but he leaned back in his chair leisurely and said, It's just a second-level spiritual talisman. With such a large industry, you don't have this thing? Or do you think I can't afford it? That's not what I meant. Fong Mingyuan smiled bitterly. Qingyun sect has a rule that in Yunlai market, no store is allowed to sell second-level items without the spiritual tablet identity certificate issued by Qingyun sect. Lin Chen was slightly stunned, and then he quickly understood it. Resource monopoly. Not to mention the second-level spiritual talisman, this thing is strictly regulated even in Lingnan. Unless it is in a place outside the three major forces, anyone who buys this thing must show the corresponding identity certificate. Fong Mingyuan continued to explain. Then why is this? Lin Chen couldn't help but frowned. He focused on his own research and was not very clear about the various ways of the outside world. Fong Mingyuan hesitated for a moment, then whispered, because the second-level talisman may kill a foundation-building cultivator. Lin Chen understood it instantly after hearing this. The advancement of the foundation-building stage is not only about the power, but also the evolution of the essence of life. The foundation-building cultivators are almost far superior to the qi-refining cultivators in terms of nerve reaction ability, danger perception ability, and body coordination. The spiritual perception they possess can not only detect danger, but also instantly shock the mind of the qi-refining cultivator, making it impossible for them to resist. So, even if the low-level cultivators hold the second-level talisman, the possibility of killing the other party is very small. But, it is better to be safe than sorry. If something goes wrong, who can you find to complain? Just like ants and humans, although the former is not to be feared, if the former has means that can threaten the latter, such as poison, it is also a trouble that cannot be ignored for humans. Besides, in the Lingnan immortal cultivation world, which foundation-building cultivator is not a talent picked from thousands of miles away? They have made so much effort, consumed so many resources, and defeated so many opponents to obtain these 200 years of immortality. How could they allow things that can threaten them to be controlled by the lower-level cultivators? Of course, there are also people who give things that are enough to threaten foundation-building cultivators to qi-refining disciples, but these are all done secretly by the three major forces. In the open market, such behavior is absolutely prohibited. On this issue, the righteous, the casual cultivators, and even the demon sects put aside all their prejudices and jointly blocked the circulation of the second-level talismans in the market. I said that I won the third place in the outer sect competition. Why did Qingyun sect only reward a bottleneck-breaking pill, a storage bag, and a second-level, Yangyan burning fire talisman, and they were still hiding it? I originally thought that the sect was shabby, but it turned out that it was because of this factor, Lin Chen thought to himself. Then I'll buy a defensive spiritual weapon. Since he couldn't buy a second-level spiritual talisman, Lin Chen gave up directly. Our store still has a lot of first-level spiritual talismans, all kinds of complete. In addition, there are several excellent attacking spiritual weapons. I wonder if you are interested? Fong Mingyuan laughed and promoted his own products. Thank you, I don't need it. Lin Chen shook his head and refused. He is a spiritual talisman master himself, and there is no need to buy first-level spiritual talismans from outside. As for attacking spiritual weapons? Which spiritual weapon can match his magic? In this case, I'm going to get the goods. Please wait for a moment, fellow Taoist.
Fang Mingyuan asked the clerk to brew a cup of spiritual tea, and then turned and left.
Lin Chen sat there quietly, motionless, and as for the spiritual tea on the table, he didn't even look at it. Soon, Fang Mingyuan gently pushed the door in, walked to the table, reached out and tapped the storage bag, and 3 brocade boxes of different sizes appeared on the table. According to Daoyu's request, we have selected several spiritual weapons, hoping to catch Daoyu Zhang's eye.
Fang Mingyuan said with a smile. Open them and have a look.
Lin Chen said calmly.
Ha ha.
Fang Mingyuan smiled and opened 3 boxes one by one, and placed 3 spiritual weapons of different shapes on them. The weapons used in the battles of qi refining and foundation building are called spiritual weapons.
As for magic weapons, only Jindan stage cultivators are qualified to use them. This is Zuyuanyi, woven from the silk of the spiritual silk snow silkworm. It is not only comfortable to wear, but also has extremely strong toughness. There is a defensive band inside, which cannot be easily broken even by cultivators in the late stage of qi refining. Not bad. Lin Chen nodded.
This one is the Black Armor Shield, a top-notch defensive spiritual weapon, made of a part of the shell of a second-level monster equivalent to a master of the foundation building period and refined with black iron. Its defensive hardness, coupled with the nature of the earth spirit, makes it not only extremely strong and unbreakable, but also once it is driven by a spell, it can automatically defend around the body and even attach to the body to form armor.
Okay. Lin Chen said.
Fang Mingyuan opened the last box, which contained a small, faintly fluorescent heart-protecting mirror. This is the Spirit Turtle Heart-Protecting Mirror, which is also one of the most famous defensive spiritual weapons in our store.
It is made of a first-level spirit turtle and refined iron.
Its real preciousness lies in that the refiner retained a trace of the spirit turtle's spirituality of divination when forging it, which can automatically activate the protection of the owner when the holder is experiencing a life and death crisis.
Lin Chen's eyes moved when he heard this.
If you judge danger and automatically activate the protection of the master, if you have this defensive spiritual weapon, it is equivalent to having an extra life in the cruel world of immortal cultivation where you fight to the death.
As if he was a little tired of talking, Fang Mingyuan sat down and sipped the tea on the table that was still emitting hot steam.
Can I try it?
Lin Chen asked. Of course you can. Fang Mingyuan smiled.
Lin Chen picked up the spiritual weapon in his hand and slowly injected his true energy into the brown shield. The brown shield immediately lit up with yellow light and quickly grew to a size of 3 feet. It left the palm and floated in front of it, and drifted around the body, just enough to cover half of the body. If necessary, curl up under the shield to completely resist the attack from the front. Lin Chen used his mental power to control it again, and the small shield immediately flew in front of him, generating a strong sticky force, absorbing on Lin Chen's chest, forming a unique heart armor.
Not bad.
Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction.
He tried the spiritual clothes again, sensed the heart mirror, and then asked, I wonder how much it costs. The Snow Yuan clothes and the black armor shield are defensive spiritual weapons.
No matter which one, they are of high value, not to mention the last spirit turtle heart mirror, which is the treasure of our store, so the total price is 2,500 spiritual stones.
Oh, 2,500 spiritual stones. Wait, how many spiritual stones did you say?
Lin Chen just put his hand on the storage bag, but suddenly paused.
2,500 spiritual stones. Fang Mingyuan smiled. 2,500 spiritual stones? Are you ripping me off? Boss Fang, are you treating me like a fat sheep? Are these 3 first-level spiritual weapons worth this price?
2,500 spiritual stones are worth 1/5 of a foundation building pill. Lin Chen's face looked a little ugly. Although he had some money, this price was really beyond his expectations. The first 2 spiritual tools are both top grade, and the market price of each is enough to reach thousands of spiritual stones. The last spiritual tool, the heart-protecting mirror, starts at least 1,000. The price in our store is already very fair. Fang Mingyuan explained with a smile.
Less?
Lin Chen frowned.
Sorry, we don't bargain.
Fang Mingyuan replied with a smile. Lin Chen glanced at him, suddenly sighed, and put the things down directly. Well, in this case, I can only look elsewhere. My friend is joking, but 2,500 spiritual stones are just a small thing for you, but it's about your life and safety, so you can't be careless. Lin Chen showed obvious hesitation on his face. It's not that I don't want to buy it, but I'm short of money, so I can only look elsewhere.
Fang Mingyuan didn't know what to say for a while. 2,500 spiritual stones is also a big business in the transaction of Baibayalu. He didn't want to slip away like this. If you think it's too expensive, let's negotiate. If the price is right, we'll sell it.
After hearing this, Lin Shen said slowly, 1,000 spirit stones.
That won't do. Fong Mingyuan's face changed. Good guy, he actually cut it in half. Alas.
Seeing this, Lin Shen sighed leisurely. It is precisely because I have dealt with Fong many times before that I trust Fong.
But who would have thought that I would be treated as a fat sheep?
I heard that the treasure pavilion next door has good quality and low prices.
It should have what I need. I'd better go to the next door to have a look.
As Lin Shen was talking, he was about to leave. His words were well reasoned and made Fong's face turn blue and purple.
Looking at Lin Shen's back, he secretly hated, go quickly.
But he was holding his breath in his heart. When Lin Shen went out, he counted to 5 in his mind when he was about to push the door.
Okay, you are good at bargaining. One price, 1,800 spirit stones, and you can take it away.
I am really, and I am losing money. Shopkeeper Fong looked heartbroken.
Lin Shen paused, turned around, but did not agree directly, but cut again, saying, 1,200 spirit stones, I only have so much.
Shopkeeper Fong gritted his teeth, impossible, the cost alone requires 1,300 spirit stones, and I have to include other expenses. Lin Shen turned around and was about to leave without saying anything.
I lost to you.
Shopkeeper Fong was deflated, slumped in the chair, seemed to have aged a lot, and spoke weakly, 1,500 spirit stones, if it doesn't work, turn left and go to the treasure pavilion.
Ha! Lin Shen turned around and walked back.
Looking at the other party's lonely look, Lin Shen sneered silently in his heart. He naturally knew that if he really lost money, the other party would never sell it. Although the other party looked like a loss-making business, in fact, he just made less money. But the other party is a merchant after all. It is impossible to ask them to sell at cost price and make no profit at all. But there are also businesses that make a lot of money without any investment. Lin Shen suddenly had this thought in his mind. But he looked at the formations arranged in the room, and thought of the foundation building cultivators in Yunlifang City, and suddenly felt that he was actually a kind and law-abiding cultivator. Then, Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, but still took out a box from the storage bag and put it on the table.
Fong Mingyuan saw this scene and his eyes moved.
He naturally knew that the storage bag was a very precious existence. And Lin Shen could have a storage bag at this strength, either he had a strong strength and obtained it from others, or there was a huge force behind him. However, he did not investigate further.
For Fong Mingyuan, it was enough to know that the other party could bring him benefits.
The rest was not important. Then, he turned his attention to the jade box on the table.
What was in it? Elixir, spiritual medicine. In the past, some cultivators brought spiritual medicine here, saying that they got it by accident and came to sell it. Fong Mingyuan opened the box, and inside lay a jade slip.
He immersed his mental power in it, but just as he read the contents inside, his pupils shrank, and he said in surprise, "This is actually a modified magic template? The immortal cultivators in this world comprehend the great Tao, and then obtain a method from the Tao, and seek a technique from the method." Lin Shen is not sure what the great Tao in this world is, but according to his estimation, it should be something similar to the Riemann hypothesis in quantum physics in his previous life, which looked very scary. Anyway, it is very difficult, but once you master it, you will understand the whole world. As for the method, it refers to the knowledge that is summarized, such as the cultivation method, the basics of alchemy, and the introduction to feng shui, and can be used to expand research. As for the technique, it is the means by which the cultivator uses spiritual energy. For example, the recipe of elixir, the method of making spiritual tools, and the most critical technique of protecting the Tao. The technique of protecting the Tao has different names and abilities according to different realms. For example, the technique of protecting the Tao in the Qi refining period is called magic, because the Qi refining period cannot mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and can only use the true Qi in their bodies to attack, and the power and means are limited, so it is called magic. When the foundation building period comes, the cultivators will have spiritual perception, which can forcibly mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the power and means are stronger and more diverse, so it is called spiritual art.
As for the golden core period?
According to the records of the sect, when it comes to the golden core period, all the means and thoughts during cultivation need to be transformed into a fundamental art, and countless methods are derived from it. It is not only used for killing and protecting the way, but also for self-cultivation. More importantly, according to the speculation of the ancestors, The cultivators can even use it to comprehend the way in the dark.
And this fundamental art is called magic.
However, to summarize their own practice with a high-level vision and to achieve the unity of all methods is the ability of the Golden Core period cultivators.
Lin Chen is still too far away from this.
What he cares more about now is whether he can sell the improved tricks in his hands for a good price. If we say that in the shops of the immortal cultivation world, the business that can make steady profits and not lose money, it is not the array plate, nor the talisman, nor the elixir, but the secret art of cultivation. Because the array plate is not affordable for ordinary cultivators, no matter how much the talisman is squeezed, it still requires labor costs, and special talismans need to increase the price, and the elixir is even more pitfall. If you are lucky, you will naturally make a lot of money, but if you are unlucky, you have invested a lot of spiritual medicines and materials, and finally fail to refine, then it is a blood loss.
The secret art of cultivation is different.
As long as you buy the original at the beginning, and then restrict the purchase of the cultivator's outer transmission with special restrictions. Then, the shop can sell it repeatedly, thereby obtaining a steady stream of profits. Not to mention that Lin Chen's improved trick template has never appeared in the market, it has special value and can bring huge profits. Not only that, Baibaolo can also make this improved trick into its own signboard, establish unique characteristics, thereby improving its own competitiveness and occupying more fame in the market.
And the reputation in the market is directly linked to the interests.
Lin Chen smiled slightly, and seeing the other party's words and actions, he couldn't help but feel moved. It seems that this improved magic template is far more valuable than he imagined.
Fang Mingyuan picked up the jade slip and carefully read the visible part of the content inside.
Only then did he realize his own gaffe. Lin Chen saw a lot of truth and falsehood, which was very unfavorable for the subsequent price reduction. But at this time, he was more concerned about another problem. He looked at Lin Chen with a sharp eye, and there was a hint of urgency in his tone. I wonder if this improved magic was done by fellow Taoist? Compared with this improved magic, he cares more about the person who can improve it. Because in the world of immortal cultivation, most people rarely think about the essence of cultivation for resources, promotion, and lifespan.
They only practice step by step, not to mention the improvement of methods and techniques.
On the one hand, this is due to the inertia of thinking, and on the other hand, it is due to one's own understanding. Ordinary people don't even know how long it takes to learn all kinds of tricks and spiritual arts, let alone integrate them, improve and create. The improved unique tricks not only have power different from ordinary tricks, but can even become the foundation for a family or even a sect to pass on. Therefore, those who can do this are enough to become guests of honor in major families and sects.
Manager Feng, don't joke.
Lin Chen smiled bitterly. If Zhang had such a skill, he would have become a guest of honor in Qingyun's sect long ago, so why would he come here? This is just what I got from a senior's cave. If I didn't urgently need a defensive spiritual weapon, I wouldn't even take it out. This trick was naturally improved by Lin Chen, but of course he wouldn't admit it. Although he might become a guest of honor in major forces and enjoy rich resources for cultivating immortals if he exposed himself, he might also be artificially imprisoned and studied specifically for them. Lin Chen is not so stupid as to give the right to choose to others and entrust his own safety to the kindness of others. So he has never had any idea of exposing himself from the beginning to now. If he had not deduced the possibility of war and the research of soul-nourishing incense 3.0 version urgently needed a lot of resources, which was related to his future path, he would not have taken this risk. Although this move also has risks, Lin Chen also knows that he does not have a system or immortal tools to produce resources by himself, so he can only obtain them by himself. In order to go further, he has to take risks and fight.
Lin Chen has never been the kind of person who talks about hiding all day long.
In his opinion, hiding is just to hide his edge better, but if he finds an opportunity where the benefits outweigh the risks, he will definitely fight for it. Besides, he is not a person without a plan. I only came up with improved tricks, not creativity, so as not to attract the attention of the foundation-building monks. As for the monks in the chi refining stage, even if I can't defeat them, I can still escape. Regarding this situation after coming up with the improved magic trick, it is not like Lin Chen has not made the worst budget.
Is that so?
Fang Mingyuan stared at Lin Chen closely, as if he wanted to see something on his face. But the other person's expression was so real that it made him a little unpredictable.
Did the other party really just get it by coincidence? Shopkeeper Fang, since we are doing business, as long as we make some profit, it is fine. The source is not important, is it? Lin Chen asked. Fellow Taoist is right. Seeing that he couldn't get any useful information, Fang Mingyuan could only nod in agreement.
However, although it is an improved trick, it still needs to be tested for its power.
I wonder if you are willing to test it with us. Fong Mingyuan said. Of course. Lin Chen nodded. Afterwards, Fong Mingyuan took his fingerprints and seemed to be communicating something.
After a while, a middle-aged man opened the door and walked in.
Lin Chen's eyes moved and he looked at the other party.
He has a strong back, a stern face, and a fierce aura exuding from his whole body. His eyes, in particular, were indescribably sharp.
This is our guard captain of Baibao Tower Wang Ping.
Fong Mingyuan explained with a smile. We also ask fellow Taoist Zhang to cooperate with us in testing this new and improved trick. Lin Chen glanced at him, nodded and said, okay.
This is our guest, fellow Taoist Zhang Ping.
I hope you can cooperate with us in this magic test.
Wang Ping glanced at Lin Chen indifferently and nodded, of course.
Since there is no testing venue in Baibao building, the three of them can only go to specific places in Fong City for testing.
Inside the testing site.
Next, please ask fellow Taoist to use this trick on Wang Ping. After arriving at the venue, Fong Mingyuan said.
Not shooting? Lin Chen glanced at him. This trick is for actual combat. Fong Mingyuan replied. Lin Chen understood what he meant.
Target shooting can only test the power of the trick, but cannot judge its value in actual combat. Lin Chen looked at Wang Ping, who was standing more than 10 meters away, with a small yellow shield surrounding him.
It was an ordinary defensive spiritual weapon that matched ordinary monks. I see, should we judge the value of this trick based on the defense and dodge abilities of ordinary monks?
This thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind. In that case, it's just as Manager Fong said. Lin Chen smiled brightly. Then Lin Chen suddenly raised his right hand, and his whole temperament instantly changed drastically, and his whole body exuded a fierce aura.
Not far away, Wang Ping's pupils shrank.
In his perception, Lin Chen seemed to have instantly transformed from a harmless little white rabbit into a ferocious tiger that preys on people.
Condensation.
Lin Chen spit out a syllable coldly, and then, the true energy in his body surged, forming a spear directly in front of him. The spear was golden in color, with lifelike fiery red lines spreading across its body. The hot and sharp aura emitted, directly distorting the surrounding air.
Go!
Lin Chen glanced at Wang Ping, and then directly controlled the golden gun to fly towards Zhang Ping.
This is the golden spear technique? Wang Ping was stunned.
The golden spear technique is a spiritual technique with high attack power during the chi refining stage. However, due to its slow flying speed, it is easy to be avoided, so it has always been used only when the forces are fighting.
Where is this spiritual improvement?
Could it be? Before Wang Ping had time to finish thinking, he saw the golden gun in front of him suddenly exploded. Raging flames surged forward, and a bright golden light flashed past.
Not good.
Wang Ping's expression changed, his muscles all over his body tensed up, and he manipulated the shield with an impressive move.
Bang!
With one blow, Wang Ping flew out. Before he could stand still, the flames immediately rushed in and completely covered him.
Okay.
Fong Mingyuan on the side had glaring eyes. He didn't care about Wang Ping's situation at all, but instead cheered loudly. Obviously, he was more concerned about the power of this trick.
Ahem!
The flames dissipated and a figure walked out. Wang Ping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised the shield and looked at the obvious cracks on it, feeling a little wary when he spoke. The attack power and speed of this spiritual technique have surpassed that of the golden spear technique.
If you are not caught off guard, you will definitely suffer a big loss.
However, the aiming of this spiritual technique requires extremely high predictability. At the same time, if it is approached, it will not have a chance to be used.
Wang Ping analyzed.
Even so, its power should not be underestimated, and fellow Taoist Wang Ping seems to have forgotten something. Lin Chen said with a slight smile, even if the opponent blocks this attack, the covering flames are enough to interrupt the enemy's response. Next, whether it is an escape or a sneak attack, it will create enough opportunities, right?
That's right. Wang Ping was silent for a moment and said. It's indeed good. Fong Mingyuan chuckled and changed his tone. Although this trick is powerful, it also has many limitations. I wonder what price you want. Then let's see if shopkeeper Fong's offer is interesting enough.
Lin Chen smiled softly. Usually these merchants rip off customers, but now that there is a rare opportunity, Lin Chen would feel sorry for his conscience if he didn't take the opportunity to rip off the other party.
I wonder what price you want.
Returning to the room in Baibao Tower, Fong Mingyuan brewed another cup of spiritual tea, sat down slowly, and said with a smile.
From Manager Fong's perspective, what's the value of this trick? Lin Chen didn't answer, but kicked the ball back.
This, Fang Mingyuan pondered for a moment. Although its power is good in the chi refining stage magic, it also has many limitations, so 1,000 spirit stones, what do you think, fellow Taoist?
1,000 spirit stones? Lin Chen's face suddenly changed color and he shouted sternly, is Manager Fang bullying me? By offering this price, are you trying to amuse me, Zhen? In that case, I don't care if I don't sell this trick.
After saying that, Lin Chen seemed to be extremely angry. He flicked his robe and stood up to leave.
Hey, I am confused, I said some stupid things, fellow Taoist, please don't take it to heart. Fang Mingyuan quickly got up to stop him, and managed to persuade Lin Chen to stay.
Lin Chen stared at Fang Mingyuan for a while, then snorted coldly and sat down as if very reluctantly.
In fact, Lin Chen didn't know the price of the improved magic trick in the market.
After all, it was very precious and almost no one would sell it, so Lin Chen had no past experience to refer to. But it doesn't matter if you don't know the value, but you must show your dissatisfaction, because only in this way can you continue to raise the price. As long as the other party keeps lowering the price, he will raise the price desperately.
Although Lin Chen doesn't know how to bargain, who can't brag?
Besides, although this trick is just the most rubbish of his many improved tricks, it is still his brainchild. He worked hard for 3 days and nights to improve it.
So the price can only be increased, not reduced. Fellow Taoist, I definitely don't mean this.
Fang Mingyuan quickly comforted him, fearing that he would sell the trick to other stores. As long as fellow Taoist is willing, the price can still be negotiated. 10,000 spirit stones, plus 10 copies each of pulse protecting pill, spirit condensing liquid, spiritual slaughter powder, and 10 herb rejuvenation pills, and then let me rub the ones at the foundation level of the Baibao Tower at will. 10 points of spiritual skills, 100 points of magic during the chi refining period.
Lin Chen said lightly. What?
When Fang Mingyuan heard this, his expression changed. Not to mention the rubbing magic and spiritual skills, opening your mouth is 100% accurate. Just looking at 10,000 spirit stones, it is equivalent to the harvest of a very ordinary monk in the foundation building stage in 1 year, and comparable to the profit of Baibao Tower in 1 year. Not to mention the request for elixirs was even more unacceptable to Fang Mingyuan. The 3 types of elixirs Lin Chen needed.
Pulse protecting pill can protect the meridians and prevent them from being injured.
It can ensure the correct promotion during the chi refining period, or it can also save the lives of monks who failed to break through the foundation building. After taking Shenling powder, the monk's spiritual power can be highly condensed in a short period of time, so as to better liquefy the true energy in the monk's dantian. Spirit condensing liquid can better promote the liquefaction of the true energy in the monk's body. The combined effects of the 3 are enough to have the 3 successful effects of the foundation establishment pill. Therefore, for those casual cultivators who do not have enough financial resources to purchase foundation building pills, they are called the 3 foundation building treasures. The Baichao rejuvenation pill is made by collecting the essence of Baichao and combining it with precious elixirs. It is a famous healing elixir in the chi refining stage, and even plays a significant role in the foundation building stage. Therefore, the prices of these kinds of elixirs have always remained high, and they are often even expensive but not available. As the top store in Yunleifang City, Baibao Building naturally has these elixirs, but it can't stop Lin Chen from asking for 10 portions.
Isn't fellow Taoist too greedy? Although the improved tricks are precious, they are definitely not worth the price. Fang Mingyuan's face darkened and he refused directly. What a joke! If he agreed to the deal, he would have to pack up and leave the Baobao Building the next day.
Really? Lin Chen said unhurriedly, with the rarity and uniqueness of this trick, it is enough to be sold in the market for 3 to 5 times the price of ordinary tricks.
If you buy the original, you can buy it with Baibaolu with the number of customers. I don't know how much I can earn. From my point of view, I think I'm still selling cheaply. Fellow Taoist is joking.
Fang Mingyuan retorted, the principle of this trick is just to explode the body of the golden gun, giving the tip of the gun greater power and speed, and then giving it the attack of flames.
It is easy to imitate. This trick is not that precious at all. What you said, if this thing was so easy to copy, shopkeeper Fang wouldn't be bargaining with me here.
Lin Chen said calmly, besides, how to ensure that the force generated by the explosion is transmitted to the tip of the gun instead of interfering with it? Its trajectory is enough to ensure that this trick is not so easy to be copied. After some fierce bargaining, the price was finally determined with Fang Mingyuan's ugly face. Fang Mingyuan was exempted from the cost of spiritual weapons, 3,000 spiritual stones, 3 copies each of pulse protecting pill, spirit condensing liquid, and spiritual slaughter powder, 3 herb rejuvenation pills, 1 spiritual technique in the foundation establishment stage, and a magic technique in the chi refining stage.
Sherfan completed the transaction.
The corners of Lin Chen's mouth raised slightly. Although it was not eye-catching, it was enough to see the joy in his heart.
However, Fong Mingyuan's eyes were very gloomy.
He glanced at Lin Chen and lowered his eyelids slightly. Get it first, as for what happens next. With this thought in mind, Fong Mingyuan stood up, went back and forth, took out the transaction items, and handed them to Lin Chen. These are 30 copies of Xingyun spiritual leaves, the corresponding elixirs, and the corresponding spiritual skills templates.
I hope fellow Taoists will keep them.
Fong Mingyuan placed 100 pieces of green leaves that exuded a faint aura and other items
in front of Lin Chen.
Although spirit stones are still the basic unit of currency in the world of immortal cultivation, they are not small in size because they are different from coins and banknotes. If it is a small amount, it is fine, but once the number is large, it is not easy to carry. Even if there is a storage bag, the space is limited, and it is impossible to carry thousands of spirit stones with you. Therefore, to facilitate the cultivators, Xingyun sect has refined a spiritual object called Xingyun spirit leaf, with a unique secret method. It is not only easy to carry, but also contains spiritual energy comparable to 100 low-grade spirit stones.
Even in critical moments, it can be taken as a healing pill.
As for why the middle-grade spirit stones are not used, it is because the middle-grade spirit stones can only be circulated among the cultivators in the foundation building period. As for the specific reason, Lin Chen has some guesses, but he is not sure. Lin Chen nodded, checked it carefully, and took back the storage bag after confirming that there was no problem, and then started to unlock the restrictions in the jade slip.
Thank you, Manager Fong. If there is nothing else, I will leave first.
Lin Chen collected the things, chatted for a few more words, and then said goodbye.
I hope you will come again. Fong Mingyuan said politely.
However, when Lin Chen left, Fong Mingyuan did not get up, but sat on the carved wooden chair, sipping spiritual tea, with a dim look in his eyes. 3,000 spiritual stones, 3 defensive spiritual tools, 3 foundation building treasures, 300 herbs rejuvenation pills, plus the improved spiritual art template. As his thoughts turned, a cold light gradually appeared in Fong Mingyuan's eyes.
Come in.
As he spoke, the door opened and Wang Ping walked in.
How sure are you? Fong Mingyuan said something that made people a little confused.
But Wang Ping quickly understood what he meant. It is said that there is no business without fraud, and Fong Mingyuan has done business that makes a lot of money without capital.
I don't know. Wang Ping was silent for a while and said,
Fong Mingyuan frowned. You are in the late stage of Qi training, and he is in the middle stage. Not only have you experienced many battles, but you also have the help of spiritual tools and talismans provided by our Baibao Tower.
In this case, you don't know if you can kill the other party?
In the case of life and death fighting among the same level, it is not only the strength and trump cards that are tested, but also the ability to react on the spot and the control of the battlefield. Wang Ping said calmly. Without knowing the other party's intelligence, I can't judge the confidence of victory by the breath alone. And just now when I was experimenting with the magic trick, I could sense the bloody murderous aura emanating from his body.
The other party is not simple. Is that so? Fong Mingyuan frowned deeply. He knew Wang Ping's strength.
He was the most powerful cultivator in Baibao Tower.
He once fought against 3 people alone and killed 3 evil cultivators in the late stage of Qi training. Even he said so.
It seems that this Taoist Zhang is not as easy to deal with as imagined.
The room fell into silence for a while.
After a while, Fong Mingyuan suddenly said, if I remember correctly, a group of casual cultivators who specialize in killing people for treasures have come to the market recently.
That's right. Wang Ping nodded. What was the result of the contact?
The other party is not willing to cooperate with us. Wang Ping said expressionlessly, which was enough to shock the cultivators in the market. Who would have thought that the big shops in the market would secretly have connections with the casual cultivators who specialize in killing people for treasures? But if you think about it carefully, it is not impossible. After all kinds of transactions are carried out inside the shops, and the visitors in the market are almost all dressed in black. In this case, how can those casual cultivators who kill people for treasures determine which ones are poor ghosts and which ones are fat sheep?
Isn't that just right? Fong Mingyuan smiled coldly, inadvertently revealed a transaction worth nearly tens of thousands of spirit stones in the store today. Do you understand?
He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the three words inadvertently.
I understand. Remember. Fang Mingyuan stared into his eyes. Remember, if there is a chance, capture him alive. If there is no chance, don't leave him alive, understand? I understand. Wang Ping immediately understood what he meant.
The other party is valuable, so try to capture him alive. But if there is no such opportunity, go all out and kill him to prevent the news from leaking out.
But,
manager, if the other party is a big shot, if we do this, will it be? Wang Ping hesitated, not knowing what he thought of.
If there is really a foundation-building cultivator behind the other party, why sell this improved trick? Fang Mingyuan shook his head.
Then, a sneer appeared on his face again. Besides, this matter was done by those casual cultivators who specialize in robbing and killing merchants.
What does it have to do with our Baibaolu?
If something really happens, we can take this opportunity to kill them legitimately.
Wouldn't that be a double gain of reputation and profit? By then, maybe those customers will be grateful to us.
In Fang Mingyuan's opinion, a real businessman should achieve the greatest benefit and at the same time gain the most gratitude.
As for the blood and cruelty behind it, what does it have to do with him? As long as the surface work is done well, he will always be a conscientious businessman. The manager taught you. Wang Ping showed a look of admiration on his face, bowed deeply, and then retreated. After a while, a figure hurriedly left the back door of Baibaolu. After that, the spies ambushed in various places in Yunlifang City inadvertently passed Lin Chen's transaction content and travel trajectory to certain people.
Seeing the money, they become greedy, diverting troubles, and killing people with borrowed knives. The darkness and cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation have just revealed the tip of the iceberg. Under the moonlit night, there was an unstoppable chirping of insects everywhere.
In a dark forest not far from Yunlifang City, a figure quietly appeared on a tree.
He looked around, then finally stood up and jumped.
No one is really following me, am I overthinking it? This person is Lin Chen.
Since coming out of the store, he has blended in with the crowd, and even walked around the market a few times, paying attention behind him, but did not find anyone following him. That's okay, however, when he just jumped down from the tree, an undetectable ray of light shot out from the forest on the side and shot at Lin Chen accurately. The opponent's timing was very clever, and they struck just when Lin Chen landed. At this moment, the old strength was not gone, and the new strength was not born. Lin Chen had no way to avoid this sudden attack. Bite! Between the lightning and flint, a spiritual light flashed in Lin Chen's hand, and an earth-yellow spiritual shield appeared instantly, blocking the attack. Lin Chen looked at the silvery needle under his feet with a gloomy face. It turned out to be an extremely insidious flying needle. Lin Chen's eyes moved and he looked aside. In the darkness, a figure stood out from behind the tree. Why are you here, fellow Taoist?
I've been waiting here for a long time.
The person who came was a big man with a strong back and a strong face. He was holding a big knife, with a ferocious grin on his face, and there was an indescribable killing intent in his cold smile.
The man's name is Zhang Yuanlong.
He is a casual cultivator with the qualifications of a pseudo-spiritual root monk with 4 kinds of spiritual roots. Although his qualifications are very poor, he has stumbled through the practice by killing people and plundering various immortal cultivation resources and practicing evil arts.
It's the late stage of qi refining.
This time, it was because he heard about the transaction of thousands of spiritual stones that he became greedy and decided to lead people to ambush and kill Lin Chen.
However, since there was no specific tracking method, they could only use the magic talisman to rush forward, ambush in the direction Lin Chen left, and gamble on their luck. Unexpectedly, I got lucky in the end.
It seems that I have to kill this kid as soon as possible to prevent others from catching up and intercepting him. Zhang Yuanlong's eyes became more and more greedy as he stared at Lin Chen, as if he was looking at a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Chen didn't speak, just stared at him coldly. Don't worry, as long as fellow Taoist can hand over the thousands of spiritual stones on his body, I will die. Before Lin Chen could finish speaking, his eyes moved and he turned sideways. Suddenly, a cold light flashed across his eyes. The other party seemed to be talking nonsense, but in fact he was attracting Lin Chen's attention and creating opportunities for his secret teammates to attack. Not only that, Zhang Yuanlong also took action boldly when the sneak attack was launched, forming a flanking attack from both front and back, hoping to complete his success with this attack. Die! Zhang Yuanlong strode forward, raising the sword in his hand high, emitting a sharp golden light, and then struck Lin Chen fiercely. Both the timing and the angle of this sword were mastered very delicately, as if it had undergone special training. Obviously, the opponent has practiced martial arts and is able to flexibly display the power of this broadsword, unlike other monks who can only use magic weapons to hit the enemy from a distance. As expected, the opponent is a casual cultivator who has experienced countless life and death battles. He has rich fighting experience. As expected, he is not comparable to the lower-level cultivators of the sect. Feeling the sharp sword wind, Lin Shen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, such an attack can kill ordinary sect monks, but it is far from enough to kill me. Bite. A dazzling spark flashed in the air. What? Zhang Yuanlong's expression changed, and he felt an overwhelming counter-shock force coming, which not only interrupted his forward offensive in one fell swoop, but also shook him backwards. Lin Shen stepped on his toes and retreated continuously with the force of the impact, withdrawing from the opponent's attack range. Then, the breeze surrounded him, and the whole person flew out like an arrow from a string. Divine magic. Lin Shen was not afraid of fighting the opponent to the death, but the problem was that besides Zhang Yuanlong, he sensed the presence of other people in the field. If he ignored him and directly fought with him, he would most likely be plotted against him. We have to lure out the people hiding on the other side. Lin Shen's eyes flickered, his body jumped a few times, and he ran straight into the distance. Do you think you can escape? Zhang Yuanlong looked at Lin Shen shrouded in yellow light, with a fierce look on his face. He didn't expect that Lin Shen was so rich that he even had such a good defensive weapon. But it doesn't matter, this thing will soon become his. For Zhang Yuanlong, Lin Shen at this moment, the richer the better. Lin Shen didn't pay attention to his clamor, but silently calculated in his heart. With my current speed, I can completely escape the opponent's attack, but he is following me without being in a hurry. This shows. Aha! In the grass not far away, a bright golden light suddenly rose up. In a moment, a small pale golden sword rose up, and then slashed towards Lin Shen menacingly. Kill! Zhang Yuanlong followed closely behind and started to attack again. His momentum was concentrated, and he raised his sword again. His sword skills were wide open and closed, and he was completely in a desperate posture. Not only that, Lin Shen also saw through spiritual vision that there were violent fluctuations of Jinqi not far away. Obviously, there was someone on the other side secretly performing magic tricks. Once the three monks attack with all their strength, Lin Shen will fall into a passive state even if he does not die. By then, defeat will only be a matter of time. Kill this guy, and whatever he has on him will be mine. Zhang Yuanlong grinned, feeling happy in his heart. He had already begun to calculate the distribution of the spoils in his mind. However, at this time, he saw an inexplicable sneer on Lin Shen's face. Not good. The feeling he got from the life and death fight made him immediately aware that something was wrong. Zhang Yuanlong couldn't help but speed up, and the knife in his hand slashed at Lin Shen at a unique angle. Then, he saw a scene that he would never forget. He saw. Lin Shen jumped into the air, and then flew up. No, to be precise, his whole body was swinging forward like a swing. Not only did he dodge the big sword and jump over the golden sword, he also dodged the final magic attack with a subtle distance. Flying tricks? No, that's not right. At this time, Zhang Yuanlong observed carefully and discovered that under the bright moonlight, Lin Shen's hands were covered with transparent silk threads that were difficult to detect and could only be traced under bright light. This is spiritual silk technique. Lin Shen's eyes were gloomy as he started to fly. Among his many tricks during the Qi training period, he always believed that the spiritual silk technique was the best field control technique, especially in dense forests. Because it can not only restrict the opponent, but also help him move and cast spells, which is what is called move. At this moment, he not only dodged many attacks in one fell swoop, he was also on top of the sneak attacker in an instant. Lin Shen's face was as cold as iron. He stretched out his hand and a yellow and white flame instantly emerged in his hand. There didn't seem to be anything special about it, but the three people in ambush all felt a tremor from the bottom of their hearts. This is the white phosphorus flame technique he developed based on the technology of his previous life. Farewell. Lin Shen smiled softly, and the flame in his hand fell down. No! Because the incident happened so suddenly, everyone present had no time to react, so the sneak attacker just subconsciously activated a spiritual shield talisman for defense, and he didn't even have time to trigger the defensive spiritual weapon. The white light shield appeared in the void in a semi-ring shape, but little sparks fell on it, which immediately corroded the spiritual shield into holes. The weak flames began to spread quickly after touching his body, burning like gangrene on his body. In a few breaths, his whole body was lit up like a torch. Zhang Yuanlong, who was not far away, saw this scene and his eyes were filled with tears. However, Lin Chen's counterattack was not over yet. The swing formed by the spiritual threads wrapped around the trees caused Lin Chen to perform a 360-degree rotation in the air, flying directly from Zhang Yuanlong's eyes to behind him. In just a few jumps, a pockmarked monk appeared in front of him. The opponent was the monk who had just performed the magic attack. Stop! Zhang Yuanlong finally reacted and shouted crazily. At the same time, he turned around and ran towards this place, but he was still a little short of stopping Lin Chen. The pockmarked monk looked frightened, sweating profusely, and retreated eagerly, desperately activating the defensive weapon in his hand. Oh! Lin Chen chuckled lightly, his eyes glowing white, constantly looking for flaws in the defensive weapon. Brother, save me! Sensing the unabashed murderous intent exuded by Lin Chen, the pockmarked monk's face changed drastically and he shouted in fear. The pockmarked monk and Zhang Yuanlong turned out to be not only companions in murder and arson, but also blood brothers. I'm here! Zhang Yuanlong's face turned red, his speed surged, and he rushed towards the pockmarked monk crazily. Obviously, in order to save the pockmarked monk, he even used secret techniques that damaged his body. Quick, quick! Zhang Yuanlong looked ferocious as he kept closing the distance between the two parties. As long as it's a few meters away, I can. Looking at his elder brother who was getting closer and closer, the pockmarked monk's face was filled with joy, but he felt his heart suddenly went cold and all the strength in his body was rapidly draining away. What's going on? He lowered his head and looked, only to see that at some point, a large hole appeared in his heart, with yellow-white flames burning on the side. No! Zhang Yuanlong roared crazily. He watched helplessly as a fireball, at a tricky angle, broke through the defensive spiritual weapon, broke the spiritual shield, and directly penetrated his brother's body. Puff! The blazing flames ignited again, mixed with thick white smoke, and another human-shaped torch suddenly appeared on the field. No! Why? Zhang Yuanlong's eyes were red and he stared at Lin Chen. Why? Lin Chen strolled as if nothing happened, widening the distance between the two without leaving any trace. Those who kill will always be killed. What's there to say? I'm going to kill you. Zhang Yuanlong's face was ferocious and he wanted to bite people. As he spoke, spiritual light flashed around him and an illusory armor appeared on his body, protecting him within it. Lin Chen did not reply, but took action again without hesitation. In 1 second, 2 red and blue spiritual bullets emitting spiritual power fluctuations appeared in Lin Chen's hands. Spirit Bullet Technique Attribute Transformation Water and Fire Grant. I have clearly confirmed that there is no trace left on my body. How did the other party ambush me? It seems that I have to capture him alive and interrogate him, but it is a bit troublesome to capture a body cultivator alive. Of course, it is only a bit. Lin Chen lowered his eyelids, retracted the messy thoughts in his mind, stretched out his hand, and 2 large spiritual bullets, 1 red and 1 blue, flew out of his hand and shot towards Zhang Yuanlong. Defend! Zhang Yuanlong did not hesitate and directly used the defensive spiritual weapon in his hand. Suddenly, a small shield emitting khaki spiritual light blocked him in front of him. Although he was a body cultivator and was wearing spiritual armor, he did not intend to use his body to resist the opponent's tricks. However, the expected impact did not come. The 2 flying spiritual bullets actually collided directly in the air. Then, a cloud of mist instantly spread and engulfed the 2 people present. Not good. Zhang Yuanlong's face changed, and he pinched a seal with his left hand, as if he wanted to use the Qingfeng technique to disperse the white mist. The cultivators in the Qi refining stage did not have the spiritual sense, like the cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, which could detect the surrounding environment. So under the fog, their vision would be obstructed, and they could not control the situation on the battlefield. At this moment, a shadow flashed behind Zhang Yuanlong. Lin Chen seemed to want to take advantage of the thick fog to block the enemy's vision and launch a close-range sneak attack. Go to hell! However, Zhang Yuanlong, who was supposed to be casting a spell, suddenly stopped casting with his left hand, held the broadsword with both hands, stepped back with his right foot, twisted his upper body, and used the movement of turning to chop the sharp broadsword in his hand fiercely behind him. The casting process cannot be stopped casually, otherwise it will be backfired. But looking at Zhang Yuanlong's extremely smooth movements, it can be seen that the casting just now was just a fake move. Obviously, this was a flaw deliberately left for Lin Chen. However, Zhang Yuanlong did not feel the expected tearing of flesh and blood in his hands, but felt that his hands were empty, as if he had chopped the air. No! Wrong! It's not as if. What I cut was the air. The shadow in front of me quickly dissipated. This was not me, but an illusion.
Heh, you've been tricked. A figure appeared directly in front of Zhang Yuanlong, and then pounced directly on him. At this time, Zhang Yuanlong turned sideways and could not directly deal with the attack from the front of him. At the critical moment, Zhang Yuanlong showed a trace of a grim smile on his face. You are the one who was fooled. In a moment, a line of silver 3-inch sword light shot out from his chest. Swish! It was as if a thunderbolt struck in the air, and the fog suddenly lit up, and then in the blink of an eye, the figure passed through the chest. 100-step flying sword. Zhang Yuanlong looked like a monk who could only fight in close combat with a broadsword, but he actually hit a flying sword specially for long-range attacks on his body. However, when the flying sword completely penetrated the figure in front of him, Zhang Yuanlong's face not only did not show any joy, but his face changed drastically. Because the figure in front of him quickly dissipated, obviously, this was also fake. Not in front of me, nor behind me, then the other party is. Zhang Yuanlong seemed to think of something and looked up suddenly. However, it was too late. A large net emitting a light blue light fell directly from the sky and covered him in it. Not good. The keen perception gained from the life and death battle gave him a crazy warning. Once he was controlled, he would face Lin Chen's terrifying attack next. Break free from it. Zhang Yuanlong roared, mobilized the true energy in his body, and wanted to tear the large net covering his body in one fell swoop. But the whole person was suddenly stunned. Because I don't know when, Lin Chen really appeared in front of him, and his dark eyes seemed to hide a vortex, which directly captured his mind. Then, silk threads, countless silk threads. In an instant, a series of spiritual silks shot out from Lin Chen's hands, entangled Zhang Yuanlong's thighs, tied his hands, and climbed up his torso. Not long after, the other party's entire torso was wrapped in spiritual silk like a pupa. Lin Chen pinched his hand seal, and a spirit bullet emitting deep chill took shape in a short moment. The white spirit bullet whizzed away and hit Zhang Yuanlong. In a short moment, the light blue spirit silk quickly turned into white emitting deep cold breath. Under the roar of Zhang Yuanlong who recovered, he wrapped his head and below into an ice sculpture. This is an ice bullet. Take advantage of this time. Lin Chen's eyes became sharp, and he pinched the seals with both hands, and the fluctuation of true energy emerged again. He knew very well that although Zhang Yuanlong was frozen, he was not seriously injured due to the spirit armor and physical fitness on his body. As long as he was given enough time, he could get out of the ice. So when he was trapped, it was the best time to attack. And he must break the enemy's defense and give him a heavy blow within this time period. 2 strikes. This thought quickly flashed through the minds of the two people who were fighting. My first strike will cause cracks in the ice that controls him while hitting him, giving him a chance to escape. And before he fully recovers, I can still deliver one more strike. So I must defeat him completely within 2 strikes. A lot of thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind, but his hands did not slow down at all. The light blue spiritual light transformed into a huge water bomb in his hand, and then began to be continuously compressed. During this process, the blue spiritual energy mixed with light golden light spots continued to gather. Zhang Yuanlong stared at the scene in front of him, his battle-hardened body was constantly warning him. He could naturally sense the power of the tricks condensed in Lin Chen's hands, but he was trapped, let alone evasion, and even defense was impossible. Now he could only bet that the spiritual weapon on his body could withstand the opponent's attack. Finally, a water bomb mixed with golden light formed in Lin Chen's hand. Cut. Lin Chen spit out this word expressionlessly, his eyes were as cold as iron, and his whole body exuded a sharp breath. In an instant, a beautiful blue-gold arc passed through the air, but under this beautiful appearance, it exuded a fierce murderous intent that made Zhang Yuanlong change color. Puff! The blue-gold arc broke through the ice layer unstoppably, penetrated the spiritual armor, and completely blew up Zhang Yuanlong's dantian. Puff! A ball of blood burst out of Zhang Yuanlong's abdomen, his breath was disordered, and his internal qi was running wild, making his mouth fishy and spitting out a ball of blood foam. How is it possible? He fell slowly, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He was wearing spiritual armor, robes, and defensive spiritual weapons. The combination of these, can this be broken by a trick of the qi refining period? The power of the water knife technique is beyond my expectations. Standing in the distance, Lin Chen saw this scene and this thought flashed through his mind. High-pressure water knife is a technology in Lin Chen's previous life. Water gains huge kinetic energy under high pressure, and then puts in sandy abrasives, which will form a water knife with terrifying cutting power. The power of its trick depends on the spiritual pressure that Lin Chen can create. If he uses all his strength, Lin Chen can even launch an attack close to the foundation building period. Tell me, How did you determine my position?
Lin Shen did not take any further action, but stood in the distance and asked coldly. Many cultivators rushed forward when they saw that the enemy had no ability to resist. This was extremely dangerous because no one knew whether the other party had a trump card to die together.
Ahem, did you think I would tell you?
Zhang Yuanlong collapsed to the ground powerlessly, his whole body gradually became cold, but his eyes looking at Lin Shen were still full of resentment.
It seems that you are very confident in your ability to endure? Lin Shen glanced at the other party, and his eyes seemed to contain some kind of pity.
I have captured many evil cultivators alive, some of whom are more arrogant than you, but there are really no ones who can last more than 2 incense sticks in my hands. Lin Shen lowered his head slightly, playing with the spiritual silk in his hand, and there was no expression on his face. At the same time, a soundproof barrier rose silently around.
I want to see how long you can hold on.
Lin Shen raised his hand suddenly, and strands of spiritual silk flew out and attached directly to Zhang Yuanlong. Then, as if they had life, they drilled into his ears and nose.
No, no. What are you going to do? Stop. Ah.
Zhang Yuanlong's expression changed drastically when he saw this strange scene. He felt that the spiritual silk was like a poisonous insect, drilling into his head, and he felt an unspeakable pain. However, at this moment, Lin Shen seemed to sense something, his eyes slightly condensed, and he turned his head suddenly. At the same time, the seal in his hand turned, and the true energy surged, turning into a dazzling golden arc, passing through Zhang Yuanlong's neck. No, before Zhang Yuanlong could react, he fell into endless darkness. After confirming that the other party was dead, Lin Shen used the spiritual silk in his hand to pull the storage bag on the other party's waist and took it in his hand. Among the 3 ambushed people, only Zhang Yuanlong had a storage bag, and the other 2 did not. But even so, they also had a lot of things on them. For example, the spiritual armor on Zhang Yuanlong's body, even if it was broken into 2 halves, still had the value of recycling. But Lin Shen did not go up to touch the corpse, but turned around and looked coldly at the dark woods beside him. Since you are here, why don't you show up? As early as the battle, he had silently spread the spiritual silk all over the battlefield, so he could naturally sense that someone had just sneaked nearby. The forest was silent, and only the rustling of leaves and the crisp chirping of cicadas could be heard. The evening breeze blew, and the shadows of the trees swayed, but no figure appeared. However, Lin Shen stared at the woods tightly, without any other movements. At this time, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew, and the leaves on the ground suddenly flew into the air, instantly blocking Lin Shen's sight. At the same time, Lin Shen also sensed an extremely cold murderous intent. Lin Shen had a blank expression on his face, but he didn't know when a spiritual talisman emitting strong spiritual power fluctuations appeared in his hand. It emitted a fiery red light, and the runes on it were as red as blood. Just a little excitement, the fallen leaves flying around Lin Shen turned into clusters of flames. Swish! The stars of fire dissipated in the dark night, and the raised fallen leaves slowly fell down. The field was completely silent, with only the gentle evening breeze blowing, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Ha! Lin Shen sneered, performed the magic of walking, lightly stepped on his feet, and retreated. His figure was soon submerged in darkness. After a long time, a figure appeared in the woods. Skilled combat skills, instant magic skills, plus that second-level magic talisman, Wang Ping took a deep breath. It seemed that he had hit a wall. Although the other party had consumed a lot of energy after the battle, it was a good time to take action, but after the test just now, Wang Ping had a hunch that if they really took action, they would definitely die. The news will definitely leak out when the other party leaves this time. If something goes wrong, Wang Ping stood there thinking for a while, then sighed slightly, and the whole person gradually disappeared into the darkness. Night fell, and the moon was in the middle of the sky. The Yunlai market was bustling and the lights were still on. In a small forest not far from the market, a figure emerged. He was wearing a black windbreaker, tall and straight, and his bright eyes were as sharp as an eagle. This young man was Lin Shen. It was not that he was unwilling to return to the sect, but when he used the invisibility technique to sneak towards the sect, he found that many people were ambushing in the direction he left. Although Lin Shen was not afraid of fighting with them, he rushed forward knowing that there was an ambush. That was not a traitor, but stupid. I lurked near them, but no one noticed, which means that the other party has not determined my location, or the means to track me. I changed several routes, and found ambushes every time. Someone must have revealed the direction I left, and when I was fighting with the 3 casual cultivators before, someone caught up with me. They must have judged my location through the movements during the fight. The news that he had obtained thousands of spirit stones was leaked, and the direction when he left was exposed. He mobilized the casual cultivators to rob the team and sent a team to chase and kill.
Connecting all the information, Lin Chen's aura became more and more fierce.
After all, he has been in the world of immortal cultivation for 10 years. Although he is focused on the scientific research of immortal cultivation, he does not understand some inside stories, calculations, and human relationships outside the sect and in the world of immortal cultivation, but this does not mean that he is a fool. He conducted transactions in the room of Baibao Tower, and he wore black clothes when entering and leaving, hiding his storage bag. How did those cultivators who love to kill and rob treasures determine that he had thousands of spirit stones on him and was a fat sheep? And when he left, he could be sure that no one was following him. But if there are spies everywhere in the market, through the transmission of information, arrange different people to lock his position and determine the direction he left, there is a great possibility. Then by mobilizing the blood repair team, ambush in the direction of departure, there is a great chance to block him. Based on the above considerations, Lin Chen can be sure that he was robbed and killed, and it is definitely related to Fong Mingyuan, the manager of Baibaolu. I originally wanted to trade well, but I didn't expect that people would think I was easy to bully. It seems that if I don't use some tricks, I really think I'm a good guy? Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Although it is said that a gentleman's revenge is not too late for 10 years. But if he has the ability, why does a gentleman's revenge take 10 years? I'm afraid he would rush to the enemy's house with a sword that night. Of course, although Lin Chen has the ability to break into Baibaolu and kill people, he is not so stupid. Not to mention that he will be wanted by Baibaolu after killing the other party, cutting off this road to Yunlai Market. After killing someone, how to face the Qingyun sect monks stationed in the market, or even the Foundation establishment monks chasing after him is a big problem. Maybe this is Fong Mingyuan's conspiracy, using himself as bait in the Foundation establishment monks in the market as knives to kill people with borrowed knives. I will not do such a stupid thing if I rush forward and kill people with a knife, but I will be in danger.
Lin Chen's eyes were dim. But who stipulated that you must personally draw the knife to kill people?
Lin Chen glanced at Yunlai Market and then jumped towards it.
In a restaurant in Yunlai Market, the rich aroma of wine and food filled the hall, and monks in various clothes sat in groups of 3 or 2, and waiters passed by from time to time with delicacies. Between the clinking of glasses, there were people coming and going, a lively scene. Although the cultivators in the qi refining stage have extraordinary powers, they cannot practice fasting like the cultivators in the foundation building stage, so eating is still indispensable for them. At this time, during the eating time, the familiar cultivators talked and exchanged the information they had learned. Most of them were casual cultivators, living in Yunlai Market by working or selling their bodies. It's not that they don't want to have spiritual land for cultivation, but in the Lingnan cultivation world, most of the spiritual lands have owners, and the remaining small parts are either in rare places and difficult to find, or occupied by powerful monsters. In the process of cultivating immortals, spiritual energy is indispensable, so in order to preserve the hard-earned immortal path, they can only stay in the market and become cheap labor, providing a foundation for the prosperity of Yunlai Market while earning that meager spiritual stone. But after scraping and eating, there is almost not much left of that spiritual stone, let alone using it for cultivation. Of course, facing this kind of oppression, worse than pigs and dogs, it's not that no cultivators have thought about leaving. But if they all leave, who can come to exploit them in the upper echelons of the market? Therefore, all cultivators working in the market are forced to sign a contract. Once he leaves the market, his cultivation will be abolished and all his property will be taken back. And once this happens, even if he can leave, what's the point? Therefore, most cultivators completely give up the idea of leaving and choose to work hard here, accumulating spiritual stones from generation to generation in exchange for the opportunity for their descendants to stand out. But even with such an idea, their lives are still miserable. Not only have their descendants failed to accumulate wealth, but they have been constantly oppressed and become poorer and poorer. After all, in this world of immortal cultivation where the strong prey on the weak, who will care about those casual cultivators working in the market? Have you heard? A few days ago, the lucky man who picked 100-year-old spiritual medicine was killed by those blood cultivators who killed people for treasures. Is it true? Is the news you got accurate? At this moment, at the wine table, some people were discussing quietly and sharing their own experiences. Blood cultivators are what the casual cultivators in the city call those casual cultivators who specialize in killing people and grabbing treasures, but not in production. This is the 3rd time this month.
The blood cultivators near Fengshe are so rampant, why don't the guardians of Fengshe just ignore them, someone said angrily.
Control?
For the big shots above, as long as the prosperity of the city is not affected, everything else is just a side issue.
Someone shook his head. Blood cultivators usually kill people to silence them. Unless they fight back, few people survive.
This results in the news of being kidnapped and killed rarely leaking out. Although the monks who travel to Feng City know that someone is killing people to seize treasures, they do not know the seriousness of it. In addition, most of the monks are confident in their own strength, so the prosperity of Feng City has not been affected much.
Influence. I don't know. Isn't it good to earn spiritual stones peacefully? Why do you have to kill people and steal wealth? It's not as easy as squeezing and plundering resources while working peacefully. Don't you understand such a simple truth? This makes me want to do blood cultivation. Come on, with this little strength and being a blood cultivator, I'm afraid you'll be slaughtered on the first day, right? The people on the side sneered. I don't know if I am strong or not, but I will have no problem beating you. Oh, it's just you? Do you dare to make gestures? Come on, whoever is cowardly is your grandson.
Perhaps because they drank some wine, the discussion became more and more intense.
Speaking of which, why was the guy selling the elixir targeted by the blood cultivator?
At this moment, someone raised this question.
What's so confusing about this?
Everyone knows that he sells elixirs.
It's strange that the blood cultivators don't keep an eye on him. A monk said disapprovingly. But the problem is that the transaction of elixirs is carried out in the storeroom.
Except for the store and myself, no one else knows.
Why is the news spread?
A voice appeared among the crowd. As soon as this question came out, everyone in the venue paused and looked at each other, and the venue fell into silence for a while. I heard that guy went to the Baobao building in Feng City to trade, a person seemed to mutter. Although his voice was low, it was very clear in the silent lobby. Sure, there are some things that you just know in your heart, but don't say it out loud, otherwise you will encounter blood cultivators the next day. After a moment of silence, a voice sounded in the lobby, which seemed to be a warning, but also seemed to be taunting. Many people in the venue nodded in agreement, looked at each other, and continued eating as if nothing had happened. For a moment, all the communication in the venue disappeared, leaving only the sound of people eating and moving around. At this moment, Lin Chen was sitting on the second floor of the restaurant, looking down at the silent monks downstairs, with a sarcastic smile on his face. The few people who just raised questions in the venue were naturally arranged by Lin Chen. A man selling elixirs in Baibao Tower was robbed and killed by a blood cultivator.
This actually happened.
But it wasn't someone from Baibaolu who leaked it, so Lin Chen really didn't know.
But it doesn't matter. Rumors are like 3 people becoming a tiger.
If more people say something, it becomes true even if it is not true.
Moreover, the scene in front of me not only happened here, but also appeared in restaurants all over Yunlifeng City.
Although it also cost some spiritual stones, it was worth it for Lin Chen.
Conspiracies and calculations are not what I am good at.
In my past and present lives, I am only over 40 years old. How can I compare with those old foxes who have lived for nearly 100 years? Lin Chen is very aware of his own weaknesses. In his previous life, he was just a college student. Even though he has been a man for 2 lifetimes, he has not stepped into society much.
In terms of conspiracy and calculation, how can he compare with those old foxes in the world of immortality who have lived for hundreds of years? But it doesn't matter, he is a time traveler.
What we time travelers bring with us is not only systems, magical weapons, scientific thinking and the like, but also the vision and horizons that have experienced the baptism of the information age. Lin Chan's eyes were dark. In ancient times, there was little information, and some truths had to be experienced before they could be understood.
But modern times are different. As long as you read enough information and think carefully, you can naturally come up with some principles of life.
For example, when Lin Chen watched a certain music circle eat melon, he concluded 2 principles. First, it is easier to target one person than a group. The second is to stand by and watch, and there are far more people who add insult to injury than those who help when it is time for them. Just like a certain music circle in the previous life, if you said that the whole circle was chaotic and unhealthy, they would join forces with the major media to suppress your voice, and even subtly make you feel that this is the case, so that you would not dare to speak out. But if you just single out one person and report him, then the other enemies in his circle will at best stand by and watch, and some will even add insult to injury without hesitation. Although Lin Chen doesn't know what a shopping mall is like, there is no doubt that the principles are the same. If I single out the news that the major shops in Yunlifang City are linked to the blood cultivator, I may not be able to bring down Fong Mingyuan. Instead, it will offend the top management of Yunlifang City, causing them to unite to block the news and even hunt down me, the mastermind behind the scenes. But what if I just spread the collusion between Bai Bailu and Shueisho? In this world where gangsters can happen at any time, no one wants to be killed because of a transaction. Therefore, in the world of cultivating immortals, the most important thing for a shop is its reputation and the confidentiality of transaction contents.
And if this shop spread rumors of deliberately leaking information and cheating on each other, would the monks who came to trade still come here?
And although many shops in the market belong to Qingyun sect, they also compete with each other.
What would the managers of other shops do if they knew about the spread of this news? A rumor cannot defeat the manager of a large shop, but what if someone with ulterior motives fanned the flames?
Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at Bai Bailu, and his dark eyes became more and more profound. Villains are proficient in conspiracy, and wise men calculate people's hearts. No matter how precise the conspiracy is, as long as one link goes wrong, the following will go wrong one after another. Even if there are countless compensation plans, it is just a matter of mending the fold after the sheep have bolted.
But people's hearts are different. As long as the benefits are calculated, most people will make the expected choice.
And Lin Chen believes that as long as he can give others a chance to attack Fong Mingyuan, someone will definitely take the opportunity to add insult to injury. So this time, he spread rumors, but calculated people's hearts. Night fell again, and the night light pearls inlaid on the bronze street lamps emitted a soft white light, illuminating the entire Yunlai market as bright as day.
In a restaurant, 2s and 3s of people were sitting in it. Most of them were dressed in casual clothes, with bamboo baskets under their feet.
They were filled with a mixed smell of grass and wood fragrance and smelly soil, and most of their realms were in the Xiantian realm, which was the realm before the Qi training period. They were herb collectors. Although the Qingyun sect occupied a very large area, except for the main peak and the surrounding spiritual vein gathering places, other places were not included in the scope of the formation, and naturally they were not within the jurisdiction. In this area, although it was sparsely populated and full of dangers, it also contained many valuable genius treasures due to its vast land and undiscovered spiritual veins. Therefore, the profession of herb collectors came into being. They braved various dangers such as poisonous insects and beasts to pick various precious spiritual herbs and medicines, and then took them back to the market to sell to major shops. However, even though this was the result of their labor at the risk of their lives, they were often forced to lower their prices by the shops, and could not obtain enough cultivation resources. In addition, they were not influential and lacked strength, so they were always a vulnerable group in the market.
Hey, have you heard?
Old Wang, who had collected the 100-year-old elixir some time ago, was killed by the blood cultivator. At a small table, a boy about 15 or 16 years old was eating. When he heard this, his whole body tensed up and his hand subconsciously reached for his waist. He breathed a sigh of relief when he felt that the thing on his waist was still there.
Really? I know Lao Wang.
He is a cautious person. How could he, alas, if the news leaks out, he will naturally be targeted by Shueisho.
He has always been a loner. How can the news leak out? But I heard from the market that Bai Bailu deliberately leaked the news. Shut up. Do you want to die?
The person who spoke changed his face and stopped him quickly, whispering, "Some things can be said, and some things can't be said.
You have lived for so long, don't you even understand this truth?
If you continue like this, don't blame me for alienating you and forgetting our friendship."
Yes, I know I was wrong.
Another person smiled bitterly. "I shouldn't say anything nonsense. After all, the water here is very deep and we can't grasp it. Uncle Zhou, excuse me for interrupting you. What you just said." The sudden voice made the two people who were talking suddenly quiet, and they relaxed after seeing who was coming.
It's Xiao Yu. We were just chatting casually just now. I haven't been in the market for long, so I don't understand some things yet.
I hope you two seniors can give me more advice. Xiao Yu handed over a few coins while speaking. This is a talisman money, made of low-grade spirit stones, which is used by low-level casual cultivators when trading. One low-grade spirit stone can make 100 talisman money. After receiving the benefits, the two people's faces relaxed and whispered the news they heard. Leak the news, let the blood cultivator rob and kill, and then split it 50-50. Are you really not going to give us casual cultivators a way to survive? Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and touched the wooden box on his body. This is a 100-year-old spiritual medicine that he took from a monster at a considerable cost. He originally wanted to sell it for a good price in exchange for resources for his own cultivation, but who knew? Baobalu is like this. Are other shops like this too? But there is only this market within 1,000 miles, and if I swallow the 100-year-old elixir, I will explode and die. What can I do? After thinking it over again and again, Xiaoyu still stood up and walked to another shop. The same scene appeared in various places in the market. Perhaps some people guessed that the other shops in the market were also like this, but there was only this market nearby, and without the help of King Xingju, they could not cross the vast and dangerous area to trade in other markets. So they could only hold the fluke idea that only Baibaolu had problems and go to other shops to trade. But no matter what they thought, Lin Chen's goal had been achieved. The flow of customers in Baibaolu began to decrease invisibly. And in the market, because of this rumor that was not sure whether it was true or not, undercurrents surged. In the peaceful world of the previous life, a rumor or a collapse of the house was enough to affect or even destroy a store. Even if it survived, it was unknown how much it would cost to win back the hearts of the people, and if you want to restore your reputation in this world of immortal cultivation, it is impossible without the death of several people. In a guest room, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a sneer appeared on his face. He looked to the west, which was the direction of Baibaolu. 3 people make a tiger, and people's words are scary. You used the news to let the blood cultivators hunt me down, hoping to make a profit. Then I will use rumors to destroy the reputation of Baibaolu and force the people above you to take action. In a room in Baibaolu, Fang Mingyuan, who had been busy all day, sat on a chair to rest. But he did not look relaxed, but frowned, and his knuckles unconsciously knocked on the table. Still no news? Yes. The confidant standing beside him responded. Is that so? Fang Mingyuan stood up and walked back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back. This shouldn't be the case. With Wang Ping's strength, even if he failed to kill him, he shouldn't be unable to escape. Is that Taoist Zhang really that dangerous? Bang! Fang Mingyuan paced back and forth, feeling uneasy. Just as he was about to say something, there was a sudden noise outside, and then the door of the room was knocked open. Oh no, Manager Fang, something has happened. What's the matter? What's wrong with making such a fuss? Fang Mingyuan scolded. Yes. The man panted and said hurriedly, Manager Fang, something has happened. Now there are rumors everywhere in the market that people have been killed and robbed in our shop. What? Fang Mingyuan's face changed. Has the matter been exposed? Tell me the details as soon as possible. This is what happened. After hearing what happened, Fang Mingyuan's face turned very pale. It is true that the casual cultivators sold elixirs in the treasure house, but he had nothing to do with being killed by the blood cultivators. After all, he didn't care about this little bit of profit. But the problem is that there are rumors everywhere in the market now. Even if he comes forward to prove it, it will be useless and will only deepen the suspicion of the cultivators. As an old man, Fang Mingyuan naturally knows that the news must have been leaked by Zhang Daorun. He had expected that the other party would retaliate if he survived, so he had made plans to stay in the market for a long time, but he didn't expect that the other party would fight back in this way. Now that the reputation of Baibaolu has been damaged because of him, he can guess what the person in charge of the shops under Qingyun sect, who is stationed in the market, will do. Damn it! If the other party spreads that all the shops in the market are related to blood cultivation, I can still unite with other shop managers to suppress this matter, but the other party only targets Baibaolu. Now other shop managers will not only not help, but will probably add insult to injury. Fang Mingyuan's face was full of ferocity. He knew very well that these low-level cultivators would not have much impact on him even if the rumors were spread widely. At most, they would resign from their positions as managers on the surface and continue to operate secretly. The real danger is that his old rivals will take this opportunity to kill him in the name of righteousness. And in this case, Fang Mingyuan knew what others would do just by thinking about it. Fang Mingyuan became more and more annoyed as he thought about it, and his wrinkled face gradually revealed a hint of cruelty. Why not just push this matter to Wang Ping and let him be the scapegoat? If he dies, it will be over. If he doesn't die, it will be even better, and I can use his life to solve this matter. Of course, this is not enough. Those who opposed me in the past will definitely add insult to injury. It is not enough to find a scapegoat. I must make things bigger and drag other people into the water, so that I have a chance to get out of it. Thinking of this, Fang Mingyuan directly called his confidant. You go out and find some people to spread the news that the shops in the market are colluding with the blood repairers. Remember, at all costs, make sure to make this matter known to everyone. The confidant's face changed.
He naturally knew that if this matter became a big deal and the situation got out of control, it would cause a large number of casualties. Why, you don't want to?
Fong Mingyuan stared at him and said coldly.
Yes, I'll do it right away.
The confidant was a little hesitant, but when he saw the cold light in Fong Mingyuan's eyes, he suddenly became alert. He had no doubt that if he said no, he would definitely be killed on the spot by Fong Mingyuan. After all, he was just a slave, and no one would care whether he lived or died. Looking at the figure of the confidant leaving, Fong Mingyuan's ferocious face showed a touch of madness. He naturally knew what the consequences of doing so were, but so what, as long as the person who died was not himself, no matter how big the storm was, it was just a small matter for him. As long as I can survive this time, it doesn't matter if some people die.
Anyway, these casual cultivators are just ants.
It is their honor to make some contributions to me before they die. In Fong Mingyuan's view, those low-level casual cultivators are just leeks to be cut, and they are born to serve the upper class like them. Not only that, there is also that Taoist Zhang. He originally thought of capturing him alive. If he cooperated, Fong Mingyuan would not mind giving him some resources for cultivation when he was full, but who knew that he was so ungrateful, so don't blame yourself for being cruel. After all, Fong Mingyuan has more than one blood cultivator under his command. When he survives this time, he must send someone to hunt down and capture Lin Chen alive, and then use him to death.
Bang!
Why, the matter is done. Fong Mingyuan turned his head and was about to speak, but his pupils shrank suddenly. Because the one who opened the door was not his confidant, but Wang Guanshi, who had always competed with him. Not only that, the other party also rushed into the room with a team of cultivators.
Their actions were well organized, and every move was methodical. Obviously, this was the guard team of Baibalu. Mr. Wan, what do you mean by this?
Fong Mingyuan suddenly changed color and shouted sternly.
Catch him. Wang Guanshi did not pay attention to Fong Mingyuan's questioning, but waved his hand and gave an order. Let's see who dares.
After all, Fong Mingyuan had been the manager of Baibao Tower for many years. After Fong Mingyuan's stern shout, the monks beside him still had some concerns and stopped.
Mr. Wan, what do you mean by this? Are you rebelling?
Manager Wan showed a gloating expression on his face and said, I just caught you, the guy who harmed this building.
What a joke! Fong Mingyuan had an uneasy premonition in his heart. I have always been loyal to Baibao Tower and have never had any improper thoughts.
Don't slander me.
Loyal? Ha! Manager Wan smiled coldly. Don't you know what you did? If you don't want to say it, it doesn't matter. Someone will say it for you.
Then, Manager Wan clapped his hands, and a person walked out from behind him.
It's you?
Fong Mingyuan opened his eyes wide in vain. The person in front of him was Wang Ping, who he thought was dead.
Wang Ping, you dare to betray me. Wang Ping said expressionlessly, Manager Fong, you are joking. I have always been loyal to Baibalu, not to a certain person in it.
After the ambush, Wang Ping, who realized that Lin Chen was not simple, did not return to Baibalu immediately, but observed in the market for a while, but unexpectedly discovered the rumors that were spreading more and more widely.
He immediately realized that something was wrong. Unable to contain it, he guessed Lin Chen's calculations and Fong Mingyuan's response methods, so he decided to strike first without hesitation. Ha, Fong Mingyuan, you'd better stop struggling and surrender.
Manager Wan said with a smile.
Wait, I'm the manager of Baibalu, you have no right to arrest me. Fong Mingyuan naturally knew what the other party was thinking.
He and Manager Wan had been fighting openly and secretly for many years. Although they didn't hate each other to the bone, they were not much better. If I get into trouble this time, the other party will definitely take advantage of my misfortune.
Do it. Manager Wan obviously didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Fong Mingyuan, and ordered blatantly. Let's see who dares.
At the critical moment, Fong Mingyuan actually took out a token from the storage bag, on which the word Li was written. The most important thing was that it was surrounded by a spiritual pressure that did not belong to the qi refining stage.
This is. Manager Wan and Wang Ping's faces changed drastically. This is Elder Li's token.
Elder Li is the real master of Yunlai Market. He is not only the boss of many stores in the market, but also a genuine foundation-building cultivator.
How could you have Elder Li's token?
Manager Wan's face was ashen.
He never thought that Fong Mingyuan would be linked to Elder Li.
You don't need to know, you only know that you are not qualified to arrest me, and you don't retreat quickly.
Fong Mingyuan said toughly, holding the token.
The two turned their heads and looked at each other, revealing a touch of cruelty. They knew that they had offended Fong Mingyuan to the end.
If they retreated at this time and let the other party recover, they would be the ones who would suffer. Kill. The two saw this intention from each other's eyes. When a person dies, it is like a light going out. They really don't believe that a dignified elder in the foundation building period would kill them for the death of an old man who has no blood relationship with them. You dare! Fong Mingyuan is not a fool. Seeing this, he quickly understood the situation and immediately took out the defensive spiritual weapon to protect himself. For a while, the battle in the room was about to break out. However, at this moment, a voice as beautiful as a wind chime, but full of heroic spirit, came from behind Wang Ping and the others. Manager Wan is not qualified, so am I? As soon as the voice fell, a strong spiritual pressure surged out and instantly enveloped everyone. Sharp momentum and strong pressure lingered around everyone, as if a huge aura enveloped the entire room. Everyone felt as if there was an extremely sharp sword behind them, which could be slashed out at any time and kill them easily. Ta ta ta. In a strange silence, a crisp footstep sounded. Then, in Fong Mingyuan's eyes, a beautiful figure appeared behind everyone. A touch of red silk tied up in a high ponytail, fair skin, willow eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, a raised nose and red lips, and a bright appearance. Just standing there attracted the attention of everyone present. She also has a slender waist, long legs, and a slim figure. But such a beautiful person is holding a long sword that does not match it. Her pretty face is frosty, her whole body has a sharp aura, and her whole person has an indescribable heroic spirit. Of course, what Fong Mingyuan paid more attention to was not her appearance, but the light blue robe on her body. Those are the clothes of the true disciples of the Qingyun sect. True disciple? Fong Mingyuan's face turned pale instantly. As the steward of the forces under the Qingyun sect, he naturally knows the importance of the true disciples of the Qingyun sect. The true disciples of Qingyun sect are the true pride of heaven in the world of Lingnan immortality cultivation. They are completely different from the kind of inner disciples who can become disciples just by relying on connections. Not only are they the core figures of the sect, they carry the key inheritance of the Qingyun sect and must become monks in the foundation building period. Even the golden elixir ancestors of the Qingyun sect of all generations have also come from them. The requirements for becoming a true disciple are also very strict. The first is to have one's own understanding of the immortal cultivation techniques. The second is to have a firm Taoist heart and be able to break through the sect's illusion of asking one's mind, and the third is to compete with the monks in the foundation building period as a monk in the Qi training period. In general, it is a being whose talent, Taoist heart, and combat power far exceed those of the same level. As for talent? The founder of the Qingyun sect believes that talent may give monks a high starting point, but only a Taoist heart that has been tempered and unswerving, understands the way forward, and has the ability to adapt to all circumstances, can determine whether a monk can succeed in immortality. What a long way to go. Who is your excellency? How come I have never heard Elder Li mention you? Fong Mingyuan gritted his teeth and said. Although Fong Mingyuan also knew in his heart that in the Qingyun sect, the status of the true disciples during the Qi refining stage was the same as that of the elders in the foundation establishment stage. Even when the opponent was promoted to the foundation establishment stage, his status was higher than that of ordinary elders. The token in his hand may not be able to intimidate him. Live with each other, but still want to struggle. After all, you can't just let it go without doing anything, right? Zhang Mengyao. She glanced at Fong Mingyuan, and said softly, Deacon of the Qingyun sect law enforcement hall. What? Fong Mingyuan's pupils shrank. The Qingyun sect's law enforcement hall is the violent organization of the Qingyun sect. It has the power of life and death over all the forces under its command. At the same time, they are also an important department responsible for guarding the front lines of the Qingyun sect. They should be responsible for supervising the major cultivating forces under their command and keeping an eye on the actions of the Xianin sect on the front line. Why are they suddenly in charge of the shops in Yunleifang City? However, before he had time to think about it, he saw the other party looking over. It was a look that clearly contained no emotion, but Fong Mingyuan felt a sudden chill in his heart. Fong Mingyuan, do you know your guilt? I'm sorry for my stupidity. All this I did is for the benefit of Bai Bailu. He could intimidate Wang Ping and others with the owner's token, but he could never scare the girl in front of him, so Fong Mingyuan could only, he argued bravely. Oh? Zhang Mengyao turned her beautiful eyes and looked at Wang Ping and others. Wang Ping was suddenly shocked, but he also knew in his heart that he had to knock Fong Mingyuan down at this time, otherwise if he survived this disaster, he would definitely face the other party's crazy revenge. He stood up, gritted his teeth,
and said loudly, "Brother, my subordinates can testify.
Fang Mingyuan colluded with Blood Cultivator to damage the reputation of Bai Bao Tower. Not only that, the resources recovered were also intercepted by him in private and used to line his own pockets. Don't be slanderous. Boss, listen to me, this is the evidence I have collected over the years. I would like to ask the owner to review it."
Before Fang Mingyuan could quibble, Wang Ping took out a notebook from his arms and handed it over with both hands.
"You." Fang Mingyuan's expression changed drastically. He never thought that Wang Ping, who had been loyal to him all these years, would actually hide such a trick in private. "Master, this is false, this is a frame-up, shut up."
Fang Mingyuan was still about to say something, but suddenly he felt goosebumps all over his body, as if a cold sword was pressed against his neck, as if he said one more word, his head would be dislocated immediately. Clatter! The room was eerily quiet, and the only sound that could be heard was the turning of pages.
Fang Mingyuan looked at the other party nervously, but only saw an expressionless expression. Bang! The page of the book was closed. Zhang Mengyao lowered her eyes and said softly, "Fang Mingyuan, do you know your crime?"
"Wait." Fang Mingyuan suddenly felt something bad, and quickly raised his token and said loudly, "I want to see elderly, Zhang."
In an instant, a bright sword light flashed across.
The extremely sharp sword energy even made everyone present seem to smell the breath of death. Fang Mingyuan felt that his hand was empty, and then he realized that the token in his hand had been shattered into pieces at some point. "Take it." The Baibaola cultivator, who was distracted for a moment, subconsciously stepped forward and captured Fang Mingyuan, who was also stunned.
"You are so old, why do you need so much money?" Zhang Mengyao shook his head and turned sideways. "Notify me that from today on, we will kill all the blood cultivators around Fang City. In 3 days, I don't want to be here again. I heard this name in this city."
Wang Ping and others on the side were stunned in place, as if they had not yet come to their senses.
Yes. Yes. Hearing her faint voice, they couldn't help but trembled and responded quickly. "Then I dare to ask the envoy, how to deal with Fang Mingyuan's rebellion."
Wang Ping summoned up the courage and asked cautiously.
"Behead him because of the anger of the common people."
Zhang Mengyao's calm tone contained an indescribable decisiveness of killing. Hearing this, Fang Mingyuan looked decadent, as if he had grown older instantly, and allowed the guards to escort him out. "Sir, over there with the blood cultivator." Seeing Fang Mingyuan being escorted out, Manager Wan hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and asked. Although they were behind the blood repair thing, how could they have the courage without hints from the top? Of course, the people above must not know about this. Everything is done by the middle-level managers themselves, and they are also responsible for anything that happens. But the question is, if the blood cultivator is really wiped out and there are not enough benefits to offer, which makes elderly unhappy, what should we do? If the other party is just an elder, they can just deal with it on the surface. After all, the sky is high and the emperor is far away, and elderly is their real boss. But Zhang Mengyao is a true disciple of the Qingyun sect, and his status is not low. And when this incident happened, he suddenly appeared here, so he couldn't help but think too much. After all, there are 2 situations, when to respond to orders from above, and when to actually do practical things. If one of them is not judged well, in this world, it will really kill someone. So he must figure out the attitude of Qingyun sect. From today on, Yunleifang City requires absolute security and cannot allow any threats to be on the side. Zhang Mengyao didn't look at him, but stood by the window, looking down at the noisy crowd below. This is not just my request, but also the order of the ancestor of the sect. If anyone violates it, kill, pardon. Yes. We will definitely complete Shangzong's order. Although the other party's tone was calm, a cold sweat broke out on Wang Guancher's head. When it comes to the wishes of the sect's Jindan patriarch, this is no longer a matter of Elder Li's thoughts, but an order that Qingyun sect must execute. Even though they are blood cultivators who have a lot of interests, when it comes to issues involving life, they are nothing. However, having said that, why do the high-ranking Jindan masters suddenly pay attention to the safety issues of Fang City? But they didn't dare to ask any more questions and could only do as they were told. Fang Mingyuan, the manager of Baibao Tower, colluded with Shui Cultivator to harm the interests of the city and disturb the public order of the city. On the high platform, Fang Mingyuan knelt there with a dead look on his face, while the law enforcement monks on the side listed his crimes. This old guy finally got his comeuppance. No wonder my friends died when they went to Baibaolu to exchange things. It turned out that it was this old guy who was responsible. This old guy is finally dead. The sky has eyes. The crowd in the audience was shouting, many people cursed angrily, and some even blamed Fong Mingyuan for all the injustice they encountered in Fangshi.
Ha, shopkeeper Fong, have a nice trip.
In an inconspicuous corner among the crowd, Lin Chen smiled softly as he watched the executioner on the stage chop off Fong Mingyuan's head with a knife. As he expected, other people at the top of Fong City not only failed to help, but also put all the blame on him, using his death to alleviate the long-standing conflicts in Fong City. But having said that, in fact, it was not the rumors that caused Fong Mingyuan's downfall, but because his value was no longer enough. An old monk in the Qi training stage, a store's reputation and interests, a high-level executive, all know how to choose, and if he is a foundation-building monk, then this matter will be reduced to a trivial matter. By then, I will be the unlucky one, but if I had the strength in the foundation-building period, I could definitely bear this backlash and gain more benefits, so why bother? At this thought, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little lost. In this life, just like the previous one, there were still relationships, conspiracies, intrigues, and struggles for power that he could not figure out in his entire life.
But this life is different from the previous life. Personal power belongs to oneself.
As long as the strength is enough, one can ignore all rules. One thought can bring about the birth of a Buddha for thousands of families, and one thought can destroy the world's giant demons.
The world is so vast that there is no restriction except my original mind.
This is the longevity and freedom that I am unswervingly pursuing. Amidst a burst of cheers, Lin Chen was brought back to his senses and smiled to himself. He did not look at Fong Mingyuan who was being executed on the high platform, but turned around, passed over the noisy, cheering, crying, and crazy crowd, and left quietly. His lonely figure was stretched longer and longer by the lights of the city, until finally, he disappeared in the melting moonlight. In the darkness, he drew a hand on a bright pearl, and suddenly, a soft white light slowly illuminated the room. On a stone platform with various tools, Lin Chen placed the harvested storage bags on the platform.
Originally, he had been dealing with Fong Mingyuan's affairs in Yunlifang City.
He had hidden this trophy elsewhere, and he didn't bother to check it until now. As for why he didn't open it directly after the battle, it was because his years of experience told him that treasures obtained by killing people and grabbing treasures are not necessarily safe. Just like the secret treasures of major powers in the world, there is a poison mechanism. Once it is opened in the wrong way, it will be gone if you are not careful, let alone in the world of cultivating immortals.
If you happily open the storage bag to take out something, but don't pay attention.
Explosive talismans, poison traps, goo insect curses, there is always one suitable for you. Although monks may not necessarily carry such strange things in the storage bags they carry, they can't stand the presence of an old cunt. What if they plot a secret trick on the items he left behind and they all die together, and if he dies without realizing it, wouldn't it be a loss? So Lin Chen felt that it was better to be cautious. The true energy surged in Lin Chen's hand and turned into a spiritual thread, which activated the switch like runes on the storage bag from a few meters away. Since the spiritual power in the Qi refining period cannot exist outside the body during the practice in this life, although it can be used as a medium for forced hypnosis through the eyes, it cannot diffuse outside the body for detection and induction. Therefore, the storage bags used during the Qi refining period are all refined through special means and given rune switches, which can be used through the true energy in the body.
Lin Chen opened the storage bag and poured it on the table. Several items suddenly appeared on the table.
Lin Chen quickly identified these items and judged their value.
3 white porcelain jade bottles. It should be something like elixirs. I'll sell it some other time.
If there is any problem, it won't hurt me. Several low-level spiritual weapons of different styles. The attack power is not as good as the trick I created, and the defense power is not good either, so I'd better sell it.
A piece of Qingyun spirit leaf plus dozens of spirit stones.
Sure enough, the words were all false. They said that killing the enemy would bring a good harvest. But if they were so rich, why would they come to rob? A pile of clothes mixed with a few gauze skirts. Oh, clothes, oh, wait, why are there several pieces of women's clothing mixed in?
And this size. I remember that the person I killed was not a man.
I understand, everyone is having so much fun these days, it seems I can't keep up with the times. A very old black book about 2 inches thick.
This is a technique?
Lin Chen's eyes lit up slightly. After using various methods to check that there were no problems with the book, he took it into his hands.
The great method of refining blood and returning to origin? Magical skills? Lin Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this catalog.
However, Lin Chen was not someone who cared about the difference between good and evil. In his opinion, as long as it was useful, there was not much difference between the two techniques, so he flipped through them, slaughter mortals or monks, take their essence and blood, and use secret techniques to refine it into a drop of blood spirit sun, which can be taken as a pill, which will not only greatly speed up your cultivation, but also achieve great results in body refining. You can even continuously swallow blood spirit sun, increase your cultivation level, hit the foundation building stage, and obtain the 200 years of immortality. Well, this technique, Lin Chen couldn't help but become interested. In the previous life, it would have been completely impossible to use one person to make up for another, and one would even be infected with prion. But if placed in this world, it is not impossible. According to the law of spiritual energy summarized by Lin Chen, everything in the world is composed of spiritual energy, and the progress of a monk is to refine spiritual energy. Therefore, based on this theory, it is not impossible for demons to cultivate evil practices, swallow people and eat their souls, but lead to advancement in cultivation. After all, the human body in this world is also an evolution of spiritual energy. However, the essence of cultivation is to use the meridians of the human body and the dantian in the body to imprint the natural energy of heaven and earth with one's own essence. So whether it is the Yizhen Qi in the Qi refining stage, the True Yuan in the foundation building stage, or even the Mana in the golden elixir stage, we must pay attention to purity. And the so-called purity and impurities are also easy to distinguish. Any spiritual energy that has been refined and dyed with the spiritual energy of the monks is called the pure energy and magic power. As a result of breathing in spiritual energy and taking elixirs, the presence of spiritual energy in the dantian that cannot be infected by the monk's essence and spirit is called impurity. Even if it is a genius and earthly treasure bred by heaven and earth, a rare elixir, and a gentle spiritual energy, although it is easy to refine, there is still a lot of spiritual energy that is difficult to imprint with the spirit of a monk, and it accumulates in its body to form the so-called medicinal properties, erysipelas, thus affecting the progress of cultivation. Not to mention refining others into a drop of blood spirit sun and swallowing it. Besides, the progress of cultivation and the leap of realm are not only the ability to use more powerful spiritual weapons and magic weapons, but also the evolution of the essence of life. Lin Chen stroked his chin and wrinkled slightly as he analyzed the technique. Frowned. An evolution is very self-conscious. It directly refines others into a spiritual creature that enhances cultivation. Although there is a so-called blood refining method for purification, there may not be any problems in the short term, but what about the future? And, as if he thought of something, Lin Chen's face began to slowly turn gloomy. Did this casual cultivator get this technique accidentally, or did someone spread it intentionally? The former is fine, but if it's the latter, combining his own theories and experiments, Lin Chen keenly noticed the problem with this technique. This is not only the trap of the technique itself, but also the trap behind it. Lin Chen is on the path of scientific cultivation. Although the road is rough, the prospects are bright, so he can resist the temptation of this technique. But what about other low-level disciples, or even casual cultivators under Qingyun's sect? They are hopeless, struggling, and eager for strength. Can they resist the temptation of this technique? You know, they work hard for Qingyun's sect, but they are squeezed to death. Not to mention themselves, even their descendants can't think of even a slight chance to impact the foundation building period. But this technique can give them a chance, even if the price is countless blood on their hands. On one side, they are squeezed for a lifetime, and on the other side, although there are great risks, there is a possibility of making a name for themselves. If you are a person, what would you choose? You know, not everyone wants to live in peace. If there is a small path with extremely high profits, I am afraid that there will definitely be more than a few people who are tempted. Don't say 1%, even if 1/1000 people are tempted, 1/10,000 will do it. It will be enough to impact the rule of Qingyun's sect in a large area. No one is born willing to be exploited. As long as there is a way out, there will definitely be people who will try, even if their hands are stained with blood and they take huge risks. When the number of people being exploited decreases, the resources harvested will decrease. In order to maintain order, Qingyun's sect will have to allocate a lot of energy and manpower to deal with it. If they encounter a big enemy at this time, Lin Chen suddenly realized a problem. The war between the immortal cultivation world is probably not just a fight between cultivators. Using various means to destroy their productivity, disrupt their order, consume the other party's war potential, and contain the other party's strength is also a part of the war. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately stopped thinking. Although he agrees with Qingyun's sect in general interests. But if you are not in the position, you should not interfere in their politics.
If he reports this matter, he may be rewarded, but he will also face a lot of trouble. Maybe the people above will ask him to investigate this matter. Lin Chen has no idea of devoting himself to the sect. If he is strong, he doesn't mind helping out, but it is absolutely impossible for him to sacrifice himself and fight for his life and death while the sect leaders enjoy the benefits. This matter ends here and cannot be disclosed. Lin Chen's eyes moved. I believe that there must be knowledgeable people in the sect who can see the hidden dangers of this matter, and if the sect has no reaction, it means that someone in the upper echelons must have covered up this matter. With my identity and strength, rashly reporting it will only lead to falling into a trap. With my current strength and status, reporting it will cause a lot of trouble, so there is no need for me to cause trouble. It is more important to deal with the current matter. Lin Chen quickly figured it out. Although this technique has a lot of problems, the concept and operation of refining blood essence can be extracted and used to improve my body refining technique. For other cultivators, this technique only has two choices, practice or not practice, but for Lin Chen, he can take its essence and remove its dross to improve his own technique. Lin Chen tapped the table with his index finger, extracted the theoretical operation, and copied it into a brown book about the size of A4 paper. And the cover of the book was written with 3 big characters, Washing Marrow Sutra. Opening the book, page the surface is clearly divided into 2 parts. One part records the theories and training methods that Lin Chen extracted from various martial arts secrets and fragments, while the other part records various experimental data and summaries. In addition, there are 2 books, Nourish the Spirit, and Practice the Qi. There is no way. It is not that Lin Chen is bored to create martial arts, but Lin Chen not only does not have the golden fingers of grandfather, system, fairy palace, etc., but also does not have the luck of the protagonist. When he went out for a walk, not only did he not pick up peerless magic skills, but he also did not get any good secrets from the enemies he killed. Besides, even if he really got some peerless magic, he might not dare to really practice it. After all, most of the techniques in the world of cultivating immortals are about profound meanings and conveying them from heart to heart. If there is a deviation in the understanding of every word, the results will be very different. Moreover, cultivation is different from the experiments in the previous life. If there is a mistake in the experiment, it can be destroyed and started over again. After all, it is an external object, but cultivation is to directly work on the body. If he got a peerless magic and practiced it without guidance, the possibility of death is much greater than the possibility of success. So Lin Chen directly chose the Qingyun sex technique because it not only has many predecessors' experience to learn from, but also has the guidance of elders. The possibility of error is greatly reduced. According to individual differences, Lin Chen fine-tuned the practice method and created his own Qi training method. In addition, Nourish the Spirit is his research result, and Washing Marrow Sutra is still in the process of creation. These 3 improved and created methods are not only Lin Chen's scientific research results, but also the key to whether he can go further on the road of cultivation. Because according to Lin Chen's many years of observation and research, he found that the method varies from person to person. To be precise, it is the exercises that adapt to people's needs, rather than people practicing according to the exercises. Just like fitness in the previous life, the method of exercise is the same, but the parts and steps of exercise are different according to your own situation, so you need to make fine adjustments according to your situation. Of course, it is not impossible if you force yourself to practice step by step, but due to individual differences and the incompatibility of the techniques, more or less imperceptible damage will be left on the body. These hidden injuries don't look like much at ordinary times, but when the monks attack the level and break through the realm, they will become their biggest obstacle and even endanger their lives. In the final analysis, it is due to the accumulation of various hidden injuries in daily life but not dealing with them. When the realm is broken through, it breaks out all at once, which is equivalent to a 1,000-mile dike and collapses like an anthill. It will not only lead to failure of breakthrough, but also cause physical damage and even death. That's why many monks fail to achieve breakthroughs, suffer severe injuries to their vitality, damage to their foundations, and even die directly. And even if you break through forcefully, it does not mean that these hidden wounds will be healed. They will also remain in the monk's body and affect the progress of his cultivation, and this is why, with the same talents or even little difference, some monks can be promoted all the way and their cultivation level continues to improve, while some monks can only stop at the foundation building stage and have no hope of success. Lin Chen sighed lightly. Cultivation is the evolution of the essence of life. It is natural to take every step by step, be careful and do not neglect anything. However, compared to casual cultivators, sects and families still have a great advantage,
because whether it is the spiritual sense of the monks in the foundation building stage or the spiritual sense of the monks in the golden elixir stage, they can scan other people's bodies, detect hidden injuries, and deal with them in time. Repair. But let's not talk about whether those great monks can give guidance at all times. The practice itself is a personal matter. The guidance of others can give the greatest help, but when you really want to get started, you have to rely on yourself. Therefore, if you want to truly go on the path of cultivating immortals, the only way is to gain the best of hundreds of schools of thought, find your own way, and derive your own path. Therefore, Lin Chen has always believed that only by insisting on using scientific thinking to explore the mysteries of immortality can he surpass those countless monks who only practice magic without seeking Tao, and thus go further on the path of immortality, and even hope to achieve immortality. The sky was pale, and the distant sea of clouds emitted brilliant golden rays. There were already a few outer disciples gathered on the top of Yunyang Peak. It was dawn. During this time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was relatively mild, and it was easier to refine it than at other times of the day, so many outer disciples came here. And the entire mountain range, at the note of the spiritual vein, was full of golden flowers and green stems of sunflowers. It is said that when the day and night of heaven and earth meet, a trace of morning sun purple chi, recorded in the classics, will be born in the eastern sky. After swallowing it, it can nourish the soul, cleanse the body, and consolidate the foundation. But the morning sun purple chi is very precious and very difficult to collect. Originally, only the cultivators in the late stage of foundation building, Purple Mansion Realm, who further condensed their spiritual perception, were able to sense and collect it. Therefore, the monks of Qingyun sect constantly improved the spiritual plants, combined with feng shui, and laid out the formation. As long as there are disciples practicing at the top of the mountain within the specified time, the formation can be activated to condense the morning glow purple air. The condensed morning glow purple air will continuously flow into the mountain range and combine with the spiritual jade ore buried at the bottom of the mountain. After a sufficient period of accumulation, the legendary, purple young warm jade, can be born, which is said to help impact the soul gate of the 3 foundation building gates, or assist in the breakthrough of the late foundation building stage. After knowing the true appearance of this mountain, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little surprised. According to the information he collected, the birth of purple young warm jade not only requires a special enough location, but also requires hundreds of years of gestation to produce one. But the sect can shorten its gestation time to only 20 years through various means. This is simply turning an almost non-renewable resource for chi refining cultivators into a renewable resource that can be obtained in 20 years. Lin Chen had to admit that the current world of immortal cultivation is indeed a society of intrigue and deception, the law of the jungle, but from another perspective, it is also a civilization that has a high degree of control and effective use of spiritual energy. The use and control of the world's spiritual energy by the cultivators is no less than the exploration and use of matter by humans in the previous life. The thinking and research of the cultivators on the use of spiritual energy should not be underestimated, but the reason why science is that it can accommodate everything. I can also incorporate their experience into my scientific cultivation and further improve my system. Seeing that the time was up, Lin Chen collected his mind and began to meditate and refine his qi. The cultivators on the top of the mountain also separated their distances and sat cross-legged one after another, practicing their qi. The field was quiet and no one said anything extra. After all, those who can insist on getting up early every day have strong will and determination, and naturally will not waste this precious time. The world envies the cultivators who fly swords in the world and go in and out of the blue sky, but how many people know the hardships of their 10 years of hard work? In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. It was not until the sun grew bigger and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became more active that the disciples who were meditating and practicing qi began to finish their practice one after another. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, then slowly stood up and prepared to leave. The act of selling improved magic tricks this time was reckless after all. Although I obtained a lot of immortal cultivation resources and guaranteed my own safety, the news leaked out after all. Now I think the high-level officials of Yunlai Market have noticed me, so I can't go to Yunlai Market for at least a year, and I have to cut off the supply of talismans there. Although I have never exposed my true identity and left no traces that can be traced, it's better to be cautious. Lin Chen thought as he walked. And the improved magic tricks must not be taken out before I advance to the foundation building stage. At the same time, the means of dealing with the enemy in public is still mainly based on the spirit bullet technique. After all, this trick already exists in the Sutra library. I just use it more flexibly, so it won't attract people's covetousness. No one is a saint,
who can be without mistakes. Lin Chen is less than 40 years old in both lives, and he doesn't have a god's perspective. How can he observe and grasp everything in detail? He can only be prepared for failure, so that he can save his life and learn lessons from failure. Junior brother. Suddenly, a charming voice came from behind, which made Lin Chen pause and his face stagnate. Ha! How did I meet this woman again? After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen turned around and saw a female cultivator dressed in palace clothes, talking and laughing, and walking from a distance with a follower. She was dressed in a lavender palace dress, but her figure was perfectly outlined. In front of her were mountains and ridges, waves and raging waves, and behind her were full moons and curved like a bow. She was tall and swayed when she walked, but her manners were graceful and elegant, with a natural charm and a generous demeanor. It turned out to be senior sister Meng Yun. I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. Lin Chen immediately put on a smile and said, yes, it's really a coincidence. Maybe this is the fate between us? Su Meng Yun covered her mouth and chuckled. Her beautiful eyes kept wandering around Lin Chen, making him feel uncomfortable. Fate? You are an inner disciple. How come you appear in the place where outer disciples practice? Who are you trying to fool with this reason? Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Since he met Su Meng Yun by chance while taking a bath in the stream after practicing 3 years ago, this senior sister has approached him in the name of caring for her junior brother, and has touched him up and down, and even met him from time to time. But it is not his fault that he has no grace. Although Lin Chen after traveling through time cannot be said to be as handsome as Panin, his temperament is indescribably stunning. His eyebrows are like crescent moons, his eyes are like stars, his facial features are delicate and sunny. Although he is not a peerless handsome man, his temperament is indescribably extraordinary. Just standing there, he has a kind of elegance like a lily in a jade tree, and a smile like a bright moon in his arms. Especially standing in the glimmer of the morning light, at a glance, it seems that she can see herself dreaming of her youth at midnight, living in the house next door, the young man who smiled and talked to her, with a sunny and bright temperament, and clear and pure eyes. It is this unique sense of youth that makes countless senior sisters and junior sisters unable to stop, and there are many pursuers. However, because Lin Chen has always been alone, with a cold face, and his temperament is so unique, many female cultivators have ideas in their hearts, but very few have really put them into practice, and can only imagine in some special ways. Well, I suddenly realized that this might also be a business opportunity. For some reason, Lin Chen suddenly thought of this aspect. What happened last time when he received chores inspired him. Sometimes, earning spirit stones does not necessarily require skills, but also beauty. People are willing to buy the photos of celebrities in my previous life. I am more handsome in this life than the celebrities in my previous life. There is no reason why no one will buy them. At most, I can wear cooler clothes. Lin Chen's thoughts are more and more diffuse. No matter which world scientific research is in, it needs resources, and he can only rely on himself to obtain them, which is very difficult. So for him, as long as he can earn spirit stones, a little face is not important at all. Just like what was said on the internet in the previous life, if I give you 1 million and let you run naked, would you be willing? Just kidding, maybe others will consider it, but for Lin Chen, hesitating for one more second is disrespect for money. Just when Lin Chen was thinking about it, Su Meng Yun on the side chuckled and said, "Junior brother, do you still remember the deal between us?" Deal? Lin Chen quickly came back to his senses, his eyes fixed, and he asked with a hint of urgency, could it be that senior sister got it? Then, he looked around and made sure that no one was around, so he deliberately lowered his voice and asked, news about middle grade spirit stone and 100-year jadeite? Middle grade spirit stone is only circulated among the cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, and they are not eligible to exchange for it. Although the sect has not strictly prohibited disciples from obtaining middle grade spirit stones, it is not easy to get them. Just like the things in the circle of rich people in the previous life, without assets and channels, it is almost difficult for people outside the circle to obtain them. And 100-year jadeite is even more precious, because it can save the life of a cultivator who failed to impact the foundation, and even prevent his foundation from being damaged. These two things are very important to Lin Chen now. The former is related to his verification of the third law of spiritual energy in the spiritual energy level, and the latter involves his exploration and breakthrough experiments in the foundation building stage. Even with his current status, it is not a simple matter to obtain these two things, so he can only seek help from external forces. Of course, I'm well informed. Su Meng Yun smiled. Then she took out a jade box, then leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered,
The information about the middle grade spirit stone and the 100-year jade is in this box. I have helped my junior brother a lot.
I wonder how my junior brother plans to repay me.
Feeling a little itchy in his ears, Lin Chen coughed and said, the things in information are naturally clearly marked with prices.
Senior sister, how many spirit stones are there? Oh. It seems that my junior brother has a lot of money?
Su Mingyun's beautiful eyes turned and jokingly said, 600 spirit stones.
Oh, 600 spirit stones. Lin Chen was about to take it, but he suddenly paused and raised his voice, 600 spirit stones? Senior sister, are you trying to trick me?
Lin Chen's eyes instantly became extremely alert. When it comes to spirit stones, he is absolutely rational. Junior brother, sometimes the information is worth this price.
Besides, you are so handsome, do you think I am willing to cheat you?
Lin Chen felt that this sentence was a bit strange, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He was indeed very handsome.
Wait, what does my handsomeness have to do with you cheating me?
Thinking of this, Lin Chen's face twitched, and then he said, Senior sister, for the sake of our friendship for many years, can you be less?
Junior brother, what do you mean by that?
Su Mingyun said with a serious face, I don't want our relationship to be mixed with interests.
I don't have any feelings for you. Lin Chen was full of black lines. This is just a polite remark, okay? I don't seem to have much relationship with my senior sister, right? Since there is no relationship, why should I be less?
This, Lin Chen was speechless. Lin Chen only felt the surging of true energy in his body.
If it weren't for the sect, he wouldn't do it. Otherwise, he must catch this woman and educate her with virtue.
300 spirit stones, that's all I have, so you can do it, senior sister.
Having said that, Lin Chen put the jade box back into the storage bag without hesitation.
Although it's a bit unkind to do so, it doesn't matter. In Lin Chen's opinion, cheating is the right of handsome guys.
Deal. Okay, eh?
The other party agreed so readily that Lin Chen felt cheated.
Did I quote too high?
Otherwise, let's bargain again, but I just said that, and it would be embarrassing to bargain again, so, sister, I'm in a hurry to use the spirit stones recently, so I can't give you so many.
I can only give you 200 spirit stones, face is common, but money is not.
Lin Chen knows which is more important.
Of course.
Su Mingyun looked at Lin Chen with a smile in her eyes. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then seemed to think of something, gritted his teeth and continued, this.
I suddenly remembered the other day, junior brother, are you trying to get a free girlfriend? Su Mingyun interrupted Lin Chen, holding her arms on her chest and jokingly said. Ah.
Even though Lin Chen was thick-skinned, he couldn't help blushing after being pointed out in front of him.
Hey, what are you talking about, senior sister? It's just that I'm really short of money recently.
So, senior sister, can you see if you can, it's okay to give it away for free? Su Mingyun smiled gently, and then a slender jade hand touched Lin Chen's waist. As long as junior brother tonight, Lin Chen quickly stopped the hand. Senior sister, please respect yourself, junior brother, I'm not a casual person. Besides, your few spiritual stones.
Hey! I mean, I have principles in life.
Lin Chen quickly took out 2 Qingyun spiritual leaves from the storage bag and handed them over. This is 200 spiritual stones, I hope senior sister will keep it.
What a joke!
He wants him to sell himself for just 200 spiritual stones, this is impossible. Su Mingyun was stunned when she saw this, and saw Lin Chen hurriedly leaving after handing over the spiritual leaves, and couldn't help but smile. He is not a casual person. Senior sister, I am the information dealer of the sect.
I know about the romantic books you bought privately.
But handsome boys who are lustful in private are also cute.
Miss, I don't understand, are you too easy to talk to?
And this middle grade spirit stone and information are enough to sell for 500 spirit stones. Why, after Lin Chen walked away, the maid who was responsible for serving the inner disciples couldn't help but ask. He is different from other disciples in the sect. Su Mingyun did not respond to her question, but said this.
Miss, what you mean is that this junior brother Lin has more potential than others, so invest in advance?
The maid next to her was a little confused. No, what I mean is that I don't like these spirit stones, and this little junior brother is handsome and has temperament, so I am happy to pamper him. The horizon is the golden morning sun, and the summer grass and trees are more abundant in the warm breeze of the morning sun. Passing through the morning mist, along the mottled bluestone path, and moving forward in the crisp bird calls. Soon, with a tip of the toes and a few jumps, Lin Chen came to the foot of a small hill. At the foot of the mountain is a lush forest, and the dense forests cover the mountain pass, and there is no way forward at all. The number 6 medicine garden is located on a small hill, but there are some corresponding restrictions set by the sect around the medicine garden to prevent other disciples from breaking in.
The sixth tree at the end of the road. 1, 2, 5, 6, what the hell, didn't they say there would be a tree man here?
Lin Chen followed the instructions of the old man on duty and looked for the guardian of the formation, but he never expected that when he arrived at the corresponding position, he saw not an ancient tree, but a big pit 5 meters long and 3 meters wide.
What's going on? Could it be that the guard has been dug away?
Just as Lin Chen was in doubt, he suddenly heard a cough.
Ahem, kid, who?
Lin Chen's eyes condensed, and in an instant he took out the defensive spiritual weapon from the storage bag. At the same time, his true energy surged, and countless transparent and imperceptible spiritual threads quickly spread out from his body and spread around. When encountering unknown situations, immediately prepare means to protect yourself. This is the caution that Lin Chen must have to survive in this world.
Ahem, little friend, don't be nervous, it's me.
Lin Chen immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a lush tree bathed in the sun not far away, and a brown human face appeared on the tree.
Old tree?
Lin Chen immediately recognized the creature in front of him. It takes 10 years to grow a tree, and 100 years to grow a person. This sentence was a metaphor in the previous life, but it is a reality in the Qingyun sect of this world. Under the influence of the Qingyun sect's formation and the cultivation methods of the cultivators, every spiritual tree that reaches 100 years old will have a unique spiritual wisdom, and even have the cultivation of the qi refining stage. A 1,000-year-old spiritual tree is comparable to a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, and a spiritual tree that reaches more than 3,000 years can even fight against a golden core. And these spiritual trees can not only be used to defend the sect, but also guard some key positions in the Qingyun sect because they cannot be bought by outsiders, such as the medicine garden responsible for supplying cultivation resources to the entire sect.
Tree old man, how did you get there? Lin Chen hesitated and asked.
Oh, it's because there is not much sunlight in that place, so I moved here to bask in the sun. You can understand the need for sunlight for us old people. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Of course he understood, but the question is, how did you, a tree, move there by yourself?
Tree old man, I want to open the formation and enter the medicine garden.
Lin Chen did not dwell too much on this issue, but directly explained his purpose.
Okay.
The old voice of the tree echoed, and the old face on the trunk gradually disappeared. But the ground under his feet soon trembled. Under Lin Chen's somewhat surprised gaze, all the branches of this talking tree slowly gathered around the trunk.
In the cracked soil on the ground, countless roots drilled out from the ground.
The small roots tightly hugged the main root, and emerged from the soil along with the thick main root. Like an earthquake, Lin Chen, who was standing unsteadily, watched the main root that drilled out of the soil and was thicker than his waist push the whole tree up into the air. The tree was like growing many feet, and it slowly moved on the ground with the tree.
Hua hua!
Along with the shaking of the leaves on the crown, the speed of the tree held up by the main root was getting faster and faster. These thick roots, with the crown above, walked into the big pit little by little and sat down directly. Under the pit is the spiritual vein node of the entire medicine garden. Only when the spiritual tree is located here can it activate or even change the defense formation of the entire medicine garden. This works? Lin Chen was stunned. He had accepted that the tree could speak, but it was the first time he saw such a tree running away.
Token.
The old voice of the tree echoed again.
Oh. Lin Chen came back to his senses, took out the token and pressed it on the tree. Suddenly, it was firmly attached to it.
Suddenly, a green spiritual light flashed on it. Identity confirmed, correct identification, and authority granted. The old voice of the tree echoed again. The medicine garden and other places are important places of the sect. It is impossible to give the authority token of the guarding formation to the disciples casually. The guardian must confirm it twice before granting the authority to enter and exit.
The formation is activated.
As soon as the words fell, the surrounding forest scene, like ripples on the water, produced a few ripples, and then the entire forest began to twist. After reaching a certain point, it suddenly stopped and dissipated directly, forming a path leading to the mountain.
Obviously, this endless forest is all a virtual image caused by the illusion.
If you enter without a token, you can besiege ordinary qi refining cultivators to death.
Thank you, old tree.
Lin Chen bowed and went directly into it. Hey, wait, the face on the tree trunk reappeared, and it was obvious that he wanted to say something, but Lin Chen had already walked away. Hey, young people nowadays don't know how to be filial to the elderly. Forget it, let's continue to bask in the sun." Accompanied by a sigh, the tree shrank again. Apparently, it was going to move back to its original place and continue to bask in the sun. And in the medicine garden,
Lin Chen did not walk far.
he looked up and saw the whole situation in the garden. Terraces. Even though he had seen it more than once, Lin Chen could not help but admire it. In front of him were terraces scattered all over the place, one after another, layer upon layer, in various shapes. In the sun or in the morning light, they were like silver ribbons flashing in the mountains and fields, as if it was heaven on earth. Each piece of land in the terraces was lush and green, with many herbs that Lin Chen was familiar or unfamiliar with, and some plants that looked strange.
In the faint spiritual mist in the early morning, there was an indescribable aura.
If mortals lived in such a place, it would be no problem to prolong their lives and live 100 years. Even if immortals lived here, it would be of great benefit.
And the most eye-catching one was the towering tree on the top of the mountain.
It is more than 10 feet high and covers a wide area. The green leaves on it are lush and green, and the whole body exudes a strong vitality. In Lin Chen's perception, the giant tree in front of him and the array restrictions in the medicine garden, the spiritual energy of the earth veins blend with each other, as if they have life, and continuously infuse the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the vitality of the earth veins into the spiritual medicine in the medicine garden.
This is a must-have array for every medicine garden in Qingyun sect, Jiamu Yunxing array.
It can not only speed up the growth of spiritual medicines in the medicine garden, but also connect with the Qingyun sect's protective array, Jiamu Qingtian array, at critical moments to resist the invading enemy. Even though he has seen it more than once, Lin Chen couldn't help but be shocked by the size of the medicine garden in front of him. Before entering the medicine garden, he always thought that the so-called medicine garden was just a few plots of land next to a house, and no matter how big it was at most a field. But he never thought that Qingyun sect would directly designate a mountain as a medicine garden. Such a large scale really shocked Lin Chen, but after thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. After all, Qingyun sect had to supply tens of thousands of disciples with the elixirs they needed for cultivation, and the refining of each elixir consumed countless medicinal materials.
If we calculate it this way, how could the medicine garden be just a few fields? Just as Lin Chen was sighing, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared on the token. Is this communicating with the disciples stationed here? Sure enough, after a while, an outer disciple who was also wearing a white robe hurried over. This man was about 30 years old, tall and white-skinned, and looked a little shrewd, just like a businessman, and his cultivation had reached the cyclone realm. My surname is Li Mingyuan. It's not time to hand over the miscellaneous tasks in the medicine garden yet. Junior brother is too impatient and came too early, isn't it?
Lin Chen frowned slightly, and he heard obvious misgivings in his tone. After thinking about it, Lin Chen soon understood that this position was quite lucrative, and the other party must not be willing to hand it over. Brother, I just came here in advance to understand the position and will not disturb your work. Lin Chen thought about it and replied. I know that you have a strong sense of responsibility, but the sect stipulates that any position cannot be held continuously.
I hope you can understand.
Lin Chen first stated that he would not affect his behavior of making money, and then stated that this was the sect's rule and could not be violated.
Li Yuan's face was ugly. He knew that what Lin Chen said made sense.
In order to prevent the lower disciples from turning the lucrative positions into their own, the sect specially formulated a rule that the position is not allowed to be re-elected, and it must be handed over every 6 months. Otherwise, he would have already turned this position into his pocket.
Well, Li Yuan's face was uncertain, and he finally sighed. Come with me.
He shook his sleeves, motioned Lin Chen to follow, and turned and walked away. Lin Chen's eyes moved slightly, and he followed him inside. Li Yuan led Lin Chen forward. At this moment, many cultivators on the hill have already stayed in the medicine garden to work, either watering spiritual plants or picking spiritual medicines. Arriving at the corresponding labor place, Li Yuan turned around. You should be clear about the tasks of this position, so I don't need to say more, right?
Li Yuan glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded.
His current position is the contact person between the medicine garden and the Dan Hall, responsible for transporting the medicinal materials to the Dan Hall and counting the number of medicinal materials consumed by the Dan Hall. Originally, counting the consumption of medicinal materials was the responsibility of the disciples in the Dan Hall. But 30 years ago, there was an only son of a foundation building cultivator who occupied a position and status. During his tenure, he embezzled nearly half of the medicinal materials in the Dan Hall and resold them for spiritual stones for his own consumption.
After the incident was exposed, the Jin Dan ancestor in the sect was furious.
He ignored the desperate pleas of the foundation building cultivator and killed a group of people headed by his only son, in order to rectify the sect's style. And afterwards, he ordered that the consumption of medicinal materials in the Dantang should be counted by the disciples in the medicine garden, hoping to avoid corruption among the subordinates in this way. But ideals are ideals, and reality is that there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. Such things will still happen, but they are still restrained and dare not do too much. You can enter and exit the medicine garden at will, but every time you go out, you must leave the token with the guard to avoid losing it when you go out. Every time the medicinal materials are transported, the sect will specially send a specific Pugunkeo to come. Also, keep an eye on those menial disciples and don't let them do anything. You must know that there are requirements for the quantity of medicinal materials. Finally, and most importantly, you should stop at the right time each time, and don't be too greedy.
At the end of the instructions, Li Yuan said something meaningful.
I will follow your instructions, senior brother.
Lin Chen replied.
After the handover, Li Yuan absent-mindedly exchanged a few polite words with Lin Chen, then bowed and said goodbye. Looking at his back in the distance, Lin Chen's eyes moved. As long as you act cautiously and restrain your greed, and only take a dozen or dozens of medicinal herbs, it will not be noticeable at all among the tens of thousands of consumption in the Dan Hall. And these medicinal herbs, plus tens of thousands of spirit stones, are enough to continue my research on the 3.0 version of the soul-nourishing incense.
Qingyun sect, Yunyang Peak, in the cave.
Although he was in charge of the work of the medicine garden, the delivery of medicinal materials was once every month for 3 months. Although there was a requirement to be on duty at other times, there was no cultivator to check on him, so he was just slacking off, you know.
These days, it's hard to find a job that is both lucrative and leisurely, Lin Chen sighed, and then focused his attention on what was in front of him. In front of him, the bronze tripod was placed in the center of the room, and next to the bronze tripod was a miniature formation, with 3 low-grade spirit stones placed at the junction of several lines. This was a fire control formation recorded in the basics of alchemy, which could stimulate the spiritual power in the spirit stone through a special method and turn it into a high-temperature flame, which could shorten the time required for alchemy, and the flame of the formation burned very stably, which helped to increase the success rate of alchemy. Although Lin Chen was not refining the alchemy, he was also refining the spirit medicine, and the flame was one of the key factors for success, so its importance was self-evident. Although he could use his true qi to stimulate the flame, the consumption was too large and unstable, which had a certain impact on the success rate. In fact, whether it was an alchemist or a pharmacist, they all used earth fire to make pills. The earth fire has a higher temperature, is relatively stable, and is extremely long-lasting, which is really a good choice. But Lin Chen estimated the spiritual stones in his wallet and suddenly felt that using the array to make medicine was also a good choice. Thousands of spiritual stones were burned just like that. Lin Chen's face twitched. Even though he had reduced all kinds of waste as much as possible, the consumption was still very shocking. Scientific research is really expensive, Lin Chen gritted his teeth. He was just replacing and changing the medicinal materials on the basic prescription. After just a few dozen repeated experiments, at least 2,000 spiritual stones were burned. This was based on the fact that he secretly withheld a lot of medicinal materials from the spiritual medicine garden, otherwise the consumption would be even more shocking. In his previous life, Lin Chen heard that scientific laboratories were very expensive, and he thought there was something fishy. Now it seems that he misunderstood. Lin Chen shook his head, cleared his chaotic thoughts from his mind, and focused on the present. Ignite, preheat, put in spiritual medicine, extract essence, fuse essence. Soon, a familiar medicinal fragrance emanated from the bronze tripod. Success? Lin Chen's face was neither sad nor happy, and his hands were not slow at all. However, just as he was about to take the next step, the medicinal fragrance changed and emitted a burnt smell. Failed again, it seems that the fire is too hot. It's okay, it's only nearly 100 spiritual stones, I have plenty of money. Lin Chen's face was calm, but the veins on his hands suddenly bulged. Ignite, preheat, put in spiritual medicine, extract essence, fuse essence. The small tripod exuded a familiar medicinal fragrance again. However, after a while, Lin Chen numbly poured out the medicinal residue in the tripod. Continue, the third time to refine the medicine, failed. The fourth time to refine the medicine, success. The fifth time.
After 3/4 of an hour, Lin Chen's pale face looked a little haggard, and his long hair fell on his shoulders, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, and his dark pupils were deep and far-reaching. The refined powder was mixed with spiritual liquid by Lin Chen, and made into incense sticks, which were placed in front of him. The revised version 3.0 of the soul-nourishing incense is finally made. Even though Lin Chen's face was calm, he rarely showed a smile. In this world, if the body is the treasure boat for crossing the world, then the soul is the foundation for becoming an immortal. A sufficiently powerful soul can not only speed up the practice speed and make up for the lack of innate qualifications, but also has all kinds of unpredictable powers. There are even rumors that in ancient times, there were high-level cultivators who specialized in the soul, abandoned the flesh, and lived in the world with primordial spirit. Not only could they travel to the North Sea in the morning and Kangwu in the evening, but they also had various magical powers such as soul stealing, calling the name to fall from the horse, and nailing the head with 7 arrows, which made people extremely afraid. Even in the world of immortal cultivation where the practice of Qigong is popular nowadays, the soul is a very important existence. Whether it is the Jindan stage of 3 flowers gather on the top of the head, and the golden elixir is born from now on, or the Huashan stage of no inner thoughts, no outer thoughts, I am independent, without any thoughts, without any awareness, I see that the 5 aggregates are empty, the 4 bodies are false, and I have a true self. The soul is closely related to it, and it can even be said to be the foundation of everything. But in this Lingnan immortal cultivation world where resources are scarce and only the golden elixir can be born, the skills and elixirs that increase the soul can be said to be very precious. As far as Lin Chen knows, he has never heard of the skills of cultivating the soul. Although he judged that Qingyun sect should have it, it is not something that he can touch at this level after all. As for the elixir that increases the soul, as far as he knows, so far, in the Qigong stage, there is only one kind of elixir, soul-nourishing pill, and it is the kind that is priceless. Even if he can afford it, he can't find a way. Lin Chen's various studies on cultivating immortals all pointed out the importance of the soul in cultivation. If he once neglected this and fell behind other cultivators in this regard, then one step behind would lead to another, and one day, it would affect his immortal path. This problem once troubled Lin Chen. After killing nearly 100 evil cultivators, touching the bodies of a large number of cultivators, and visiting the Taba streets of the 4 markets of Qingyun sect, but finding nothing, Lin Chen finally realized that he really did not have the treatment of a protagonist. After thinking hard for a long time, Lin Chen felt that it would be better to make it himself instead of trying to find it by chance. And the soul-nourishing incense is one of the results of Lin Chen's research on the soul. Lin Chen discovered that the mind-restoring medicines in the mortal world had an effect on mortals, so he suddenly thought, if the ordinary medicinal materials and the secular mind-restoring prescriptions were replaced with elixirs, would it have an effect on monks? Lin Chen originally thought that other monks would not have thought of such a simple method, but now, this situation does not appear in the world of immortality. Maybe there is some kind of problem. However, ordinary people can use this prescription to nourish their spirits. There is no reason to replace it with a more powerful elixir that will not work for practitioners. After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen felt that the experiment would eventually lead to true knowledge, so he started directly. So a lot of time was spent on research and development and experiments, and finally, the first version of the soul-nourishing incense was successfully released. After experiments, its effect is only 1/1000th of the efficacy of the soul-nourishing pill in the qi refining stage. Without comparative observation experiments, the subtle differences cannot be seen at all. Lin Chen guessed that this subtle effect of medicine, which is difficult to detect, should be the reason why the monks failed to insist on continuing to improve the mortal medicine. But for him, no matter how weak the effect of the medicine is, it only needs to be useful, not to mention that it can be used in large quantities. Lin Chen lit at least 9 soul-nourishing incense sticks every day, and its effect was comparable to 1% of the soul-nourishing pill. Over time, Lin Chen was equivalent to taking a soul-nourishing pill every 3 months. It seems quite desolate, and you can only take 1 pill every 3 months, but in the world of immortal cultivation in Lingnan, where resources are scarce, pills that can grow the soul can be said to be rare. Being able to take 1 every 3 months is already the treatment given to the core disciples of the sect and the direct descendants of those big families. Not to mention, Lin Chen can also upgrade the soul-nourishing incense to have stronger medicinal effects. Version 2.0 of Nourishing Soul Incense is an advanced version developed by Lin Chen after searching for prescriptions that require various precious medicinal materials in the mortal world, and then replacing them with various spiritual objects. However, just as taking the same medicine for a long time will develop drug resistance, even if Lin Chen made it into a soul-nourishing incense and avoided taking it directly, resistance gradually developed in the body, resulting in no effect at all. Therefore, Lin Chen had to continue to develop a new generation of soul-nourishing incense.
Even though this process is very troublesome, the effect is also very significant.
With the help of soul-nourishing incense, Lin Chen's soul now far exceeds that of monks of the same level. Not only that, Lin Chen also developed a simple method of refining gods.
Although Lin Chen didn't know what the nature of the soul was.
But he discovered through observation and research that the soul, like the body, will become stronger with more exercise. Based on this concept, refer to the Taoist methods of previous lives.
After your soul is exhausted, you can calm down and meditate to rest your mind.
At this time, just like replenishing nutrients in time after physical exercise, Lin Chen lit the soul-nourishing incense to nourish his soul. With the blessing of these two, he made rapid progress in his soul. Lin Chen combined this simple method of refining gods with the method of making soul-nourishing incense, and created what he knew so far, one of the three major forces in Lingnan cultivation world and the only one on the bright side of Qingyun sect. The method of refining the gods, Lingxiang Nourishing Soul Sutra. Thinking of this, a smile flashed across Lin Chen's face. If you don't have something, create it yourself, that's what you're capable of. Ling Fragrance Nourishing Soul Sutra is part of his three paths of essence, energy and spirit, which is the way of God, Shen nourishing technique. It is his own unique God refining method that he developed over the past 10 years with existing resources without the availability of peerless skills and immortal elixirs. This method is extremely precious. Lin Chen can be sure that once he exposes any information related to this method, it will definitely cause huge waves in the Lingnan immortal cultivation world, and even the high-ranking Jindan master will personally fight for it. Maybe it won't work on high-level monks, but compared to soul-nourishing pills, it has lower cost and safety. It can greatly change the strength and potential of monks at the bottom of a force, thus profoundly affecting the entire Lingnan
situation.
Oh, what a pity! If I had enough strength, I could bear the backlash of exposing this sutra and gain enough benefits. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. If Lin Chen exposes this, he will definitely be pushed to the forefront and cause a lot of trouble. Even though the Qingyun sect would try its best to protect him, Lin Chen really didn't want to feel the feeling of leaving his fate in the hands of others. Besides, even within the Qingyun sect, it is not necessarily safe. If you hand in this sutra, you will definitely receive a generous reward, but he does not have the strength to match it, so how can he hold on? Not to mention, in this world of immortality, once you have huge interests that are not in line with your own strength, it is extremely easy to cause death. Forget it, don't even think about these things until you are strong enough. Lin Chen shook his head, then looked at the soul-nourishing incense on the table and fell into deep thought.
The revised version of Soul Nourishing Incense 3.0 has just been developed, and experiments are still needed to determine its efficacy and whether it has any hidden dangers.
Also, about the experiment of the soul and the breakthrough of the foundation period, Lin Chen's eyes moved slightly as if he thought of something. He originally thought that since he was a human being in 2 lifetimes, his soul should be far superior to others and his training efficiency should be higher. However, in reality, there is no difference between his training speed and those with the same talent. From this point of view, the soul mentioned in this life is not just the consciousness, memory, etc. recorded in the previous life. I am afraid it also represents other things. And, interestingly, in the previous life, the Taoists called it soul. Soul is a Western term, but in this life it is called soul, combined with the aura law that I have concluded that everything in the world is composed of aura. So, the word soul is just a simple different name, or does the spirit of the soul refer to aura? At dusk, the setting sun melts gold, and the winding mountain peaks are coated with a layer of melting warm color. On a steep mountain peak, a figure jumped several times in the lush jungle, and finally stopped in front of a dark cave entrance. The figure was dressed in a simple white robe, and her slender figure almost blended into the setting sun. Just her standing posture gave her a graceful and elegant appearance, like an orchid tree.
This figure is none other than Lin Chen.
He looked around once, then walked straight into the cave, and soon disappeared into the darkness. The sun slowly sets in the west, and the sunset glow on the horizon changes in yellow, orange, red, blue, and purple, and finally turns into a deep blue. At this moment, in front of the cave, a figure suddenly appeared. This person's appearance and body shape were exactly the same as Lin Chen who had just entered.
It seems that no one is following.
The figure observed carefully for a week, and then walked directly into the cave entrance. As the crisp footsteps gradually disappeared, the cave entrance quickly returned to calm, and time continued to pass slowly until the bright moon climbed up the hill. The evening wind blew through the boundless jungle, causing the shadows of the trees to dance. At this moment, a figure was hiding in the jungle, quietly observing the location of the cave entrance.
It seems that no one is following. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief.
What he just entered were images created by his magic. Although the images created by illusions can be distinguished by the methods used in the qi refining stage when viewed up close, it is easy to misjudge if viewed from a distance. In addition, Lin Chen used the phantom sound technique to create sounds, which increased the authenticity.
If there was a real stalker, this would be enough to deceive him.
In previous movies and TV shows, Lin Chen always saw the protagonist walking first, and the enemy following behind. Coupled with this trip to the market, Lin Chen felt that it was better to be more cautious. Besides, it's not because he was so cautious, but because the laboratory in the cave was very important to him. It contains not only his research results and information over the past 10 years, but also a lot of cherished experimental materials. Once it is lost or damaged, it will greatly affect Lin Chen's plan to attack the foundation building stage and plan the golden elixir stage.
When it comes to the road, he cannot be careless.
Although I don't understand the principle of the cunning rabbit's 3 caves, the problem is that the construction of a laboratory is not a simple matter. Equipment, safety measures, geographical location, etc. all need to be considered. With the productivity during the gas refining period, it is impossible to build more, Lin Chen sighed softly in his heart. Then, his whole body suddenly exerted force, and he used the shadow of the tree to sneak. He moved like a cunning rabbit but landed silently. Dressed in black, he quietly entered the cave entrance with the help of the night.
It was pitch black inside the cave, and the environment was even more eerie and terrifying than the outside.
The surroundings were also dead silent, but Lin Chen seemed unaffected and walked inside step by step, leaving a series of inconspicuous footprints on the ground. After turning a few corners at the entrance of the cave, Lin Chen finally came to a stone wall.
Obviously, there is no way ahead.
Under normal circumstances, Lin Chen should have gone up to touch a certain stone, or used a formation. The stone wall in front of him moved away, and a new road appeared.
But he didn't do that.
Instead, he closed his eyes and sensed it carefully. No one followed, Lin Chen muttered to himself in the darkness. The moment he came in, he set up a spiritual thread at the entrance of the cave.
Once someone came in, he would feel it.
In that case, Lin Chen glanced at the stone wall in front of him, and did not step forward, but retreated slightly, his steps back matching the footsteps he came from. This string of footprints was left intentionally by him. If anyone follows Lin Chen into this cave and follows this trail, he will fall directly into the trap set by Lin Chen. There is indeed a passage behind the stone wall at the end of the footprints, but it is covered with a large number of flame talismans. The mountain under the passage was hollowed out by Lin Chen and a large number of poisonous snakes were raised.
Once inside, the talismans will detonate. Even if the intruder does not die, his whole body will be destroyed.
Will fall into a pit of snakes.
Lin Chen didn't think there was anything wrong with this series of operations, such as misdirection in traps. In his opinion, no matter how much you did to protect the laboratory, it was not too much. If it weren't for the lack of resources at hand, Lin Chen would definitely arrange all the talismans, formations, and curses to be as sinister as possible, and he would definitely make the intruders feel what terror is. Lin Chen kept walking backwards following the footsteps, and finally came to the first corner entering the cave entrance. He pressed a stone on the stone wall next to him. Soon, an entrance appeared in front of him, and Lin Chen ducked in directly. Hey, if you are like the elders in the foundation building stage, and you have a spiritual mountain, why is it so troublesome?
After closing the stone wall, Lin Chen sighed softly, pressed on the wall aside, and suddenly, the lights lit up one after another. In front of you is a corridor with several rooms on both sides, and at the end is a downward staircase. Following crisp footsteps, Lin Chen walked into the first room on the right, which was a study room illuminated by night pearls. 3 10-meter-long bookshelves spanned the entire space. On the 3 bookshelves, the 3 characters' spiritual energy, cultivation and soul are written respectively. Lin Chen walked between the bookshelves, raised his head slightly, and carefully selected the documents on them. These are all research topics determined by Lin Chen based on the laws of spiritual energy and his own chosen direction. On the bookshelf are recent studies that are closely related to current practice, such as how to optimize the spirit gathering array, the impact of the artificial spirit-free area caused by the threshold of spirit extraction on cultivation, the actual effect of pills in cultivation, research on the 3.0 version of the soul-nourishing incense, etc.
The middle ones require long-term research and demonstration,
such as, on the relationship between spirit roots, skills, and physique, how to use spirit energy to replace spirit medicine to achieve non-toxic gas pills, the determination of spirit energy and the attempt of energy level transition, on whether the soul is a carrier of memory or a polymer of spirit energy, research and proof of the third law of spirit energy. As for the dusty things below, there are ideas and directions, but it is almost impossible to study. Such as, on whether differential manifolds can be used in the arrangement of arrays, can the flow of spirit energy in the human meridians be established into a correct mathematical model, does spirit energy have quantum phenomena, and so on. Lin Chen raised his hand and took down 3 documents, namely, research on the 3.0 version of the soul-nourishing incense, on the relationship between spirit energy levels in different realms, and differences between different realms.
The document is recorded on paper.
As for why it cannot be a jade slip, the reason is also very simple: there are not enough spirit stones. Ordinary jade slips are stored for 1 spirit stone at most, and the storage time is at most 1 year, and there is a limit on the number of times they can be read. In addition, there are a lot of research materials, and using jade slips is generally not worth the loss, so Lin Chen often uses paper to record. Lin Chen took the document, walked out of the door, and walked straight forward. At the end of the passage, there is a wall. Lin Chen walked over, and then pressed hard on a certain position. Suddenly, accompanied by a sound of a switch starting, a dark passage intersection appeared in front of him. But strangely, Lin Chen did not go forward, but turned around and walked back to the original room. Opening the door, at the end of the room where he was originally responsible for collecting information, a downward staircase appeared at some point. Obviously, the intersection at the end of the passage is a trap, and only this room is the real downward passage. For Lin Chen, the document room on the ground has backups of the information in it, so it doesn't matter even if it is damaged, but the experimental products and experimental equipment underground are different, and that is what he spent a lot of money to get.
Dad Ada.
Lin Chen walked down the stairs, and the crisp footsteps sounded in it. Under his feet was a cement floor made by magic. The walls on both sides of the road were inlaid with night pearls, which illuminated the place. I don't know how long I walked. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. Lin Chen stopped and looked forward. Under the bright light, looking around, what appeared in front of Lin Chen was a floating corpse. No. To be precise, it was not suspended, but floating in a transparent glass jar. And there was more than 1 glass jar. Looking around, it was densely packed. There were countless strange objects in it, including the remains of monsters, medicinal materials made into specimens, and even the torsos of cultivators. They were neatly arranged in a unique way and filled every corner of the room. If seen by people in the previous life, I am afraid it would be regarded as a mad scientist's experiment. If seen by cultivators, they would think it was a place for demon cultivators to raise goo. And this is exactly Lin Chen's cultivation laboratory. Floating bodies, strange organs, and some seemingly indescribable substances are enough to make people feel indescribably creepy. But Lin Chen ignored this scene that would scare many cultivators and walked straight to a row of glass jars. In this row of glass jars, there were monkeys of similar shape, size, and gender. They floated in the glass jars one by one, with large and small tubes inserted into their bodies. If you look closely at them, you will find that their chests are slightly rising and falling.
Obviously, they are not dead.
Lin Chen observed carefully for a while, then took out 10 monkeys and walked out. Although it is unclear where the humans in this world came from, Lin Chen found through observation and research that monkeys are similar to cultivators in terms of body structure and dantian meridians, so they are the best experimental subjects. And over the years, these monkeys have made great contributions to Lin Chen's immortal cultivation experiments. If it were in his previous life, Lin Chen would definitely give them a Nobel Prize for experimental materials. As for what experiments, in addition to the previous ones, now of course, it is an experiment to study the efficacy and side effects of the soul-nourishing incense. After all, if this kind of thing is used directly without being tested, Lin Chen might be like an old man who eats arsenic and thinks his life is too long. Lin Chen led the 10 unconscious monkeys out of the secret room, turned left and right in the passage, and finally came to a unique place. The surroundings were white walls as new, with arrays and prohibitions engraved on them. The top of the room adopted secular mechanical techniques to prevent magic detection, and traps and prohibitions were built below, which was enough to show Lin Chen's attention to this laboratory. On the floor and in the corners, there were flame talismans, and a large amount of kerosene was buried in the protruding wall on the side. As long as something was found wrong, a firebomb could turn this place into a scorched land and cover up all traces. The rooms in this place were nested one after another.
As long as there was an accident, they could be heavily sealed to prevent the scope of influence from expanding.
It was not that Lin Shen thought too much. But the scientific experiments in the materialistic world of the previous life had various dangers such as poison gas leakage, virus infection, and biological mutation, not to mention that this world was still an extraordinary world.
Lin Shen didn't want to be killed by the experimental subjects while he was doing the experiment. So no matter how cautious he was, it was not too much.
When Lin Shen brought this batch of unconscious monkeys to the scene, there was already another batch of experimental subjects in the laboratory.
That was also a batch of monkeys.
Unlike the monkeys that Lin Shen brought, which fell into a coma due to soul damage, this batch of monkeys looked very healthy, and their eyes were even brighter.
Even if they were trapped in an iron cage, they would jump up and down from time to time, and constantly bite with their teeth and fingers, and fiddle with the iron bars, trying to escape. What's more, some of them kept making faces at Lin Shen, baring their teeth and claws, as if they wanted to scare him. Lin Shen didn't care about this.
In his opinion, this was better.
After all, healthy and standard experimental subjects could provide him with more accurate judgments, right?
After placing the unconscious monkeys, he directly opened the innermost laboratory. The surroundings are made of glass walls made of special materials, with a 2-meter-long laboratory table in the middle. The transparent glass on the ceiling is also pasted with a fire symbol for sterilization. Lin Shen checked the experimental equipment 3 times, then put an unconscious monkey on the laboratory table, then took out an experimental logbook and stood outside the laboratory.
Soul Nourishing Incense 3.0 Revised Version Test Experiment. Lin Shen's eyes condensed and focused his attention. Start now.
As soon as the voice fell, his whole temperament suddenly changed. If it was originally like a monk, chic and romantic, then now, the whole person's temperament has become indifferent and pure. He snapped his fingers, and the soul-nourishing incense in the laboratory was immediately ignited. Under the sparks, a faint fragrance filled the room. Lin Shen stared at the monkey on the laboratory table closely, observing its movements at all times. In his previous life, Lin Shen was just an ordinary college student in an ordinary university, not a famous scientist, and a computer major, and he had not done many experiments, so he really didn't understand those high-end scientific experimental methods.
However, he remembered 2 methods very clearly.
One is to change only one factor at a time, while keeping the other factors unchanged, so as to study the impact of the changed factor on things, study them separately, and finally solve them comprehensively. The other is to reveal the properties of things by comparing their similarities and differences. That is, the control variable method and control experiment method learned in high school textbooks. By comparing the situation of the monkeys with damaged souls after absorbing the soul-nourishing incense, we can judge whether the efficacy of the medicine is sufficient. By comparing the state of the healthy monkeys after the experiment, we can judge whether the new version of the soul-nourishing incense has hidden dangers.
And the comparison between the two.
Although Lin Shen does not have the means to observe the soul, there are also methods in science to understand things without direct observation, such as indirect observation.
The ancients once said, if the essence is sufficient, you will not think about sex, if the chi is sufficient, you will not think about food, and if the spirit is sufficient, you will not think about sleep. This means that people with sufficient essence, chi and spirit will be lively and energetic in their bodies.
In other words, the spirit is the soul, which is elusive and unobservable, but it will manifest itself in the body, and through this manifestation, Lin Shen can use it to judge the efficacy of the soul-nourishing incense.
Just like this moment.
Lin Shen's eyes exuded a faint white light, and the unconscious monkey on the experimental table was clearly visible in his eyes.
Its eyelids seemed to have moved?
Lin Shen's eyes moved and he glanced at the soul-nourishing incense burning in the room with his peripheral vision.
Half of it was gone.
The soul of the monkey on the experimental table was damaged by my mental shock. The previous 2 versions of the soul-nourishing incense had to be tested at least 10 times to have this effect.
It seems that the effect of the medicine has met my needs?
No, the data may be biased, please experiment a few more times. Lin Shen pondered for a moment, and after the incense burned out, he went in to observe it, then changed the monkey and repeated the experiment many times.
Preliminary judgment is that the soul-nourishing incense is effective enough.
Next, we will start the side effects experiment. Lin Shen put an ignorant monkey with an intact soul into the laboratory and lit the soul-nourishing incense again. Lin Shen opened his eyes wide and looked at the healthy monkey in the laboratory, wanting to know if this soul-nourishing incense had any side effects, and if so, what they were. After all, the production of soul-nourishing incense is modified from mortal prescriptions, and the probability of problems during the process is very high. If Lin Chen had not used the elimination method to screen out most of the unlikely answers, plus the consumption of medicinal materials is far less than that of refining elixirs, otherwise, it really would not be possible to make it. First of all, after a while, the originally lively and active monkey became a little depressed and felt sleepy. Lin Chen was a little confused. This situation was not within the scope of what he expected. Then, the monkey suddenly fell down on the experimental table with a loud click. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown, but he didn't go in hastily. Before the round of experiments was completed, he couldn't draw conclusions easily. After the experiment ended, Lin Chen repeated the experiment several times, but the situation was still the same. It doesn't seem to be a special case, but why does this kind of lethargy occur? Is there something wrong with the product I'm researching? Lin Chen frowned deeply, but soon let go. Instead of blindly guessing like this, it's better to dissect and take a look. Thinking of this, Lin Chen picked up the scalpel without hesitation. Although he cannot dissect the soul for the time being, he can judge the situation based on various changes in the body. After all, in Lin Chen's opinion, any problem encountered in the experiment can be solved by anatomy. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Chen washed away the blood on his hands. So that's it, the new version of soul-nourishing incense is too powerful for monkeys. In addition, various elixirs have a calming effect. During the mixing process, they are superimposed, and finally produce a kind of hypnotic effect. However, this kind of hypnosis is not harmful to the body, but allows the body to absorb it better through sleep, which means, for some reason, Lin Chen suddenly thought that this new version of soul-nourishing incense could not only be used to strengthen himself, but could also be used in combat. As long as you wear a sachet made of this soul-nourishing incense during the battle, the enemy will feel drowsy as long as the battle lasts long enough. Being distracted during battle will have extremely serious consequences, let alone falling asleep in front of the enemy. And this sleeping effect is caused by tonics. Pills such as detoxification pills and rejuvenation pills not only fail to relieve it, but may even aggravate it. Of course, it's possible that monkeys will have such effects, but it's not necessarily true for monks themselves. But after this experiment, I at least understand that even if it has side effects, it won't be too big. Lin Chen stood there and kept thinking. The research on this soul-nourishing incense is not only to enhance his mental power, it is also related to Lin Chen's breakthrough in the foundation building period and the research on soul. After researching the first two editions, I can confirm that there is some kind of special spiritual energy in the soul-nourishing incense that can strengthen the human soul, but the problem is that the soul, can only be observed and possessed during the foundation establishment stage. So if I want to do further research now, I must first understand the mystery of the foundation establishment stage? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then packed up everything in front of him and turned around to go to another laboratory. The monkey experiment has proven that the side effects of the new version of the soul-nourishing incense will not be too great, and the next monk experiment is a long-term follow-up process that cannot be completed in a short while, so he decided to shift his focus to other places. In other laboratories, there are a large number of runes engraved on them, and there are also many discarded spiritual stones that have lost their spiritual energy. He took out two things from the storage bag and placed them on the experimental table. They are the Qi condensing liquid, purchased from Yunleifang City, and the mid-grade spiritual stone, purchased at a high cost. Lin Chen looked at the things in front of him, synthesized the information he had collected and the items related to the foundation building period in front of him, and slowly fell into deep thought. What the Qi refining monks have is true Qi, but what the foundation stage monks have is called true Yuan. In addition, there are essential differences between monks in different realms. Does this mean that spiritual energy is like particles and has energy levels? Spirit stone, the crystallization of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, contains abundant spiritual energy. As we all know, spiritual energy is the existence that cultivators rely on for cultivation and absorption. It can even be said that everything in the pursuit of truth is based on spiritual energy. And spiritual stones are divided into about 4 grades according to quality: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and the legendary top grade. Originally, Lin Chen thought that the reason for the division of quality was that the amount of spiritual energy contained in spiritual stones of different qualities was different. But later he found that this was not the case. And through observation, Lin Chen found that the quality of spiritual stones seemed to be linked to the realm of cultivators. For example, cultivators in the Qi refining stage will only use low-grade spiritual stones for trading or cultivation. If it involves a large amount of transactions, they will use artificial spiritual stone equivalents for trading, such as the Qingyun spirit leaf of the Qingyun sect, the corpse soul pill of the 10,000 corpses sect, the Bihai spirit pearl of the East Sea Sancho Alliance, etc. In the foundation building stage, cultivators generally use medium-quality spirit stones for trading and cultivation, and occasionally use low-quality spirit stones. Although the two are in the 100-based system in the market, only when you reach the corresponding realm can you exchange for spirit stones of corresponding quality in the market. And cultivators of different realms use spirit stones of different qualities, which seems to have formed a custom in this world. There must be a reason behind the formation of the custom. I believe that it is not impossible for no one to integrate medium-quality spirit stones into the qi refining stage market to facilitate trading operations, but it was not done after all. Is the number of medium-quality spirit stones scarce? No, it is unlikely. Maybe the number is indeed small, but it is not so precious. Otherwise, the exchange ratio would not be 1 to 100, Lin Chen pondered. Spirit stones are not only used for trading, but also for cultivation. The reason why medium-quality spirit stones are not used in the qi refining stage market is probably not because they do not want to use them, but for most qi refining stage cultivators, the spiritual energy in this kind of spirit stone cannot be used. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at the medium-quality spirit stone on the experimental table. It is a milky white jade, the size of a teacup, emitting a faint white light. There is a faint warmth in the hand, which is different from the ordinary jade like low-grade spiritual stones. There is an indescribable strangeness. Lin Chen mobilized the true qi in his body and wanted to guide part of the spiritual energy in the spiritual stone into his body, but he found that such an operation was as difficult as lifting a boulder. Sure enough, just like in the previous life, primitive barbarians could only use fire, while modern people can use electricity and nuclear energy. Do different levels of energy require different realms? Lin Chen thought. With the in-depth research over the years, Lin Chen gradually discovered that this world composed of spiritual energy not only has a gap in realm of cultivation itself, but also has a difference in level of everything. This divides the natural materials and treasures that can only be used by cultivators of different realms. If used beyond the realm, unless it is specially treated, most of the effectiveness will be wasted at best, and at worst, the body may explode and die. Lin Chen also speculated that perhaps the world was the same for mortals and low-level cultivators, but for high-level cultivators, the world they saw might be different. For example, strange things like morning glow purple air and moonlight of the moon, for mortals and cultivators in the qi refining stage, they were just ordinary morning glow moonlight, but for cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, they were moonlight all over the sky and purple air coming from the east. Lin Chen felt that the reason for all these differences should be the spiritual energy of this world, which, like the particles in the previous life, has energy level divisions. The difference in different energy levels of spiritual energy has created the essential difference in this world. Of course, all of this is just speculation. I can't be sure whether it is because of the energy level or some other reason that it is difficult for qi refining cultivators to mobilize the spiritual energy of medium-grade spirit stones. So we need experiments, but I can first assume that it exists, and then use the existing phenomena to disprove it. If there is no problem, it means that spiritual energy does exist in energy levels. But according to the existing information, cultivators are divided into qi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, and other realms. It is impossible to just change the state of the spiritual energy that has been refined in the body from gas to solid, which also involves qualitative improvement. Rise. This may prove that spiritual energy has energy levels. Maybe I can start from this aspect. As long as I master the secret of the cultivator's advancement, I can verify whether the spiritual energy in this world has energy levels. Lin Chen pondered for a while, and then picked up the spirit condensing liquid, purchased from Yunlai market. Spirit condensing liquid can promote the liquefaction of the true qi in the cultivator's body and is one of the 3 treasures of the foundation building period. But Lin Chen found that simply liquefying the spiritual energy only forms spiritual liquid, and cannot achieve the improvement of energy levels. So, do we still need a primer or a catalyst? Thinking of this, Lin Chen pressed his hand on the stage, and the formation of the entire laboratory was immediately activated. The dragon flying and phoenix dancing prohibitions exuded brilliant spiritual light. Under the traction of the formation, the spiritual energy of a large number of low-grade spiritual stones around swarmed out, directly forming a spiritual energy vortex in the room. This is based on the idea of the cyclone state of the qi refining period, which helps liquefaction by rotating the spiritual energy.
Lin Chen took out a portion of spirit condensing liquid and threw it into the spiritual energy vortex without hesitation. This scene is enough to drive the casual cultivators crazy. For them, the foundation building spiritual objects that they may not be able to get even if they work hard, are just thrown away and wasted. But for Lin Chen, these so-called foundation building spiritual objects are just auxiliary, and the evolution of the essence of life still depends on itself. If he can't even have a clear understanding of the direction of his own evolution, and just relies on elixirs and spiritual objects to force a breakthrough, what is the difference between him and a barbarian who has power but no brains? You know, what he seeks is the great way of the world, and what he seeks is immortality, not to become a cultivator who can break through as long as there are enough elixirs and spiritual objects. After the spirit condensation liquid came into contact with the spiritual energy vortex, it directly disintegrated, and in Lin Chen's spirit viewing formation, a milky white spiritual energy with a faint glow was formed. It swam in the pale white spiritual energy, and then began to dim little by little. Lin Chen frowned. The liquefaction of spiritual energy has begun, but the high-energy spiritual energy obtained from the spirit condensation liquid seems to be downgraded. Not enough? No, that's not right.
It's not a matter of quantity, but that there is no energy level transition at all. Lin Chen looked at the middle-grade spirit stone beside him, waved his hand, and part of the spiritual energy in his body flowed into the formation.
But even so, the spiritual energy in the formation still did not have any energy level transition phenomenon.
The spiritual energy of the middle-grade spirit stone was originally stable, but under the influence of the spiritual energy of the low-grade spirit stone, it began to slowly degrade. It seems that the decline of the spiritual energy level is easier than imagined, and, not only is it easier for the spiritual energy level to decline than to increase, but it is also the same from active to inert. Although the two can be converted to each other, the difficulties they face are different, but it's normal to think about it. The spiritual energy is to form everything and thus serve as the foundation of the world. The decline of energy level and the transformation from active to inert must be several times easier than its reverse increase. This characteristic of spiritual energy reminded Lin Chen of the entropy increase and entropy decrease theory in his previous life. Of course, these are not the key points now. The key point is that I have referred to the environment of the foundation building breakthrough, but why has there been no transition in the spiritual energy level until now? Or, my guess is wrong. The spiritual energy does not have energy levels, but has other characteristics? Looking at the milky white spiritual energy in the spirit observation formation, fading little by little, Lin Chen frowned deeply.
What went wrong?
Suddenly, Lin Chen realized that the breakthrough in the foundation building period, as far as he knew, seemed to only happen among practitioners. And all practitioners, whether they are human immortals, monsters returning to their ancestors, or those strange creatures practicing, they all have one thing in common, that is, they have self-awareness and wisdom. After all, Lin Chen has never heard of a stone or a dead object being able to complete the evolution of its own life essence. So the breakthrough in the foundation building period, or the transition of the spiritual energy level, still requires the creature's own consciousness or wisdom? So, do we still need to conduct cultivator experiments? Under the bright light, Lin Chen sighed softly, but his eyes became more and more profound. The cold touch and the endless pain on his body made Yu Man wake up directly.
Where is this?
Yu Man opened his eyes. There was a ceiling above him. There was a cold and dry atmosphere in the air.
It seemed to be a secret room.
I remember, wasn't I refining the child mother soul chasing blade? Why, did it appear here? The Sun Mother Soul Chasing Blade is a special magical weapon used during the Chi training period. It has a mother blade and 6 child blades. Not only can it control the child blades by operating the mother blade, so that multiple magic weapons can attack at the same time, but it can also be condensed into one to increase its attack power. However, the refining of this magic weapon requires the user's spirit, and it must be carried around at all times and maintained with true air. Not only is it time-consuming and labor-intensive, but it also greatly damages the body's vitality, so few people practice it. But the magicians among the casual cultivators actually came up with a very cruel refining method, which is, use people to refine weapons. Looking for a female cultivator, the higher the strength, the better. Leave your own blood in her body, then wait for her to give birth to a son, and use her blood essence and soul to refine the child blade. When the number is enough, she will be trained into the mother blade. The magic weapon refined in this way contains terrifying evil spirits, and its power is higher than that of regular refining, so it is sought after by a large number of evil cultivators. The Qingyun sect naturally hates this, not only because its refining method is very cruel, but also because this refining method will cause a large loss of population and harm the interests of the Qingyun sect. Therefore, this is strictly prohibited and cracked down on. Although this method is very inhumane, in Yuman's view, isn't Qingyun sect's harvesting of the resources of the lower-level monks also a form of plundering, squeezing, and eating the flesh and blood of the lower-level monks? It's just that compared to their obscurity, I just do it more directly.
In Yuman's view, strength is the only truth in this world.
What's the big deal if you sacrifice some people in order to become stronger? And in his opinion, compared to those so-called righteous hypocrites who love to use righteousness as a fig leaf, he can be considered frank. At this moment, Yuman struggled, feeling constant pain all over his body, his memory was confused and unclear, and he felt a chill all over his body. Apparently, someone had stripped him of his clothes.
Not only that, there was an indescribable severe pain in his dantian and his whole body.
His mouth was missing all teeth, and he felt empty.
There were even shackles around his neck. Am I captured? Damn it, what happened?
Yuman turned his head to look at his surroundings, but his pupils suddenly shrank.
Next to him, there were also iron cages, and in the iron cages, naked people were also imprisoned.
Of course, what shocked him was not the scene before him, but a person imprisoned not far from him. The other person has a white face and beardless skin, and looks like a boy or girl. He is sitting in the iron cage with a numb look on his face.
It's you!
At this moment, Yuman felt a surge of anger rushing into his heart, completely ignoring the surrounding environment, staring at the other person with his eyes, almost ready to spit fire.
He will never forget this face.
The person in front of me is extremely famous among these evil cultivators and is called the Jade-Faced Evil Cultivator. And the reason why he is famous is not because of his strength, but because of the opponent's wonderful behavior. The Jade-Faced Evil Cultivators in other areas are always trying to harm female cultivators, but the other party does the opposite and specializes in seducing male cultivators. Every time, he would dress up as a coquettish female cultivator to seduce others. He would cultivate with his prey and take off his clothes. He would attack the prey with both mental and physical blows. Yuman is one of the victims, and Genius knows what he went through at that time.
If he hadn't reacted in time and ran quickly, he would have almost died. Oh? Do you know him?
At this moment, in the darkness, a doubtful voice came.
Of course I know him.
Even if he turns into ashes, I will still remember him.
Yuman's face was full of anger.
Oh? A faint voice came from the side. It's really fate that I can meet acquaintances in this place. As the saying goes, meeting an old friend in a foreign country is really a happy event in life.
Go to a foreign country, Yuman just wanted to yell. Meeting an enemy in a cell is called meeting an old friend in a foreign country?
But just as he was about to curse, he suddenly froze and turned his head sharply. Only then did he realize that not far behind him, a figure appeared in the darkness. The other party was dressed in white, with a crown-like face and sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes.
He was holding a book and had a calm expression. It's you!
Yuman suddenly remembered that when he was refining the Sun Mother soul-chasing blade, he suddenly smelled a strange fragrance, and then he fell into an uncontrollable drowsiness. And before he lost consciousness, the last scene he saw was this figure. It turns out that he was caught by the other party. Boy, if you know what's going on, let me go as soon as possible, otherwise, Yuman said viciously. Lin Shen didn't reply, but stepped forward directly and took several people, including him, out of the cage.
Seeing this, Yuman noticed something was wrong.
He wanted to resist, but he felt completely weak. The energy in his body had been blocked by some unknown means.
He could only let Lin Shen use the iron chain to pull him out of the cage. He was taken directly outside a laboratory by Lin Shen.
Then, he watched helplessly as the people who were brought along with him were taken in one after another. At this moment, in the laboratory, Lin Chen was setting up the formation. Low-grade spiritual stones, precious spiritual ink, earth element spiritual jade used for array formation, and various spiritual materials of the 5 elements were consumed by Lin Chen as if they were free. Although it was difficult to earn spiritual stones, Lin Chen would not hesitate at all when it was time to spend. Perhaps he was indeed very stingy in other aspects, but when it came to research, he always believed in better to have less than too much. After all, in scientific research, if you pass off inferior goods as good ones, there will be big problems. The 3 major difficulties when breaking through to the foundation building stage are divided into the physical body, the true qi, and the soul. According to the records of the classics, the first of the 3 foundation building levels is the physical body. When building the foundation, The cultivator must have a strong physique, vigorous chi and blood, and no hidden injuries. It is generally believed in the world of immortal cultivation that cultivators over the age of 60 will find it difficult to build a foundation even if they have cultivated to the perfect state of refining chi. The second level is the true essence level, and the true chi must be strong enough to complete the requirement of converting the true chi condensed liquid into true essence. The last level is the soul level, where the cultivator condenses the scattered soul and transforms mental power into spiritual perception. Although he was thinking, Lin Chen's hand speed did not slow down at all, almost leaving a trail of afterimages, and a large amount of spiritual materials were arranged in a specific way. After my research, I found that although the foundation building process is divided into 3 stages, in the final analysis, there is only one core, that is, the liquefaction of true chi into true essence. However, due to the difficulty and process of true chi liquefaction, it is roughly divided into 3 steps. And each step has its own difficulties. Once one cannot be overcome, the impact of foundation building will fail, so the cultivators call these 3 difficulties the 3 stages of foundation building. First of all, the amount of true chi stored in the cultivator's body is limited, and it can only reach the minimum standard of liquefaction at most, and it may not be successful, so it is necessary to introduce external spiritual energy from heaven and earth to assist in liquefaction. And the external spiritual energy from heaven and earth has not been refined, and it is impossible to control it when it flows in a large amount at one time, so it will cause damage to the body. Therefore, a strong body must be able to withstand the influx of spiritual energy, and this is the origin of the physical body stage. The second stage of true chi liquefaction is to liquefy the spiritual energy in the cultivator's body. True chi and external spiritual chi are condensed into true essence, so that quantitative change leads to qualitative change. In this process, since the content of external spiritual chi is higher than the true chi in the cultivator's body and cannot be controlled, the cultivator needs to use true chi to guide and operate. In this process, the cultivator is required to have a very high control over the true chi in his body. In other words, the true chi in the cultivator's body is required to come from the cultivator's refining of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth bit by bit, rather than simply swallowing pills, otherwise it will be difficult to control, which is the key to the true essence pass. The soul pass, also known as the soul pass, is to use the true essence as a guide to condense the cultivator's own soul. In this process, the cultivator will experience great pain. Once he can't stand it and faints, all his previous efforts will be wasted. According to Lin Chen, the birth of pills such as the foundation building pill was created by ancient cultivators to solve these 3 difficulties. Its medicinal effect can repair the meridians in the cultivator's body when impacting the foundation building period, prevent the body from collapsing, provide mild spiritual chi to assist in refining, and relieve the pain of soul condensation, so it is sought after by a large number of cultivators. However, due to the lack of resources in the Lingnan cultivation land, and the fact that the 3 main medicines for refining foundation building pills, fairy foundation fruit, 100-year spirit milk, and purple jade Roland, cannot shorten their growth cycles through special means, the number of foundation building pills is very limited. Almost every 50 years, Xingyun sect can refine a batch of foundation building pills, but there are only about 10 pills, which are very rare. Therefore, in the Lingnan cultivation land, even the foundation building cultivators in the 3 major forces, most of them rely on one or several foundation building spiritual objects to break through. Lin Chen did not consider the foundation building pill. After all, it has only been 20 years since the last time the sect refined the foundation building pill. If you want to wait for the next batch of refining, you have to wait at least 30 or 40 years. Lin Chen will be in his 50s or 60s at that time. Even if he has this pill, the chance of impacting the foundation is very slim, so this option was immediately abandoned by Lin Chen. As for the foundation building spiritual object, it is also not something that is easy to get. You know, even the second-level talismans are under the supervision of the 3 major forces in Lingnan, not to mention the spiritual objects that can build the foundation. Even in Qingyun sect, only one batch is released every 20 years. Even so, it has been snatched by countless people. Those with connections, high qualifications, and talents are all vying for it, so the chance is very slim. Therefore, after consulting a lot of information, Lin Chen found that with his current means, there is only one choice for him to impact the foundation building period, that is, the foundation building secret method. The foundation building secret method is a foundation building method developed by ancient cultivators in addition to elixirs. However, this method has a lower success rate for impacting the foundation building period than elixirs. In addition, it requires cultivators to have sufficient understanding of their own cultivation methods, the difficulties of impacting the foundation building period, and the mystery of the next realm, so it is not very popular among cultivators, and it is even gradually lost. After all, with the shortcut of elixirs, who would choose to take the thorny road? But Lin Chen is different. Compared with the brainless pill breakthrough, this kind of foundation building secret method that requires research and understanding is more favored by him. And Lin Chen read various records, combined with his own research on the foundation building period, and finally developed a set of foundation building secret methods that belonged to him. At this moment, in the laboratory, a naked cultivator was lying on the experimental table. Lin Chen used spiritual ink to carve a series of talismans all over his body, which reflected the spiritual light of the formation under the stage. In the 8 directions around the experimental table, there are huge and dazzling spiritual beads. Right above, there is a huge screen transformed from spiritual energy. The key to the physical level is that the influx of a large amount of external spiritual energy will form spiritual pressure in the cultivator's body, tear the meridians, and cause damage to the cultivator's body. In severe cases, the body will even explode and die. And I will place spiritual beads around the cultivator to form an anticyclone when impacting the foundation building period to offset the huge spiritual pressure formed when the true chi is liquefied, then use the restrictions engraved on the body to guide the spiritual energy into the body, which can greatly relieve the pressure on the body's meridians and reduce the difficulty of the physical level. The liquefaction of true chi may involve the transition of spiritual energy levels. I am confident that the processing of medium-grade spiritual stones into condensed spiritual liquid can help the liquefaction of true chi. As for the pain at the last soul level, thinking of this, Lin Chen took out the recently developed soul-nourishing incense. In Lin Chen's imagination, this soul-nourishing incense is not only a tonic for cultivating the soul, but also can help cultivators break through the soul level. Its calming effect can greatly relieve the pain of soul refining and transformation. And this foundation building method with targeted formations, spiritual liquids, and medicines for each difficulty level is named by Lin Chen as the foundation building transformation secret ritual. This is also a unique foundation building secret method created by combining his own research. By simulating the breakthrough of the foundation building period, I can determine the energy level of spiritual energy. But this method is a preliminary creation after all. If you want to perfect it, you have to go through experiments. Thinking of this, Lin Chen waved his hand, and countless dragon-flying and phoenix-dancing formations began to flash with spiritual light, and countless spiritual energy swarmed in. The experiment officially began. Bang! The violent spiritual energy directly tore the cultivator's meridians, and under the huge spiritual pressure, the body even exploded into a ball of bloody fireworks. Swish! Lin Chen stretched out his hand and waved it in the air, and a spiritual light barrier was formed instantly, blocking the splattered blood and flesh. On the spiritual screen, fragments of internal organs and bones, mixed with dirty blood, slowly slid down from it. He looked at this scene expressionlessly, holding a pen in his hand and constantly recording. The anti-cyclone created must be controlled within a certain range. Too much will reduce the amount of spiritual energy entering the cultivator's body, resulting in failure of foundation building. Too little will merge with the cyclone and the cultivator's dantian, causing the spiritual energy to be unable to be controlled, and thus explode and die. After many experiments, I have determined the approximate range, and the next step is the experiment of true chi liquefaction. Thinking of this, Lin Chen put down the experimental log in his hand and walked out the door. At this moment, a man outside the door stared at the closed door, and the resentment in his eyes became more and more serious. Damn it, if I hadn't been plotted against by this little bastard, how could I have come to this point? I must catch him and torture him to death with the most cruel means. Although he was caught, Yuman was not worried at all, but was thinking about counter-killing. This is not because he is brainless, but because he still has a backup plan. As long as the other party is a disciple of the righteous sect, it will definitely work and give him a chance to escape. Creak! With a crisp sound, the door was opened, and Lin Chen walked out and walked straight towards him. Wait, you can't kill me, otherwise, Yuman was about to say something, but Lin Chen pulled the chain on his neck and the whole person was forcibly pulled in. These demon cultivators are not easy to capture alive. It seems that the next experiment must be careful and don't waste it. Lin Chen didn't pay attention to the other party's words at all, but dragged him in directly. Bang! Yuman only felt that he was thrown on the stage roughly, and various strange torture instruments fixed him, and then the other party kept carving things on his body.
What does the other party want to do? This question arose in Yuman's mind, but when he glanced around with the corner of his eyes, his face suddenly changed. The experimental table was naturally cleaned by Lin Chen with magic, but he had not dealt with some corners, so Yuman could naturally see the bloodstains splattered all over the ground in the corner not far away, and the internal organs mixed with broken bones. So, the people who were brought in became this ground. No, I don't want to die, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. Thinking of this, Yuman screamed wildly, his face became distorted. Lin Chen was carving the formation restriction at a very fast speed, but heard Yuman's roar and screaming, and couldn't help frowning. Forgot to gag. After saying that, he stretched his hand to Yuman's mouth. Wait, you can't kill me. If you kill me, do you know how many families will be destroyed because of you? By then, you will be a sinner. Seeing that hand getting closer and closer to him, Yuman shouted at the top of his lungs. Lin Chen paused. What do you mean by this? I caught a group of children and imprisoned them in a place only I know. If you kill me, no one can rescue them. Then all of them will be trapped to death. And all this is caused by you. Yuman said with a ferocious face. If he were a cultivator of the evil way, he would be courting death by threatening like this, but the cultivators of the righteous way are different, especially the young ones. For the so-called false justice, they often show mercy to those mortals, and this is his chance to escape. When facing the pursuit of the disciples of the righteous way, he always uses the kindness and innocent lives of others to fight for his own chance of survival. However, what he didn't expect was that Lin Chen just said oh without any extra movements. No, don't care? No, impossible, he is definitely pretending. Think it through, if you kill me, all those children will die, and all of this is caused by you. Think about it, those children are desperately waiting for death in the dark, their bodies decaying bit by bit, and all of this is caused by you. Don't you feel guilty about it? I swear, as long as you let me go, I will go back and release those children immediately, and swear that I will never do the same thing again, he. Before Yuman finished speaking, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneered. First of all, their death was caused by you, don't steal the concept and transfer it to me. Secondly, I still understand the principle of eradicating evil. If I let you go because of my concerns, maybe you will harm more people in the future. Of course, the most important thing is, at this point, Lin Chen glanced at him lightly, although I have principles, it doesn't mean that I am a good person who doesn't think. Wait. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen was not threatened at all. Yuman's face changed drastically and he quickly changed his method. Since coercion with justice doesn't work, then we can only bribe them. I know the deepest secrets of your Qingyun sect and Xianin sect. As long as you let me go, I will not only tell you this, but also tell you where those children are hiding. Just because you know this? Lin Chen wanted to interrogate him directly, but the other party's next words made Lin Chen pause again. Don't you think it's strange? Qingyun sect and Xianin sect are both two major forces in Lingnan. Why are they fighting to the death? Even if it's a conflict of interest, it's okay to let the cultivators fight to the death. Why would Jin Danjinwen personally go down and even die for it? Jin Danjinwen, who lives for 800 years, enjoys immortality. Do you think they will sacrifice themselves for the so-called interests of the sect? This, Lin Chen's eyes moved, thinking. This is also what he found strange. After speculating the possibility of war, he looked up a lot of records about the first two battles of immortal cultivators in Lingnan. Originally thought it was just a conflict of interest, but Lin Chen was surprised to find that in these two wars, two sects Jindans actually fell. This made him a little incomprehensible. You know, Jin Danjinren is already the highest level in Lingnan, with 800 years of immortality. What is worth them fighting for? This feeling is like the two small countries in the previous life fighting, standing on the front line and fighting hard is not the low-level army, but the country's top leaders. Then why? As long as you let me go, I will tell you everything. Lin Chen's face suddenly sank, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat, it's a deal. Don't you want to know this secret? Don't forget, there are those children. Do you really want to kill them? At this moment, Yuman went all out and confronted head-on. Rather than just being submissive, it's better to gamble on the status of his intelligence and information in Lin Chen's mind. As long as the benefits exceed his own, then the other party is very likely to compromise. The idea is good, but unfortunately, he did not recognize his current situation. Lin Chen stared at him coldly and said, "Tell me where you hid the child and the secrets of the two major sections. As long as you don't let me go, you will never get this information." Ha! Lin Shen's face showed a cold smile. It seems that I am too easy to talk to, so that you can't recognize the current situation. Lin Shen clasped his hands together, and the joints of his hands made a crisp sound. I have been used to live dissections over the years, and my memory of interrogation has been lost. If there are any shortcomings, please bear with me. Do you know? In terms of interrogation methods, even bloody and cruel monsters cannot compare to humans. Have you heard of stick punishment? The stick punishment here is not to hit people with a stick, but to take a stick and insert it directly into your mouth or anus, piercing the stomach and intestines, making people die in agony. There is also a way to lock people in a barrel, leaving only their heads exposed, feeding them every day, and letting them defecate in the barrel. As time goes by, the feces will fill their lower body, and maggots will grow in it and slowly drill into your body. Listening to Lin Shen's torture reports one by one, Yuman had no reaction, just looking at the other party with a sneer on his face. He thought, he is anxious, he is anxious. In his opinion, as long as the other party uses means to interrogate, it means that the other party cares about his intelligence, and he has won in the mental game. As long as he can bear it, the other party will definitely compromise. As for the other party's punishment, Yuman really didn't believe that a righteous disciple could have any cruel means. He thought that the other party was just threatening him based on hearsay. Seeing this, Lin Shen paused, then the smile on his face disappeared, and he said expressionlessly, forget it, forget it. I am a kind-hearted person and I can't stand things that are too disgusting. Besides, it's more troublesome to do this, so let's start with the fingers. I will count down to 10, and crush a finger each time until you say it. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Shen's true energy surged in his hand, sealing his mouth and forming a spiritual hand. Picking up the other party's hand and pulling out the little finger, he held the other party's finger with his right hand, and then slowly squeezed it hard. 10. The cold countdown sounded directly. The teeth-grinding sound of bone breaking sounded, and then Yuman's forehead was seen with blue veins bulging, and he struggled violently. Unfortunately, he was tied up and couldn't escape at all. He could only watch his fingers being crushed into a bloody mess. Lin Shen reached out to remove the seal on Yuman's mouth and asked, "News?" "You lunatic!" Yuman roared, "If you kill me, you won't get anything." Ugh! He was halfway through his speech when Lin Shen stuffed his mouth again. He sneered and said, "It seems that I am still too kind." He grabbed the other ring finger and slowly pinched it. 9. Yuman shook his head violently and screamed in his heart, "No! No! No! No!" But Lin Shen still pressed it down. The severe pain came, and Yuman's body arched up. Tears kept gushing out of his eyes, and the blocked mouth made a sound of struggle. 8. Lin Shen ignored his struggle and pressed it slowly again. The third finger suddenly turned into a meat paste mixed with bone residue. Feeling the piercing pain from the finger, Yuman's whole body trembled violently. 5. The spiritual hand suddenly grew larger, covering Yuman's palm, and then pinched it hard. Crack! With a sharp cracking sound, Yuman's right hand was immediately crushed into a mass of flesh and blood by Lin Shen. Blood kept flowing out of the spiritual hand, and the blood vessels in his right arm burst. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably because of the pain, and his eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. The true energy in Lin Shen's hand turned into a needle, and inserted it fiercely into a certain part of Yuman's head, forcing him to wake up. "I'm so sorry, I just counted wrong by accident." Lin Shen's calm face at this moment was more evil and terrifying than anything else in Yuman's eyes. He said, "How about we start over?" "No! No!" Yuman struggled desperately, shaking his head constantly, and his eyes revealed a pleading look. "Woo-woo!" Lin Shen was not moved at all, but just untied the seal in his mouth. "No, don't. Please, as long as you let me go, I will tell you everything." Yuman begged. At this moment, Yuman was really scared. He had seen many cultivators, some of whom were bloodthirsty and murderous, some of whom were fierce on the outside but stubborn on the inside, and some of whom were unruly, but no one had ever given him the same feeling as Lin Shen just now. It was a kind of indifference, but it was not an indifference to life that was cultivated by killing too many people, but more like an indifference to everything that was treated the same. It seemed that all lives were the same in his hands, and he could do whatever he wanted completely at his will, without being constrained by any external things such as morality and kindness. "You didn't tell me the news I wanted." Lin Shen sighed softly and started again. "No, no, no. Please, please, let me go," Yuman begged bitterly, and his voice even had a crying tone. However, Lin Shen was not moved at all. The cultivators he experimented on were all evil cultivators who committed murder and arson and were full of evil. If he sympathized with them, who would sympathize with the innocent people they killed?
Lin Chen's hand stretched out to Yu Man's left hand. The cold eyes and cold breath made Yu Man tremble from the bottom of his heart.
No. 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 I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
Just when Lin Chen's hand was placed on his hand again, Yu Man finally collapsed.
This kind of pain and torture is totally unbearable for ordinary people.
He desperately told the news he got, fearing that if he was a step slower, he would be tortured to death by Lin Chen.
Under the bright lights in the laboratory, Lin Chen listened to him all with an expressionless face, then his eyes moved and asked lightly, "If you lie to me, I swear by my inner demon that everything I said is true."
Yu Man responded quickly, "That's what the ancient monk's record that I got said. Lingnan is not a place with natural spiritual veins, but a spiritual place created by the death of an immortal."
The place where immortals fell?
In the bright laboratory, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown when he heard this sentence.
"That's right,"
Yu Man replied quickly, fearing that Lin Chen would take action again, so he hurriedly told all the news he had obtained. The land of Lingnan was originally just a place where spiritual energy was barren, and even monsters were unwilling to come. Not to mention the Jindan master here, even the monks in the Qi training period would be embarrassed. The reason why we have this immortal scene now is because 3,000 years ago, 2 immortals died here, and their corpses turned into thousands of spiritual rains, which nourished the large and small spiritual veins of the current Lingnan immortal world. And in the place where they fell, your 2 great ancestors, Qingyun sect and Xianin sect, respectively realized the inheritance of the 2 immortals, and then founded the Taoism. At the same time, you also inherited the immortals' legacy, and they have been fighting for 3,000 years to this day.
And this is the true origin of the Lingnan immortal realm.
It is not a natural spiritual place, but more like a whale drop born from a corpse.
After hearing this kind of news that could shock ordinary monks in the Lingnan immortal world, Lin Chen's first thought was, can a mere god transformation monk be called an immortal?
Well, maybe we time travelers have too high a vision. Lin Chen suddenly recalled that he was just a monk in the Qi refining stage and seemed not qualified to comment, so he couldn't help but silently retracted the idea. But it's not Lin Chen's fault. In his opinion, the transformation of gods is just a small role in the human world.
There should be no refining, integration, tribulation, and Mahayana behind it. It is divided into 9 levels, front, middle, and back, plus a peak Dzogchen? Who knew that a transformed god could be called an immortal? Perhaps I take it too much for granted. Maybe after transforming into a god, I will refine the emptiness and combine the Tao, and then become a great Luo?
Besides, Yuan Shin is an outstanding achievement in Taoism. It is not impossible to be called an immortal, and the death of the transformed god can create a land for cultivating immortals. This is indeed a bit high. Lin Chen's eyes moved. He originally thought that the high-level monks would die when they died, but he did not expect that after his death, his body not only gave birth to a Lingnan immortal world, but even influenced countless monks with his last wish, giving birth to the 2 major sects of Qingyun and Xianin. They fight to the death for their legacy, life after life. My cultivation was so great that I was able to reach the heavens and the earth when I was alive. Even after I died, I became a centipede insect. I was still alive until death. I could still influence so many monks and even gave rise to fighting in opposition in the Taoist lineage. This transformation into a god is still a bit interesting, but having said that, thousands of spiritual veins are created after death. Does this mean that high-level monks are essentially energy creatures, and the essence of cultivation is to energize themselves step by step? Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Yu Man on the side saw Lin Chen fell into silence and felt that he was moved by his words, so he gritted his teeth and continued, "Fellow Taoist, everything I said is true and absolutely no lies. As long as you can let go, I will not only can we present the records related to it, but we can also present the peerless techniques that the previous monks learned from the place where they fell." His title immediately changed from Little Brat to Fellow Taoist. When faced with bad people or soft-hearted people, he can also use moral kidnapping, but when faced with this kind of equally cruel guy, doing so is looking for death. Therefore, we can only lure them with benefits. Oh? After hearing his words, Lin Chen glanced at him with a half-smile. A peerless skill? That's right, what I got from the cave of my predecessors was not only these secrets, but also a peerless skill learned by the previous monks from the place where they fell. Once practiced, the foundation building will be completed, and there is even a chance of golden elixir. Yu Man was afraid that Lin Chen wouldn't believe it, so he quickly explained, otherwise, you see, I, a monk with 4 spiritual roots, can reach the cyclone realm in the late stage of Qi refining in my early 40s, all because of this technique. Really?
Lin Shen smiled softly. Why do I feel like you are lying to me? How is it possible, fellow Taoist? I am a cultivator, and my life is in your hands. In this case, how can I dare to deceive you? As long as you let me go, I will not only use this peerless skill, I offer you the law with both hands, and you are willing to make a vow to be a slave to your Taoist friends. Yu Man looked sincere. He didn't make any further suggestions about letting him go. What had happened just now made him understand that the other party would never let the tiger go back to the mountain, and would rather kill the donkey to undo the trouble. So Yu Man put forward the condition of being willing to be a slave, hoping to get a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. However, Lin Shen did not reply, but suddenly put away his smile and looked at him calmly. Fellow Taoist, Yu Man looked at Lin Shen's calm face and couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Even a stranger looking at you blankly like this will feel uncomfortable, let alone a person who can control his own life and death. Fellow Taoist, Yu Man swallowed his saliva involuntarily and forced a smile. You practice the Shanshan Lingwuju sold in the market, right? Lin Shen suddenly said. Yu Man's pupils shrank, and he forced a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist really knows how to joke. Lin Shen ignored him, but said to himself, this technique is indeed somewhat special. A sufficient amount of spiritual stones are placed in the mountains and forests in a formation. Every time it is activated at dawn, the spiritual stones in the mountains can be dispersed. The spiritual energy in the body is extracted, mixed with the dew of the morning sun, to form a spiritual object that can rapidly increase one's cultivation level. The morning glow spiritual dew. To be honest, this method is quite unique. It is difficult to refine the spiritual energy in the spiritual stones, and it is difficult to collect the spiritual energy in the mountains, but this method can easily collect and use the two. Some of the concepts or even more. It has the same effect as my research on non-toxic chi pill. Lin Shen smiled softly and glanced at Yu Man. However, this method is not without its shortcomings, that is, it consumes a lot of spiritual stones. As a casual cultivator, even if you plunder, you will not be able to get enough spiritual stones to reach the late stage of chi refining. Therefore, you transform spirits into demons. Based on the law, combined with the art of blood refining, the blood essence of mortals and even monks is refined into blood mist, and then purified with the spiritual energy of the mountains, so as to achieve the purpose of increasing cultivation. Is that what I am saying is right? Whether it is mountain spiritual energy or human body essence and blood, in this world, it is an evolution of spiritual energy, so as long as the corresponding methods and techniques are studied, it can be collected and used. After hearing these words, Yu Man's expression suddenly changed. This is his greatest achievement on the road to immortality, and it is also his greatest secret. How did the other party know about it? What he didn't know was that during the time he was unconscious, Lin Shen had already inspected his whole body, inside and out, and even knew his body better than Yu Man himself. After all, as a scientist, it would be unreasonable if he didn't have a basic understanding of his experimental products. The idea is good, but unfortunately, doing so in reality will leave huge hidden dangers. The reason why the spiritual energy between heaven and earth can be refined is because it does not have as much unique information as all things that have evolved, so you can be infected by the information belonging to the monk's essence and spirit, but your behavior of directly refining other people's essence and blood. Lin Shen glanced at him with pity. Do you feel a sharp pain in your heart every night, which lasts longer and longer? And when performing intra-atrial surgery, you often do not lift, and even in the face of raw meat in daily life there is also an inexplicable desire? These are the signs of something going wrong in your cultivation and you will die suddenly. How is this possible? After hearing these words, Yu Man was stunned, because what Lin Shen said was exactly the same as what he experienced. He has always been complacent about his talent, thinking that the techniques he has improved are so mysterious that they can reach the foundation building stage, but now it seems that they are just a joke. No! This is impossible. Yu Man collapsed. For so many years, you have spent so much time pursuing immortality, even to the point of being ruthless and blood-stained, but what you got in the end was an early death caused by being too clever. Such contrast and blow were unbearable for Yu Man. You have a solution, right? You definitely have a solution. Yu Man suddenly raised his head and begged, as long as you can solve it, I swear, I will do anything you ask me to do. Compared to being forced before, this time he did it voluntarily. However, Lin Shen glanced at the array charging in the laboratory, then nodded and promised, as long as you cooperate with my experiment, it will be solved naturally. Real experiment? Yu Man was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered the splattered blood and flesh he saw when he came into the laboratory. He seemed to understand something, and his expression suddenly became frightened.
He was about to say something, but Lin Chen sealed his mouth. Ever since he got the news that Lingnan was the place where the god of transformation fell, he directly activated the formation. The formation was charging just now, so Lin Chen didn't mind talking nonsense to him, but now that it was charging, why was he talking so much to an experimental subject? As for the peerless skill he mentioned, it may be the most important opportunity in this life for others, but for Lin Chen, it is just a dispensable thing. If it is present, it can provide him with a direction for thinking. If it is not, it will not affect his research and there is no need to spend more energy on it. Of course, the most important thing is that compared to the so-called peerless skills that are obscure, have unknown origins, and have unknown risks, what Lin Chen cares more about is the current exploration of the foundation building period and the verification of the spiritual energy level. Systematic theories based on scientific research are the basis for Lin Chen to cultivate immortality, not those so-called peerless techniques. Bright spiritual lights lit up again, and countless spiritual energy poured into Yuman's body along specific tracks. Spin, compress, condense, and then. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, because in the spirit viewing array, a bit of milky white spiritual light was slowly lighting up. In the laboratory, a steady stream of spiritual energy poured into Yuman's body. Even with the guidance of the formation and the restraint of the prohibition, the huge spiritual energy still caused considerable damage to the meridians. Countless blood seeped from his pores, quickly turning him into a blood man. In theory, this process should be very painful, but under the effect of drugs and surgery, Yuman not only did not feel any pain, but felt that his body was sinking a little bit, sinking. It was like falling into an abyss, without any support under his body. The whole body felt more and more powerless during the fall, and his heart was eroded by nothingness a little bit. This feeling was like death. No. No. I don't want to die. Yuman woke up instantly, holding on to the only clear mind left in his mind, and desperately used his mental power to cooperate with Lin Chen to compress the spiritual energy in his dantian. 30 seconds, at this moment, Lin Chen stood in the laboratory and observed calmly. In his eyes, the milky white light spots in the spiritual observation formation flickered, disappeared and appeared, and seemed extremely unstable. A pond is made up of countless drops of water, but it is still ordinary water. The compression of the spiritual energy in a cave will only form a liquid, and the total amount will not change at all, but now a siphon effect has occurred, the total amount of spiritual energy has decreased, and a quantitative change has caused a qualitative change. Does this mean that spiritual energy has energy levels? Lin Chen watched coldly and continued to analyze according to the current situation. It still requires further phenomenon judgment, but why is it stuck here now? Lin Chen frowned slightly. Intelligent creatures themselves are the key factors in the transition of spiritual energy levels, but they still need the catalysis of high-energy spiritual energy, or reference? Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at the middle-grade spiritual stone and the spiritual condensation liquid on the table. With his many years of research, he can naturally distinguish that the two are essentially the same thing, both are high-energy spiritual energy at the foundation building level. It's just that the former is raw material, and the latter is processed. Just like rice and cooked rice, they are both food, but the latter is easier to digest. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Just keep a portion of the condensed spirit liquid for subsequent research. Now, thinking of this, Lin Chen stretched out his hand and waved it. The condensed spirit liquid on the table instantly flew into the spiritual energy vortex. Suddenly, the suction force of the entire spiritual energy vortex increased sharply, and the spiritual energy of the world in the laboratory became more and more violent. The spiritual light of the formation flashed wildly. Obviously, even with the constraints of the formation, there was a vague phenomenon of being out of control. Crack! Crack! The spiritual stones that served as the base of the formation began to shatter one after another. This, Lin Chen's face changed slightly. He arranged it based on the power of the late stage of qi refining 10 times, and the charged spiritual stones were specially treated. It was not as difficult to control as the free spiritual energy between heaven and earth, but it still couldn't hold up. It seems that the restraint of the formation needs to be strengthened, otherwise the difficulty of controlling the spiritual energy in the late stage will suddenly increase, and something will happen. Lin Chen just had this thought in his mind, but he seemed to sense something and looked at the spiritual observation formation suddenly. At the same time, at the center of the spiritual energy vortex in the laboratory, when it was compressed to a certain critical point, the invisible spiritual energy suddenly turned into a spiritual mist, and for some reason, it was stained with a faint blood color. Tick! Tick! After an unknown period of time, Lin Chen seemed to hear the sound of water drops falling. In the display of the spiritual array in front of him, the milky white light spot suddenly stabilized, and then it was also slowly stained with a light blood red. Spiritual energy does have energy levels. The spiritual energy represented by this light spot is far superior to the spiritual energy in the lower grade spiritual stone in quality. It is simply the difference between steel and cotton. And what's interesting is that the initial milky white light spot is the spiritual energy of the foundation building level, and this faint blood color should come from the true energy in the body of this evil cultivator. If so, seeing this scene, Lin Chen was thoughtful. According to the spiritual energy law he summarized, all things in the world are transformed by spiritual energy and are essentially the same. The reason why they are different from each other is that different things have their own unique information. Just like, for example, a person's spirit, vitality, internal strength and other things produced by the body are all manifestations of their own unique information. In the practice of the qi refining period, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is constantly contaminated with the information of the cultivator, so as to use it for oneself. And when it comes to the foundation building period, the improvement of the spiritual energy level also requires spiritual energy of a lower energy level as a consumable, which is the so-called quantitative change causing qualitative change. Lin Chen's eyes became more and more profound. And the spiritual energy of energy level transition comes from the cultivator's own true energy. The cultivator can control the true energy, so, the cultivator can also control the true essence after the transition? High energy spiritual energy is like the energy in nuclear fusion in the previous life. The cultivator cannot influence or control it, so the cultivator directly changes his thinking and transitions the low-energy spiritual energy that he can control step by step, so as to control the origin of spiritual energy step by step, and even the chaotic energy? And the chaotic energy can evolve the world and create thousands of things, so the cultivator who controls this energy level of spiritual energy is also called immortal? Lin Chen successfully got a glimpse of a corner of the cultivation system in this world through his advancement to the foundation building stage. Everything in this world is composed of spiritual energy. Everything and every individual is a spiritual object with its own unique information. The monk infects Wuzhu's spiritual energy with unique information through his own energy and energy. This stage of practice is called qi refining. Then, the low-energy spiritual energy that has been infected with one's own energy and spirit will be transferred step by step to the energy level, thereby controlling the high-energy spiritual energy, the origin of spiritual energy, and even the energy of chaos. This process makes full use of the three characteristics of spiritual energy. It has energy levels, can transform all things, and has its own unique information. Lin Chen had to admit that despite the fact that people in this world have always preyed on the weak and killed people for treasures, the monk's overall use and control of spiritual energy should not be underestimated. If he still clings to the scientific theories of his past life and forces himself to use the knowledge of his past life to explain everything in this life, he will definitely suffer a big setback on his path to immortality. Sure enough, how can the civilization of cultivating immortals that has been formed over millions of years be so simple? Can I still explain it to you using knowledge from different worlds? Lin Chen sighed. But I don't need to belittle myself. What modern civilization has given us is not only a diversified vision, but more importantly, it has also given us scientific thinking. Scientific thinking does not refer to particle nuclear bombs, but a logical way of thinking. Science itself is to transform all existing phenomena into a regular knowledge system. I can completely summarize the law of spiritual energy that is simple and easy to prove, then set up a topic, explore and research, and incorporate all the efforts of the immortal civilization into my system. Until then, huh? Ah! Painful wails suddenly sounded, interrupting Lin Chen's thoughts. Only then did he remember that there was an experiment being done next to him. There was no way, no wonder Lin Chen was easily distracted. Many times, research breakthroughs relied not only on a large number of experiments, but also on the flash of inspiration in his mind. At that time, he could often unify knowledge that was usually trivial and difficult to detect into a relatively complete system. So whenever inspiration comes, Lin Chen will directly fall into deep thought after making sure that the surroundings are safe. What happened? The attack on the foundation was not successful. Why is it like this? And I have surgically removed or anesthetized his pain nerve. Why does he feel pain? Wait! Lin Chen suddenly remembered that the liquefaction of spiritual energy and energy level jump were only the second level of the 3 levels of foundation building, followed by the soul level. In other words, the other party is currently undergoing a soul transformation. The souls of monks in the chi refining stage are scattered and they can only possess illusory spiritual power, while the souls of the monks in the foundation building stage are condensed and can give birth to spiritual consciousness that affects reality. I have explored before. I am afraid that the soul of this world is not only consciousness and memory, but also a polymer of spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Lin Chen turned his head and looked at the spirit viewing array aside. At some point, in the display, a very small spiritual energy vortex suddenly appeared in Yuman's head, and the true energy in his dantian also began to flow. High-energy spiritual energy is continuously delivered to the brain, so that a long light red line is formed. The condensation of the soul requires the monk's own true energy, the yin attribute aura, and the monk's main spiritual root attribute aura. Not only that, but it seems that there is also the monk's essence? Lin Chen quickly analyzed the situation at hand. But the condensation of the soul should be in an orderly manner. Is there really no problem in randomly mixing various spiritual energies like this? Lin Chen frowned and kept thinking. No, that's not right. The condensation of the soul should not be messy, but should take the monk's true energy and true essence as the main body and continuously smelt other spiritual energies. Lin Chen looked at the scene where Yumanchi's orifices were bleeding and his whole head was constantly seeping blood, and he analyzed it calmly. But in the process of promotion, this experimental subject almost relied on my help. More than 90% of the condensed true essence is foreign spiritual energy. As a result, his control over his true essence is extremely poor. If this continues, after finally encountering an experimental subject that was close to success, Lin Chen didn't want to give up easily. So he thought for a while, and then took out the newly researched soul-nourishing incense. With a slight tap, the spiritual energy flame quickly burned the soul-nourishing incense to ashes, and a faint fragrance filled the laboratory. Lin Chen was only involved in the realm of the soul initially, so now he had no better way but to be a dead horse. If he succeeds, even if it comes from various coincidences, he can collect enough useful data. And even if you fail, you just have to start over again. As time passed, one soul-nourishing incense was lit one after another, and the wailing in the room gradually weakened. Although Lin Chen did not have a way to observe the soul, judging from the fact that the true energy in Yuman's body had not been degraded, it should be it worked. Lin Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. The success of this experiment pointed out the way for him to advance to the foundation building stage. As long as he accumulates enough before promotion, he can do it without relying on spiritual objects such as foundation building pills. Advance to foundation building on your own. Now it seems that the promotion of foundation building and the jump of energy levels require a lot of spiritual energy, and even if the monks themselves store all the true energy in their bodies, it is far from enough, so they need to introduce external spiritual energy from heaven and earth. And external spiritual energy, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, is difficult to control, which is why the 3 levels of foundation building exist. So the key to advancing from chi refining to foundation building is whether the cultivator can control enough pure chi, that is, chi that is completely infected by the cultivator's spirit? And the origin of the chi cyclone realm in the late stage of chi refining, is it to store more chi? And if I atomize the chi in my body, can I store more spiritual energy? Looking at the body in the room, Lin Chen flashed countless guesses, and at the same time, his eyes gradually brightened. Even before he started to study this successful experimental subject, he had summarized a lot of useful information. Has the wound started to heal itself in such a short time? Not only that, the breath is also rising. It's true. At this point, the smile on Lin Chen's face suddenly froze, as if he realized something. Yuman's body in front of him was covered in blood, but granulations appeared on the cracked skin, and the muscles under the skin twitched, as if maggots were wriggling. But this scene naturally couldn't scare Lin Chen. He had seen more terrifying scenes than this, let alone this one. What really made him realize that something was wrong was that even the most useless cultivator in the foundation building stage had a self-healing ability that exceeded Lin Chen's estimation. In that case, would the means of checks and balances he left on Yuman still work? Not good. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's face changed instantly, and he quickly took out a talisman from his storage bag. In order to be on the safe side, Lin Chen not only used drugs to damage his nerves, but also buried an explosive talisman behind Yuman's brain through surgery. This was one of his means to counter the experimental subject. But at this moment, the bright light in the whole room suddenly dimmed, and in those dark corners, there was a rustling sound, as if countless insects were constantly wriggling, and the air was quietly filled with a disgusting stench. Crack! Crack! It was like the sound of bones breaking, ringing in Lin Chen's ears. What was even more terrifying was that on the experimental table in front of him, there were slimy flesh tentacles dripping with unknown liquids breaking out of the body, with veins emerging. A thin blood mist also emerged, constantly spreading, completely engulfing the experimental table, the array base, and even Lin Chen. Rustle, rustle. In the surrounding darkness, there seemed to be countless ants climbing, making whirling sounds. The darkness and shadows are constantly moving. Suddenly, a blazing white light appeared in the darkness, and instantly turned into a huge explosion circle, and the rolling flames engulfed the entire laboratory. Click. Strangely, the entire room was not burned down by the flames. Instead, it made a crisp sound like glass, and then shattered. The dark environment, the squirming bodies, and the horror lurking in the shadows completely disappeared, replaced by bright lights, flickering formations, and Lin Chen standing outside the laboratory, panting slightly. It seemed as if everything that happened just now was just a figment of a trance. But Lin Chen knew that it was definitely not a fantasy. Ling Jiwei. Lin Chen's face turned completely gloomy, no longer as relaxed as before. According to classic records, the spiritual sense born by monks in the foundation building period can affect reality, not only looking at the environment externally and observing oneself internally, but can even blind or affect the five senses of monks whose souls are inferior to their own, causing them to produce various hallucinations. This kind of hallucination can at first interfere with the enemy in battle and make them lose. At worst, it can even make others fall into their own spiritual world, thus completing their spiritual slaves. If you can assemble hundreds of elite armored soldiers and kill people in the chi refining stage regardless of the cost, then in the foundation building stage, this kind of thing will not happen at all. Because even if you gather thousands of troops, a monk in the foundation building stage can be defeated with just one look. Unless there are factors of the same realm, the human C tactic will have no effect at all. The reason for all this is that the monks in the foundation building period have completed the initial transformation of their souls and can use their spiritual senses to influence reality, lock their souls from thousands of miles away, perceive the subtleties, and other unpredictable means. If he hadn't made a serious breakthrough, and the means reserved in advance were still working, I'm afraid he would really be in trouble. But the situation doesn't seem optimistic now. Lin Chen stared at the scene in the laboratory with a solemn face. At that critical moment just now, he did not hesitate to use the means arranged in advance to blow up the opponent's head. Otherwise, it is hard to say what would have happened. The talisman originally placed behind Yu Man's head, according to Lin Chen's estimation, would not be a problem in blowing up the opponent's upper body. Even if it was a conservative estimate, it should be able to blow up the opponent's head. However, he underestimated the vitality of the monk in the foundation building stage after all, and the power of the explosion only blew off half of his head. What shocked Lin Chen even more was that even if only half of his head was blown off, it would definitely be a fatal injury, but Yu Man stood up as if nothing had happened. Not only that, in his brain, there are countless pieces of flesh and blood squirming, forming granulations, as if they are repairing the huge wound. This is impossible. Lin Chen stared at the other party. If a monk in the Golden Core stage had this ability to recover, he would still believe it, but Lin Chen found it incredible that a monk in the foundation establishment stage had such an ability. Did I really underestimate it? No, that's not right. Lin Chen immediately noticed that although the other party's wounds were being repaired, the rest of his body was shrinking rapidly, as if his body had died of old age. Not only that, the other party's aura was chaotic and unstable, and he was thrusting randomly throughout his body. The blood from the wound turned dark red and dried up, condensing on the surface of the body. Obviously, the other party is using the source of life to heal himself at any cost. But with such a serious physical condition, the other party not only did not stop to heal his injuries, but instead held his head half disabled. Taking heavy steps, he walked towards the door step by step. Is he crazy? Such a reckless behavior, combined with the current situation, made Lin Chen quickly think of this possibility. Could it be that under the influence of soul-nourishing incense, auras of different attributes are forcibly condensed into souls, resulting in the monk himself going crazy? This thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind, but he stopped it immediately. After all, these are not the key now. The key is that he must find a way to deal with this foundation-building monster created by himself. Start the third-level destruction procedure. Lin Chen stepped back without hesitation. The son of a rich man will not sit in the hall. Naturally, he would not rush forward and fight desperately. Instead, he pressed his hand against the wall and directly activated the means prepared in advance. Before building the laboratory, he naturally considered various situations. If the experimental object unexpectedly exceeded the original estimate, it was naturally within the scope of consideration. Puff!
Boom! Suddenly, countless amounts of kerosene poured in from the four corners of the laboratory, covering every corner of the room. At the same time, one after another, special iron doors fell down, completely sealing off the inside and outside. Immediately afterwards, the fire was responsible for igniting. Symbol. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of flames exploding, came a heat wave that even the iron doors could not stop. Are you dead? Lin Shen stared at the laboratory separated by the iron door, his expression not relaxing. For the safety of the laboratory, Lin Shen did not deploy the white phosphorus fire, which was more terrifying and more restrained against flesh and blood creatures, but only used kerosene with normal power, so he was not sure whether the other party would be burned to death. Got. Just when Lin Shen was on guard, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter, as if coming from a very far distance. This laughter was miserable and penetrating, with an indescribable weirdness. The sound even got louder and louder. In the end, it seemed as if there were countless people screaming in Lin Chen's ears. Is this a soul attack? Lin Chen's face changed. This laughter was of course not real, but if the other party continued to influence him like this and distorted his five senses, he would be laughed to death sooner or later. Damn, he won't die even if he does this? Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a cruel look. In this case, he might as well destroy this layer of space. Thinking of this, Lin Chen retreated quickly behind him and started the second-level destruction program at the same time. The third-level destruction program destroys a laboratory, the second-level destruction program destroys an entire layer of space, and the first-level destruction program destroys all laboratories, completely cutting off the possibility of the experimental subject escaping. At this moment, with the activation of the mechanism, gray-white powder began to fall from the ceiling where Lin Chen left, and a large amount of black liquid flowed out from the walls, covering the entire ground. This is white phosphorus and kerosene from another world. Lin Chen quickly left this layer, and the laughter in his ears seemed to be chasing him, from weakening when he left to slowly strengthening. Lin Chen quickly stepped over the stairs and reached the upper level. He turned around, stared at the staircase with cold eyes, and pressed a button fiercely. Die! Bang! Boom! The passage in front of him collapsed instantly, and countless boulders fell down, followed by continuous explosions from the entire floor below. Squeak! In an instant, the eerie laughter in his ears suddenly turned into a terrifying scream, as if an iron nail pierced Lin Chen's head. He even felt that countless tentacles stretched out from the shadows around him, trying to force Lin Chen to open the passage in front of him and release him. Lin Chen only felt a tingling pain in his head, and even a little blood oozed from his 7 orifices. But his face was as cold as iron, and his bloodshot eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. It's just an experiment. Although there was an accident, you want to control me? Go to hell. Squeak. As time passed, the screams seemed to be exhausted and slowly weakened. After an unknown period of time, Lin Chen felt his head loosen and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Chen endured the pain in his head and quickly took out a soul-nourishing incense and lit it. He took a deep breath and the tired and painful feeling was relieved. The experiments in this world are too dangerous. If you are not careful, your life will be in danger. Lin Chen rubbed his eyebrows and sighed heavily. He just did an experiment in the foundation building period and created this kind of monster, threatening his life. What about the golden elixir and the primordial infant? The current monster can be dealt with by fire, but what if a monster similar to the Taoist primordial spirit is created when doing the experiment of transformation in the future? Lin Chen suddenly thought of this idea and shuddered all over. But the problem is that this kind of experiment cannot be avoided. Otherwise, how can we comprehend the mystery of the next realm just by relying on the records in the classics? It seems that we have to think of a way to go around it. Well, can I make my idea into a method and spread it, let other cultivators do it for me, and then take it back? This way, we can not only avoid similar situations, but also harvest the wisdom of all living beings to open up a way forward for me? Lin Chen suddenly had an idea in his mind and thought of this method. This is a method, but Lin Chen looked at the collapsed passage on the side, sighed softly, and thought that he should deal with the current situation first before thinking about other things. In the evening, the setting sun seemed like wine, intoxicating the sunset glow on the horizon, making it dyed with a deep flush. The mountains in the distance and the forest nearby also looked a little hazy under the golden light of the setting sun, as if they had become a landscape painting with a golden background. Occasionally, there would be black spots walking through the golden painting, and in this quiet dusk, there would be an unstoppable clear and long cry. In a courtyard at Yunyang Peak, green willows danced in the wind, cutting the sunset into pieces and falling all over the ground.
And Lin Chen just lay leisurely on the wooden chair under the willow tree, gently blowing away the white mist rising on the teacup, and slowly took a sip of the spiritual tea that exuded a light fragrance. After solving the problems in the laboratory, Lin Chen directly put down his research and took a leisurely 2 days. Unlike those ascetic monks who practice all day long, Lin Chen has always worked when he should work and enjoy when he should enjoy it, which is the so-called civil and military way of relaxing.
Lin Chen never recognized that kind of ineffective efforts.
In his opinion, many people are busy and working hard all day long, but have little effect and cannot get a good result. In the final analysis, they have not found their own direction in life. In addition, I feel unwilling to see my peers living well, and my own strength does not match my desires, so I am anxious and worried all day long, and then I start to work hard again, continuing this vicious cycle. But Lin Chen was different. For him, after experiencing the cycle of life and death, boundless darkness, and being a human for 2 lifetimes, the rights and powers that other people are passionate about, and even most things in this world, are insignificant to him. The only thing he cares about is how the spiritual energy forms the world, how the monks use the spiritual energy to complete the evolution of their own life essence, and the knowledge of how the spiritual energy forms all things.
To put it simply, what he really cares about is the infinite mysteries hidden in the aura.
And because he has a goal, a direction, and a pursuit, he won't care about anything else, and he won't feel anxious or confused. Therefore, every move will naturally be organized and orderly. Lin Chen stretched and moved his muscles, then took out a notebook.
This is the summary of his research on Reiki. The last study has proven that there are energy levels in aura. If I combine my previous research, then I can summarize the following 3 laws about aura.
Lin Chen spread out his notes and wrote impressively, Law of Reiki 1.
Everything is composed of spiritual energy. 2. Reiki can transform all things. 3.
Aura has activity, energy level, and self-information. Compared with the previous complicated rules, the laws summarized by Lin Chen are now more simple and clear. After all, he has always felt that laws are like unified formulas in mathematical conjectures. They should be simple and clear, but they can also explain the mysteries of the universe. And these 3 simple sentences are exactly the results of his scientific research on this world.
If we consider the above, then I should have a basic guess about the birth of this world.
Lin Chen stroked his chin, thoughtfully. The initial spiritual energy created the foundation of the world, and as time went by, the energy level of the spiritual energy decreased step by step, and then changed from active to inert, and finally everything was born. Lin Chen thought about it, his eyes gradually brightened, he gently opened his palms, and the true energy in his body continued to transform in the center of his hands. First, the heaven and earth first opened, and the chaos was like a chicken's rooster. Then the black and white twins formed the yin and yang, and then dissipated into the 5 elements. Then the sun, moon and stars shone, the earth and the ocean appeared one after another, the 4 seasons reincarnated, the day and night changed, and all things were born. Finally, a vast and dazzling world formed in Lin Chen's palm.
So that's it.
Lin Chen looked at this scene, his eyes were clear and bright, and he said a little absent-mindedly, the change in the energy level of spiritual energy and its own transformation ultimately form a world. Is this the way of this world? In Lin Chen's view, the so-called Great Road, whether in the past life or in this life, is not those mysterious laws and artistic conceptions, but the rules of the universe and the mystery of the evolution of the world. And through the characteristics of spiritual energy, monks constantly control high-energy spiritual energy to achieve transcendence, observe nature, understand nature, and control nature. Even in different universes, different worlds, and even different civilizations, they will eventually have you taken this step. Lin Chen suddenly felt moved in his heart. Because he recalled the human civilization in the past life. Thousands of years have passed, from the savages who drank hair and blood to the development of modern civilization that looks into the sea of stars.
What did it rely on?
It relied on countless numbers to study heaven and man and explore the truth.
Did the sages and saints observe nature, understand nature, and control nature, and finally achieved all this? And looking back on this life, didn't the ancient monks explore the mysteries of spiritual energy with great perseverance and determination, and finally established a vast system of cultivating immortals through personal experiments?
Therefore, whether it is the past life or this life, whether it is particles or aura, it turns out that the path that every civilization ultimately embarks on is the same, which is to observe it, understand it, and finally control it. Therefore, no matter how different the 3,000 avenues are, they always lead to the same destination. Lin Chen's heart was agitated and he couldn't help but stand up. Because he discovered that on the dark road of searching for the truth, he was never alone. No matter in the past life or in this life, there were still countless fellow travelers walking alongside him. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. At this moment, he seemed to grasp the frozen time and the dusky afternoon, and seemed to grasp the long years from ancient times to the present. He seemed to see countless figures standing in front of him, and countless voices sounded in his ears. The Tao that can be spoken is not the real Tao, the name that can be named is not the real name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth, and the named is the mother of all things. Therefore, always have no desire to observe its wonders, and always have desire to observe its boundaries. These two, from the same source but with different names, are both called mysterious, and the more mysterious, the door to all wonders, in the beginning of ancient times, who preached the Tao. How can we examine it when the upper and lower worlds were not yet formed? Like the sun and the moon, which travel around the four worlds, shining with light. There are thousands of worlds like this. There are thousands of suns and moons, thousands of Mount Sumerus, and 4,000 worlds and thousands of worlds. Observe the Tao of heaven, follow the way of heaven, and that's it. In the beginning, there was Tao, Tao and God were together, and Tao was God. 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Countless voices, big or small, old or young, rang out in unison, telling their understanding of the nature of the world in different languages. And now, among these many voices, there will be one that belongs to him, Lin Chen, because he will use his scientific thinking to interpret this spiritual world. It took Lin Chen a long time to come back to his senses. The fiery sunset on the horizon had faded, and now what was presented was a blue and deep night like the sea. Lang Yuan immortal family, delving into all things, seeking the way is endless. Standing on the eaves, looking at the boundless mountains and fields under the night sky, Lin Chen chanted softly, his eyes becoming more determined in the evening breeze. In the previous life, he was mediocre, followed the crowd, and was lost in the crowd, but in this life, he can embark on the immortal path and hope for longevity. How can he hesitate and hesitate? Lin Chen swore that one day, he would experience all the scenery in this world, explore all the unknown mysteries, and finally pursue his own way. For this, even if he has to go through all kinds of difficulties and fall into the underworld. Another early morning. In the Yunyang Peak Cave Mansion, Lin Chen was sitting and preparing to go down the mountain while determining the next experimental plan. Sure enough, my guess was correct. The Cyclone Realm is not a necessary realm in qi refining practice, but the ancient monks created a realm during the qi refining period in order to assist the practice. The purpose is to store more true energy and utilize the characteristics of cyclone attack the foundation. In the cave, Lin Chen held a pile of experimental materials and kept thinking and analyzing. Then can I atomize the true energy in my body? In this way, the amount of true energy stored is not only more than the cyclone, but also makes my foundation deeper and makes it easier to attack the foundation. After all, it is much easier to liquefy the mist. Lin Chen's eyes moved, thoughtfully. Although this idea and practice are somewhat risky, it can increase your own foundation, so it is worth a try. After all, on the road to immortality, only those who have a deep foundation and are ahead of others step by step are qualified to compete for that immortal life. However, although Jinqi atomization has been tested, there are still certain risks when doing it. Therefore, some natural materials and earthly treasures are needed as a backup to avoid damage to the foundation. So, thinking of this, Lin Chen took out the information he got from Su Mengyun. It clearly says, 1 month later, Jiaqingfang City, underground auction, century-old chalcedony. So, it's time to go down the mountain and get back my 100-year-old chalcedony, huh? Boom! 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 Is this a knock on the door? Lin Chen couldn't help but be a little confused. The address he chose was remote, and he always walked alone, so he had almost no friends. Who would come here at this time? Could it be that senior sister? It's impossible. She was calling someone directly from a distance, for fear that others would mess up our relationship. How could she knock on the door so politely? However, Lin Chen didn't think much and directly observed the door through a special instrument. Is it him? What is he here for? After seeing the person clearly, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown slightly, and a flash of doubt flashed in his heart, but he still stood up and welcomed the person in. Cousin Lin Chen, I really admire your name for a long time. As soon as the visitor saw him, he cupped his hands and smiled, with an indescribable kindness in his tone. The person who came here was wearing a light cyan, monastic robe, a ling-gathering jade pendant on his waist, and a sapphire Taoist crown on his head. He had a tall and straight figure, a handsome face, and looked like a young man from a noble family. Cousin Tianhao, you're so polite. Why didn't you tell me before you came? The room is simple, and I was worried that the reception would not be good enough.
Lin Chan responded with a smile on his face. The person in front of him was Lin Chan's cousin Lin Tianhao. He and Lin Chan belonged to the same generation. According to their seniority, Lin Chen's real name should be Lin Tianchen. However, since Li Du has left the Lin family, Lin Chen naturally has no intention of using this name anymore. However, although they are closely related by blood, they are not familiar with each other at all. No, to be precise, this is the first time the two of them have communicated. Since I left the Lin family, I haven't had a single contact in more than 10 years. What are you doing here at this time?
Lin Chen had a little doubt in his heart, but his face still looked overjoyed.
Cousin, what are you talking about? You and I are blood relatives, so why should we be so alienated?
Lin Tianhao said with a smile.
Lin Chen smiled slightly and didn't say anything more.
Instead, he brewed a pot of spiritual tea for the two of them to drink.
This tea is called Qingling tea.
It is made from the fresh leaves of a Qingling tea tree that I transplanted at great cost.
It has certain effects of refreshing the brain and nourishing the soul. However, the tea tree only produces 3 taels a year. I hope my cousin won't dislike it.
Cousin, what are you talking about?
This tea makes people think clearly. It is a rare and top-quality tea. Lin Tianhao took a sip and praised it.
Then he said in an approving tone, my cousin is practicing in the Qingyun sect. He has been dormant for 10 years. Once he became famous, he won the 3rd place among the outer disciples. He is truly the proud son of the Lin family. Before he became famous, he was the evil son who disobeyed the Lin family. After becoming famous, he became the Qilin of the Lin family. Oh, this world is really a reality. Lin Chen sneered silently in his heart, but still said with a smile, Cousin Tianhao is so humble. He can become an inner disciple at the age of 25, and he is regarded as the hope of the Lin family's rise.
My cousin is the true pride of heaven.
He didn't believe that the other person came just to praise him. It was more likely that he wanted to ask for something, but he was not in a hurry. After all, he was not the one asking for help. After some pleasantries, Lin Tianhao showed an expression of embarrassment. He seemed to hesitate for a long time before gritting his teeth and speaking.
To be honest, I came here to ask for something.
I hope my cousin will help a bunch of families out of consideration for the fact that I am a blood relative.
Oh? I wonder what happened. Lin Chen's eyes moved.
That's it, Lin Tianhao said. Listening to his story, Lin Chen gradually understood the cause of the matter. It turns out that the Lin family, as one of the 3 major families in the immortal city Jiangcheng under the Qingyun sect, can be regarded as a powerful cultivator in the region. But over the years, one of the family's 2 foundation building elders died unexpectedly, and the other is nearing his end. And many of the older generation of monks have died due to the impact of the foundation building period and the end of their lifespan, which has significantly weakened the Lin family's high-level combat capabilities. And few of the new generation of monks are successful, which puts the Lin family into a dilemma. This caused the other 2 major families in Jiangcheng to have other ideas. After all, the output of immortal cultivation resources in a place is limited. Apart from the supply to the Qingyun sect, the remaining 3 families are divided according to their strength.
If one family is missing, the remaining 2 families will undoubtedly receive more.
As a result, the 2 families joined forces to secretly suppress Lin family geniuses and intercept and kill their older generation monks. Even though the Lin family continues to shrink its sphere of influence and give up most of its interests in order to remain intact, the 2 families still have no intention of letting it go. After all, there are some things that they must either not do or never do. After all, the previous actions have clearly created a blood feud, and it is impossible for the 2 families to give up the benefits they have obtained, so the conflicts between the 2 parties are getting bigger and bigger. If they weren't afraid that the ancestors of the Lin family would use the method of mutual death to kill their ancestors, they would have come directly to the door. However, in response to the Lin family's inability to retreat, they also thought of a way to deal with it, and that was the Jiangcheng competition. The Jiangcheng competition was a way for the 3 families to divide their own territory and resources, and the 2 families used this method to force the Lin family. If the opponents still can't retreat, it will not only severely damage the morale of the Lin family, but also take the opportunity to contain the losers in the city, get close to the Lin family's influence, remove the connections they left behind, and even further cut off their resources for cultivating immortals. And if the other party appears, they can take advantage of this opportunity to further kill the Lin family's effective forces, and even test the status of the Lin family's ancestors. Therefore, The only way for the Lin family to survive this crisis is to defeat the other two families in an unrivaled manner in a big competition, so that they can use the rat weapon to gain a breather for the Lin family, and even allow the younger generations of the family to attack the foundation building period.
Chance. You mean, you want me to participate in the Jiancheng competition half a year from now?
Lin Chen was slightly stunned.
That's right, there are not many successful monks in the new generation of the family.
Coupled with the assassinations of the other two major families, we can't get enough candidates to take the challenge, so we can only shamelessly ask for my cousin. Afterwards, Lin Tianhao directly held Lin Chen's hand. His tone was full of sincerity. Cousin, I know that my family has been sorry for you all these years, but I hope that at this critical moment, for the sake of blood and family ties, you can help me. After saying that, he even stood up and bowed deeply. Lin Chen took a look and was unmoved. After all, in this world of immortality, both humans and ghosts are acting, and no one knows whether it is true or false. He will not let this posturing affect his judgment. However, he still lifted Lin Tianhao up with a moved expression and said loudly, Cousin, where are these words? The family is in trouble, and it is our duty to do so.
Cousin.
Lin Tianhao seemed to be moved by Lin Chen's words, with a moved expression on his face.
Cousin. Lin Chen also looked sincere. After all, in this world of intrigue, who doesn't have honed their Oscar-worthy acting skills? After a while, seeing that the atmosphere was tense, Lin Chen asked tactfully, this challenge is risky after all. I wonder what kind of compensation the family can give. Cousin, where are you talking from? Shouldn't it be our responsibility to help the family? Besides, everything you do, the family elders will naturally see.
Hearing these words, Lin Chen's smile froze.
Oh? My cousin means that my help this time is out of obligation and there will be no benefits?
Lin Chen's smile completely disappeared and he asked calmly.
Cousin, as long as you do well, the family elders will naturally give you adequate rewards. Besides, the family has given birth to you and raised you for so many years, isn't it right to repay the family?
Lin Tianhao said with a serious face.
Give birth to me and raise me? Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He was born and protected by his parents.
What does this have to do with the family, let alone the attempt to seize his family property after his death, forcing him to leave his hometown and enter the Qingyun sect to practice alone?
Based on this alone, Lin Chen can say, what kind of kindness does the Lin family have to him?
To be honest, Lin Chen had no feelings for the Lin family at all, just like a stranger. Although someone in the family bullied him when he was young and took away his family property, he had just awakened his past life memories at that time, so he didn't have much sense of belonging and was not that angry. Of course, the most important thing is that he has a lot of scientific research on hand, and his mind is full of various topics. In his mind, the Lin family's trivial matters really don't rank high. After all, when people get busy, those trivial and insignificant things are naturally forgotten. If it hadn't been for the recent fame and the fact that the other party was dangling in front of his eyes again and again, he would have almost forgotten that he once had a family. Originally, if the other party paid enough, Lin Chen wouldn't mind helping. After all, money is really tight recently.
But the other party didn't think so. They felt that Lin Chen was young and easy to deceive, and they wanted to kidnap him in the name of family ties and righteousness. There is no talk of remuneration, no mention of dedication, no talk of benefits. I finally understand that the Lin family is planning to force me to work for them for free in the name of family ties and righteousness.
Lin Chen had a cold look in his eyes and said calmly, Senior brother Lin, if you want to ask for help, you must show enough sincerity.
Seeing this scene, Lin Tianhao seemed puzzled and couldn't help frowning. Cousin, what do you mean by this? Isn't it right to contribute to the family? Why only care about that benefit? We young people should look forward.
Lin Chen didn't speak, just stared at him coldly, and the atmosphere at the scene was a little solid for a while.
Cousin, do you, the Lin family, think I'm a fool?
Lin Tianhao was about to say something, but was directly interrupted by Lin Chen.
Do you, the elders of the Lin family, think that I am a hot-blooded, easy-to-deceive young man who will fight for you with a few big cakes and a few words of encouragement, without receiving any benefits?
Or, Lin Chen's eyes became colder and colder. The 10 years of hard work and suffering he had gone through to get to this point couldn't be described in a simple sentence. He went through the torment of research, the hardship of making money, and the life and death struggle every day, and survived to achieve what he has achieved today. Now that it's fine, he's gotten ahead of himself, but the other party wants to use family affection as a shackle to trick him into paying for them for free.
Do he really think he's a fool? Or should I say? Or do you think that I am just like the little boy who was forced out of the house by you 10 years ago? I am weak and powerless and can be at your mercy?
This, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but swallowed when he faced Lin Chen's cold expression and his increasingly fierce aura. His cultivation relied on his father, the patriarch, and his talent, and the inner disciples also relied on connections. He had never experienced any life and death fights, so how could he withstand Lin Chen's momentum? After all, Lin Chen climbed up from the bottom step by step without any relationship background. The life and death fight he experienced was beyond his imagination. Cousin, if you were talking about this, the elders definitely don't mean it. Go back and tell the old people in the Lin family that if you want my help, you have to show enough sincerity. If you only talk about dedication and not about benefits, do you think that we young people are naive and easy to deceive, and we have no experience? Can you fool us into beating us to death with just one sentence? All in all, you just want to take advantage of the righteousness. Come, Lin Chen waved his hand, interrupted the other party's conversation, stared into his eyes, and said word by word, bullying me, Nian Xiao? Lin Tianhao stared at Lin Chen blankly, listening to the indifferent tone. He couldn't help but feel a deep chill even in the afternoon of the day. Is this guy pretending to be stupid on purpose, or has he been brainwashed? Lin Chen stood at the door, looking at the other person's leaving figure with a faint look in his eyes. He originally thought that the other party was acting like himself, but after observing, he found that the other party was serious. Is it possible that there are really people who only give without receiving any benefits? No, that's not right. If the other party really only wanted to contribute but not benefit, how could they get to this point without sufficient resources? And according to my information, he is also the son of the head of the Lin family. Oh, I see, I understand. As if he had figured something out, a sneer appeared on Lin Chen's face. The reason why the other party said it so pleasantly was not because he really had that kind of dedication, but because he was a vested beneficiary and enjoyed the dedication of others, so he could take his words so naturally and so high-sounding. And the reason for showing this attitude is just to deceive people into working for them for free. Originally, I just wanted to have a good time together without disturbing each other. But you think I'm young and easy to bully, so you plotted against me. Do you really think I have no temper? Lin Chen sat on the chair and pondered for a long time, and finally a sneer appeared on his face. Under normal circumstances, the other party should provide benefits next, and then he should be invited to participate in the Jiangcheng competition and help the Lin family deal with the other two major families. Only through life and death can he gain benefits. Oh, during this period, I might have to face difficulties, misunderstandings, and hindrances from my fellow tribesmen, or they might have bad intentions and create conflicts, and finally tie me up out of family ties and righteousness. One conspiracy after another emerged in Lin Chen's mind. This is not because Lin Chen is dark in his heart, but because of his experience in the Lin family. You know, your original parents sacrificed for the family, but not only did their children fail to be cared for by the family, but their inheritance was also competed for by the same clan. They forced themselves out of the clan and ignored them for 10 years. Now that they saw their potential, they wanted to kidnap them out of family ties and make them fight for their lives. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't look like a kind family. Lin Chen even suspected that if the people from the Qingyun sect had not had some friendship with his parents, not only would he not be able to obtain cultivation resources by changing fields, but he might even die of an illness unexpectedly. Therefore, now Lin Chen has no thought of fighting for it at all. But if the other party comes to your door like flies all day long, it will be troublesome. And the Lin family still has some background. Lin Chen knocked on the table with his hand, constantly recalling the conversation just now in his mind, looking for useful information. Lin Tianhao seemed to have said just now that the Lin family's combat power was severely damaged. Lin Chen's eyes gradually brightened as he thought of some key point. Steal, no, take. An idea flashed in Lin Chen's mind. He had tested it just now. This guy had never experienced a life and death fight. If he wanted to, he could kill him in a few seconds. And Lin Tianming is the leader of this generation of the Lin family. Even he can't fight against himself in the true Qi realm, so what if he reaches the cyclone realm? Besides the foundation-building monk, who else can stop him? As for the foundation-building monk, his lifespan is short, and he is probably hiding in a secret room to survive, unable to get out easily. As long as he avoids him, that's all, right? As for doing this unethically? What a joke! Not only was the Lin family unkind to him, but they also had old grudges. He just took something and did not add insult to injury. If placed in the world of immortality, he could already be called a moral model and a true Taoist immortal. And what will happen to the Lin family after the cultivation resources are taken away is not something Lin Chen has to consider. It seems that it is really necessary to go back, but before that, I still have to further improve my strength, Lin Shen thought. After thinking about this, Lin Shen looked at the information on the table. In about 3 days, it will be the auction day of the century-old Chalcedony, and I have to prepare well. On the second day, Lin Shen took the dandelion directly out of Qing Yun sect, and then used the magic to move forward. Because he was worried that there would be an ambush or an accident, Lin Shen did not rush as hard as he could, but stopped along the way. Finally, after running around all day and night, Lin Shen finally arrived at Jiatefang City in the dusk.
After a day of rest and preparation, Lin Shen followed the address Su Mengyun said and came to a grocery store in the west of Jiatefang City.
This grocery store doesn't look big, its facade is a bit old, and there are very few people coming and going, mostly mysterious people. Lin Shen watched for a while and found that many people never came out after walking in, so he confirmed that it was the entrance to the auction. So he no longer hesitated and strode in. After walking into the grocery store, Lin Shen looked around for a while and saw a middle-aged monk sitting at the counter. This monk has a strong back and strong body, and the fluctuations of his spiritual energy are truly in the late stage of qi refining.
Lin Shen's eyes moved. Even one of the gatekeepers had a late-stage cultivation of qi.
It seemed that the power holding this auction was not simple. The earth shakes the high hills, and the green mountains are beautiful for eternity. Lin Shen's voice was calm and cold, without any fuss, and he immediately reported the secret recommendation words given by Su Mengyun. When the middle-aged monk heard this, he looked at Lin Shen carefully and said with a smile on his face. Looking towards the sea in the east, the water of Linxian River flows for thousands of years. He responded to the secret words with a strong voice, then reached out and pressed under the counter. It was unknown what mechanism was triggered, and a half-jiang-wide hole opened on the ground next to it, revealing a row of dimly lit stairs, which led to an unknown place.
Please come in, walk to the end of the passage, and you will reach the auction site.
The middle-aged monk said to Lin Shen calmly without any expression on his face. Lin Shen was alert to the unfamiliar environment, but he did not show any timidity on his face. Instead, he glanced at the other party lightly and walked up the stairs without hesitation. The stairs were downwards, and a lamp was placed every 10 feet, and the light was a little dim. After walking along this passage for about a quarter of an hour, he finally reached the end. Lin Shen saw a door, and 2 men in black stood on both sides of the door to guard it.
Obviously, this was the entrance to the underground auction.
Well, everyone knows that the price of novels is a difficult thing to determine. After all, the author is not an economics major, so it is difficult to give a standard price. I have read so many novels, and I think the evaluation of the price of novels is mainly divided into 2 aspects. One is the income of the protagonist and ordinary cultivators, and the other is the price of precious elixirs. As for the others, they can fluctuate within a certain range. I thought again and again, instead of creating a price randomly and causing a collapse in the later stage, it is better to benchmark according to the actual situation. The highest combat power in the world in this book is the God of Incarnation, and its rarity is equivalent to the top 10 richest people in the real world. The annual income of the world's richest man is tens of billions, so this is used as the corresponding God of Incarnation, and then one level down. God of Incarnation 10 billion low-grade spirit stones Yuanying hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones Jindan millions of low-grade spirit stones Foundation building tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones Qi refining 300 low-grade spirit stones Note 1. This is annual income, not total assets. 2. This is the income of the most common cultivators in this realm, and does not include cultivators who have cultivated hundreds of arts. The second is the price of precious elixirs. For example, precious elixirs such as foundation building elixirs and golden elixirs, or very precious spiritual tools, magic tools, and magic treasures. This pricing is very difficult. If it is too high, even the protagonist cannot buy it, let alone ordinary cultivators. If it is too low, it will seem too cheap and not highlight its preciousness. So I thought about it for a long time, and suddenly realized that there seems to be something in reality that can correspond to it, that is houses. As far as I know, in most places with an average monthly salary of 3,000, the house price is about 1 million per set. In other words, if you earn more than 30,000 yuan a year and don't eat or drink, you have to work for 30 years to buy a set. Then corresponding to the foundation building elixir in the novel, that is, working for 30 years with an annual income of 300 spirit stones, it is about 10,000 spirit stones, which is exactly the price of precious elixirs, and it is also exactly the price of foundation building elixir in most immortal novels. The elixir in the later period will have an appropriate premium, but it is all based on this change. Only the sects, families or cultivators with skills in cultivating immortals are eligible to store and purchase such prices, which also gives the supporting characters of this book a rationale for the opportunity to purchase spiritual objects for promotion. Oh, we have to talk about the classification of spiritual stones. I think the classification of chi refining, foundation building, and golden elixir in immortal novels cannot be just the state of spiritual energy in the body, from gas to liquid, and then to solid. It must involve the classification of levels, otherwise the word realm will not appear, so I introduced the two words energy level. The level of spiritual stones is divided into extreme, upper, middle and lower according to the flow of mortals, and the exchange rate is 1:100, which is convenient for everyone to distinguish. After all, everyone reads books for fun. If it is too complicated, it will really affect the viewing experience. The above is my setting of the price of this book. If you have any opinions, please point them out. Wait, I almost forgot one thing. There were readers who responded to the previous article that the protagonist created various methods of cultivating immortals from scratch too quickly and unscientifically. Here, I have something to say. As we all know, scientific experiments must first determine the research direction, then determine the topic, and finally obtain results through day-to-day experiments. This process is very tedious, and I can only pick some stages that are about to succeed, and then expand and describe them in detail. You want me to write the entire research process, and it must be detailed and interesting. I'm sorry, the author is just a newcomer, and it's my first time writing a book. I really don't have this ability, crying. And I've read a lot of novels, and found that if I write like this, it's easy to be criticized as water, so I think after thinking about it, I still think it's enough to talk about part of it and then summarize the overall picture. This book is still based on the protagonist Lin Chen's exploration and discovery of this world composed of spiritual energy, as well as the battle between good and evil that swept across the Lingnan Xiuxian land and even the entire mortal world. I will briefly write about the detailed research process. If there are any shortcomings, please forgive me. Finally, if you have any comments, please point them out. At the end of the secret passage, two men in black were motionless, guarding in front of the door. They stood with a large knife-like magic weapon in one hand and stared at the people who came. There was a bloody and cold aura about them, as if they had gone through many battles. They were somewhat similar to the mercenaries Lin Chen had in his previous life, and were very different from many sect monks. When Lin Chen came closer and took a glance, one of them once again confirmed that the secret message was correct, opened the door, and then stood aside without moving. Without any further hesitation, Lin Chen strode in. Behind the door is a wide hall. The aisle is covered with a red blanket. There are rows of chairs in the hall. The chairs are not connected together. There is a distance of about 10 feet between each chair. Like arranged in a certain order. Lin Chen entered the hall after passing through the door. He found that there were several doors like this behind him around the hall. Monks were coming out from behind the doors one after another. It seemed that there were several entrances and exits to the auction. Lin Chen calmly walked to a row at the back and found a random chair to sit down on. Then he began to glance around casually, taking in his surroundings. In addition to the first floor, the lobby also has small stairs connecting the private rooms on the second and third floors. Each private room has a small window, so you can see the lobby. As far as Lin Chen knew, private rooms were used by consignors or auction regulars. Although it is underground, the hall is very bright. If you look carefully, you can see that the ceiling is inlaid with bright pearls, emitting soft white light. At this time, some monks were scattered on the chairs in the hall. Most of them were wearing black clothes, hiding their faces, and sat quietly on the chairs. Everyone in the spacious hall was dressed in black, giving it the feeling of a gang meeting. At the same time, there was silence in the venue. They either closed their eyes to relax, or looked around, without talking to each other, obviously not wanting to reveal their identities. It seemed that Lin Chen came earlier. There were still many seats in the hall, and it wasn't time to start the auction yet. Lin Chen sat quietly on the chair, and began to plan the current things in his mind. According to the information given by Su Mengyun, she has participated in this auction for 5 years and has mastered all imports and exports. Of course, this is only the import and export of us guests. The management monks at the auction venue will definitely have a special secret passage, but obviously it won't be given to people who buy spiritual essence, so this is my chance. There is no doubt that Lin Chen did not intend to buy it at all, but directly grabbed it. As for whether this is a bad idea? Are you kidding? His moral bottom line is very flexible. Besides, isn't there a popular saying in this world, those with treasures will live in them if they are virtuous? After about a quarter of an hour,
the seats gradually filled up, and there were more and more people. At a glance, there seemed to be about 100 monks. 3 huge bells rang in the hall, and the underground auction officially began. Bang! Several doors slammed shut with a loud noise. Lin Chen took a closer look and saw that the doors everywhere were tightly closed, but there was no light flashing on them. They were obviously just doors made of ordinary materials. He could break them open at any time if he wanted. After the door closed, a man in black, with a medium build and whose face could not be seen, quickly walked out from behind the stage. Thank you all fellow Taoists for coming to support me. I am Zhao Ming, the host of this auction. The man in black clasped his fists around, his voice hoarse and low, making it impossible to tell the difference between male and female. First of all, I would like to declare that this auction prohibits any suppression or connection that affects the normal bidding. Violators will be punished by our auction. If the circumstances are serious, they may even be arrested on the spot and have their cultivation level revoked. The quotation is based on the lower grade spiritual stones. If the spiritual stones are insufficient, you can also trade them with other items of equal value. Finally, let me reiterate once again, anyone who dares to violate the rules of the auction will be punished. Zhao Ming's tone was originally calm, but at the end he had a hint of murderous intent. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying spiritual pressure filled the air backstage at the auction. Foundation building monk. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed and he was a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt it was natural. After all, in Jiaqingfang City, the Qingyun sect can hold underground auctions under the control of the Qingyun sect. It is obvious that the power behind it is not simple, and it is not surprising to have a foundation-building monk. When the monks in the hall heard these words, whether they were disdainful or frightened, no one said anything. Okay, I announce that this auction has officially begun. Zhao Ming said as he took out a small hammer and a small clock from his storage bag, and gently tapped the small clock with the small hammer. After a sound, a good-looking maid in gorgeous clothes twisted her body and walked out from behind the stage. She was holding a jade plate with 9 jade vases on it. The first auction item in this auction is Huanya Dan. Huanya Dan is one of the best elixirs for increasing true energy and improving cultivation in the middle stage of qi refining. This elixir is mild and easy to absorb. It allows monks to complete the cultivation of true energy faster and has more time to condense. Cyclone. There are 6 pills in each bottle of Huangyadan, a total of 9 bottles. They are divided into 3 groups for auction, with 3 bottles in each group. The starting price is 30 spiritual stones, and each increase in price must not be less than 3 spiritual stones. Zhao Ming pointed to the jade plate in the maid's hand and explained loudly. 35 spiritual stones. Immediately a monk present made a quote. 40 spiritual stones. Lin Chen's heart didn't rise and fall as he listened to the quotations coming and going. He only takes elixirs to replenish his energy, but he generally refuses to take elixirs that increase his cultivation. On the one hand, it is unnecessary, and on the other hand, it will cause some impurities in the true energy in his body. Therefore, he will try to avoid taking it if possible. 55 spirit stones. As the price was raised to this amount, everyone in the venue became quiet, and no one made any bids anymore. Although 3 bottles of Huanya Dan normally only cost 30 spirit stones, this kind of medicine is mild and easy to absorb and refine. It is often expensive but not marketable. Once it is refined, it is booked early. Phew. Or maybe he got a good start, Zhao Ming said kindly to the monk who took the pill. These 3 bottles of Huanya pill belong to the Taoist fellow Taoist who took the photo. The Taoist fellow can go to the side hall for delivery at any time. As the auction progressed, 3 groups of Huanya Dan were auctioned at prices of 60, 65, and 75 respectively. The second auction item is here for me. Zhao Ming waved his hand, and the maid holding Huanya Dan stepped back, and another beautiful maid came up holding a jade plate. The first level magic weapon, the Golden Light Shield, was made by a weapon refiner with great effort and took 7 days. It can withstand the full attack of the monks in the late stage of qi training for a period of time. It is a good magic weapon to save lives. Fellow Taoists who are away from home, don't miss it. Owning this thing is equivalent to having an extra life. The starting price is 300 spiritual stones, and each increase in price cannot be less than 10 spiritual stones. Lin Chen only came here this time for the century-old chalcedony, and other treasures could not catch his eye, so he never made a bid. However, the next item to be auctioned moved his mind. The following is the 66th auction item. The method of body refining blood origin marrow refining sutra. Body refining method blood source marrow refining sutra? Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes moved.
According to his understanding, the so-called body refining method is to focus on tapping the potential and treasures inside the body, plundering everything to nourish oneself, and finally refine the legendary indestructible body that can be reborn with a drop of blood. Of course, legends are just legends and cannot be taken seriously. But it is obvious that in the practice of chi training, whether it is the second stage, refining the body, of the foundation building period, or the perfection of the spirit, energy and spirit required when promoting the golden elixir, it can be seen that the importance of body refining. Of course, after truly understanding the body refining in depth, Lin Shen found that there were some errors in his previous views. Originally, he thought that his method of body refining would either start from the skin membrane, which is the easiest to start with, then go deep into the muscles, then to the meridians and internal organs, and finally the bones. That is, the so-called training of skin, tendons, organs, and bones. As for why he thought so? Because whether it is a vernacular novel or the mainstream body refining method in Lingnan, it is like this. But after a lot of experiments, Lin Shen unexpectedly discovered a problem.
It is unscientific to do so.
No, to be precise, it is not a way to cultivate immortality. The human body is so mysterious that no one dares to say that they really understand it, but there is no doubt that it is a whole that can affect the whole body. Since it is a whole, if you want to strengthen it, it should be a comprehensive enhancement. Strengthening one aspect is not only biased, but also harmful to the human body. For example, if you train the membrane to the extreme, you can ignore the knife and axe, and you can boast that you are invulnerable to swords and guns. But the problem is, if you train your skin so thick, can the sensory nerves buried under the skin still sense the outside world as before, and will they lose their sense of touch? There is also training the internal organs, refining the 5 internal organs, which can greatly improve their working efficiency, but other organs of the human body cannot provide enough nutrition due to insufficient efficiency. Over time, these 5 internal organs will either forcibly absorb nutrients from the human body in the opposite direction, or be forced to reduce efficiency and coordinate movement with other organs. Therefore, the evolution of the essence of life should be coordinated and unified. Relying on strengthening one side alone will only be biased and cause big problems. And this method of body refining, once practiced, may be quite effective for a while, but it will leave various problems on the body, affecting practice, making it difficult to make progress, and even death. But what surprised Lin Shen was that this method was not only not banned, but also widely popular in Lingnan, and even became the mainstream of body refining methods. Lin Shen didn't believe that among the countless cultivators in Lingnan's immortal cultivation world, no one really saw the problem, but this method was still widely circulated, which means, is it a means to limit the growth of geniuses among casual cultivators? Even the bottom disciples of the 3 major forces will only be informed when they reach a certain level. When he thought of this, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little cold. The monopoly of the immortal cultivation world is probably not only reflected in resources, but also in knowledge. If he hadn't been careful and cautious, and had to understand the principles of every method he practiced, he might have been caught. Lin Shen shook his head, threw away the thoughts in his mind, and then looked at the auction table with a flickering look. He did not expect that in addition to the 100-year-old chalcedony, there would be unexpected gains in this underground auction. Although Lin Shen did not have a real method of body refining, based on a lot of research, he also understood that tempering the body requires gradual progress and overall improvement. So, how can we temper the body as a whole and make progress step by step? Through experiments and careful recollection of the knowledge of the previous life, Lin Shen finally came to a conclusion, that is blood. In the ancient records of the previous life, there is Suan 5 Zhang organs formation says, the liver receives blood and can see, the foot receives blood and can walk, the palm receives blood and can grasp, and the finger receives blood and can take. Lingshu Ying Shengui says, it is transformed into blood to serve the body, nothing is more precious than this. There is also the saying that Shin is the nature of blood and Qi in Suan Linglan's secret classic. Modern medicine has also proved that blood can transport the energy needed by the human body to various parts of the body, thereby supplying normal human activities. From this point of view, blood has the physiological function of nourishing and moisturizing the whole body. Even though Lin Shen is already in a different world, the structure of the human body is similar. Therefore, Lin Shen can completely learn from the ideas of his previous life and use blood to achieve overall refining and improvement of all parts of the body. If ordinary blood is refined into blood essence through the method of blood training, and then used to exercise the body, it can be improved as a whole. And the blood essence trained by the method of blood training can not only exercise oneself, but also have a strong vitality. But unfortunately, I thought of something. Lin Chen sighed softly in his heart because at the end of the research, Lin Chen found that he could increase the amount of blood essence, but he could not raise all his blood to the level of blood essence. The reason is that the purified blood essence will be diluted by the newly produced blood. Unless you practice the art of blood refining all the time, it is impossible to exercise the body with blood. So Lin Chen had to change his mind. Since it is impossible to improve the quality of blood throughout the body, don't waste time on the blood essence itself, but work hard on the hematopoietic organ, that is, the bone marrow. There are many hematopoietic organs in the human body, including the lungs, liver, spleen, etc., but the only hematopoietic tissue rich in blood vessels is the bone marrow. If the bone marrow is purified and blood training is integrated into it, Lin Chen can completely refine the bone marrow independently and obtain whole body blood essence with strong vitality. But marrow cleansing is not a simple matter. As mentioned before, the human body is a sophisticated system. The bone marrow is an important component. Any slight modification may cause imperceptible or immediate damage to the body. Even though Lin Chen did a lot of experiments, came to some conclusions, and summarized some methods, he still couldn't create a corresponding cultivation method, so he urgently needed to learn from previous experience. Although in the world of immortality, in addition to exercises, there are also elixirs that can cleanse the marrow, such as the marrow cleansing pill, but it only removes impurities from the body by washing the marrow, rather than refining the marrow so that it can continuously produce essence. Blood, therefore, completely fails to meet my requirements, so I have been looking for bone marrow-related body training techniques, but there has been no progress over the years. I didn't expect to meet here. Lin Chen acted quickly and made the decision to capture it, even if it cost a certain amount of money. If that didn't work, then just grab it by force. Although there are certain risks in practicing this technique, once it succeeds, it will be of great benefit. Not only will your physical fitness be improved to a higher level, but the rest of the body training process will also be greatly accelerated. Moreover, this is a secret technique that can inheritance transaction, Zhao Ming said excitedly, his tone full of temptation. In fact, even if there are corresponding exercises to guide, cleansing the marrow and refining the blood is definitely a very risky thing. But exaggerating the benefits and ignoring the risks, isn't that what these auction monks always do? Okay, let's start the auction. The starting price is 300 spiritual stones. Each increase in price cannot be less than 10 spiritual stones. As soon as he finished speaking, a short-haired monk wearing a gray robe and a tiger mask made a loud quotation and added 50 spiritual stones. 350 spirit stones. 400 spirit stones. Lin Chen turned his eyes and glanced at the people making bids. He was not in a hurry to bid. 500 spirit stones. 520 spiritual stones. The price quoted for this sutra increased again and again, but when the price exceeded 500 spiritual stones, the number of people quoting it quickly decreased. After all, practicing requires a lot of resources and risks. 500 spirit stones have already exceeded the original value of this secret technique. 550 spirit stones. The gray-robed monk who made the initial quotation gritted his teeth and quoted the price, then stared hard at the person who had been competing with him. I don't know whether the price exceeded the limit of affordability or because he was afraid, but the other person gave up the offer. Very good. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. As long as I have this body training method, I will definitely be able to solve the physical problems caused by the exercise. Then before he had time to think about it, a calm and indifferent voice sounded in his ear. 560 spiritual stones. You! The gray-robed monk's face changed, and he stood up suddenly. His angry words mixed with a huge spiritual pressure were instantly released, and he pressed towards Lin Chen. This! The weak monks in the field felt a tightness in their chests, as if there was a huge stone pressing on their hearts. Obviously, the other party is a monk who was considered powerful even during the Qi training period. However, when everyone looked at Lin Chen, they found that he was sitting there peacefully, with that huge spiritual pressure as if it was the wind blowing around him. The eyes of everyone present were focused, and they could naturally see that this kind of silence was a strength in itself. However, Lin Chen was a little surprised when he looked at the gray-robed monk. According to his induction, the opponent should be a monk who has completed his Qi training and is ready to build a foundation. Even though he has a deep foundation, he still cannot be so relaxed when facing monks who have reached this stage. But the opponent's spiritual pressure was chaotic and complicated. Although it was full of blood, it was very superficial and posed no threat to Lin Chen. And I felt that this breath was inexplicably familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere. Wait, I remembered, it was the monk who intercepted and killed me outside Yunlifang City last time. He practiced the great method of refining blood and returning to soul.
Lin Chen's eyes moved. What seems like a long process is only a moment on the court. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual pressure came directly and locked him firmly.
The gray-robed monk took 2 or 3 steps back and groaned, obviously suffering from internal injuries. Zhao Ming, who was standing on the stage, looked at the scene below the stage with a gloomy look. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly to the gray-robed monk, "This time it's just a warning.
If you do it again, you will be destroyed."
The gray-robed monk stood there, his whole body shaking with anger, but he finally sat down. Lin Chen retracted his thoughts, glanced at him lightly, went backstage to pay the spirit stones, then came back and sat down to continue waiting. After waiting for a few more items to be auctioned, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel refreshed, because the auction of century-old chalcedony has finally begun. I believe that those who often come to our auction know that the last 3 treasures are related to the foundation building period.
Don't you want to know what is in the last 3 boxes?
Zhao Ming said to everyone in a mysterious way. Under his question, the eyes of the cultivators present were attracted to the last 3 jade boxes. The things taken out before were already expensive and rare in the market, and the treasures stored in the last 3 jade boxes must be even more valuable than the previous treasures.
Although this thing is definitely not something they can afford, many cultivators are very interested and want to see it.
I saw a black-robed cultivator stand up and say, "Shopkeeper Zhao, take it out quickly and let us open our eyes."
Yes, yes.
Under the promotion of several interested people in the field, the atmosphere in the field instantly became active, and the cultivators who learned the news were eager to fight, excited, and ready to bid. Lin Chen glanced at the lively crowd and sat calmly. Unlike those who were watching the fun, Lin Chen really wanted this thing, but he didn't think about buying it. After all, what he wanted would come to him sooner or later, so why spend that money?
Don't worry, everyone. I'll take it out right away.
Zhao Ming made a calm gesture to everyone, then turned to the jade box and opened one of them. As the jade box was opened, everyone's eyes instantly focused on the things inside. It can be said that even the monks in the private room present looked over. Zhao Ming took out a well-preserved jade box. In front of everyone, Zhao Ming slowly opened the jade box, and at the moment it was opened, a strong spiritual energy overflowed. When the lid of the box was completely opened, a crystal-clear jade appeared in front of everyone, and unlike other jades, this jade emitted a strong spiritual power fluctuation. And just after the jade was revealed, the monks in the private room on the 2nd floor who had been prepared stood up all of a sudden, their eyes full of surprise. 100-year-old jadeite. It's actually a 100-year-old jadeite. A cultivator who knew the goods shouted incoherently off the stage. Everyone knows that jade can nourish people, and spiritual jadeite not only contains majestic spiritual energy, but also can warm the meridians of cultivators and repair their bodies. And the jadeite that has been nurtured for 100 years in a place with abundant spiritual energy has even more powerful effects. It can not only help cultivators with damaged foundations to repair their bodies, but can even save the lives of cultivators who failed to break through when they were in the foundation building period. Although it is not a foundation building spiritual object, it is not much different.
I believe some Taoist friends have already seen it.
Yes, it is a 100-year-old jadeite, a spiritual object that can preserve the foundation and even life when the foundation building period fails. After getting Zhao Ming's affirmation, there was another round of exclamation from the audience, all of whom were amazed at the auction's generosity, even taking out such spiritual objects. Just when everyone in the venue was a little out of control with excitement, the terrifying spiritual pressure enveloped again, and a majestic voice came from behind the stage. Since the items to be traded are too special, I hope you will follow the rules of the fair, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Under the pressure of the foundation building cultivator, some cultivators on the field also calmed down and could only bid honestly. Zhao Ming glanced at the crowd off the field, smiled slightly, and felt relieved. After all, he was really worried that something might happen when handling such a valuable item. Everyone should know the danger of impacting the foundation building period, and having this item is equivalent to leaving a way out.
This item is the most precious, I believe everyone knows it. Okay, I won't say much, the auction starts now.
The foundation building spiritual item, the 100-year jade marrow, the starting price is 3,000 spirit stones. Zhao Ming raised the jade box in his hand and said loudly. As soon as the voice fell, a hurried voice came from the private room.
3,300 spirit stones.
After hearing someone bidding, the whole audience was shocked and had to marvel at the other party's hand, and directly raised the price by 300 spirit stones. This made the cultivators and independent cultivators from the Chi training families present very embarrassed. They had saved up spirit stones for decades and wanted to buy this jade stone at all costs. As long as they could build a foundation, the spirit stones invested in the early stage would be worth it. But now some cultivators have directly raised the price to 3,300 yuan, and many people can no longer afford it. After all, an ordinary cultivator, without the blessing of the 100 arts of cultivation, can only earn more than 300 spirit stones a year at most, and they have to spend it on various expenses. Therefore, 3,000 spirit stones are indeed a huge sum of money for many people.
3,400 yuan. 3,500 yuan.
The bidding sounds echoed in the auction hall, and the people who shouted were often the crowds, obviously belonging to the same force. After all, a single independent cultivator could not gather so many spirit stones. Just when everyone thought that these unknown forces were going to raise the price again, a very abrupt voice came from the hall.
3,600.
The people present immediately looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that the one who was bidding the price was actually a lone monk in black robes.
Who is this? How can he have so many spirit stones? Could he be a disciple of a big force?
A disciple of a big force with so many spirit stones would lack spiritual objects for foundation building. Could it be? One after another, malicious eyes swept towards the black-robed monk, and there was even spiritual pressure, but the other party sat there calmly, making it difficult to tell his depth. For a moment, many people in the hall were confused and could not figure out who the other party was. Lin Chen, who was sitting not far away, frowned slightly. He always felt that this person felt inexplicably familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere.
Could it be an acquaintance from the Qingyun sect?
Lin Chen thought about it and felt that it was not impossible.
After all, if Su Mengyun could find it, others might not be able to find it.
But he didn't think much about it and quickly focused on the auction stage.
After all, this bidding is not over yet. 4,000 spirit stones. 4,500 spirit stones. 5,000 spiritual stones.
Just after the price was reported, a monk stood directly in front of the window in the private room on the right side of the hall and said loudly, "Everyone, please give me some face, I am Qing." Before he could finish his words, he was hit by a terrifying spiritual pressure that caused him to bleed. It was the foundation building monks who took action.
Zhao Ming glanced coldly and said with a gloomy face, "No matter who you are, you must abide by the rules of the auction house here."
The monk who spoke out gritted his teeth and glanced at Zhao Ming with resentment. Then he closed the window, turned to the person behind him and said, "Brother, what, you mean to let me come forward and help you get this century-old chalcedony in the name of the sect?" In the private room, a monk with a green robe and a handsome face sat on a bench and glanced gently. She glanced at him and said calmly, "Senior brother, I misunderstood." Although the other party's tone was very calm, the monk who spoke was suddenly startled, and a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Junior brother just felt that only senior brother can possess such treasures, so he lost his sense of proportion for a moment. After hearing this, the monk in green didn't say anything, but just looked at him quietly, which made the latter swallow his saliva and even lower his head subconsciously.
"You have to be measured in what you do,"
the monk in green rebuked lightly, and then changed the topic. "But even if you are wrong first, it is not my people's turn to be taught by an outsider.
It seems that the sect is still too kind. So that these people can't figure out their identity, it's time to take a beating." In his view, even if one of his own makes a mistake, he should be punished, otherwise how can prestige be established? While the two were talking, the auction downstairs was coming to an end. Finally, a sturdy monk successfully bid for the century-old chalcedony at a price of 6,000 spiritual stones. Seeing this scene, both the other party and Lin Chen showed a satisfied smile. After setting the target, "It's time to take action," an unpredictable smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen began to silently calculate his next move. "I have set up surveillance at every exit, and even put down jade spirit insects that can sense the breath of chalcedony. As long as he leaves the auction." Thinking of this, Lin Chen's eyes showed a cold light. The century-old chalcedony is related to his research and path, so he must get it no matter what, and for this, he will not hesitate even if his hands are stained with blood. At the same time, the climax in the venue started again, because Zhao Ming opened the second jade box, raised it high, and said loudly, "The elixir up for auction next is the immortal foundation fruit." Of course, some people may not know this elixir, but I believe everyone must know about elixirs like the foundation establishment pill. The audience was suddenly stunned. That's right, the immortal foundation fruit is the main ingredient for refining the foundation establishment pill, and it possesses the 3 successful effects of the foundation establishment pill. What?
Everyone in the auction house suddenly exclaimed. Oh! Lin Chen was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why the auction didn't refine him into an elixir but took it out for auction.
Is it possible that the auction house's power does not have a second-level alchemist?
No, this is unlikely. Then the reason can only be that there is something wrong with this so-called fairy fruit. Lin Chen's guess was not wrong. This immortal gene fruit was taken from a casual cultivator at the auction house. When it was taken, most of its efficacy had been lost, so the auction house could only use it to sell it. After all, refining the foundation establishment pill requires efficacy, and the other elixirs invested are also very precious. If the quantity of the elixir refined is not enough, it will also be a loss.
So after comprehensive consideration, I decided to sell it.
Most of the discerning monks on the scene also saw the problem. However, even if most of the efficacy of the medicine was gone, its value was still high, so it was also robbed. Soon, the immortal fruit was bought by the black-robed monk whom Lin Chen seemed to know.
It's finally coming to an end, it's time to take action, huh?
Just when Lin Chen was prepared, he was suddenly stunned, because at this moment, he heard an unexpected news. The next auction is the secret foundation building method, spiritual blood foundation building technique. You must have heard that in order to improve the success rate of foundation building, the previous monks not only invented the magical elixir of foundation building pill, but also specially created various secret methods to help foundation building. And next, the last thing we will auction at the auction is a secret foundation building method obtained from the former man cave, the spiritual blood foundation building method. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. At this moment, the expressions of the monks in the private room and the venue all changed, revealing expressions of disbelief.
Even Lin Chen couldn't help but stare blankly.
Lin Chen naturally knew what the foundation building secret method represented. Once he had something, a force could continuously cultivate foundation building monks. Even though it might be very troublesome and have future troubles, in terms of its value, it was probably second only to the foundation building monks.
Kidden's recipe.
If you are just selling century-old chalcedony or fairy genetic fruit, although it violates the regulations on the surface, as long as it is concealed enough or powerful enough and implicated in a small amount, even high-level officials will turn a blind eye. After all, a foundation-building monk can't affect the overall situation. But this foundation-building secret method is different. He can continuously cultivate foundation-building monks, thereby tearing a hole in the blockade of the three major forces in Lingnan.
This is absolutely unbearable for the Qingyun sect.
And once this news comes out, I am afraid that not only the monks who bought the foundation-building secret method will be traced by the Qingyun sect law enforcement hall, but even this auction will be cancelled. Compared to everyone's hot and greedy gazes, Lin Chen's expression darkened.
He naturally looked down upon this secret method of foundation building.
After all, he could make it at home, so why use someone else's? Moreover, even if he obtains this foundation building secret method, not only will it not bring much benefit, but it will cause him a lot of trouble. Because Qingyun sect will definitely investigate this to the end.
Holy shit! Didn't you read the almanac when you went out recently?
I just want a century-old chalcedony. Why did this happen to me? Lin Chen's face became more and more worried. He was cautious. No matter how curious he was about the foundation building secret method, he would not take a trip into this muddy water.
After all, the risks involved far outweighed the benefits.
But now he has to be in this vortex. You must not touch this foundation building secret method. If you touch it, you will get into big trouble. At the same time, be careful not to leave anything at the auction that can be tracked by others, and try to get out of this muddy water as much as possible. While everyone was staring at the jade slip in Zhao Ming's hand, Lin Chen was constantly planning his next plan in his mind to avoid getting involved in this muddy water. At the same time, in the private room, the monk who had previously auctioned the century-old chalcedony stood up excitedly, his face flushed. The secret method of foundation building is actually the secret method of foundation building.
Our Chen family is saved.
Originally, he was worried that the century-old chalcedony was only used to assist in breaking through the physical barrier in foundation building, and it might not be successful, so he was still worried. But who would have thought that the grand treasure of this auction would be the foundation building secret method?
Second uncle, this foundation building secret method is strictly prohibited by the Qingyun sect.
Once we take it, will it? Behind him, a clear voice came. It sounded like a teenager.
So what?
Mentioning the Qingyun sect, being called second uncle suddenly filled him with gloom. The Qingyun sect bullies people too much. Our Chen family will have no way of surviving under them sooner or later.
If the Qingyun sect hadn't recruited us again and again, the Chen family, represented by the ancestors, is a foundation-building monk.
How did our Chen family get to where we are today? In his opinion, his ancestor was an extremely talented person, and even had the potential to achieve a golden elixir. If the Qingyun sect hadn't forcibly recruited their ancestors to fight on the battlefield, damaging their foundation and passing away early, how could they have interrupted the Chen family's rise?
Not to mention, the Qingyun sect continued to deploy monks from the Chen family to the front line, resulting in heavy losses.
Now, it has reached the point where it is no longer available.
We must get this foundation-building secret. Only with it can the Chen family prosper again. Anyway, the situation can't get any worse now. At worst, if we try hard, there is still hope.
As for Qingyun sect, at worst, the whole family will escape after getting it. Anyway, under the Qingyun sect, you will die sooner or later.
The second uncle immediately made up his mind.
The young man behind him was silent and did not dissuade him.
After all, the second uncle was right. The other two big families in Yunshan County were eager to annex the Chen family's property.
Because of the excessive pressure on the front line and the fact that the Chen family almost gave birth to Jindan Jinren, Qingyun sect has been suppressing and recruiting Chen family monks. As a result, their situation is now in a precarious situation. Even one more foundation-building monk will not help. In another private room, a young monk who was trying to buy a 100-year-old chalcedony and wanted to claim his family status looked at the scene on the stage with shock on his face. He quickly turned around and shouted, "Brother, this." The monk who was called senior brother was stunned for a while before he regained his composure.
He was silent for a moment and murmured, "What does the alliance of casual cultivators mean? Brother, what should we do now? Let's go." The monk in green stood up without hesitation and walked out the door.
He knew very well that the most critical thing now was not to buy the foundation-building secret technique, but to notify the foundation-building elders in Fong City as quickly as possible, inform them of all the news, and let them take charge of the overall situation. As a sect monk with a high-level background, he naturally knew that this auction house belonged to the East China Sea Loose Cultivators Alliance, the three major forces in Lingnan. The sealing of the foundation-building secret method was originally a rule jointly formulated by the three major forces, but now the other party has unilaterally broken it and started to attack the Qingyun sect. The things behind this are far more important than the foundation-building secret method.
What does it mean to break the rules and take action in my Qingyun sect's territory? Could it be that the Loose Cultivator Alliance has joined forces with the Demon Dao Xianin sect?
It's unlikely, but if that's the case, thinking of this, the monk in green clothes couldn't help but feel his heart sinking. After all, no matter how serious the spread of the foundation-building secret method is, it will only threaten the rule of the Qingyun sect's vast area. But if the other two major forces join forces, it will not be as simple as threatening the rule, but a real annihilation.
Disaster.
However, before he could walk out of the door, someone directly stopped him, and a spiritual sense from the foundation-building stage came to seal the place.
What does the Loose Cultivator Alliance mean? Could it be that they want to start a war with us and the Qingyun sect?
Seeing this, the green-robed monk's eyes narrowed, and he took out a talisman emitting a faint blue light from his storage bag without hesitation, and shouted sternly.
Although this cannot threaten the other party, it at least shows his attitude.
After all, when he is away from home and facing other forces, he is the face of Qingyun sect, so how can he be submissive? It is true that he is the second-generation immortal, but at critical moments, he also has a lot of responsibilities.
Fellow Taoist, I misunderstood. I didn't mean it. It's just that no one is allowed to leave before the auction is over. This is the rule here. Please don't embarrass me.
An old voice echoed in the room. After hearing this, the monk in Xing-Yi's expression changed. After a long confrontation, he finally returned to where he was and sat down.
Brother, we are now, Junior Brother Mo, this is the Spirit Stone.
You try to take a picture of this secret foundation building method. If it doesn't work, you have no choice but to take action. Seeing the cold light in the monk's eyes, Junior Brother Mo felt a chill in his heart and quickly agreed. In the hall, not far away from Lin Chen, the monk who took the picture of the immortal fruit couldn't help but feel hot inside.
My qualification is only the 5 spiritual roots. Even if I can consume it by ripening the immortal gene fruit, the success rate is still not high.
If I can get the foundation building secret method, after thinking more, he finally gritted his teeth and decided to take this thing. After all, he only has 5 spiritual roots. Even if he has the immortal foundation fruit, the success rate of attacking the foundation establishment stage is less than 30%. He does not have a foundation establishment pill recipe, so he does not want to use any method to increase the success rate of foundation establishment.
Don't miss it either. There was an undercurrent under the stage, but Zhao Ming on the stage knocked the table hard with a hammer and said loudly, "The auction of the Spiritual Blood Foundation building method has officially begun, with a starting price of 7,000 spiritual stones. There is no limit to the range of price increases. 7,500 spirit stones." The two Chen family members immediately raised the price. They carried most of the Chen family's property with them. They originally wanted to take the last two price spirit beast, but who knew that it was changed in the end, but it doesn't matter. The secret method is more important. 8,000. Junior brother Mo from the Qin Yun sect made a bold bid. 9,000. Everyone in the hall wanted to watch, but unexpectedly they suddenly remembered a quotation and looked over. They couldn't help but be surprised, because the one who made the quotation was the monk who had just auctioned the immortal gene fruit. 9,500. 10,000. 10,200. In the end, the transaction was bought by the black-robed monk in the hall for 21,000 spirit stones. And as this foundation building secret technique was sold, the auction slowly came to an end. Thank you all fellow Taoists for coming to support me. This auction is over. See you next time.
Now, all fellow Taoists, please leave in an orderly manner. Zhao Ming's face was full of smiles. He must be very satisfied with the price of this auction, and the profit should be very considerable. He clasped his fists in all directions and said with a smile on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, the closed doors around him slowly opened, and the monks who came began to leave. There were two men in black on both sides of the door to maintain order. Everyone present remained silent and left the venue in an orderly manner as if nothing happened. But no matter who it was, they knew in their hearts that the real turmoil had just begun. At dusk, the setting sun was about to fall, and the sky not far away had been stained with a deep night color. In the western corner of Jiadai Market, the underground auction had also ended. The auction usually started at noon and ended at dusk. After it ended, it was close to dusk. At this time, it was much more convenient for monks to escape or track. Obviously, this was a means for the auction to retain regular customers. After all, only when the monks get enough benefits here will they come here continuously. As for what means and methods are used, and how much killing and calculation are caused, it is not the auction's business. After all, I am a serious business. If something goes wrong, it is your own problem. What does it have to do with me? At this moment, on a street not far from the auction, a team of guard monks from the market were patrolling, but they were suddenly blocked by someone. Who dares? The captain of the patrol team saw this scene and was about to scold, but suddenly froze, and hurriedly led people to kneel on one knee. Meet the disciples of the upper sect. Because the other party directly took out a piece of green and dripping spiritual leaf, which exuded a faint green light and contained a spiritual pressure that frightened them. This is the identity card of Qin Yun sect, and the strange phenomenon on it shows that the other party is either a powerful elder in the foundation building period or a true disciple with a bright future. No matter which one it is, they must treat it seriously. I am Zhang Jiming, a true disciple of Qin Yun sect. I order in the name of the true disciple to send a signal immediately to summon the monks to block all areas west of the market. No one is allowed to leave or approach. If there is a violation, he will be killed on the spot. The person who came was the blue-clothed monk in the auction. As soon as the auction ended, he immediately left the venue, found the market patrol team, and gave an order. The captain in charge was a little confused. You know, blocking the market, even if it is just an area, the manpower, material resources consumed and the impact caused are not a trivial matter. If there is any problem, I will take full responsibility. But if you make mistakes, seeing that the other party did not act immediately, Zhang Jiming's face suddenly darkened, and a fierce aura emanated from his body. Yes. Sensing a murderous intention, the patrol captain could not help but be alert, and immediately came to his senses and sent a signal. The other party is his superior, and his strength is stronger than his. If he hesitates and makes mistakes, he will probably kill him without hesitation. Humph! Zhang Jiming snorted coldly, turned around and said, "Junior brother, take my token and immediately go to find the foundation building elder who manages the market, tell him about this, and let him immediately block the auction and take down the person in charge." What about you, senior brother? The secret method of the foundation building period is related to the rule of our sect, and it must not be passed on. No matter who gets it, he must be killed. Zhang Jiming did not answer, but looked at the auction, with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. At the same time, in a secret room of the underground auction venue, Zhao Ming stood respectfully in front of an old man. Although the old man was old, he was energetic, with white hair and a youthful face, and his every move was full of the temperament of a person who had been in a high position for a long time. Obviously, he was the real mastermind behind the auction, a foundation-building cultivator in the East China Sea Loose Cultivator Alliance. "Are you ready?" the old man asked. Replying to Elder Situ, "Everything has been packed and we can set off immediately." Zhao Ming replied respectfully. "Okay, leave the secret passage immediately. Take away all the spirit stones and treasures, and deal with all irrelevant people to avoid exposing our whereabouts," the old man said lightly. "After going out, take the flying boat back to the Alliance immediately, and there must be no delay in the middle." "What, is there any other problem?" Seeing the slightly hesitant expression on Zhao Ming's face, the old man turned around and asked. Zhao Ming looked at the calm face of the old man, gritted his teeth and asked, "There is something I don't understand." "Speak." Controlling the opportunity for cultivators outside the three major forces to obtain foundation building is a rule jointly formulated by us and the two sects of righteousness and evil. Why do we have to violate it unilaterally? And, so that we have to give up this auction, Elder, to be honest, Zhao Ming is not concerned about the foundation building secret method. He cares about this auction. After all, this is the result of his years of hard work, and he just gave it up? This is not something you should know. Go down. The old man looked at him coldly. "Yes." Zhao Ming's hands clenched, but he still lowered his head and responded. "Alas, it's a troubled time." After Zhao Ming walked out of the room, the old man sighed. This sale of the foundation building secret method was not a suggestion from the Loose Cultivator Alliance, but a decision made by the Situ family, a golden elixir family in their alliance. As for the fact that doing so would offend the Qingyun sect, he knew it, but he had to do it. The ancestor of their Situ family was seriously injured in a fight with others in the past, which damaged his foundation. In the early years, he lost a lot of life because of a mistake in his cultivation method. Today, he is about to die. However, the strongest foundation building cultivator of the Situ family has little chance of breaking through the golden core stage. In the Lingnan cultivation world where cultivation resources are scarce, it is difficult to find third-level spiritual objects, let alone spiritual objects that help to form a pill. Just when the situation was further deteriorating, Xianyin sect got the news by some unknown means and proposed a deal. The content of the transaction is that Xianyin sect uses a Jindan spiritual object as a reward and requires the Situ family to use various means to widely spread a foundation building secret method in the Qingyun sect area. And that foundation building secret method is exactly what they just auctioned, the spiritual blood foundation building method. Cooperating with the demons is simply seeking the skin of a tiger. But now that things have come to this, our Situ family has no choice but to do so. I just hope that we can survive this difficult time. The old man raised his head with a dim look in his eyes. Jindan spiritual objects are extremely precious even in Xianyin sect. Since the other party is willing to take them out for trading, they must be asking for a lot. Although it is unclear what the other party's purpose is. But the old man is old and wise. According to the current situation, he can naturally see that the two major sects of Qingyun and Xianyin sect seem to be calm on the surface, but there are constant disputes in the interior. If it continues to evolve, it is very likely to develop into a war that affects the entire Lingnan Shouxian land. However, the Situ family is in danger now. If they cannot produce a Jindan cultivator before the ancestor passes away, they will probably suffer a catastrophe and naturally cannot care about the future. The old man paused for an unknown reason, as if he sensed something. He looked up and seemed to see the bright fireworks in the sky even though he was underground. Is this a communication signal? The two little guys from Qingyun sect are really decisive. The old man smiled lightly, but it was fleeting. His face instantly became solemn, and his body exuded a sense of majesty belonging to a superior. He did not open his mouth, but his voice appeared in the ears of every specific person. Pass on my order, everyone evacuates from the secret passage immediately, quickly, and anyone who delays will be killed without mercy. Is this a communication fireworks from Qingyun sect? In a house, the uncle and nephew of the Chen family saw this scene and their faces changed slightly. Although they left the underground auction, they were still nearby and still in the blockade area of Qingyun sect. Uncle, what should we do? The young man asked anxiously. According to my plan. The people who followed us are already outside the yard. I will have the servants drive out 3 carriages to confuse them. But after they leave, don't wait until midnight to leave, but set off immediately to avoid being caught by the people of Qingyun sect.
The burly man did not panic, but ordered calmly. What about you, uncle? I want to fight for the foundation building secret method. It's about the future of my Chin family. The man clenched his fists, his face cold. Then, uncle, you should be more careful. The young man gritted his teeth and said so. Take the things back to the Chen family. The man nodded, looked at him again, and ordered so. Soon, 3 carriages drove out of the front door of the yard, and many monks hiding around showed a hint of greed in their eyes and followed them. Shortly after the 3 carriages left, a middle-aged man quietly walked out of the yard, looked around carefully, then jumped and ran out of the market. After he left, several figures hiding in the shadows moved and followed silently. After he left for a while, the young man in the yard took out a talisman from his storage bag with a serious face, the Earth Escape talisman. The price of this type of talisman in the market has always been high, and the Chen family has spent a lot of money to invite an outstanding talisman master to improve it. It is not only silent when sneaking, but also completely restrains its spiritual fluctuations. It can be said to be extremely precious. This is one of the most precious treasures in the Chen family's treasure house. It was originally used to keep the core seeds for the family to escape when they encountered a catastrophe, but in order to ensure the safety of this auction trip, the family elders took it out without hesitation. Command! The yellowish-brown spiritual light flashed, and the young man dived directly into the ground, then sneaked for a while, and came out of a house he had bought in advance on the edge of the market, and then he quickly left the market. It's not that he didn't want to stay in the market for a few days, meet up with his own caravan, and wait until the storm is over before leaving. But when they set out, they were already targeted by several other forces in Yunshan County. Once they met up and left the market, they were more likely to be robbed and killed. But if he was alone, he could completely avoid the other party's eyes and ears and escape the pursuit. In addition, he had a large number of magic talismans and a disposable flying spiritual weapon on him. If he rushed at full speed, he could return to the family within a day to reduce the occurrence of accidents. I have avoided the eyes and ears of several forces in Yunshan County. The monks who followed me to the auction have been led away by my second uncle. In addition, I left the yard in a special way. Now it seems that I should be safe. As long as I am careful, I will. Outside the market, in a dim jungle, the young man held a defensive spiritual weapon to protect his body, carefully observing the surrounding environment, and muttered. However, before he could finish speaking, his face suddenly changed, and his body froze. Because at this moment, behind him, a crisp voice suddenly came, "Dao Yu, please stay." What? The young man froze, and a sense of absurdity rose in his heart. This time, in order to escape the tracking, they made 3 calculations. The carriage was the first one, which could attract those not-so-smart monks and confuse the enemy at the same time. The second uncle walked out of the courtyard alone, which was the second one, which could lead away those gloomy old foxes. Despite the previous 2 calculations, the monks hiding in the dark were led away. But even so, they still did not relax. In order to be on the safe side, the young man did not even walk out of the courtyard, but directly used the precious and improved Earth Escape talisman to escape from the ground. Such a 3-fold calculation, although not perfect, can definitely be concealed from the Qi refining cultivators, but they were still tracked? Could it be a foundation establishment cultivator who has the means to seek souls thousands of miles away? No, it's impossible. If it is a foundation establishment cultivator, there is no need to track, just break into the courtyard and rob. If so, who on earth has this ability? In a flash, countless thoughts flashed through the mind of the young monk, but his movements were not slow at all. With a tap of his toes, his whole body turned 180 degrees and turned behind him. At the same time, he swiped his hand towards the storage bag, and the golden light talisman, water shield talisman, and wind shield talisman were instantly activated. At the same time, he also used the defensive spiritual weapon to block in front of him. In the instant when the sound was heard, the young monk had already protected his whole body. However, to his surprise, there was no one in front of him. No one? No, that's not right. The young monk seemed to have figured out something, and his face changed instantly. The sound was a trap. I was in the light, and the other party was in the dark. If they wanted to sneak attack, they would have done it long ago. But I have been cautious and used defensive spiritual weapons to protect my body. The other party couldn't find an opportunity to attack, so the other party created an opportunity with the sound. The opponent made a sound through the magic of phantom sound, so that he could misjudge the opponent's position, and then turn around and expose his back. In this way, the opponent could. The young monk just wanted to understand everything, but unfortunately, it was too late. A brilliant golden blue light appeared behind him in a short moment, and then whizzed past, breaking through several layers of spiritual shields and completely cutting him in half. The short time and fierce attack made the young monk have no time to react. No! The young monk let out a desperate cry, wanting to fight and resist, but his upper body slowly slid from the wound and fell to the ground with blood. No, no, no! Even if I die, I will drag you to death together. He struggled and wanted to reach into his arms to take out something, but his body suddenly paused and drooped down weakly. Because at some point, a huge hand transformed by true energy appeared out of thin air and crushed his head directly. Then, a white bottle was thrown out from the darkness, shattered above it, and a strange liquid poured down, corroding the corpse directly into a pile of bubbling corpse fluid. This set of processes was smooth and flowing. The young monk not only had no time to resist, but even before he saw the enemy, he had already turned into a pile of unknown liquid. The evening breeze blew slowly, and the entire field was empty. The storage bag that the young monk regarded as a treasure also disappeared. Not long after, Lin Chen's figure quietly emerged in an open space outside the market. The battle just now was an ambush designed by Lin Chen. To be honest, their threefold means are indeed powerful, but Lin Chen has been prepared for a long time. How can he be so easily fooled? The spirit insect that he spent a lot of money to get with keen perception of chalcedony had long told him that whether it was the carriage that left or the person who walked out of the yard, the 100-year chalcedony was not on them at all. The disappearance of the breath of chalcedony made him instantly guess that the other party was very likely to escape from the underground, so he immediately used means to track them. As for the function of the other party's Earth Escape Talisman to conceal the fluctuation of spiritual energy, it was simply a joke to Lin Chen. In order to observe spiritual energy and study souls, he had improved countless observation methods. How could those talisman masters with such a little level on the market hide it? Therefore, the other party did not get rid of Lin Chen's tracking from beginning to end. After being far away from the market, he seized the opportunity and set up an ambush directly, and took the 100-year-old jade into his hands. And during the whole process, he didn't even show his face, and directly put the other party to death in secret. In the darkness, Lin Chen quickly opened the storage bag he had taken, then stepped back a few meters and released a puppet to check the items inside. Finally, with the help of the spirit insect, Lin Chen found what he wanted, the 100-year-old jade. After seeing this item, Lin Chen immediately controlled the puppet to collect it. He didn't have time to see other things, but it looked quite rich, and many items were even marked with the word Chen. It seems to be the wealth of a family, no wonder it is so rich. This thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind. However, he did not have any extra thoughts. After all, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, it was too ridiculous to talk about whether an action was just. Even if he really hurt innocent people and felt guilty, at most he could reach the top of the Daluo Supreme in the future, reverse the long river of time, and give him a chance to become an immortal in this life as compensation. How could he be timid and hesitate to move forward at this time because of a momentary weakness? Immediately return to the sect, make breakthroughs in cultivation, and avoid unnecessary complications. After getting the things, Lin Chen immediately made a decision in his heart. Although he is also very fond of the spiritual blood foundation building method, which may provide him with more research directions, he still knows what should be taken and what should not be taken. Unfortunately, the more undesirable something is, the more likely it is to happen. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly froze, as if sensing something. He turned back sharply. I saw a fierce fighting sound suddenly coming from the jungle not far away. Then, a huge fireball rose up and exploded. Its light and movement were like bright fireworks in the dark night. Trouble! Lin Chen's face darkened. He left in the direction of Qing Yun's sect, but he didn't expect to bump into him. And looking at the power of the blow just now, it was obviously at the foundation establishment stage level, but there was no corresponding spiritual pressure. It was obvious that someone had used the methods left behind by the foundation establishment stage monks. Judging from this, the fighting over there is fierce. Of course, what is even more troublesome is that the power and movement of that blow are too great, which will definitely attract many monks nearby. At that time, if someone has any special means and senses that he has a century-old chalcedony in his body, it will definitely cause many unknown variables. Lin Chen did not hesitate to move away from the battlefield not far away, but before he could go far, he was forced to stop. Because in front of him, there were several monks directly blocking his way. I wonder where your friend is going in such a hurry. Among the crowd, a somewhat familiar gray-robed monk looked at Lin Chen with sinister and greedy eyes. Next to him, there was a spirit with yellow and white fur and lively eyes. Mouse. It was the gray-robed monk who had just competed with him for the marrow cleansing method at the underground auction, and on his shoulders was a treasure-hunting rat with a keen sense of the spiritual beings of heaven and earth. Lin Chen's face darkened. With the existence of this rat, the other party had obviously noticed the century-old chalcedony in him and started to covet it. Not to mention they had an old grudge against each other at the auction. Act recklessly. A murderous intention rose in Lin Chen's heart. I originally wanted to let him go, but it turned out that the other person wanted to die so strongly. In this case, Lin Chen didn't mind giving him a ride. Finally caught this guy. Just when Lin Chen was about to take action, several people in front of him suddenly showed a hint of joy. Lin Chen was slightly startled when he saw this, and then seemed to realize something. Looking back from the corner of his eye, he saw not far behind him, where the fireball rose, a spiritual light appeared, and then ran straight towards here, and behind it, there were several monks in hot pursuit. After so much effort, the target of the other party should not be me, but the monk who bought the foundation building secret method. But he comes here again. Damn it, if this happens, it will be troublesome. Wait, this may be an opportunity. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and then he moved and went straight towards the monk with the treasure-hunting rat. Don't know how to live or die. The gray-robed monk with the treasure-hunting rat sneered when he saw Lin Chen attacking. He knew that the other party wanted to take advantage of the distraction of everyone's attention to kill him, so as to avoid the news from being leaked and causing siege. However, the other party didn't think that he could stand out from many casual cultivators, reach the perfection of chi refining, and was about to build a foundation. How could he be so easy to deal with? Let you, little bastard, see how powerful I am. While speaking, the gray-robed monk took out a golden spirit sword from the storage bag, and then controlled it to hit Lin Chen directly. The spirit sword attacked fiercely, emitting golden light. And under the light of the golden spirit sword, an invisible spirit needle that was not easy to detect shot at Lin Chen's vitals at an extremely tricky angle. Obviously, the spirit sword was only used to attract Lin Chen's attention. The real attack was the spirit needle hidden in the dark. This spiritual needle is made from the tail of a very rare and special demon beast, the jade scorpion, and has two properties, breaking the law and being extremely poisonous. Breaking the law can break the protective spiritual shield of most monks at one time, while being extremely poisonous can kill people. Once it hits, even if the person is not dead, he will be poisoned. At that time, the opponent will definitely not be able to deal with himself in his prime. Operating two spiritual tools at the same time, attacking with false attacks in the open and real attacks in the dark, as well as the characteristics of breaking the law and being extremely poisonous of the spiritual needle, these various insidious means make him invincible in the struggle between monks. Not only did he kill a large number of enemies in fat sheep, but he also allowed the gray-robed monks to plunder a large number of resources and have the possibility of looking forward to building a foundation. And now, not only will he have another life in his hands, he may also get the method of washing the marrow to remove the hidden dangers of the body, and even get a precious spiritual object, 100-year-old jade. Die! The gray-robed monk grinned, as if he saw the scene of harvesting the spoils. He controlled the spirit needle to penetrate Lin Chen first, and then the golden sword slashed at the opponent fiercely. Even if the opponent was poisoned, he did not hesitate to make another slash. After all, if he did not make another slash, if he gave the opponent a breath and killed you together, it would be a wrongful death. Buzz! The golden sword fell from the sky with a sharp breath, splitting the unprotected Lin Chen in half. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the gray-robed monk not only did not show any joy on his face, but his original smile froze and he looked shocked. Because the golden sword slashed through Lin Chen's body, not only did it not split him in half, but even blood and flesh did not splash. On the contrary, the opponent seemed to kill him as if nothing had happened. This is impossible. The gray-robed monk's face was full of disbelief. If the opponent used a life-saving talisman or a defensive spiritual weapon to block it, or if he was a body-refining monk and used his body to resist it, he could still understand it. But it was the first time he had seen a situation where a spirit sword cut through a body but seemed to ignore it. Is it an illusion? No, it's impossible. An illusion in the chi refining stage is at most a false image, which is easy to distinguish. How could it be so realistic? The gray-robed monk gritted his teeth and revealed his trump card again. His eyes flashed through many things like flowing light, and the eyes that finally condensed were upright, emitting a faint green light, like snake pupils. This was a unique trick he obtained from the cave of an ancient monk, the green-eyed spirit pupil. Not only can it be observed in detail and assist in combat, but it can also see through illusions to a certain extent.
However, when he looked at Lin Chen again, his pupils shrank suddenly. Because in his eyes, Lin Chen not only had no illusions, but he could even see the details of every part of the other person's clothes, shoes, etc. According to all the current situations, the other party is either an illusion or a real person. But how can a real person ignore his attack like a mirror image? This is not an illusion, but the refraction of light. As if sensing his shock, Lin Chen smiled gently. Refraction? The gray-robed monk was stunned when he heard this. However, at the moment when he lost consciousness, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his entire figure became blurred, as if countless figures overlapped together, and then stretched out like a face, presenting a bizarre scene. When the gray-robed monk reacted, Lin Chen had disappeared from a position not far away and appeared directly in front of him. Such a rapid change, at the moment he was thinking, made him have no time to take out the defensive spiritual weapon in the storage bag. No! The gray-robed monk who reacted was bloodshot, and a spiritual light flashed across his body to protect his body, and he wanted to fight back desperately. But how could the defensive means he formed in a hurry resist Lin Chen's long-planned attack? So a hand wrapped in red light directly broke through the protective spiritual shield and strangled his neck tightly. Click, click, bang! In an instant, the gray-robed monk's head was torn off by Lin Chen. Then, under the influence of a huge force, the head in his hand broke on the spot like a crisp melon, splashing a large amount of red and white liquid. What? The noisy scene suddenly became quiet. At this moment, whether it was the monks who were blocking or the people who were fleeing from the nearby station, they were shocked when they saw this scene, especially the monks who blocked Lin Chen. You know, just now they caught the trace of the monk who bought the foundation building secret method, so their attention was diverted for more than 10 seconds. It took more than 10 seconds, only a few words, but within this short period of time, Lin Chen actually took action and killed the gray-robed monk who was a little famous among their casual cultivators. Moreover, what made them even more incredible was Lin Chen's method of teleporting through changes in light and shadow, ignoring attacks. Because they have lived for so many years and have never seen such weird methods. What is the origin of the other party? This thought flashed through the minds of everyone present. Lin Chen walked forward expressionlessly, while all the casual cultivators who were standing in front of him subconsciously took a step back, and no one dared to catch his gaze. If the opponent is powerful, as long as they are still in the chi refining stage, they will still dare to fight with their strength and numbers. But the problem is that the methods used by the opponent, such as ignoring attacks, teleportation, etc., are so weird that no casual cultivator dares to stop him, or even fears that he will be killed if he takes a second look. Fortunately, I used the invisibility technique immediately and frightened them. Otherwise, if I were surrounded by them and fell into a group fight, I'm afraid there would be a lot of trouble. Lin Chen's face was cold, but this thought flashed through his mind. Of course, the invisibility technique he was talking about was not the ordinary templates sold on the market, but improved ones. The invisibility skills sold on the market not only emit spiritual energy fluctuations when used, but are also easily seen through pupil techniques and other methods, so Lin Chen thought of many ways to improve them. In Lin Chen's view, the function of invisibility is to complete unexpected attacks during combat. So, based on this, he thought of 2 ways to improve it. One is to blind others' perceptions and make others subconsciously ignore themselves, which is the so-called invisibility in the psychological sense. However, human perception and consciousness are related to the soul. Lin Chen's cultivation during the chi refining period cannot explore the soul, and naturally he cannot achieve this level of improvement. So Lin Chen adopted the second method, which was to use the refraction of light. Anyone who has speared fish knows that when spearing fish, you should not spear the body of the fish, but the lower part of the fish. This is because light refracts in water, resulting in position misjudgment. The essence of invisibility is to use spiritual energy to form a layer of material similar to an invisibility cloak to cover the body. So Lin Chen combined the principle of light refraction and changed the invisible substance in the invisibility technique to a substance similar to water, and then expanded the range, thereby affecting the enemy's misjudgment of his position. The gray-robed monk saw Lin Chen's body from beginning to end. However, due to the refraction of light, he misjudged Lin Chen's position every time, causing the attack to miss, so the situation just happened. And because he misjudged his position, Lin Chen, who was clearly in front of him, was judged to be 5 meters away, so he had no time to defend himself. The strangeness at the time of the battle was precisely because Lin Chen combined some theories from his previous life to create a scene that was incredible to the monks in this life. In fact, Lin Chen's improvements in invisibility didn't stop there. Light break lines and misjudgment of positions are only the first step in improvement.
The next step is to blind perception and achieve something similar to psychological invisibility. In the later stage, it distorts time and space, making the world unable to detect its own existence. It even jumps out of the three realms and is not in the five elements. Even the vast river of time cannot detect its own existence. This is his real pursuit. And at this point, this method should no longer be called the invisibility technique, but should be called one of the 36 methods of Tiangang, stand upright without shadow. Bringing his thoughts back to reality, Lin Chen walked forward step by step with an expressionless face, and no one in the venue dared to stop him. Seeing Lin Chen walking out step by step without any intention of competing for the secret method, everyone in the venue couldn't help but let out a long breath in their hearts. After all, no one wants to face such a powerful and weird guy. But just when he reached the edge of the chasing crowd, a sudden change occurred. In the center of the crowd, the person who bought the foundation building secret technique suddenly moved. I saw a small black ball appearing in his hand at some point, and then he squeezed it hard. Suddenly, several rays of lightning flashed, alternating and forming a ball of lightning. In an instant, it continued to expand, swallowing up everyone present who had no time to react. Zhang Hao was originally an ordinary villager from a village in Qingshui County, Dali Dynasty. When he was 14 years old, his parents died in an accident. Because he had few relatives and was weak, he was often bullied by the villagers, and even his own fields were taken away. As a result, he could only go into the mountains to hunt to survive. When he was 15 years old, when Zhang Hao went into the mountains to hunt, he accidentally ran into two ordinary innate masters fighting for a treasure. In the end, they both died together. Zhang Hao, who was hiding aside, not only got the treasure, but also got two innate skills for cultivating the body and internal strength respectively, and since then embarked on the road of cultivation. With the help of that treasure, he took only 2 years to reach the innate realm, and also met a cultivator by chance. Fortunately, he embarked on the immortal path. He even forced his way through the test level designed by Qin Yun Sect 3 years ago and became an outer disciple. From ordinary to immortal, his experience is legendary. If he had a good talent, he would have a high probability of going further. But unfortunately, when testing his spiritual roots, Zhang Hao found that his spiritual roots were 5 spiritual roots, which were pseudo-spiritual roots. Not only was it very slow to refine spiritual energy, but the spiritual energy required for promotion was also much more than that of other cultivators, not to mention the cultivation method he practiced, which consumed a lot of resources. If it weren't for that treasure, and if he hadn't spent a lot of effort to become an alchemist, he would probably have no hope of reaching the foundation building stage in his lifetime. But even if he cultivated to the late stage of qi refining, his hope of building a foundation was very slim. After all, the recipe for the foundation building pill was strictly controlled, and Zhang Hao couldn't get it through normal channels. Even if he got the foundation building spiritual objects such as the immortal foundation fruit, because of his talent, even with many foundation building spiritual objects, the success rate of impacting the foundation building was still less than 50%. Therefore, he could only focus on the secret method of foundation building, and even used several precious spiritual medicines to resist the pressure before he got this method. Unfortunately, he was not the only one who was eyeing this method. Although he had carefully concealed his tracks, he was still found and surrounded. In order to get rid of the pursuit, Zhang Hao had to use a second-level talisman he won in the sect competition, Spiritual Young Fire Talisman. But there were also powerful characters among the pursuers, who relied on life-saving methods to avoid his fatal blow and pursued him relentlessly. Even when he randomly chose a place to escape, he was blocked by the cultivators who heard the news. Damn! If my 5 elements of spiritual roots were evenly distributed and mutually reinforcing, my talent could be completely comparable to the peerless genius of a single spiritual root, but my spiritual roots are uneven in strength, restraining each other, and dragging down my practice. If not, why would I fight for the secret method of foundation building, and end up like this? Seeing the cultivators who were surrounding him, Zhang Hao couldn't help but hate his talent in his heart. But he was a cultivator who had come from a mountain village to where he is today, and he had a strong character. This thought only flashed through his mind, and he quickly adjusted his mentality. The most important thing now is to find an opportunity to break out. I still have a purple thunder pearl that I got from the last cave exploration, which can exert the power of the foundation building period, but the problem now is that these people are staring at me. Once they take action, they will definitely be alert. At that time, Zhang Hao's eyes suddenly widened. Because in front of him, a black-robed cultivator with his back to him suddenly attacked a gray-robed cultivator. Originally, this was nothing big, but the next scene made him drop his jaw.
He had experienced many battles between cultivators, and they had always been two sides standing and using spiritual tools, talismans, and magic tricks to fight, but the strange battle in front of him was the first time he had seen it. Not only were all the attacks released by the gray-robed monk ineffective, but the opponent even disappeared from a few meters away as if teleporting, and appeared in front of the gray-robed monk, and directly strangled his neck with his hands. This battle gave him the feeling that it was like an image in a mirror suddenly stretched out its hand and strangled the person in front of the mirror to death. Ignoring attacks, teleporting, and even transforming reality and illusion, is this a method that a cultivator in the chi refining stage can master? Wait, this is an opportunity. Although shocked, Zhang Hao, who had experienced many battles, quickly came to his senses and even grasped this opportunity keenly. The opponent's strange methods made everyone present very afraid. Even if their target was himself, they would also divert some attention. And this was his chance to break through. When the opponent leaves the field, others will subconsciously relax, and then it will be my time. With this thought, Zhang Hao immediately focused all his attention and stared at the work of the man in black. 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters, 10 meters, it's time. When everyone was relieved when they saw the other party approaching the edge of the crowd, Zhang Hao attacked. Hiss! A large amount of lightning flashed, and in an instant, a ball of lightning was formed, which continued to expand. In just a few seconds, it engulfed everyone present. Charge! Zhang Hao roared with the defensive spiritual weapon. Purple Thunder Pearl has been specially refined to prevent the user from getting hurt. Therefore, after this attack, everyone in the field was either dead or injured, and he was still in good condition, so he could take this opportunity to escape. As for the counterattack, as soon as this idea appeared in his mind, he was abandoned. It's not that he didn't want to fight back, but because all the cultivators who could chase here in the field had their own unique skills. Even if they were seriously injured, it would take a certain amount of time to kill them. If someone else caught up with them at that time, it would be troublesome. Hiss! Zhang Hao ran out. The remaining lightning struck arcs on his defensive spiritual weapon, revealing sparks and noises, and around him were charred corpses. With no one to stop him, he quickly escaped from the encirclement. Finally out. After escaping from the encirclement, even the always resolute Zhang Hao couldn't help showing a hint of joy. He jumped and quickly disappeared into the jungle. Finally safe. After escaping a certain distance, Zhang Hao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. After all, being chased by someone, the feeling of walking on a tightrope is really uncomfortable. Fortunately, he finally escaped. Looking at the beautiful moonlight, feeling the evening breeze, and listening to the long flute sound coming from afar, the nerves that were tense due to the pursuit could not help but feel relaxed. This flute sound is inexplicably familiar, and it feels like a lullaby sung by my mother when I was young. Zhang Hao murmured, his eyes a little blurred. However, the next moment, his body stiffened inexplicably, because he soon realized that something was wrong. Where did the flute sound come from in this wilderness? And at this moment, Zhang Hao felt a sudden chill from behind him. He was tense all over, his hair stood up, and he turned his head subconsciously. But unfortunately, it was too late. Behind him, in a place that the moonlight could not cover, a tall and thin figure like a ghost appeared at some point. He held the dark red dagger in his hand, and before Zhang Hao could react, he stabbed him in the back fiercely. I forgot to tell you that this book is not about the traditional mortals. In the later plots, there may be professions such as Heavenly Secret Master and Poison Master, as well as villains such as Demon and Ashura. If you want to read the mortal story and cannot accept it for the time being, you can consider leaving. I am very sorry. Ding! A dazzling spark flashed in the air. The dagger that should have killed him not only failed to pierce Zhang Hao's heart, but was protected by a self-activated spiritual light. Looking for death. The sudden attack almost put Zhang Hao in a deadly situation, and he couldn't help but be angry. He quickly took out a spiritual weapon from the storage bag, turned around and chopped back. But the whole person pounced into nothing. Because the monk hiding in the shadows failed to hit him, he immediately fled far away, leaving him no chance to catch him. Is this a spiritual weapon that can automatically activate to protect the master? The market price can reach at least 1,000 spiritual stones. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist is really rich. A pleasant voice came from the forest on the side, and Zhang Hao immediately looked for the sound. I saw a beautiful woman wearing purple gauze, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, walking out of the darkness. She held a flute that seemed to be made of jasper, with a smile on her face. This little bastard has a lot of spirit stones, so it's not surprising that he has this thing. But a cultivator in the chi refining stage actually has so many spirit stones, it seems that he has a big secret. A burly man walked out from behind the beautiful woman. He was the man from the Chen family who auctioned off the 100-year-old jade. He stared at Zhang Hao greedily, and at the same time his eyes inadvertently swept over the beautiful woman beside him, with a flash of fear in his eyes. I didn't expect it to be a sound cultivator, the man surnamed Chen's heart sank. In addition to the distinction in realm, cultivators themselves are also divided into ordinary cultivators and specialized cultivators because of their personal achievements in the 100 arts of cultivation. Ordinary cultivators are those who only care about taking pills to improve their cultivation, but do not have much achievement in various fields of cultivation. The characteristic is that no matter what realm they are in, they will only use the spiritual tools, talismans, and treasures of the corresponding realm, without forming their own abilities and characteristics. This kind of cultivator is extremely limited by resources. If there are not enough spirit stones and powerful means cannot be bought, the combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened, and the struggle will also be subject to various situations. On the other hand, the specialized cultivator is a cultivator who, on the basis of ordinary cultivators, chooses a field of cultivation to study and achieve some achievements. This kind of cultivator not only has a unique set of means to cope with various environments, but also can complement cultivation. Among the specialized cultivators today, the two most famous and most widespread types of cultivators are physical cultivation and magic cultivation. Physical cultivation is to nourish the body with spiritual energy on the basis of refining essence into chi, so as to complete the transformation of the body. Not only the physical strength and nerve reaction ability are far superior to those of the same level, even in the later stage of cultivation, there are terrible abilities such as indestructible blood and indestructible diamond. In terms of cultivation, it can reduce the difficulty of the physical barrier in the foundation building period, or shorten the time of the second stage of foundation building, refining form, etc., which can be said to have many benefits. And magic cultivation is a cultivator who is very proficient in tricks, spiritual arts, etc. Not only can they make a move to become a method, but they can even create all kinds of mysterious secrets according to their own needs. The powerful ones among them can even improve and create the methods, opening up a new path for the path of cultivation. It can be said that both have their own advantages, but there is no doubt that they are far greater than ordinary cultivators in terms of combat power and potential. However, it is more difficult to practice a method than a physical cultivator. Because this is a profession that requires talent and creativity, and he is not qualified, so he can only become a physical cultivator. In addition to these two most common ones, there are also talisman cultivators, puppet cultivators, sound cultivators, etc., which are rare but not to be underestimated. For example, the purple-clothed beautiful woman in front of him is a sound cultivator. Sound cultivators are a very rare existence. And they can turn spiritual energy into sound and do all kinds of incredible things. For example, using unique music instead of breakthrough pills, using sound to deceive the five senses and interfere with consciousness, or using singing to control the souls of others, can be said to be very mysterious. Not only her, but also the cultivator hiding in the shadows. Even with the pupil technique handed down by the Chen family, he couldn't find any trace of him. Countless thoughts flashed through the mind of the man surnamed Chen, but his face did not show any abnormality. Instead, he said, "Two Taoist friends, how about we kill this guy first and then talk about the distribution?" Okay. As soon as the voice fell, a cold voice came from all directions, making it impossible to judge the direction. "I will do as you said." The purple-clothed beautiful woman smiled and raised the jade flute in her hand. Zhang Hao, who was stared at by the three people, couldn't help but look solemn and tense. He took out the spiritual weapon and stared at the other party. He naturally knew that he and the three people today were in a situation of life and death. Only by killing them could he escape safely. The field suddenly fell silent, and the battle was about to break out. Woo-woo, the evening breeze blew, and a unique and melodious flute sounded again. Obviously, the purple-clothed beautiful woman took the lead. Playing the flute in the wind, fingers flying, music interweaving, playing a spiritual song that disturbs consciousness. Zhang Hao's consciousness suddenly became dazed, everything in front of him became blurred, and his thoughts drifted away uncontrollably. Opportunity. The man from the Chun family who was watching coldly had a sharp look in his eyes and took action immediately. He wiped his hand towards the storage bag, and suddenly, a big knife appeared in his hand. The knife was about 1 meter long and exuded an extremely sharp aura. Obviously, its quality was also top-notch among the spiritual tools in the chi refining period. Moreover, the Chen family man attached the golden true chi to it, making it even sharper, enough to break most of the defensive spiritual weapons of the same level. Then, he directly held the handle of the knife with one hand, and then dragged the machete and ran towards Zhang Hao quickly. At this moment, his whole body was tense, and the veins in his arms were bulging. He directly mobilized all his body functions and produced extraordinary explosive power. This is dragging the knife to accumulate power. This is a way of gathering all the strength of the whole body and killing the opponent with one knife. Obviously, he did not want to make any attempts or fierce battles, but wanted to take advantage of Zhang Hao's consciousness to break all his defenses with one knife, and achieve success in one blow. Die! After a short sprint, he came in front of Zhang Hao. He stopped suddenly, and the knife in his hand with all the strength of his body chopped at him. At this moment, Zhang Hao was distracted by his mind and could not react at all. He could only be forced to accept this knife. Bang! The spiritual shield formed by the talisman was broken. Crack! The self-defense spiritual weapon is broken. Hiss! The big knife chopped on Zhang Hao's shoulder, but it didn't cut it off. Instead, it was as hard to penetrate as if it was cutting into steel, and only a splash of blood was splashed. Ah! The intense pain made Zhang Hao instantly get rid of the interference of the spiritual music, and he came back to his senses and roared. This is spiritual armor? The man of the Chen family was shocked. Defensive spiritual talismans, protective spiritual weapons, I didn't expect there would be a spiritual armor with such high hardness. How could this guy have so many protective methods? Get out! Zhang Hao endured the severe pain on his shoulder and wanted to fight the person in front of him at the risk of being seriously injured, but at this time, the back of his head suddenly felt cold. Because a twisted shadow appeared behind him at a very fast speed, and the dagger in his hand stabbed Zhang Hao's head fiercely. There were wolves in front and tigers behind, and someone was holding him back. In this situation, Zhang Hao seemed to feel the breath of death. The control of the purple-clothed beautiful woman, the knife of the Chen family man that broke through all defenses, and the assassination of the shadow monk. The simple cooperation of three extraordinary monks forced him, who had a large number of spiritual weapons and talismans, into a desperate situation. No! Zhang Hao's face was ferocious and unwilling. He had worked so hard to get to this day, how could he fall here? Zhang Hao's face revealed a hint of madness, and his eyes were particularly fierce. He actually kicked up hard and used his injured shoulder to meet the dagger coming from behind. At the same time, he took out the same thing from the storage bag without hesitation. Puff! The dagger completely penetrated Zhang Hao's shoulder, but he did not struggle. Instead, he took this opportunity to grab the shadow monk tightly with one hand, and at the same time, his body rushed towards the man surnamed Chen. This is a spiritual weapon in the foundation building period? What is he trying to do? No! The two were immediately shocked by Zhang Hao's actions. Before they could figure out why, their faces suddenly changed. Because the spiritual weapon Zhang Hao took out actually emitted an astonishing wave. No, he wanted to detonate the spirit. The two immediately guessed Zhang Hao's intention and wanted to escape, but they were tied up by Zhang Hao. Die! A cold and resolute voice sounded in the field. Then, the spiritual weapon in Zhang Hao's arms emitted a stream of white light, and suddenly formed a rapidly expanding fireball, which covered dozens of meters in a few seconds. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded in the whole night. Cough cough. After an unknown amount of time, the thick smoke diluted, and a weak cough sounded in the field. Good close. A beautiful woman with a charred body and bleeding from all 7 orifices fell to the ground, looking at the huge pit not far away, her face full of horror. How could she not have thought that the other party would be so decisive, and actually blew up the foundation building spiritual weapon in desperation, trying to drag them to death together? If I hadn't been far enough away and reacted in time, I'm afraid I would have disappeared from this world. Cough. As if the injury on her body had been affected, the beautiful woman couldn't help but feel a fishy taste in her mouth and spit out another mouthful of blood. Although she avoided the center of the explosion this time, the violent aftermath and the scattered spiritual weapon fragments still left her seriously injured. Now, just by moving, she felt a pain that penetrated deep into her bones. But it's all worth it, as if she had thought of something. Even though she was seriously injured, the beautiful woman still had a smile on her face. Because the previous few battles had killed all the monks in the nearby area, which meant that the wealth they left behind after their death, as well as all the treasures on this kid. It belongs exclusively to, Puff. Just as the beautiful woman was imagining the future, she heard a whistling wind behind her. Before she could react, Her upper body was crushed to pieces by a huge force.
What did she just say?
In the darkness, a figure took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood on his hands, a little confused. On his body, there were more than 20 storage bags of various sizes.
I didn't expect to get so many things before leaving.
As the saying goes, no one can get rich without unexpected wealth. The evening breeze blew, gently lifting the hood on the head of the man in black, and a handsome face could be vaguely seen.
This person was Lin Chen.
Time goes back to the moment when Zhang Hao rushed out of the encirclement. For Lin Chen, the one who bought the foundation building secret method acted quickly, but he had been secretly watching the other party, so he reacted immediately when he moved. When the other party took out the bead, Lin Chen reacted instantly and immediately used the Earth Escape Talisman to sneak into the earth, successfully avoiding the terrifying ball lightning. Originally, Lin Chen wanted to leave, not because he was afraid of fighting, but because he was worried that a large-scale melee between cultivators would bring unknown variables and uncertain risks to his safety. After all, there are all kinds of strange secret arts and spiritual weapons in the world of cultivation, and no one knows whether a seemingly ordinary cultivator has the means to easily kill people. Not to mention that if it takes too long and he can't get out, he might be caught up by the Qingyun sect cultivators who came later, and he might be wrapped up. But what Lin Chen didn't expect was that the monk who was surrounded was so powerful and his counterattack was so sharp that he almost wiped out all the monks present.
When Lin Chen saw this scene, a thought flashed through his mind: opportunity.
The research and development of the soul-nourishing incense in the foundation building period in the past period almost consumed all the spirit stones on him. If it is accumulated slowly, it is unknown how long it will take, and it will delay the speed of cultivation and research.
So Lin Chen must think of other ways. And now, the opportunity has come.
The monks on the field, if they are not the best among the casual cultivators, or the backbone of the immortal cultivation family, they will definitely carry a lot of spirit stones. And they are now seriously injured. If they are killed, they will definitely get a lot of wealth. Rob the rich to help the poor, horses cannot get fat without night grass, people cannot get rich without windfall. If you don't take what God gives, you will suffer the consequences. Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind, and finally turned into one word: do it. With this thought, Lin Chen took out an item from his storage bag without hesitation. That was the soul-nourishing incense he had recently developed. Although he decided to take action, Lin Chen was not so stupid as to rush out directly. After all, the cultivators on the field were all experienced in battles, and they had more tricks and backup plans than each other. Although they were seriously injured, they were definitely not so easy to kill. If he jumped out without any damage, he would probably be besieged by everyone. Because they all knew that when they were seriously injured, letting others be seriously injured as well was the best way to protect themselves. At that time, they would not hide all kinds of means and not use them, and let Lin Chen harvest them after death. Instead, they would use all means to attack Lin Chen without hesitation. No matter how strong Lin Chen was, he could not withstand the siege of hundreds of talismans. Therefore, if he wanted to kill all these cultivators, he had to find a way to use some insidious and cruel, no, it should be said that it was smart and wise means.
For example, the soul-nourishing incense in his hand.
These monks have all kinds of detoxification pills in their hands. If they are ordinary drugs, they will not work on them at all.
But the soul-nourishing incense he researched is different.
After absorption, it will produce a calming effect, and the whole person will be drowsy. Pills such as detoxification pills and rejuvenation pills will not only not alleviate this drowsiness effect, but will aggravate it. This is because it is a tonic, not a harmful substance. The drowsiness effect it produces is the body's instinct, which is to better repair the body, and naturally it will not be eliminated by the detoxification pill. If you fall asleep in a safe place, with healing pills, you will definitely recover from your injuries quickly, and even nourish the soul of the monk. But if you fall asleep on the battlefield, the same thing can be transformed from a tonic to a poison in different environments.
Lin Chen sneered.
He is a traverser, and his thinking is not as rigid as these monks. The soul-nourishing incense he researched may be just a treasure for cultivation for them, but for Lin Chen, as long as he transforms his thinking and environment, he can completely regard it as an excellent weapon to seduce people. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took out several soul-nourishing incense sticks one after another, and found an inconspicuous position around the group of cultivators to light them one after another. These incense sticks have been specially treated, and they are colorless and odorless when burning, making it difficult for people to detect them. At the same time, in the field, the remaining cultivators were taking out various healing pills from their storage bags and taking them in time. His eyes were even more imperceptible as he looked at the people around him, revealing a touch of greed and fear. Fear was that he was seriously injured, and greed was that others were also seriously injured. Now, it depends on who is more seriously injured and who recovers faster. For a while, the field fell into a strange silence. And a cultivator with pockmarks on his face at the outermost edge of the crowd could hardly suppress the greed in his eyes. He stood at the outermost edge of the crowd, and the power of the ball lightning was weakened by the people in front of him, so his injuries were far less serious than those of others. Even if I missed the secret method of foundation building, it's not a big deal. More than 20 people, more than 20 storage bags, it's no problem to collect a foundation building pill. This is my chance. He took the time to take a precious healing pill, feeling his body recovering, his limbs gradually becoming more energetic, and his eyes wandered among the people present. Who should I start with? His eyes fixed, because he found that several people in the field fell down silently. Why did they die suddenly? No, that's not right, their chests are still rising and falling. Oh no, someone is poisoning. In an instant, his mind turned 1,000 times, and the pockmarked monk did not stand up, but lay down and quietly took a detoxification pill that he had obtained with a lot of effort. With so many people, it's not so easy to take them down even if we take action. It just so happens that a fool took action first. When he gets rid of these people, I will come out to attack. Yawn. Bang. Bang. Those present seemed to be unable to hold on, and fell down one after another. I finally lay down. This is me. As the pockmarked monk lay down, he suddenly realized that something was wrong, because his sleepiness not only did not disappear at all, but became heavier, and even his eyelids could not help fighting. What's going on? I've already taken the antidote. He tried to stand up, but he just stretched himself. He moved a bit, but then collapsed to the ground powerlessly, and then fell into a deep sleep. In the air, a huge hand of spiritual energy suddenly condensed, and then it grabbed the cultivator's hand below fiercely. Bang! 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 The heads of one body after another were crushed like balloons. No, a shout came from the cultivator, but it seemed weak and subtle. Pretending to be dead and killing? You're still too young. Compared to us traversers, you're more insidious. No, it's your mind. No, why do I always think of these weird words? Lin Chen shook his head quickly. Obviously, there is an old bastard pretending to be dead, thinking of killing, but unfortunately, these tricks are useless to Lin Chen. Lin Chen will never end the battle without crushing the enemy to ashes. Although he was born in a peaceful society in his previous life, he had no combat experience and common sense of fighting in the rivers and lakes. But this does not mean that he is a rookie without combat experience. After all, he has read a lot of novels. As long as you write down the lessons of most villains being killed in novels and the means by which the protagonists plot against people, you can summarize them into a book: Basic Rules of Survival in Another World. What kind of pretending to be dead and killing, drugging to fascinate, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, and attacking the lower body. In addition, there are also those who can avoid showing up if they can, never fight in close combat if they can kill from a distance, and never use their strength if they can use conspiracy and tricks. Perhaps these casual cultivators do have their own thoughts and means, and they succeed repeatedly. But their means are nothing more than a few. How can they compare with the imagination and summary of thousands of netizens in the information age of the previous life? After seeing through their means, Lin Chen will naturally not be fooled by them, but will use their tricks to lure them into the game. This is the advantage of mastering the opponent's information in battle, and it is also the difference in vision and perspective. Okay. Lin Chen, who was hiding in the dark, nodded lightly. The liquid in several white bottles placed beside him began to leak out, forming a light green mist, and then drifted into the field. There was a sharp sound of flesh corrosion in the field. When the mist dissipated, there was no one in the field, leaving only a pool of unknown liquid. It's done. In a jungle, Lin Chen wrapped his hand with spiritual silk, strung more than 20 storage bags on the ground one by one, and tied them to his body. Even if each storage bag only has a few hundred spiritual stones, it is close to or even more than tens of thousands. As expected, honest work is not as fast as windfall. Lin Chen seemed to feel something, suddenly paused, and looked sideways. Boom! In the jungle not far away, the terrifying explosion sounded again. In a short moment, a fireball rose slowly, and suddenly illuminated the area of hundreds of meters as bright as day. Lin Chen paused, looked over there, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Such a big movement will definitely attract all the cultivators in other areas. If I run out at this time, other cultivators will definitely think that the foundation building secret method has fallen into my hands, and then I will be in trouble. I must think of a way to find a scapegoat to attract firepower, and if I am not mistaken, the cultivator who bought the foundation building secret method should be. Lin Chen did not hesitate for long, and quickly performed the invisibility technique, and the whole person approached there silently.
Is this a second-level talisman? Or is it some special foundation building method? Or did they self-destruct and then die together?
When he came to the place where the explosion occurred and saw a scene that was blown into a white ground, Lin Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised. Cough cough. At this time, a cough came from the undispersed black smoke. Ha! Lin Chen's eyes condensed, and he quickly sneaked behind the person who spoke, and then the true energy in his body surged, and his big hand grabbed forward fiercely.
It belongs to me alone. Bang!
Blood and flesh splattered.
What did she just say?
In the darkness, Lin Chen took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood that accidentally splashed on his hand, a little confused.
But it didn't matter.
Lin Chen made a stroke with his hand, and a spiritual thread pulled the storage bag up from the ground and hung it on his body. But Lin Chen got such a big harvest, but there was no joy on his face. On the contrary, he looked at the middle area of the explosion and sighed softly. It was indeed him. The evening breeze blew through, carrying a faint smell of blood. At this moment, a coughing sound came from a large black hole in the center of the explosion. I saw a charred figure struggling to stand up. There were burnt marks all over his body, and there were fragments embedded in various parts of his body. Even the surface of his chest was blown apart, and the white bones were vaguely exposed. But what is surprising is that despite such a serious injury, not only did he not die, but his breath was constantly recovering. Okay, it's so dangerous. Zhang Hao's face showed the joy of surviving the disaster. When detonating the foundation building spiritual weapon, he did not hesitate to take out the only two defensive spiritual weapons left on his body to protect his chest, and used all his strength to activate the second-level talisman, Black Turtle Armor Talisman, obtained from exploring the ruins, and then successfully escaped from the explosion. Survived. He also took several Baichao rejuvenation pills to help the injury continue to recover. Hoo, there is one more. After breathing for a while, Zhang Hao suppressed the injuries in his body and looked out of the pit, his eyes becoming more and more fierce. In the encounter just now, it was not the burly man who broke through all the defenses with one knife, nor the one who lurked in the shadows, always thinking that one strike would surely kill him. The assassin he killed was the beautiful woman playing the flute. The interference of the other party's spiritual sound on consciousness made it impossible for him to use countless methods, and he even almost died. You must know that I have taken many soul-nurturing pills, and in terms of soul, I am considered outstanding among the same level, but even so, I was affected by the spiritual sound and lost my mind for a moment. And on the battlefield, this moment of loss of concentration can be fatal. This woman must be killed. Zhang Hao made up his mind. It would be a big trouble if she ran away this time and continued to participate in the killing of him after recovering. With this thought, Zhang Hao once again took out a stack of talismans from his storage bag. In Xiu's weirdness made him wary, so he decided not to fight her in close combat, but to rely on his own financial resources to beat her to death. Then, he jumped out of the pit. Just as he was about to take action, he was suddenly stunned. Because in front of him was a monk dressed in black, and at his feet lay half of a corpse. This is that beautiful woman who cultivates music? Zhang Hao's eyes were filled with surprise and uncertainty. The other party caused so much trouble to him, and ended up dying so silently? Who did it? Wait a minute, the guy in black, big and small, is that guy who ignores attacks and teleports? Why are these guys who appear later weirder than the last? Zhang Hao's expression changed. Apparently, he recognized Lin Chen. And Lin Chen also recognized Zhang Hao. Sure enough, it's him. Lin Chen sighed softly. His guess was right. He had fought against Zhang Hao in the outer sect competition, so he naturally had some impressions. However, people who can leave an impression on Lin Chen's mind, which is full of research on various topics, naturally have their own uniqueness. What impressed Lin Chen deeply was that Zhang Hao was very rich. When he wanted to tear a talisman into two pieces and sell them in batches, and sell fake spiritual weapons in batches, the other party directly took out hundreds of talismans and several spiritual weapons in the competition to overwhelm the enemy with financial resources. If Lin Chen hadn't mastered magic tricks and had a strong sense of combat, he might not have been able to defeat him without using all his strength. But even so, it took away a lot of his thoughts. During that time, I was conjecturing and researching the non-poisonous chi pill. I didn't think so much for a while,
but now that I think about it, there are indeed many doubts. How did a monk with no background in useless spiritual roots come from so many talismans and spiritual weapons? He also took out several second-level items in succession. And I heard that he was an alchemist who spent a lot of spiritual stones to become a master. Teacher, wait. Lin Shen suddenly had an idea flash in his mind, and his eyes on Zhang Hao became increasingly strange. An alchemist with rich financial resources and many means, but he also has 5 elements of useless spiritual roots and no background. How does this sound familiar to him? In his previous life, he had read a lot of novels about cultivating immortals. There was always only one kind of person with this characteristic, and that was the person with great luck, that is, the protagonist of the era. The anomaly of this auction, the strange situation between the two sects, and without the appearance of me as a time traveler, the storage bags of all the monks at the scene would, the more Lin Shen thought about it, the more likely it became. If his guess was correct, the other party would most likely have an immortal artifact like the immortal mansion or the jade bottle that could ripen the elixir. Thinking of this, Lin Shen suddenly felt a murderous intention in his heart. Who wouldn't want something like an immortal weapon that can change one's destiny? However, Lin Shen finally restrained himself with reason. He knew in his heart that as a time traveler, he might be able to offset the influence of the protagonist's luck, but it did not mean that he could kill the other party, even if the other party was in poor condition and the situation was unfavorable. You know, this kind of lucky person is the most difficult to kill. Even in the technological world of the previous life, there are cases to prove it. For example, at the end of the Western Han Dynasty, the great mage who single-handedly turned the tide when he was besieged by thousands of troops and fell into a desperate situation, Lu Xiu. The rumored son of destiny, with the protagonist's luck, used the great meteor technique to defeat Wang Mang, the suspected time traveler, with one blow. Although Lin Shen believes that he will become an immortal in the future, he is just a monk in the qi refining stage now, but he cannot resist the legendary giant meteorite technique. Just when Lin Shen was worried about the mysterious luck, Zhang Hao was also worried about Lin Shen. Not to mention his poor condition, the other party just standing there made him feel pressured. The other party's unpredictable means, and the looming but omnipresent aura lock, made him feel like he was facing senior brother Lin, who played ordinary spirit bullets to perfection in the outer sect competition. Both parties had their own concerns and did not dare to act easily, and the scene fell silent for a while. I can share the foundation building secret method with you. But not long after, Zhang Hao still spoke. He knew that doing so would not be good in the negotiation, but there was no way. The cultivators from other areas would come soon, and by then, Lin Shen could easily get away, but he could not, so he could only compromise. He hoped to give some benefits so that the other party would leave. I don't need this thing. Ha! Zhang Hao's pupils shrank. This secret method has triggered so many conflicts and caused the deaths of a large number of cultivators because it can increase the probability of building a foundation, and it can also be superimposed with the probability of increasing the elixir. It can be called a priceless treasure, but the other party doesn't care? What do you want? Zhang Hao asked with a serious face. High-level skills and high-level treasures. The evening breeze blew away the burnt smell in the field. Lin Shen stood in the dim moonlight and responded. This, Zhang Hao hesitated for a while, and finally took out a jade slip from his body, and then threw it towards Lin Shen. Aha! A large number of silk threads emerged from the fingers and caught the jade slip in mid-air, and then Lin Shen used his means to read the information in it through the air. In order to prevent being plotted, Lin Shen developed a method to read the information on jade slips through the air. The 5 elements Hunyuan method can be practiced up to the golden elixir stage? No, that's not right. Although it's just a cursory look, based on my years of experience, it's obvious that there will be a follow-up. Lin Shen stopped his thoughts and continued to look at Zhang Hao. What? I have shown my sincerity. Is it time for you to give way? Zhang Hao said in a deep voice. Not enough. Lin Shen said. Your appetite is too big, isn't it? This is a golden elixir stage technique. Zhang Hao's face darkened. How do I know whether this exercise is true or false? Besides, even if it is true, without corresponding terminology and without the guidance of specialized people, practicing this exercise will cause trouble. It may seem high-end, but it is. You don't have much value in exchange. Do you really think I'm easy to fool? Lin Shen sneered. You. Zhang Hao stared at Lin Shen, exuding a sharp aura. However, Lin Shen looked at him expressionlessly, showing no fear. He was afraid of luck, not Zhang Hao. Although he says he doesn't know how to take action,
he must have the right attitude and momentum, otherwise he will be considered timid by the opponent, and will switch positions offensively and defensively. Besides, although Lin Shen is in awe of unknown luck, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have the courage to fight against it. The two faced off for a while, and finally Zhang Hao chose to compromise. After all, luck can't be seen or touched, but the situation on the field is clearly clear, and he is at a disadvantage. Here you go. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and threw out a jade slip again. Ha! Dian Ling Mengju? Lin Shen caught it and sensed it carefully, and couldn't help being a little surprised. Therefore, this method is not only a divine soul method, but can also be practiced to the golden elixir stage. That's it. It's still not enough. Don't go too far. Zhang Hao's face turned completely gloomy and he shouted angrily. Is your life worth this price? Faced with Zhang Hao's anger, Lin Shen remained unmoved. Instead, he faced the west and sneered, also, someone is coming. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Zhang Hao seemed to realize something and turned around suddenly. In the dark forest in the distance, spiritual lights flickered. Apparently, during these few words, monks from other regions were constantly coming here. Damn it, Zhang Hao immediately knew what Lin Shen meant. Either give him a more valuable treasure to make him give in, or fight to the death and be besieged again by the monks who arrived. Life or skills and treasures, this is the choice given to you by the other party. Lin Shen didn't know what the other person was thinking, but stood aside and watched coldly. It was a rare opportunity for him to have such a chance, so he naturally had to take a good look at the protagonist. High-level skills are rare, and the soul skill is something that can only be encountered but cannot be sought. However, Zhang Hao did not expect that Zhang Hao would get two copies at once. With this opportunity, he would naturally get the wool. As for doing this, will it offend the other party? What a joke! The person who blackmailed him was a monk in black of unknown origin. What did Lin Shen have to do with him? Whether it was improved invisibility or fire, Lin Shen used it as a means to keep things under control, not showing up to others unless necessary. All the monks who knew that the trick was related to his true identity were already dead. How could Zhang Hao know his true identity? As for unexpected knowledge in the future, that is also a matter of the future. Maybe at that time, Lin Shen had already incorporated this so-called luck into his scientific system. At that time, this protagonist who relies on luck to rise up and does not have many characteristics of his own will be just a plaything in his hands. If there is resistance, he will be suppressed with backhand. Besides, he is not very lucky and cannot collect any high-level skills. Now that he finally has a chance to obtain it, how can he not fight for it? If it's because of this or that, if you just care about your hands and feet, will this immortal still cultivate, will you still seek this great avenue? In Lin Shen's view, what cultivates immortality is the great freedom, the great carefreeness, the heart of a strong person who was the only immortal in heaven and earth. Even Go only needs to be cautious in doing things, rather than really being like a turtle, doing everything. If you don't do it, you won't fight for any opportunities. This is the last time. If you don't get out of the way, the fish will be dead. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Hao finally gritted his teeth and threw another thing, saying in a cold voice. What is this? Lin Shen took the object and took a closer look. This is a talisman? This talisman is made entirely of jade, crystal clear, and has a rune as red as blood on it. It exudes an ancient and long-lasting flavor, as if it is the vicissitudes of life after a long time. Lin Shen tried to input a burst of jinchi, but there was no response. This is the talisman of instant 1,000 miles. Zhang Hao's voice rang in Lin Shen's ears. After using this talisman, you can instantly teleport to 1,000 miles away. As long as it is within 1,000 miles, you can arrive at the marked location instantly. If there is no mark, it will be randomly teleported thousands of miles away. Teleportation? Lin Shen's thoughts kept coming back, and his pupils suddenly shrank as he thought of something. Instant teleportation within 1,000 miles may sound easy, but the meaning behind it is far from simple. Because being able to do this step means that it can master space to a certain extent. Mastering space, in previous lives, was an advanced civilization that could use wormholes and two-way foils. And in this life, only the legendary void refining monk can achieve this step. This thing is actually a void refining stage treasure? No, that's not right. Although Lin Shen was very excited because of the treasure in front of him, he still had some sense, and he instantly realized a problem. If this thing is so powerful, why don't you use it? Transmission in space is not a simple matter. The level of this talisman is too high, and it can only be used at the golden elixir stage. Zhang Hao said bluntly.
Is that so? Lin Chen's eyes moved slightly, which sounded reasonable. Even if you get something that is too high level, you will not be able to use it because of your own level. Just like firearms, primitive people may be able to find the skills to use them after some exploration. But to transform into missiles, atomic bombs, etc., it is not something that can be mastered by just exploring. Its users must master a certain level of knowledge. That makes sense, but how can I be sure if he is lying to me? How can I make sure you didn't lie to me? Lin Chen didn't hide anything and asked directly. I've given you the things, believe it or not, if you don't get out of the way, we'll be dead. Looking at the monks getting closer and closer, Zhang Hao suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a cold voice. Lin Chen did not reply, but looked at Zhang Hao with squinted eyes and suddenly smiled. In that case, happy transaction. Aha! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen's entire figure dissipated like a mirror image. Zhang Hao's eyes darkened. Under the illumination of the moonlight, he could see clearly that the opponent did not disappear backwards into the jungle, nor did he use the Earth Escape Talisman to escape into the earth, but simply disappeared on the spot. It felt like the person he had just communicated with was not a living person, but an illusion existing in light and shadow. This guy, Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a deep fear in his heart. If it's not necessary, no matter what, you can't provoke these guys again. The methods of these people are too weird. While his mind was spinning, Zhang Hao glanced at the monk who was coming not far away, used an Earth Escape Talisman, and then disappeared into the vast night. This book wants to try to write something new, that is, in addition to the protagonist's main line, there is also a main line that runs through major maps to supplement the world view, that is, a dual mainline mode to avoid the map change being too abrupt, so I will switch perspectives later to describe some developments. However, the author's writing power is limited, which seems to be a bit self-defeating. Therefore, the author will write the following articles in chronological order, such as when Lin Chen is doing something, what is happening elsewhere, to avoid confusion for everyone. Of course, I will try to write it, and if you really don't like this switching of perspectives, I will change it. The sky was a little pale, and the warm breeze of the morning sun mixed with dew brushed Lin Chen's face. In order to be on the safe side, Lin Chen rushed back to Yunyan Peak of Qingyun Sect overnight. And now, he was finally safe. But what Lin Chen didn't know was that just as he breathed a sigh of relief and rushed towards the laboratory, the place where he fought last night welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Around a huge, charred pit, a large number of monks wearing spiritual armor or green robes appeared. The nearby jungle has been blocked by humans, and the monks wearing spiritual armor, with strong backs and strong faces, are alert to the slightest movement around them. The monks in green robes are constantly searching for traces left behind in the field. In the center of the crowd, a young man with a noble bearing stood proudly, and next to him was an old man with white hair and a childlike face. At this moment, the two were staring at a girl lying on the ground in front of them. The girl has long black hair, moon-like phoenix eyebrows, a straight and beautiful nose, cherry lips like orchids, and oval cheeks. What is even more surprising is that she is holding a strange grass in her arms. The grass is like cattail, red in color, and emits a faint halo. This grass is called Huaimang grass. There was a classic record, on the Mountain of Fire, there is a dream grass, which is like cattail, red in color, shrinks into the ground during the day, and comes out at night. It is also called Huaimang. If you hold its leaves, you will know whether the dream is good or bad, and it will be verified immediately. This grass is not born naturally, but a strange spiritual plant created by generations of predecessors of Qingyun sect. And its function is also very simple, that is, people who hold it in their arms and dream can, to a certain extent, dream about what they want to know. For example, the news of the elixir used to break through the bottleneck, the various means of the enemy, the location of precious spiritual objects, etc. In simple terms, if you think about something during the day, you will dream about it at night. People who dream with it in their minds can know the past and the future to a certain extent. If you combine it with the cultivator who specializes in the way of heavenly secrets, heavenly secret master, there is a certain probability that you can forcefully predict the secrets of high-level cultivators. Junior sister Luo's talent in the way of heavenly secrets is the best in my Qingyun sect for hundreds of years. With dream grass, the information of an auction must be easy to get. Junior brother Zhang, there is no need to worry so much. Looking at Zhang Jiming's solemn face, the old man on the side couldn't help but comfort him. In his opinion, Zhang Jiming's worry was completely unnecessary. Maybe there was indeed something fishy behind this auction, but the Loose Cultivator Alliance and the Xianin Demon sect would never join forces. Because the Qingyun sect and the Xianin sect inherited the spirit transformation,
Their combat power and means far exceeded those of the same level. In the same realm, one-on-one, the people of the Loose Cultivator Alliance are not the opponents of the people of the two sects at all. The reason why Lingnan is now in a three-way confrontation is not because the three are evenly matched. It is because the opposition between Qingyun and Xianyin sects gave the Loose Cultivator Alliance a chance to survive. If they join forces to deal with Qingyun sect, after the destruction of Qingyun sect, will Xianyin Demon sect give up the Loose Cultivator Alliance, which is the fat meat at its fingertips? It must be impossible. And this result can be seen by anyone who is a little smart and has a little knowledge. How can the Jindan Jinren of the Loose Cultivator Alliance not see it? So the old man thinks that it is good to have doubts, but there is no need to worry too much. Zhang Jiming frowned slightly when he heard this. Obviously, he did not agree with the old man's statement. He also participated in this pursuit. He had already caught the trace of the cultivator who bought the foundation building secret method, but was stopped by two mysterious men in black. The other party's bloody means and cruel tricks are not comparable to ordinary loose cultivators, and they are clearly coming to stop him. He does not think this is a coincidence. Zhang Jiming thought for a moment and was about to say something, but was suddenly interrupted. "Greetings, sir." A middle-aged monk came to the two of them and said respectfully, "How is the situation at the scene analyzed?" Zhang Jiming asked. "We have collected the remaining blood of the escaped monk and tracked him with the sound windwood that can sense the breath of others. But I don't know what means the other party used to interfere with the perception, so we have been unable to determine the location, and what?" The old man on the side asked after hearing this. "And we suspect that there is another monk in the field." The middle-aged monk saw this and said hurriedly, "What do you mean?" "Based on the traces at the scene, we can judge that the besieged monk was seriously injured. But after the counterattack was successful, he did not escape immediately, but stayed there for a while. In addition to the pool of corpse fluid left at another battle site, we extremely suspect that there is another person, but," the middle-aged monk hesitated. "Just say it." Zhang Jiming's face darkened. What annoyed him most was people who didn't finish what they were saying. Yes. Feeling the terrifying spiritual pressure, the middle-aged monk couldn't help sweating on his forehead, but there was no trace of this monk left in the field. You know, there was a melee among dozens of people, but the other party was not injured at all, and even no clothes were left. This is really unreasonable, is that so? Zhang Jiming's eyes moved when he heard it. All the monks who came were good at tracking, and he didn't doubt their inferences. However, a monk who went through a melee but was unscathed. Could it be that a monk in the foundation building stage took action? Zhang Jiming thought carefully for a while, but in the absence of sufficient information, he could not infer many useful conclusions. Now it seems that I can only hope that Ziyan's dream divination can get some useful information. With this thought, Zhang Jiming turned his head and looked at the sleeping girl on the ground. In the dream, huge, charred pits, and traces of magic damage left everywhere. This scene is almost exactly the same as the outside world. The only difference is that there are not so many cultivators in the field, only a girl holding a glowing spiritual grass and a slightly solemn face. "It's here," Luo Ziyan said softly. "Among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, the most mysterious one is not the soul method that specializes in the way of the soul, which has various strange means such as calling the name to take the soul, and the soul stealing and ghost reaching, nor is it the witchcraft that is proficient in curses, substitutions, and nightmares, but the art of heavenly secrets. Because the art of heavenly secrets can not only affect the fate of the dark, but also predict the past and the future. Among them, the powerful ones can even peek into a corner of the legendary long river of time. Even if it is just observation without interference, it is enough to explain its mystery and horror. But it is not so easy to be a Tianji master. His talent is 1 in a million even among cultivators, which is as rare as the heavenly spiritual roots. And everything has a price, not to mention peeping into the past and the future. Shortened life, low luck, madness, etc., because the inheritance method is different from the predicted things, the price is naturally different. The Tianji technique practiced by Luo Ziyan is called Kingwatsi Yiming Heart Sutra, which is a technique summarized and developed by generations of Tianji cultivators in Qingyun sect. Unlike ordinary Tianji techniques, this method believes that dreams are the intersection of the consciousness of creatures in this world. Although it is illusory, it really exists. Not only that, dreams are also a reflection of the real world. It not only records all the information in the world, but also seems to be connected with the fairy world and even the long river of time. Everything that happened in the past and the future may be realized in dreams. Because of the illusion and changes of dreams, the cultivators who enter them can distort the dreams, reverse what will happen in the future to the present, and can also trace back what has happened, so as to observe the future in the past. This method is not only easier to observe the course of events than ordinary divination, but also can reduce the backlash of heaven and earth, but it is not without risk. At this point, Luo Xian looked at the area outside the light of the dream grass, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Outside the place covered by the light of the dream grass, it is not a jungle in reality, but a distorted area. Inverted mountains, upstream rivers, half-human and half-demon monsters. These scenes are not fixed, but will change from time to time, forming a bizarre scene. Outside the light of the dream grass is the depths of the dream. With her cultivation and strength, once she falls into it, she is very likely to get lost, and her consciousness will never wake up. Just be careful. Luo Xian quickly retracted her gaze, and gently grabbed the void in front of her with her jade hand. Suddenly, a white jade slip appeared in her hand. This is a jade slip that records the secret method of building a spiritual blood foundation, but it is not real, but a medium formed in her dream by collecting various information. Dreamers are the travels of the gods and the mirrors of knowing the future. As the mysterious mantras were chanted one by one, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. The sun that rose in the east was setting, and the smell of burning that had dissipated slowly became stronger, and even a vague figure appeared on the field. Time, unexpectedly, flowed backwards at this moment. Then, all changes suddenly stopped, and two vague figures appeared on the field. It was Zhang Hao and Lin Chen. Luo Xian frowned slightly. It stands to reason that the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to predict. The two in front of her are only chi-refining cultivators, but why are they so vague in her dream divination? Well, that's not the key. Luo Xian stared at Zhang Hao's figure, and then walked towards him step by step. Swish! Luo Xian's figure actually merged directly with Zhang Hao. Suddenly, the whole world suddenly went black. When Luo Xian gradually regained her sight, she heard a noise. 9,500. 10,000. 10,200. Is this the scene of the underground auction? Looking at the underground hall covered by the light of the spirit pearl, Luo Xian couldn't help but feel surprised. She was obviously looking for Zhang Hao's whereabouts. Why did she come to the underground auction? Is there a mistake? Luo Xian thought for a while, and finally turned her eyes to the venue. This auction ends here. As a large number of cultivators left, Zhao Ming also walked backstage. Luo Xian's eyes flashed behind him and followed him. Although she didn't know why this happened, the source of the foundation building secret method was also her target. Since there was a chance to get information now, she naturally couldn't let it go. Meet the elder. Zhao Ming bowed to a blurry figure. Well, get ready. After the two talked and the old man muttered to himself, Luo Xian in the field could not help but look solemn. Situ family, seeking the skin of a tiger, Xianin sect? After listening to their conversation and the old man's mumbling, Luo Xian's eyes darkened. Could it be that the Situ family, a Jindan family in the Loose Cultivator Alliance, has colluded with the Xianin sect? Thinking of this, Luo Xian's eyes moved, and she walked towards the old man without hesitation. Crossing the realm to conduct dream divination would greatly increase the danger and backlash, but she still decided to take the risk. We must get enough information to make the sect fully prepared to meet the turbulent situation in the future. The darkness came again, but Luo Xian inexplicably felt a chill deep into her bones. What's going on? Before she had time to figure it out, she heard a ticking sound beside her ear. When her vision was restored, what appeared in front of her was a slope leading to the underground cave. I clearly predicted the information of the Situ family. Why did it appear here? Or is the ancestor of the Situ family down there? What happened in this dream divination was completely beyond Luo Xian's expectations. No tiger's den, no tiger's cub. I came here following the traces, and I have to go down to see what's there. She hesitated for a moment, but still gritted her teeth and walked down. As she went deeper, the surrounding environment became increasingly darker, and even from a distance, there seemed to be a continuous cry, which made her suddenly feel like she was drunk. Everything around her seemed to become a little hazy and a little weird. The walls of the cave seemed to have life, stained with a touch of dark red, and seemed to be constantly oozing out blood. The huaiming grass in her hand reacted more and more violently, as if it was burning, but the coverage area was getting smaller and smaller, and the light it emitted was getting dimmer and dimmer. Such a strange scene, Luo Xian seemed to ignore it and walk down step by step. Finally, the vision in front of her suddenly opened up and entered an underground cave. And in the center of the underground cave, there was a huge blood pool emitting a strange light. Bang! At this moment, as if it had reached its limit, the huaiming grass in Luo Xian's hand suddenly broke apart, emitting a dazzling light, which shot directly into her eyes.
This. Luo Xian seemed to have just woken up from a dream, and she reacted immediately. Her face changed.
She was confused just now, so she ignored everything wrong. Now she was awakened by the last power of the dream grass, and naturally she felt the danger. One prediction error can be said to be a coincidence, but twice is not as simple as a coincidence. There is an unknown terrifying existence that misled my dream divination. Gurgle gurgle. Just when she woke up, the blood pool in front of her suddenly boiled, and in a moment, an illusory blood lotus appeared.
Let's go!
Seeing this scene, Luo Xian made a prompt decision and stopped divination without hesitation. The weird scene in front of her was beyond her control, and she could not stay here any longer, otherwise she would encounter unknown risks. Everything around her became blurred, and her whole figure began to flicker, and she was about to leave the dream at this moment. Hiss! But with a sharp sound of flesh and blood rubbing, the dream world that should have blurred and dissipated actually stopped at this moment, and the blood lotus in front of her became clearer little by little.
How is it possible? Luo Xian couldn't hold back her shock and her face changed drastically. It was just a divination. The distance between them was unknown. There were also many interferences from the dream world. But the other party could actually use the scene in front of him as a medium to reversely invade her dream? Even a Jindan stage cultivator shouldn't be able to do this.
Wu in her ears, the shrill cry became louder and louder, as if thousands of ghosts were crying, and the blood lotus in front of her began to bloom little by little. The dream turned bloody at this moment. At this moment, Luo Xian even felt the crisis of death. But she was fixed in place, unable to move, and could only watch the scene happen. At this critical moment, a crisp sound suddenly came from the dark red dream. Bear! Then, golden flames ignited out of thin air, surrounding her whole body, and in the surging flames, the shadow of a fairy tree emerged. The spreading and twisting branches, the upward posture, and the flame that never goes out. In the mountain of immortals, there is a fairy tree, which burns day and night. It is not extinguished by the storm, nor by the rain. It burns without burning. It is the inextinguishable wood. The surging flames instantly enveloped the entire dream, and the gradually real blood lotus became blurred under its interference. Then, the entire dream shattered like a mirror. At the moment when it was completely plunged into darkness, Luo Xian seemed to vaguely see a terrifying blood shadow sitting in the lotus through the gap of the blood lotus. At the moment when the shadow of the immortal tree, eternal wood, appeared, somewhere in Lingnan, a middle-aged cultivator wearing a green-red robe, with regular features and a noble temperament, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were deep in vicissitudes, and there was a little light jumping in his dark pupils, like a burning flame. A huge spiritual pressure permeated around him, faintly causing the resonance of heaven and earth. This is the sign that only Jindan stage cultivators have. And this person is the current number one person in Lingnan Xiuxian land, the highest leader of Qingyun sect True Man Xingyang. The means I left on the true disciples of the sect were triggered? Now is not a war period, and it is in the sect. What kind of situation would cause this? True Man Xingyang frowned slightly, but before he had time to think about it, he suddenly raised his head and looked not far away. Not far away, there is a valley. The valley is very unique. Half of it is lush and green, exuding vitality, and there are all kinds of spiritual plants that can only grow in different environments growing on the hillside. The other half is desolate, full of dead silence, coldness, and coldness. There are corpses, dry bones, and numb wandering souls everywhere. Life and death are vividly reflected on both sides of the canyon. Boom! At this moment, a roar came from the canyon. Not long after, a huge amount of spiritual energy swarmed out of the valley, and in the sky above the canyon, a wave of spiritual energy was formed like a wave of the sea. Between the surrounding heaven and earth, a spiritual energy rainstorm suddenly fell. Xingyang Zhenren's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, a large number of five-element spiritual stones flew out of his sleeves. Under his control, they went directly backwards into the spiritual energy tide. Crack! The five-element spirit stones shattered directly in the tide, releasing the five-element spirit energy, which reacted with the spirit energy tide to form unique spirit objects. Such as, Qingmu Xuanyu, used to recover from injuries, Yenyang Gemstone, suitable for fire spirit root cultivators, Guiyuan spirit water, that helps to break through the foundation, etc. These heaven and earth spirit objects that take at least 10 or even 100 years to breed have taken shape in this tide in just a short moment. Xingyang Zhenren showed a smile on his face, raised his hand and put these many spirit objects into the storage bag.
As if sensing something, Qingyang Jinren's eyes suddenly condensed and looked to the west.
Wu, at some point, a strange cry suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Looking up, I saw a dark cloud flying rapidly towards the spirit energy tide. But in the eyes of Qingyang Jinren, this is not a dark cloud, but a wave of strange and gloomy ghost tide. Headless ghosts, hanged ghosts, vomiting ghosts, running ghosts, cat ghosts, fox ghosts, peepa ghosts, blood-eating ghosts, disheveled ghosts, powerful ghosts, one-horned ghosts, drum ghosts, poor ghosts. A group of ghosts gathered together, even forming a dark cloud all over the sky, and then fiercely crashed into the spiritual energy tide.
Bang!
Countless evil ghosts exploded in wailing, and the diffused yin energy and soul power actually merged with the spiritual energy in the tide, forming Xianyin Lingzhu, Taiyin Linghua, and other evil treasures.
Taiyin, old demon, you usually hide well, why can't you help jumping out to grab the treasure when you encounter it? In the violent wind, the powerful voice of Qingyang Jinren echoed. He, this is the place where the two heavenly venerables fell.
We inherit their lineage and have the right to inherit treasures.
How can we rob them?
In the dark clouds, countless dead souls gathered. Among the overlapping ghosts, an extremely dark shadow that seemed to be the source emitted a strange and creepy voice. Jinren Qingyang glanced at the other party and did not respond. Instead, he looked at the valley in the tide of spiritual energy and storm, with a solemn look in his eyes. It seems that the power left by the two heavenly venerables in the valley has reached a critical moment, Jinren Qingyang thought in his heart. According to the inheritance records, the spiritual energy controlled by the heavenly venerable Huashan has the characteristics of Fai Yuanling. Fai Yuanling means that the mana of the cultivator has been integrated into the will of the cultivator himself, and has some wisdom and spirituality. Even if he has been dead for thousands of years, he can still automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to survive without the influence of external forces. It can be said that to a certain extent, he has the characteristics of immortality. The valley in front of us is where the two gods fell. Although they died, the power they left behind inherited the will of the two great masters and continued to fight against each other. Usually, the two great masters are constantly fighting, and the valley will seem calm. But if the struggle reaches a critical moment, the wills of the two great masters and the mana will cancel each other out, and the mana controlled by the will of the gods will be restored to high-energy spiritual energy, forming a spiritual energy tide, and giving birth to countless precious treasures. These treasures range from the qi refining stage to the golden core stage, and can be said to be a very important source of resources for the two sections. However, for the true man Qingyang and the old demon Taiyin, who are at the peak of the golden core stage, these are just side issues. They are more concerned about the treasures born in the valley and the center of the spiritual energy tide. The two remaining mana in the valley not only contain the wills of the two great masters, but also the laws of the great way they have comprehended. When the wills of the two great gods cancel each other out, the remaining laws of the Tao will, under the influence of heaven and earth, form an extremely precious treasure, the Enlightenment Stone. The function of the Enlightenment Stone is also very simple, which is to increase the probability of a cultivator breaking through the nascent soul stage. Xingyang and Taiyin are disciples of Huashan, and they already have a 30% chance of breaking through the nascent soul stage. If they can get the Enlightenment Stone, the probability will increase to 80%. Once one of them wins the Enlightenment Stone, he will have a great chance of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. The first to break through will not only have a long life of 3,000 years, but also gain control of the entire Lingnan land, and have the opportunity to look forward to the path of Huashan. Therefore, for Qingyang and Taiyin, this is not only a struggle between the two major sects they lead, but also a struggle between the two of them. Therefore, both sides cannot retreat no matter what, and based on this point, the impact and contradictions caused are very likely to set off a war that sweeps across the entire Lingnan land in the near future. This battle is not only a struggle for the avenue, but also concerns the life and death of my Qingyun sect. True man Xingyang looked solemn, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. But the Enlightenment Stone is deep in the valley, and the valley covered by the two great powers of the God of Transformation is usually inaccessible, but there is still a chance. According to the records in the sect's classics, after the two forces in the valley have a fierce struggle, there will be a low period. If the power of several golden elixirs is combined, perhaps some of the qi refining cultivators can be sent into the valley. Qingyang Jinren had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but his hands were not slow at all. Under his control, a large number of precious spiritual objects were condensed in the spiritual tide. Who after an unknown period of time, a breeze blew and a small butterfly flew over. Its gorgeous wings fluttered gently in the air, raising breezes one after another, and around it, it was calm.
Obviously, the spiritual tide had dissipated, and Xingyang Taiyin also sneaked into the dark and disappeared. But the tide subsided, but the impact brought by the abnormality of the place where the god of transformation fell this time had just begun. In an unknown mountain range of Qingyun sect, Lin Chen's experiment site for cultivating immortals is located. In a corner of the laboratory, Lin Chen was sitting on a wooden chair with his eyes slightly closed. Whether Luo Xian's dream divination aroused the vigilance of the Qingyun sect's senior leaders, or whether Qingyang Zhenren's clone quietly returned to the sect to make future arrangements, Lin Chen did not know. After all, this matter is not related to him at the moment. Now he is recalling the battle last night. I was not injured during the whole battle, and I did not lose anything. Lin Chen opened his eyes and murmured, even if the other party wants to track, it is not so easy to lock my identity without sufficient media. Even if my identity is exposed, as long as I don't touch the foundation building secret method, with my current status as an outstanding outer sect disciple, my life will not be in danger. After all, I am one of us. Unlike Zhang Hao, the cultivator who joined halfway, Lin Chen has been in Qingyun sect for a full 10 years, and has almost cut off his relationship with the Lin family. It can be said that he is a real red seedling. But it's not a good thing to put your life in someone else's hands. I'd better adjust my state these days and make the best use of time to break through. An inner disciple who was expected to break through the foundation building stage has a completely different status from an outstanding outer disciple. If he can become a true disciple, he will be equivalent to a high-level sect leader. Then this matter will naturally not have any impact on me. After thinking everything through, Lin Chen collected his thoughts and took out more than 20 storage bags. What a great harvest! Even though Lin Chen has always been calm, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. Usually, it takes several cultivators to get a storage bag, unlike today, where more than 20 were harvested at once. Not to mention that the original owners of these storage bags are all independent cultivators or wealthy cultivators in the family, and they must have more wealth in them. After a check, Lin Chen grabbed each storage bag and injected a wisp of true energy into it. Not long after, a large pile of things poured out of the bag and filled the table. There are about 5,000 spiritual stones alone, and there are more than 300 pieces of Qingyun spiritual leaves worth 100 spiritual stones, totaling nearly 40,000 spiritual stones. The value of the spiritual stones alone is enough to buy several foundation building pills. The second is a variety of spiritual tools, including spiritual swords, broadswords, bracelets, etc. There are dozens of them, and the initial estimated value should be tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Is this a spiritual needle made from the tail of a jade scorpion, with the two properties of breaking the law and being highly toxic? Lin Chen observed the spiritual needle in his hand with interest. Breaking the law? Worth studying. Lin Chen thought about it and put it aside. There are two spiritual tools that can defend themselves at the same place. This kind of spiritual tool that can automatically trigger defense when encountering danger is already in Lin Chen's research project, but unfortunately, there has been no major progress. If there are a few more experimental products, it will also be a good help. Then there are various kinds of elixirs, such as rejuvenation elixir, detoxification elixir, yellow bud elixir, and even pulse protection elixir, herb rejuvenation elixir, etc., which are very precious elixir in qi refining. Is this Yimu Huiyuan elixir? Lin Chen picked up a special porcelain bottle with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This elixir is a famous healing elixir in the foundation building period, and because of its mild efficacy, it is refined by special means, so it is enough for even qi refining cultivators to take. It can be said to be a very precious life-saving item, and I didn't expect to get it here. Sure enough, a man can't get rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. Lin Chen couldn't help but admire. And there are more than just elixirs. At this point, Lin Chen's tone couldn't help but bring a hint of expectation. The most precious things in the storage bags of most cultivators are nothing more than four things: spirit stones, or the equivalent of spirit stones, spirit tools, elixirs, and finally, the secret techniques they practice. This is what Lin Chen is looking forward to the most, because in his opinion, these are the most valuable things, because they represent the knowledge and wisdom of the predecessors, and there is nothing more precious in this world than these two. Eternal Spring Secret, 5 Elements Spirit Secret, Han Yuan Secret. What kind of rubbish? However, after counting half of it, Lin Chen saw these rubbish. He couldn't help but get annoyed and cursed. Can't these cultivators improve their skills and secrets? Why are they all these things that are rotten on the street and available on the market? Ha! Blood sacrifice to seize luck? Lin Chen picked up a jade slip and just finished reading it, but suddenly paused. It's a very simple and direct name, and it clearly explains the effect. Luck, Lin Chen immediately became interested. According to the information he knew, luck is illusory. In the world of immortal cultivation, only the mysterious Tianji master can influence it. So, this should be a unique art of heavenly secrets? But blood sacrifice to the lucky person, taking away his luck, this. Wow, are you really not afraid of the great meteorite art? After carefully sorting it out, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I didn't expect the creator of this method to be so crazy, attacking the lucky person. Is he not satisfied with his own death? But it still has some use. I can extract the method of identifying the lucky person from it, and create a simple art of deducing the lucky person's heavenly secrets. Lin Chen thought about it, and then put it aside. Ha! Blood spirit curse goo? As the jade slips under his hands became fewer and fewer, Lin Chen found another valuable thing. This is the art of blood poison? Use this technique to refine your own blood into blood poison, and parasitize it in the bodies of others, thereby constantly robbing others of their life energy, causing physical weakness or even death. After Lin Chen read it, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Why does this sound similar to the parasite in the previous life? But the essence of goo seems to be a kind of insect. Lin Chen thought for a moment and put the jade slip aside. It is worthy of reference, and the methods related to blood in it may be integrated into the body training method I created, Marrow Cleansing Sutra. Is this the curse law or a fragment of it? The third thing that Lin Chen found interesting was not the practice method, but a fragment of the curse method. The life in this world evolved from aura, and the human body moves from aura. Therefore, the remaining aura of the human body can be used to remotely influence it to achieve disease, death, etc. Is this also a so-called curse? Lin Chen thought for a moment and put it aside. Then Lin Chen continued to check, but after a while, the action of flipping through the exercises was in vain, and a gloomy look appeared on Lin Chen's face. Because the technique he held in his hand was called the Great Technique of Refining Blood and Returning Spirits, which was a magical method of refining everything in the world into blood spirits. This magic method is not enough to move Lin Chen, but the problem is, he has seen this method more than once. Sure enough, someone is deliberately spreading this method in the vast area of Qingyun sect, with the purpose of attacking the rule of Qingyun sect. Lin Chen's face completely darkened. This technique emphasizes killing and distorts people's minds. The blood cultivation created from it is enough to destroy the peace and order of a place. Coupled with the fact that it was widely spread in the Qingyun sect area, Lin Chen had a vague feeling that a storm was coming. Seriously, Lin Chen couldn't help but gritted his teeth. The price of life-saving talismans in Yunlifang City continues to rise. The magic method of killing people to refine their blood to increase their cultivation continues to spread, and the continuous appearance of Zhang Hao and others who are suspected of being lucky. Lin Chen can be sure that in the future, there is a drastic change affecting the entire Lingnan land. In this drastic change, I'm afraid no one can be immune. We must seize the time to improve our strength to cope with unexpected events. Lin Chen made a decision in his heart. So he withdrew his thoughts, focused on the present, and quickly dealt with the matter in front of him. As time passed, Lin Chen quickly screened out valuable skills and secrets. Although there are many exercises with different names and are not sold on the market, from Lin Chen's perspective of many years of research, they are just a change of soup without changing the medicine. They have no new ideas and cannot bring any innovation to his research. New ideas. So it's better to sell it. Lin Chen said calmly. Lin Chen continued to count the goods received, and unexpectedly received 2 items related to the foundation period. One of them is a bead, gray and aged. It should be a bargain that the monk got from exploring the ancient ruins. One is a small sword, which was obtained from the storage bag of the Chen family monk who bought the century-old chalcedony. It should be made by the ancestor of their family. And under Lin Chen's investigation, he found that its power was very powerful. I am afraid that the person who made the small sword was also considered a strong person in the foundation building period. After packing up everything in front of him, Lin Chen solemnly took out 5 items. This was the most valuable harvest in this operation. The first is the Void Refining Talisman, 10,000 Miles Talisman. I've been complaining about my bad luck. Who knew I would get such a precious thing? But how come I can't use it until I reach the golden elixir stage? Lin Chen couldn't help but was speechless, but he still put it away. Next are 3 exercises, Blood Origin Marrow Refining Sutra, 5 Elements Hunyuan Method, and Dian Lingmeng Ju. The Blood Origin Marrow Refining Sutra can help me perfect the body refining technique and the Marrow Cleansing Sutra.
As for these two golden elixir techniques, Lin Chen hesitated. The techniques in the world of cultivating immortals pay attention to subtle meanings and profound meanings. Once a word is misinterpreted, the results may be completely different. Not to mention the two golden elixir techniques, one involving illusory dreams, and the other involving spiritual roots. Lin Chen did not dare to practice it casually.
So, let's find some people to test it out.
Lin Chen thought for a while and decided. Finally, Lin Chen opened the jade box, which contained his first and most important goal of this operation: century-old chalcedony.
Seeing this item, a touch of excitement appeared on Lin Chen's face. With this thing, my experimental plan for true energy atomization is finally guaranteed. Next, it's time to start making breakthroughs.
7 days later, inside the cave. Swish! Lin Chen stood up from the hot spring, snapped his fingers, removed the remaining water droplets on his body, and stood in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror. He has a good figure, with chest muscles, abdominal muscles, mermaid lines, etc.
This is the result of his special training.
After all, a well-proportioned figure can increase his agility and flexibility, which is more advantageous in battle.
Let's start.
Lin Chen took a deep breath, and the spiritual silk in his hand emerged, and a large amount of spiritual ink flew up, inscribing one rune after another on his body. Then, he walked naked into a laboratory. There were bands flashing with the spiritual light of the formation, the bright spiritual beads arranged in the direction of the Bagua formation, the incense burner emitting a lingering fragrance, and the middle-grade spiritual stone emitting a milky white light, which was quite strange. This is the foundation building secret method created by Lin Chen, the foundation building transformation secret ceremony.
Buzz! Lin Chen lay on the stage, and because he was not wearing clothes, he couldn't help feeling a chill.
He exhaled lightly, relaxed his mind, and then began to slowly activate the formation.
At this critical moment, Lin Chen's thoughts drifted away.
After all these years of research, I can confirm that the activity of spiritual energy distinguishes immortals from mortals. Active spiritual energy is ever-changing and can be temporarily transformed into all things in the world due to the influence of various powerful factors. Cultivators have extraordinary abilities based on this characteristic. And the dead spiritual energy is not unchanging, but it is affected by what has been transformed. It's like the human body can have fire, but it can't be converted into flames.
There should be a critical point between the two.
Once this critical point is crossed, the dead spiritual energy will no longer react with the active spiritual energy.
Just like in a place with abundant spiritual energy, the land is not all spiritual soil. Some mortals have spiritual roots, while others do not. The reason why cultivators cultivate immortals is because they have spiritual roots. Only active spiritual energy can affect each other, so the spiritual root refers to the part of the human body that has active spiritual energy.
While thinking, the spiritual energy of the world around him seemed to be attracted by something, constantly moving towards the laboratory, gradually becoming dense and forming a vortex. It started. Lin Chen quickly came back to his senses and focused on what was in front of him. I don't know how long it took. A large amount of spiritual energy from the world turned into a small storm in the laboratory, and it continued to pour into Lin Chen's body from all sides.
Pain. Severe pain.
Drops of blood oozed from his body surface, and the intense pain made Lin Chen groan even with his mind.
This is the first level of foundation building, the blood and chi level. A large amount of spiritual energy from the world is infused into the cultivator's body. Once the body can't support it, the foundation building will fail.
Therefore, those with aging blood and limb defects will face more dangers at this level, and the possibility of failure is even greater.
It's time,
Lin Chen silently said in his heart, and then the true energy surged out, activating the prepared means.
Boom!
Suddenly, the spirit beads arranged in the 8 directions around him emitted a huge suction force, forming anticyclones, forcibly weakening the spiritual vortex formed on Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen only felt his body lighten, and the huge spiritual pressure around him began to drop rapidly, and the tearing feeling felt by his body quickly disappeared.
Lead!
With Lin Chen's light shout, the spiritual energy scattered around him continued to flow into his body under the traction of the runes on his body. The total amount of spiritual energy in the body was constantly rising. Under the control of Lin Chen's true energy, a huge spiritual pressure was formed, constantly compressing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that came in from outside. But this process was very strenuous. The total amount of external unrefined spiritual energy had far exceeded the true energy content in his body. Even if he tried his best to control it now, he felt powerless. The risk and difficulty of this process were like using a thin rope to pull a man-eating tiger. Sure enough, if the true energy content in the body is not enough, even if you force the foundation, you will die because you can't control the external spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Even if I don't plan to break through from the middle stage of qi refining to the foundation building stage, but just want to make a leap in the spiritual energy level, it won't work. Thinking of this, Lin Chen used his backup plan without hesitation. The jade box that had been placed on the side was opened, revealing the 100-year-old jadeite placed inside. Under Lin Chen's control, half of the 100-year-old jadeite was split out, flew above him, and then shattered directly. The jadeite spiritual power contained in it poured into Lin Chen's body, and suddenly, the active spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to become lazy at this moment. The violent and uncontrolled external spiritual energy could be controlled by Lin Chen at this moment. Opportunity. Lin Chen pointed to the side. A wisp of spiritual energy from the middle-grade spiritual stone on the side was forcibly taken out by the formation and flew into Lin Chen's body. At the moment it entered the body, the spiritual energy that was originally scattered everywhere suddenly stopped, and then rushed to one place frantically, constantly compressing and condensing at one point. Boom! As time passed, there seemed to be a roaring sound in Lin Chen's ears. At this moment, a milky white liquid with a touch of red, blue and yellow appeared in Lin Chen's dantian. This is liquid true essence, the symbol of a cultivator in the foundation building stage. However, Lin Chen knew that this was the true essence that he had forcibly condensed by using various means, and his control over it was extremely poor. If he used this to build a foundation, not only would his combat power be extremely poor, but it would also leave various hidden dangers. But I didn't think about building the foundation right now, but, at this moment, Lin Chen's face suddenly became solemn. He stretched out his hand again and pressed hard on the stage. The spirit bead that was originally forming an anticyclone suddenly paused, and then the suction direction was reversed, constantly sucking away the spiritual energy around Lin Chen. The unstable liquid true essence directly collapsed without sufficient spiritual energy replenishment, forming a large area of spiritual mist mixed with red, blue and yellow, and quickly turned into violent spiritual energy, destroying Lin Chen's body. Reverse the liquid true essence of the foundation building period into mist-like true energy. Lin Chen hurriedly took the remaining 100-year jade marrow to stabilize the violent spiritual energy, and then reversed the formation again, absorbed the spiritual energy, and atomized it. After such repeated pulling, Lin Chen finally succeeded in transforming the true energy in his body from gaseous to mist. The mist-like spiritual energy was originally a change in the process of breaking through the foundation building period, but Lin Chen stabilized it in his body through means. Success! Lin Chen showed a touch of joy on his face. This experiment was based on his research and thinking. In addition to studying cultivation, he has been thinking. That is, how can he surpass countless cultivators to fight for the immortal path? The path of cultivation has always emphasized that the strong will always be strong. Only by being the best cultivator of the same level in each realm can one go further on the immortal path. Although there are very few mediocre cultivators who can survive to the end, it is a skill for them to obtain enough cultivation resources while surviving. Lin Chen can be sure that scientific thinking that is different from this world is his reliance on becoming an immortal. But how to expand this advantage and even surpass others has never been a simple matter. After all, in this world, there are never a few Tianjiao cultivators with rich cultivation resources, peerless skills that defy the sky, and terrifying talents. For example, a cultivator with Xianshui spirit body not only improves his water walking skills by leaps and bounds, comparable to a cultivator with a natural spiritual root, but also cultivates a high-level qi that is extremely sharp when fighting. Another example is the Tai Changxing Ju, the sect guarding method of Qingyun sect, which not only allows cultivators to store more qi in their bodies, but also gives them healing and regenerating qi, greatly increasing their endurance in battle and even their lifespan. Lin Chen has no talent or background, and although he can compete with them with the various magic tricks he has researched, this is not the essence of strength after all. But the last observation experiment of the spiritual energy level gave him an idea. Because Lin Chen found that the two energy levels are not like a ladder, but more like two different points on a line, which can be infinitely close. In other words, if the qi of the qi refining stage is compared to cotton and the true yuan of the foundation establishment stage is compared to steel, then Lin Chen can transform the qi of the qi refining stage into the level of wood through means. In practical terms, Lin Chen can forcibly break up this unstable liquid true essence and reverse it into mist true qi between true essence and true qi. Not only can it store more true qi than cyclones, but it can also allow Lin Chen to store true qi in his body after breaking through the foundation building period. The quality and quantity of true qi far exceeds that of cultivators who have just broken through. In the words of the immortal cultivation world, doing so can make Lin Chen's foundation even deeper. Not only that, the mist true qi in my body not only far exceeds the storage capacity of cultivators of the same level, but also has enough quality to compete with the foundation building cultivators, so as not to collapse at one blow. Even when I fill the dantian with this mist true qi, I can break through directly without going through the physical body and true qi barriers. Lin Chen smiled lightly.
This experiment was a complete success. Not only did it allow him to obtain true qi in quantity far exceeding those of the same level, but it also laid a solid foundation for him to go further on the road in the future. Not only that, now he is far superior to his peers in terms of true qi quality, reaction speed, and perception. It can be said that he is hard to beat in the same level. The next step is to continuously accumulate true qi, advance to the foundation building stage as soon as possible, and explore the secrets of the golden elixir stage. Lin Chen pressed his hand, and the formation began to gradually stop. Just as he was about to get up, his body suddenly stiffened, and his brain suddenly felt endless pain. What is going on?
Before Lin Chen had time to figure out what happened, his brain suddenly hurt, and countless memories appeared in his mind. The pain of breakthrough, the joy of harvest, the repetition of experimental records, the process of studying tricks, the experience of the first battle, the state of mind of awakening wisdom.
Countless memories, like movie clips, replayed in his mind.
The world emitting white light, the vast chaos. At the end of the memory replay, it was the boundless, deep darkness that seemed to have no end. Then, he saw a little light rising from the darkness. Ah! Even from Lin Chen's mind, he felt an unspeakable pain, as if his head was torn apart by a sharp weapon. At this moment, deep in Lin Chen's brows and in the endless darkness of his memory, a three-color spiritual light suddenly shone brightly, constantly transforming into palaces, pavilions, spiritual gardens, and blessed lands, and finally turned into the place that Lin Chen was most familiar with, his home in his previous life. Lin Chen endured the severe pain in his head and observed everything in front of him. He saw this figure appear in his home in his previous life, and above him there was a red, yellow, and blue spiritual light flashing, which emitted a three-color light, covering the scene in his memory. The scene in front of him kept changing. From birth, growth, schooling, and work, the long life was shortened to a short moment at this moment.
This is my memory? Lin Chen understood it instantly.
The three-color spiritual light on my head in my memory should be the three spiritual roots of water, fire, and earth that I obtained after my reincarnation?
Spiritual roots, memories, pain. Am I undergoing a soul transformation in the foundation building period? But I clearly didn't get promoted.
The current situation was beyond Lin Chen's expectations, so naturally there were no corresponding measures, and he could only hold on. However, the next scene shocked Lin Chen where he was. It stands to reason that he should have no memory after his death, but the scene in front of him continued. Not only that, he also switched from the original perspective to another one, and he saw his own corpse with his own eyes.
What's going on?
Lin Chen moved subconsciously and actually raised a palm.
But his body was clearly lying on the ground, so what was he now? Spirit? Soul?
But before he had time to figure it out, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and the entire room, as well as all the objects in it, actually started from one place and slowly flattened down. From Lin Chen's perspective, he could only see one side of things. Rectangular wooden cabinets, cube-shaped express parcels, basketballs and other objects all slowly turned into figures. The three-dimensional room, at this moment, seemed to fall into a painting that seemed to have no thickness.
What's going on? Is this a dimensionality reduction?
Lin Chen's face changed, and the scene in front of him was completely beyond his understanding.
Could it be that his crossing would cause the world to reduce its dimension?
No, that's not right. It's not the world that is reducing its dimension. Lin Chen wanted to turn around and observe the scene behind him, but found that he couldn't do this at all. He seemed to have become a portrait on a plane, and he could move left and right, but he couldn't turn around.
So he understood it instantly.
It's not the world that is reducing its dimension, but himself, so he can only see one side of the world, just like a painting. Lin Chen just thought about all this clearly, but before he could react, the picture in front of him suddenly changed and began to disappear from both sides. It seemed that there were two black lines running from top to bottom through the entire picture, erasing everything in front of him. Then, the clear picture completely disappeared, replaced by a line of vision that was infinitely high upwards, infinitely far downwards, and nothingness on the left and right, or a vision that could not be observed at all.
Until the end, countless scenes seemed to turn into a point and became a chaos. Not long after, they completely disappeared, followed by endless darkness. What is going on here?
Ugh! Before he had time to think, the pain came like waves, one after another, completely interrupting his thoughts. At this moment, Lin Chen only felt that someone was using nails, sticks, and electric saws to operate on his head in turn. But Lin Chen held on tightly. Compared with the loneliness of falling into the endless darkness during the journey, and the horror of being deprived of even the five senses, this kind of pain is nothing. After an unknown period of time, the light finally returned in front of my eyes, and the scene in front of me was three-dimensional and clear. It was a sea of chaos, with countless worlds flashing in it like bright lights on the sea. Lin Chen's figure turned into a little light, constantly shuttling in the chaos, and finally landed in a world emitting endless light. Then, it was reincarnation, awakening wisdom, 10 years of practice, and finally solidified at the moment before Lin Chen fainted. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Chen felt his head loosen, and the boundless pain disappeared instantly, replaced by countless memories from his childhood to adulthood, from previous lives to this life. These memories are so clear that they appear in the pictures of memories, as if they happened yesterday. When Lin Chen reacted, all memories had disappeared and returned to calm. What exactly is it? The sudden change finally passed. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and his whole body collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Just now, was that the scene when crossing? That scene is dimensionality reduction? Did I reduce the dimension, not cross? This world exists in a two-dimensional universe? No, in this world, I can see the three-dimensional full picture of objects, not the two-dimensional surface. Or is it that this universe is lower in dimension than my previous life, and I traveled here in the process of dimensionality reduction? But what does the end of the scene, a straight line and a chaotic point, mean? I continued to reduce dimensions to one dimension and zero dimension? But if it was reduced to this extent, why am I a three-dimensional creature after traveling through time? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind, but without any information to support it, he could not get an answer at all. The scene of memory recall made Lin Chen unexpectedly see the scene of time travel in his memory, which made him know the truth to a certain extent. However, due to the mystery of dimensions, time and space, even though he was extremely confused, Lin Chen had no way to comprehend the ins and outs of the matter. However, in addition to dimensionality reduction, there is another point that Lin Chen is very concerned about. After his death in the previous life, the scene of memory did not disappear, but the perspective was switched. Does this mean that there is a soul in the materialistic universe of the previous life? If there is, why can he travel here as a soul? And, if I am really a high-dimensional creature, then in terms of soul, what is special about me compared to the creatures in this world? In the chaos of consciousness, one thought after another flashed through Lin Chen's mind, but in the end, it slowly returned to silence. Without enough information, all this is just speculation, which cannot be verified or understood. But Lin Chen vaguely felt that his travel may not be an accident, and there may be some big secrets hidden behind it. However, he is not qualified and does not have enough information to explore the truth of the matter. He can only keep the doubts in his heart and wait for the solution in the future. So it is still the most important thing to take care of the present. After lying for an unknown period of time, Lin Chen finally recovered, forced himself to get up, and slowly opened his eyes, but he suddenly froze. Because the world in front of him, in his eyes, seemed to have lifted a layer of gauze, which was very different from the past. Lin Chen opened his eyes at this moment and looked at the mountains and waters. He felt as if he had lifted a layer of fog and saw countless wonderful worlds composed of spiritual energy. Whether it is a stone wall, a spiritual bead, or an incense burner, they all seem to have a life of their own at this time. It has its own unique spirituality. Especially in the air, it seems that there is something in every corner that is indescribable and unknown, but contains vigorous vitality, like the rising sun. That's aura. Is this what the monks in the foundation establishment stage acquire after their soul transformation, spiritual awareness? The scene in front of him was recorded in the sex classics, and Lin Chen quickly realized it. He did not expect that this accident would actually allow his soul to complete the initial transformation and give birth to the spiritual awareness that only monks in the foundation building stage could have. Although he is not as good as the foundation building monks in terms of quality and can forcibly interfere with the spiritual energy in the air, it also makes him similar to the foundation building monks, who can use illusions to influence monks whose souls are inferior to his own. And with this ability, you can easily influence people whose souls are not as good as yours. At this point, even if Fanshawe gathers an army of millions, it will not pose any threat to itself. It can even be said that only by reaching this step can we say that we have transcended the world to a certain extent, because the way of gathering people in this world will no longer pose any threat to him at this moment. Of course, for Lin Shen, the most important thing is not the combat power, but the vision under spiritual sense. Between heaven and earth, everything seemed to be full of vitality, as if he could see the reality of the world. Just like an ordinary person in the previous life, he can suddenly feel electromagnetic waves, gravity, and even four-dimensional space. At that moment, he will feel as if he has seen the essence of the world. No wonder it is recorded in the classics that only when you reach the step of foundation building can you truly open the door to cultivation. Because foundation building is a sublimation of essence, and from now on, the perspective of looking at things will be different. Lin Chen murmured. Unexpectedly, this incident turned out to be a blessing rather than a disaster. This field of vision alone would bring many benefits to his future research. Of course, the more important thing is that this kind of vision that can distinguish spiritual energy makes his experiment of non-poisonous energy pill possible to succeed. And the changes are more than that. Lin Chen rubbed his eyebrows and meditated, feeling as if his whole body had suddenly entered a certain place. This area was unclear, and even its scope could not be determined, but Lin Chen felt a mysterious and vast aura. If I guessed correctly, this should be the prototype of Naiwan Palace, and it is also the stage corresponding to the later stage of foundation building in this world's cultivation, Purple Mansion realm. Zifu is the most dangerous level in the foundation building period. I don't know how many monks had their heads exploded trying to break through it, but Lin Chen opened it in advance. This means that Lin Chen will have no obstacles in practicing in the foundation building period in the future. If his own age is taken into account, even if he does not do any research in the future and only focuses on cultivation, he will at least be a golden elixir in the future. But obviously, Lin Chen will not stop at the golden elixir. In his opinion, the golden elixir is the first step to immortality. But it's really strange. I haven't even been promoted to foundation building. Why can I open Naiwan Palace, even if it's just a prototype? Could it be related to the boundless darkness I experienced when I traveled through time, or the dimensionality reduction before traveling? Lin Chen took a long breath and opened his eyes, thoughtfully. But it didn't take long for him to give up this guess. After all, there is no information at all, and there is no point in making random guesses. It is better to focus on the present and explore the Naiwan Palace he has opened. According to his understanding, Naiwan Palace, also known as Huang Ting, is the most important thing in the human body. It has the power to capture the gods and illuminate the spiritual consciousness. The cultivator introduces qi into the body and tempers himself. Therefore, the clay pill is the spirit above the form and the spirit of the whole body. To put it simply, Naiwan Palace is where the souls of monks live, and the same is true for Z Mansion in this world. I originally guessed that the soul in this world is not only related to consciousness, but also related to aura. Lin Chen calmed down and continued to analyze the situation just now. I have previously judged that the spiritual root should be the active spiritual energy in the human body. The scene just now proves that the formation of Naiwan Palace seems to be related to the spiritual energy provided by the spiritual roots. During the advancement of foundation building and the jump in energy levels, spiritual energy will be born from the spiritual roots? No, it should be said that the dead spiritual energy of the human body will be activated and then used as a resource for soul transformation. Consciousness, in my opinion, consciousness consists of two parts, one is memory, and the other is perception. Memory determines who I am and where do I come from. And perception determines the continuation of memory, and determines the arrival of intelligent life itself. Where to go? During the process of promotion, the combination of perception and aura gave birth to spiritual awareness, which allows me to feel the aura of the world. And the memory is blending with the aura. Well, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something. If memory and aura continue to blend, will the memory finally be integrated into aura in the end? If we infer from this, the essence of spiritual practice is to integrate one's own memory, perception, and body information into the spiritual energy through the improvement of the spiritual energy level in the body. So in the end, will the monk himself become a ray of spiritual energy with self-awareness? Does refining qi mean refining oneself into a wisp of qi? Lin Chen also thought about the world of immortality, where one can only seize the body after reaching the golden elixir stage, and the rumored souls are gathering and dispersing invisible. He couldn't help but feel that this speculation was very likely to be the truth. After all, consciousness exists because of the body,
so how can it be possible to take away others out of thin air? There must be a corresponding carrier. Although turning the human body into aura seems weird, in Lin Shen's view, the human body is easily damaged and cannot live long. Even one's own thoughts and will be controlled by the body. But if the human body is refined into a ray of spiritual energy, the limitations of flesh and blood can be removed, and one can roam freely between heaven and earth, live as long as heaven and earth, and shine alongside the sun and moon. And this process does not mean abandoning the physical body, but is similar to killing 3 corpses and 9 insects in Taoism in previous lives, refining 3 flowers in 5 qi, eliminating the deficiencies of the human body and completing the sublimation of the essence of life. It's just that the monks in this world are more direct than in the previous life. They directly ascend the human body from flesh and blood to spiritual creatures. No, it's not just ascension, it's also a way to return the acquired to the innate. After all, in this world, the material of flesh and blood itself evolved from spiritual energy. The more Lin Shen thought about this idea, the more likely it became that it was possible, because just by looking at the names of the realms behind the path of cultivation, golden elixir, nascent soul, and transformation of gods, one could see that this was based on the process of human embryos to adults. Whether it's the golden elixir or the nascent soul, aren't they all made up of spiritual energy, so aren't the creatures that eventually grow out of them are spiritual energy creatures? Even if it is a physical training that specializes in the physical body, doesn't it mean combining spiritual energy with flesh and blood, and then integrating the will into it? In the final analysis, isn't it also a different kind of spiritual energy creature? If my guess is correct, go back to your origins, go back to your innate nature, abandon the shackles of flesh and blood brought by birth, and sublimate into a spiritual creature, thereby embracing the endless future, and even living as long as the heaven and the earth, and the sun and the moon. And light. Lin Shen closed his eyes slightly and murmured. Ascension of spiritual energy, sublimation of the essence of life dimension, through insight into the essence of this world, thus creating a path to the sky. Lin Shen opened his eyes with a hint of shock and admiration. With the characteristics of spiritual energy, the creation of the training system was completed. A creature that abandons the insufficiency of flesh and blood and sublimates into spiritual energy. This kind of feat of understanding the world, understanding the essence, and completing the sublimation of one's own life is by no means something that can be accomplished simply. The hardships involved are simply unimaginable. But even so, the ancient seekers still did it, and even opened up a road to the sky and established a vast civilization of cultivating immortals. Lin Shen had to admit that the ancient monks and heroes in this world really had great wisdom and courage. Their style, courage, wisdom and courage, even after millions of years of baptism, are still shining in the starry sky of civilization. Just the pioneering work of opening up roads is enough to show the vastness and splendor of the ancient times. Millions of years of development should be even more brilliant, but why has it turned into a cultivating underworld that only cares about resources? I really don't know what happened next, or is it just the land of Lingnan, and the outside world is completely different? Lin Shen thought for a while, but had no answer and could only give up. But then, a smile appeared on his lips. The opening of Z Mansion this time allowed him to once again reveal a corner of his cultivation system after the leap in spiritual energy level. If he further clarifies the mysteries of different realms, then the path of cultivation that is extremely difficult for other monks will no longer be an obstacle for Lin Shen, but will become a bright and smooth road. Explain the settings below. Everyone must also know that the author does not have the ability to create a physics that is completely different from reality. If the author has that ability, the article he writes should not be based on the starting point, but should be based on nature and science. Therefore, the setting of this world is to make it similar to reality on a macro level, but with aura as a patch in the micro world. Due to the various interferences of the aura, its basic constants have changed to a certain extent. Therefore, the experiment in the previous life does not work. It is not that it does not exist, but that it is affected by the aura, but the protagonist does not know it at the moment. At the same time, I want to make it clear that this is an illusory world. As long as the setting is relatively reasonable, it can't be perfect. And if some readers really want to read another book or change this book to a more realistic setting, I can't help it. Also, some readers complain from beginning to end. If they are right, I will listen, but the problem is, well, people choose books, and books also choose people. If it doesn't suit you, you can read other interesting ones. Life is not easy anymore, yet you torture yourself and influence others with a book that you can't stand. I suggest you change it to a book that makes you happy. Let's all get together and relax. At the same time, when the protagonist's strength is low in the early stage,
he focuses on exploration, and in the later stage, he focuses on creation and changing the world. As for improving the technology from the past life to this life, I will try my best to change it to the fairy style, such as changing the electromagnetic force to the power of metamagnetism, etc., to avoid being too dramatic. Although Lin Chen wanted to understand his current state, it would not be done in a short time, so he was more inclined to leave immediately to be promoted to an inner disciple. Since he had already broken through to the late stage of qi refining and met the conditions for promotion to an inner disciple, he should complete the promotion quickly, so that he would not have to do chores after a month and have more time for cultivation. More importantly, compared to outer disciples who lived in a cave with many people, inner disciples could choose a cave on the first level spiritual vein and live alone. Not only could they enjoy the spiritual energy of a place and speed up their own cultivation, but they could also own a private cave, which had great benefits whether it was for keeping secrets, planting spiritual flowers and herbs for sale, or increasing additional sources of income. Not to mention that for Lin Chen, he could move part of the laboratory into the cave, so that he would not have to run all experiments here, which could be said to save a lot of time. According to the rules of Qingyun sect, those with natural spiritual roots, secondary spiritual roots or special spiritual roots can directly become inner disciples, while the rest of the spiritual roots must cultivate to the late stage of qi refining before the age of 30 to become inner disciples. Lin Chen is only 20 years old this year, which fully meets the promotion requirements. The inner disciples of Qingyun sect not only do not have to do chores every 3 months, but also have more time to practice, and their monthly salary is much higher than that of outer disciples. The outer disciples in the middle stage of qi refining receive 3 yellow bud pills and 30 spiritual stones per month, while the inner disciples in the late stage of qi refining receive 3 purple cloud pills and 60 spiritual stones per month, which is twice as much in value. So he set off again and rushed directly to Qingshuan Peak. It took him several hours to reach Qingshuan Peak when the sun was about to set at Yushur. At this time, it was getting dark, and the western sky was completely dyed red by the setting sun. There were still people coming and going on Qingshuan Peak, which was very lively. Lin Chen looked calm, strolling among the trees, heading straight for his destination. Soon, within half an incense stick of time, he arrived in front of a giant tree. The tree was tens of meters tall, and its huge shade covered 100 meters in radius. Its leaves were similar in shape to pepper leaves, with barbs, and the intersection of the tree veins formed a series of natural defensive restrictions. This is the Emperor House Tree. This kind of spiritual tree was also created by the senior cultivators of Qingyun sect. It can naturally form a defensive spiritual formation, and it can be continuously strengthened as the tree grows. 100-year-old spiritual tree is comparable to a second-level defensive spiritual formation, and a 1,000-year-old spiritual tree, even a Jindan cultivator, can't easily break through. Who is coming? Just as Lin Chen approached, a clear voice sounded, but there was no one in front of Lin Chen. Outer sect disciple Lin Chen. Lin Chen said lightly, as if he was not surprised by this scene. Swish! At this moment, there was a sound of branches rubbing in the bushes in front of Lin Chen. Then, a purple-red flower with a hollow center and the shape of a human mouth stretched out from the bushes and emitted a light blue spiritual light to Lin Chen. Lin Chen let the spiritual light sweep over his body without any movement. Identity confirmed, admission. A clear voice came from the flower. Then, the scene in front of him was distorted. After reaching a certain point, it suddenly stopped and dissipated directly, forming a tree hole. Lin Chen nodded and walked straight inside. The spiritual plant that made the sound just now was gate guard grass. As long as the cultivator enters the information of the person who meets the identity, anyone who is not on the information will be alerted by this grass, thereby activating the defense function of the Emperor House Tree. Gate guard grass, Emperor House Tree, sound transmission flower, and other spiritual plants together constitute a defense system to monitor the entire sect and protect the disciples. Lin Chen had to admit that these spiritual plants transformed by the cultivators really had the same effect as the technology in the previous life. Walking into the tree, it seemed very empty, without any extra clutter, and the furnishings were extremely simple. Hanging on the wall in the center were portraits of the ancestors of Qingyun sect. Below the portraits was a red offering table. In the center of the red offering table was only an incense burner, on which 3 neatly burning incense sticks were inserted, which made people feel solemn. Inside the hall, below the portrait of the ancestor, an old man with silver hair, a slightly round face, and brown clothes was lying on a chair and taking a nap. Lin Chen walked over gently, and when he saw the scene, he stood aside and waited. Not long after, the old man like foundation building master uncle slowly opened his eyes, and looked up and down with his turbid eyes.
Lin Chen immediately felt a force scanning his body. This is the spiritual sense of a foundation establishment cultivator, which integrates one's own perception into the spiritual energy.
It can detect information about cultivators whose realm is not as good as one's own, just like the scanning equipment in the previous life.
Lin Chen's face was calm, but he also used his spiritual sense to appropriately cover up the abnormality of his body.
Since the initial transformation of the soul last time, although the spiritual sense born is not as good as that of a foundation establishment cultivator in quality, it is not a problem to interfere with it to a certain extent and affect its judgment.
The true chi is pure, the breath is stable, not bad, it can be cultivated. Bring your identity wooden card here, you can call me Uncle Yang.
Yang Chang said slowly. He saw that this young man had a perfect spirit and pure magic power. He should have spent several years to cultivate.
He did not seem to have used a very dangerous method to cultivate quickly.
His breath was also relatively stable, which showed that the realm of breakthrough was very stable. This made him nod slightly. Lin Chen bowed slightly, and then heard Uncle Yang speak, so he took out the green leaf representing his disciple status from the storage bag, held it with both hands, and handed it to him respectfully. The green leaf was green and lush. Although it was a green leaf, the material was as crystal clear as jade.
Disciple Lin Chen, meet Uncle Yang.
This time I came here because my cultivation has reached the late stage of chi refining. I am 20 years old this year and have met the conditions for promotion to the inner sect.
I came here to handle the formalities.
Thank you, Uncle.
I know you. You are a little talented. You played the spirit bullet technique in the outer sect competition to perfection. You have a talent for magic cultivation.
Yang Chang smiled kindly.
Uncle, you are too kind.
Lin Chen said modestly.
It's good to be modest.
But with a disciple like you, my Qing Yun sect has hope of prosperity.
Yang Chang praised.
Then he took the green leaf and stuck it into the tree root beside him, which was to upload the information to the top leaders of Qing Yun sect. Not long after, the green leaf on the tree root suddenly emitted a bright light, and then it grew up little by little in the light.
It's okay.
After its growth stopped, Yang Chang pulled the green leaf off and handed it back. From now on, you are an inner disciple of my Qing Yun sect. Then he said solemnly, Junior brother Lin, now your disciple status change has been completed. From now on, you are an inner disciple of my Qing Yun sect.
Remember to work hard to practice and not slack off. In the future, you must be loyal to the master and not betray, and you must not let down the reputation of the sect.
Uncle Master, rest assured, the disciple will definitely follow this. Lin Chen also replied solemnly. Since awakening his wisdom, Lin Chen has lived here for more than 10 years, and he still has some feelings for the sect.
He doesn't mind helping the sect without harming his own interests.
Very good.
Yang Cheng's old face showed a gratified smile. In that case, I will take my leave.
Lin Chen bowed, then turned around and was about to leave, but was suddenly stopped.
Wait a minute. I wonder what else Uncle Master has to do.
Lin Chen bowed and turned to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Yang Chang. Yang Chang smiled kindly and handed Lin Chen an address.
This cave is rich in spiritual energy and has a spiritual spring inside. It is a good place for cultivation. It is also located in a remote location and is not easily disturbed. Yang Chang explained. Disciple, I would like to thank my uncle.
Lin Chen thanked him respectfully. You have reached this level of cultivation at such a young age. You must have a bright future. Don't be complacent because of your temporary progress, polish your true energy well. Pure true energy is the key to promotion to foundation building, Yang Chang kept admonishing and teaching. Although Lin Chen already knew the key, he could only stand aside and listen respectfully.
There was no other way.
The other party was an elder and a monk in the foundation establishment stage.
He was stronger than me. Could he still refuse to listen and just leave on the spot with a stern look on his face?
I'm afraid I won't be slapped on the wall. As long as you practice hard, you will definitely achieve something in the future. As if he was tired of talking, Yang Chang picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he looked a little tangled, hesitated for a while, and then said, if possible, you must fight for the position of a true disciple. This position is not only as simple as the supply of resources, but also can help you in your future path.
Lin Chen was slightly startled.
According to his information, the position of true disciple is supported by the entire sect, and the probability of being promoted to the golden elixir is greatly increased.
Is this the path of help he calls? It's not that simple. Yang Cheng seemed to have guessed Lin Chen's thoughts and said, "The most outstanding thing about our Qingyun sect is our achievements in spiritual planting. Things like message flower and doorguard grass are just ordinary spiritual plants. The truly precious things are still in the hands of true disciples and even golden core elders. For example, if you hold it, you can walk in dreams. After eating it, you can cut the hair and cleanse the marrow, and strengthen the muscles and bones. In this way, it is invulnerable to water and fire, and has a golden body and jade bones. Another example is that eating it can make you wise. Stay awake and keep your consciousness unaffected by holy mumandui. If you can get their seeds and refine them with secret methods, you can live with them. Not only can you use their abilities to practice, you can even reach high levels, and there are all kinds of magic. A strange spiritual plant?" Lin Chen's eyes moved. The improved spiritual plants created by the Qingyun sect did not seem to be the kind that only haunted enemies and increased their cultivation. They seemed to have various wonderful effects. But how did you get these strange spiritual plants? He suddenly remembered the roots of Qingyun sect. Could it be that these spiritual plants originated from the transformation of gods? Alas, I am getting old after all, and I like to gossip more and more, which makes you young people unhappy. Yang Cheng on the side smiled at himself at the end. "Uncle Master, what did you say? Your words were thought-provoking and helpful to me." Lin Chen quickly reacted and said seriously. When Yang Cheng heard this, he showed a look of relief on his face and continued, "Practice well. The future of Qingyun sect is yours, and it will definitely fall into the hands of young people like you. I don't ask you to fight for the sect life and death, but I also ask you to help it when it is in danger." "Uncle Master, what are you talking about? This disciple will dedicate himself to the sect even if he dies." Lin Chen responded quickly. Yang Cheng smiled and said nothing, but waved his hand to signal Lin Chen to step back. "Then disciple, please leave first." Lin Chen cupped his hands, turned and left the place. The setting light after dusk, through the dense green shade, cast a little golden light on Lin Chen's retreating figure. Yang Cheng stared blankly at the young man's retreating back, feeling a little lost. For some reason, he vaguely seemed to see himself when he was younger. "It seems that many years ago, I was just like the other person, energetic, confident, determined, and full of vitality." And whether the uncle who was in charge of him back then was like himself now, facing that energetic young man, he also felt relief, envy, and that unspeakable melancholy. "I didn't expect that so many years would pass in the blink of an eye. It seems that I am really old." Yang Chan leaned on the wooden chair, rocking gently, and sighed quietly. He knew very well that he still had 30 or 40 years to live, which might be longer than some of his disciples, but it was not his body that aged, but his heart facing the world. After all, after people have experienced too much, they will always get used to it and get bored. So gradually, they will lose their original intention to stay active in the face of the world, and gradually become numb and slow. In addition, humans are never solitary creatures. They always need an anchor to determine their own value and find their own position, so as to obtain that ethereal but real sense of existence. But whether it is curiosity about the world or a sense of presence among people, they will slowly disappear with the passage of time. When a long enough period of time passes and both of these disappear, what can people rely on to give themselves the motivation to continue on? So, human beings are really a contradictory species. They will feel tired when faced with hundreds of years, but they also long for the endless years of thousands, tens of thousands, or even billions of years. Have they ever thought about whether they have a heart that is strong enough to carry eternal life? You must know that for true immortals, the long time of thousands of years is only a moment to them. They sit on the other side of the long river of time and have witnessed the vicissitudes of the world. To them, everything in the world is just the scenery they have seen for millions of years. All things related to people, such as interpersonal relationships, and interactions, are not important to them. Because all the people he cares about and care about him are destined to leave him, and in the end only one person is left drifting alone in the long years. When you are tired of seeing everything, but you still have to spend endless years with loneliness, how many people can withstand this kind of test caused by time? Many people say this is freedom, but in other words, this world has no secrets for you, and no one will care about you. You seem to be awake, but you are always alone. Isn't this a kind of loneliness? Therefore, a true immortal must not only have a long lifespan, but also have a heart of immortality that remains unchanged for millions of years. Only in this way can he experience the vicissitudes of life. My heart is getting old. I have to do something and find someone to talk to so that I won't be so lonely. I have lost the courage to pursue immortality, so, the old man looked at Lin Chen's retreating back. His eyes were mixed with relief, expectation, and an indescribable look. After a long time, in the empty hall, a long sigh came from the twilight. Old man, my child, I hope you can go farther than me, and I hope you can have that immortal heart. The glimmer of dawn, through the faint mist, gradually spread out, illuminating the landscape painting hidden in the vast night. Creak! Creak! The action of pushing the wooden door open shook off the dew on the eaves of the door, dripping on the sleepy faces of many inner disciples. Perhaps in the eyes of outer disciples, inner disciples are noble and mysterious, but in fact, inner disciples are not much different from them in daily life. After all, everyone is in the chi refining stage, but one has potential and the other has no potential, so it is not to the point where their lives are completely different. As for the outer disciples' imagination of traveling to the North Sea in the morning and Kangwu in the evening, and entering and leaving the Qingning Cloud Sea, that is something that even the foundation-building cultivators may not be able to do, let alone them. Ha! A decent-looking inner disciple seemed to notice something and made a puzzled sound. Because he saw that on the cliff facing the rising sun not far away, a figure in a plain white robe stood upright in the morning light, and the morning breeze blew his robes. It's past dawn now, and the amount of spiritual energy he absorbs and refines is not as much as practicing in the cave. Why is he standing there for nothing? Is he blown silly by the wind? The handsome disciple was a little confused. But after he saw who it was, he gave up the idea of asking. I didn't expect it to be the junior brother Lin who shined in the outer sect competition. Forget it, he has his own meaning in doing things, I'd better not go up and disturb him. He hesitated for a while, and turned away. Although they are both inner sect disciples, the other party won the top 3 in the outer sect competition and then promoted, while he was promoted by cultivation, which means the gap between them. It should be noted that to become an inner sect disciple, you only need to reach the late stage of chi refining before the age of 30, and the outer sect competition does not involve the promotion of status. It seems unnecessary, but it is not. As an inner sect disciple for many years, he is well aware that the inner and outer sect competition is the fairest promotion channel in Qingyun sect that can show potential and win the favor of the top leaders. Because in these two competitions, it is not allowed to use talismans, spiritual tools, elixirs and other items other than those made by oneself, which tests the cultivators on the spot reaction ability and Taoism. This has largely eliminated the advantages of cultivators with backgrounds and given the bottom cultivators a chance to stand out. Anyone who ranks among the top in these two competitions will be noticed by the ancestors of the sect. As long as they continue to show this potential in the future, they will receive a lot of resources and even become true disciples. True disciples are supported by the entire sect and have a noble status. Not only will they become foundation-building cultivators, but even the golden elixir ancestors of all generations have come from them. This method of selecting true disciples and allocating resources through competition not only allows Qingyun sect to select outstanding talents, but also ensures the mobility of classes and the vitality of competition. In addition, the Jindan Patriarch is in the middle of the regulation. It can be said that it has achieved fairness and justice to a great extent, reducing the occurrence of resource monopoly and enabling outstanding talents to go further. Therefore, this approach not only makes Qingyun sect more prosperous from generation to generation, but also makes its overall strength stronger and stronger, becoming the largest immortal cultivation force in Lingnan. Although I and this junior brother Lin are both inner disciples, the gap between us is more. Alas, I should have worked harder back then. The handsome disciple sighed softly, turned around, and walked down the mountain with some melancholy. Lin Chen naturally didn't know what the disciple behind him was thinking, but stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. Because in the vision of spiritual perception, the world in front of him was as ordinary as before, but it was very different. The morning sun in the sky is not a celestial body emitting flames, but a golden color that is emitting light from countless strange spiritual energies that intersect like a dream. Lin Chen even vaguely saw countless spiritual energies disturbing and changing each other in the flow, and finally gushing out. The purple chi of the morning sun with a touch of noble purple, the scorching but awe-inspiring essence of the sun, and the 9-day pure air that only exists above the sky, etc. These unique spiritual energies that are very precious and rare for cultivators are actually above the 9 heavens, like waves, one layer after another, continuously pouring out of the sun, forming the brilliant clouds on the horizon. Not only that, the sunlight in the eyes of mortals, in the vision of spiritual perception, actually has a trace of spirituality, and from time to time, there is a stream of light like a silk thread falling in front of the eyes, like a golden light rain. All things in the world, especially the plants all over the mountains and plains,
gradually emit a luster that is difficult to detect but real under the light rain, and the higher the level of the spiritual plants, the brighter this faint luster is. The stars in the previous life emitted light, giving energy to all plants on the planet, thus nurturing all things, and in this life, the world absorbs the chaotic air from the chaos, and then transforms it into spiritual energy from the sun, moon, and earth's spiritual veins to descend on the world. Plants absorb this very small amount of spiritual energy to grow, and finally nourish all things. This world is really a world composed of spiritual energy. Lin Chen stretched out his hand to grab the rising sun, and as the true energy surged, dots of fluorescence gathered in his hand, and finally formed a wisp of light white clouds that were floating freely. This is the spiritual energy that gushed out from the sun, formed clouds, and finally fell into the world to nurture all things. In the past life, the sun gave energy to nourish all living things, but in this life, it is the spiritual energy contained in the sunlight that nourishes all living beings. And this spiritual energy has just been born, has no attributes, and is not interfered by the information of all things. To put it simply, it is gentle and easy to refine. Lin Chen continued to analyze the spiritual energy in his hands, and gradually understood the principles of how the world works. In this world, the sun and moon are not celestial bodies, but symbols of the masculine and feminine forces between heaven and earth. The world absorbs energy from chaos. Through the rotation of the sun and the moon, the flow of earth veins and other powerful forces, the energy of chaos is decomposed and becomes the original source of spiritual energy. After the energy level decreases and is affected by foreign objects, various strange spiritual energy are separated, and finally form the most basic aura. And because at dawn, the sun and the moon complete a cycle, at this time the world is refined and the amount of spiritual energy emitted by the rising sun is the largest. Monks can even absorb enough spiritual energy from it, and even have a chance to obtain the essence of the sun and moon, and the morning glow. Purple chi and other strange auras are the reason why in common folk tales, there are legends about monks drinking clouds to become immortals. However, why do I always feel that the sun and the moon are a bit similar? They don't look like two objects, but like one existence, two sides of one body? Lin Chen was a little confused, but he didn't think much about it. After all, with his ability, it was impossible to reach the sun, so he still focused on the present. Unexpectedly, after I was promoted, what helped me the most was not the cicada's premonitory perception before the autumn wind moved, nor my combat power far beyond the same level, but this spiritual sense of observing the world. Compared with the chi refining period, where it is like a blind man touching an elephant, it is difficult to see the whole picture, and one has to use formations, spiritual talismans, etc. to help. In the foundation establishment period, one can directly observe it, even just a part of it. And with such a vision, compared to the past when he could only blindly breathe in a little spiritual energy in the morning during the chi refining period, he can naturally do more things now. At this moment, Lin Chen stretched out his hand, gently grabbed it into the morning light, and shouted, "Gather, call. Call." As soon as he finished speaking, the true energy in his body surged out, constantly intertwined and pulled. It didn't take long for the spiritual energy in the morning light to be drawn over. Wisps of light appeared around Lin Chen, swirling and extinguishing, forming a funnel-like cyclone. If there are any monks observing from the side, they will be surprised to find that various kinds of spiritual energy such as the heavenly spiritual energy, Lihua Raijing, Imu spiritual flower, etc. are swarming in at this moment and converging on a small cliff. Condensation. As he spoke, a mysterious white air appeared around Lin Chen, like a veil, mist, and even clouds. In just a short moment, it continued to expand, covering the entire cliff, as if it turned the place into a cloud. A haunting wonderland. Pick. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and countless clouds rushed into Lin Chen's hands. After a while, a yunji with a white body and gold edges, and a vague mist appeared directly in Lin Chen's hands. It feels as smooth as nephrite, with a hint of coolness, and the cloud edges are mixed with bright gold, just like the clouds when the sun rises in the sky. Chao Kai Yinxia. Looking at the strange treasure in his hand, even though the energy in his body was exhausted, Lin Chen's face showed a hint of joy. This kind of spiritual energy is the first life of heaven and earth. Refining it can greatly increase your cultivation level and can even be used for realm advancement. For monks in the chi refining stage, it is a very precious spiritual object. This small flower alone is worth hundreds of spirit stones, and it's still the basic price. But such precious spiritual objects, for Lin Chen, are just something that can be easily obtained with a little time and effort. Although I relied on many years of research on spiritual energy to achieve this step, the help of spiritual sense is also indispensable. From this point of view, there is not only a gap in combat power between monks in different realms, but also a gap in productivity. What a difference, Lin Chen sighed with emotion, and then looked at Yunji in his hand. This Yunji is a collection of various spiritual energies, and it needs to be decomposed and refined to produce spiritual energy that matches the attributes of one's own spiritual roots before it can be used. Just in time, with the help of my spiritual sense, I can try to refine the non-toxic chi pill that I have been studying for many years. Lin Chen smiled softly, then jumped up and rushed down the mountain. The sun and the moon flowed like a stream, from dawn to dusk in a blink of an eye. The setting sun melts gold, and the dim light gives the mountains a layer of warm color. At this moment, Lin Chen came to the foot of the mountain and looked up.
This is where Qing Yun's sect disciples refine their elixirs. Dansha Peak. Yawn.
The disciple on duty, who was wearing short clothes and short hair, yawned, took a sip of the iced tea in his hand, and then leaned lazily on the wooden chair. Oh, this damn place is getting hotter and hotter.
The sect doesn't even know how to consider us and build a cooling circle.
The short-haired disciple ticked. Dansha Peak is not natural, but was built by the Jindan patriarch inside the gate with great magic power. There is not only a second-level spiritual vein located underground, but it is also connected to the earth fire. It is even rumored that the depths of the lava are the birthplace of the sect's fundamental spiritual plant, indestructible wood. The combination of various reasons makes this place very hot, and it can be said that it is very difficult for the disciples stationed there.
If it weren't for the high pay, few would be willing to come here.
There is no way, after all, the harsh environment can be tolerated, but poverty cannot be tolerated. But having said that, why are there so few senior brothers coming to refine pills during this period? The short-haired disciple was a little confused.
Open an alchemy room for me.
Who? The sudden sound scared the short-haired disciple and jumped up from his chair.
It's me. He followed the call and saw a young man standing in front of him at some point. He was dressed in a simple white robe, with only a simple green wood hairpin on his head. The broad robe had large sleeves, and was not stained by dust. His whole person's temperament had an indescribable calmness and tranquility.
The short-haired disciple couldn't help but be stunned before he realized what was happening and asked incoherently, "How come you don't make any sound when you walk?" Lin Chen was stunned by this question, and then smiled to himself, "I'm used to it." Except in the laboratory or at home, Lin Chen has always been accustomed to walking silently in the outside world. Especially when he is close to people, he not only walks silently, but even hides in the blind spot of the other person's sight unconsciously. Of course, this was just to better protect himself. Regardless of whether the person being attacked believed it or not, that was what he thought anyway.
"I want to open an alchemy room,"
Lin Chen continued.
Okay.
The short-haired disciple nodded quickly.
Wait a minute, are you the senior brother Lin who won the outer sect competition?
While recording the information, the short-haired disciple reacted belatedly and said in surprise,
"Oh? Do you know me?"
Of course, the spiritual bullet technique that senior brother performed in the outer sect competition was so handsome. Compared with those barbarians who only know how to use their hands, the guys who have no brains to use spiritual weapons to hit people are much more handsome. The short-haired disciple said with admiration. I didn't expect that I would have fans. Lin Chen smiled slightly and nodded. Senior brother, what do you think of this earth fire room? Not only is there sufficient fire energy, but the location does not face the fire outlet. The spiritual fire is relatively stable, easier to control, and easier to refine elixirs. The short-haired disciple asked respectfully. Ha? Lin Chen took a look, looking a little surprised. This kind of alchemy room is often booked in advance, but I didn't expect that the other party would schedule it for me.
Am I so charming?
This thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Then he smiled and nodded, I'm determined. You're welcome, senior brother. I would like to wish you success in refining the alchemy. After saying that, Lin Chen turned around and walked towards the alchemy room under the gaze of the short-haired disciple. What he didn't know was that his fluent fighting skills in the outer sect competition had attracted many fellow monks to him. But even if he knew it, Lin Chen wouldn't care. To him, the comments from the outside world were like a breeze blowing on his face, so he wouldn't care. Creak! As the door opened, Lin Chen walked into the alchemy room. The room was very empty, with only a huge alchemy furnace placed in the center. There were restrictions on the ground that were shining with spiritual light. There was a small pit directly under the alchemy furnace, and there was a faint glow of fire.
Let's get started. Lin Chen observed the surroundings and then directly activated the formation.
The ground fire instantly rose up under Lin Chen's control.
The entire alchemy furnace quickly became fiery red, and layers of heat waves rolled out of the air. Lin Chen took out Chaxue Yunji and threw it into the alchemy furnace. Then he took out various auxiliary medicines such as spiritual liquid and chalcedony, and threw them directly into the fire. This situation will definitely make most alchemists look like a clown and think it's a joke. Alchemy pays attention to the weight of the medicinal materials, when to use them, and how to heat them. Such crude refining of medicine will only end up wasting the best spiritual materials. But in Lin Chen's opinion, this guy who spent a lot of time trying out materials and summarizing the appropriate method of changing the temperature can only be regarded as a master craftsman, and he has not even touched the threshold of alchemy. Alchemy, or elixir refining, is the extraction of medicinal properties from elixirs and condensing them into elixirs. Blindly pursuing the weight of medicinal materials and the temperature of the heat, rather than the content of medicinal properties, is completely the opposite and goes in the opposite direction. For example, how do 9-year-old ginseng and 10-year-old ginseng have the same medicinal properties? How does the Juyuan flower that grows in a place with abundant spiritual energy compare to one that grows in a place with poor spiritual energy? How to mix the elixirs that grow with sufficient rainfall and dry weather respectively with the heat to remove excess water? When the brainless craftsman saw the alchemy master adding medicinal materials and adjusting the fire like this, he thought he had mastered the trick and applied the same method. The important thing is that every detail should correspond to the master's standards. Little did he know that this was the final result based on the changes in the properties of the medicine. Just the best choice. The art of alchemy is vast and profound, and I don't understand it. But one thing I understand is that the essence of alchemy is to use various means to extract medicinal properties that are easy for the human body to refine, and to eliminate those that are difficult to refine. Medicinal properties are the manifestation of spiritual energy of various attributes of heaven and earth in spiritual medicine. Although the human body has many spiritual roots, the body is made of water and feeds on wood. Therefore, if cultivators want to refine spiritual energy of different attributes, they often swallow spiritual medicines of corresponding attributes instead of directly swallowing magma, gold, and iron. However, among spiritual medicines, even spiritual medicines of corresponding attributes, such as fire element fungus, are prone to have other medicinal properties such as yin and earth due to environmental factors. These medicinal properties that do not meet the other attributes required by cultivators are collectively referred to as impurities. Alchemists extract the medicinal properties required by cultivators and exclude those that are not required. If they are not extracted cleanly, they will remain in the human body and form the so-called elixir poison, affecting the progress of cultivation. Based on this theory, even if Lin Chen does not understand the 4 principles of alchemy, namely, yin and yang, rise and fall, clarity and turbidity, and movement and stillness, he also understands a key point. There are so many changes in alchemy. In the final analysis, it is to extract the substances required by cultivators. When it comes to the extraction of substances, Lin Chen's first reaction is the chemistry he learned in high school in his previous life. The change of medicinal properties lies in yin and yang, not just yin and yang medicinal properties, but the combination of one thing and another, the exchange of one thing and another to form 2 things, even one thing and another, with the participation of a third thing, to form one thing, or to exchange 2 things, while the third thing remains unchanged. Lin Chen silently recited the ancient records of the alchemy theory found in the Sutra library, and his eyes gradually brightened. It's so complicated, but in the final analysis, isn't it similar to the decomposition reaction, combination reaction, and replacement reaction in the chemistry of the previous life? It's just that the particles are replaced with spiritual energy, and the means and methods of extraction are changed, but the fundamental theory is similar. And with the spiritual perception of the foundation building period, Lin Chen can distinguish the medicinal properties, which also provides the possibility of success for his experiment of non-toxic gas pills. In my opinion, the first step of alchemy is to use the fire refining method to decompose the complex medicinal properties. The flames kept licking the spiritual materials and cloud fungus in the alchemy furnace, causing them to gradually melt into a medicinal liquid mixed with various spiritual energy. Lin Chen controlled the spiritual flame in the furnace, melting the liquid medicine. Under the dual quenching of the true qi in the flame, the various medicinal properties originally mixed in the liquid medicine began to decompose, and the already inert spiritual energy sank to the bottom of the alchemy furnace, and the active spiritual energy available for cultivators to refine rose to the upper alchemy room. This phenomenon is also called the rise of clear air and the fall of turbid air in the alchemy recipe. The second step is to use the water refining method to extract the medicinal properties needed by the cultivator.
Lin Chen's spiritual roots are water, fire and earth, and what is needed is the medicinal properties of the corresponding attributes. The rest of the medicinal properties will not only fail to increase Lin Chen's cultivation, but will form alchemy poison in his body and affect his advancement. And in order to extract what he needs from this spiritual liquid containing complex medicinal properties, Lin Chen's first reaction is to use the water method to extract it. The alchemy gas slowly rises under Lin Chen's control. After contacting the Qingbing stone, it condenses when it encounters cold, and turns into alchemy liquid and drips down along the orifices. Lin Chen collected them and used several methods of extracting medicinal properties such as melting, refining, and transformation to extract the three medicinal properties of water, fire, and earth from the liquid medicine. The third step is to use the method of earth refining to mix the medicinal properties.
Lin Chen is not a single spiritual root cultivator.
If he simply draws one kind of spiritual energy to practice, it will cause the true energy in his body to be unbalanced, so he must mix the medicinal properties of the three attributes. While thinking, Lin Chen took out a culture medium, but the soil inside was not brown, but as red as blood. This was a culture medium made by Lin Chen from his own flesh and blood. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and the three medicinal liquids flew out separately, mixed into one, and flew directly into the blood soil under the wrapping of a spiritual light. The fourth step is to use the wood refining method to condense it into a pill. Lin Chen took out a dry and lifeless spiritual plant branch, injected the true energy into it, and then inserted it directly into the blood soil. Not long after, the dead branch seemed to be rejuvenated, and a tender bud emerged from the branch. Then, it directly absorbed the blood in the soil and grew rapidly. In a short moment, a lush green plant was formed. In a blink of an eye, it bloomed and bred, and produced a Longan-sized elixir. The strange thing is that these elixirs look solid, but if you look closely, they seem a bit illusory. Obviously, this is not an actual elixir, but a wisp of condensed and impure elixir. Non-toxic gas elixir. And this gas elixir absorbs Lin Chen's blood to grow, and it is contaminated with Lin Chen's breath, so he doesn't even need to refine it, and can directly swallow it to increase his cultivation. The fifth step, use the gold refining method to store the elixir. Lin Chen took out a jade stone that contains souls, lightly touched the green plant, and the elixir on it fell one after another, turning into wisps of gas, flying into the jade, forming an elixir emitting a faint green light. Using the method of gold, jade and spirit stone to store the elixir can not only store it for a long time, but also be placed in the spirit vein, and can continuously assimilate the same kind of spiritual energy. After being placed for hundreds of years, it can be taken out and a cultivator who has just practiced can complete the practice of qi refining. The way of alchemy is to extract and preserve the required medicinal properties. As long as this step can be achieved, why should we stick to the fire method of alchemy? Using the method of 5 elements to refine the elixir and store the elixir, remove impurities and preserve its essence, this is my way of cultivating immortality. Seeing the illusory qi dan in his hand, Lin Chen showed a touch of joy on his face. He has studied for so many years, and finally completed the experiment of non-toxic qi dan, with the help of spiritual perception. From now on, one more obstacle will be removed from the long and difficult road of cultivation, allowing him to move towards a more distant future. But this is just a low-level alchemy method. Although it is worth celebrating, we should not be proud of it and stop moving forward. After the joy, Lin Chen put away the smile on his face and advised in his heart. The alchemy method of the 5 elements is just to extract the required medicinal properties from the spiritual medicine and condense it into a non-toxic gas pill. It is still far from the real alchemy. In Lin Chen's expectation, the low-level alchemy is to extract the required medicinal properties from the spiritual medicine by various means, so as to achieve perfection, no impurities, and no toxicity. The middle-level alchemy is not limited to spiritual medicine, but collects all things in the world as materials to make pills. And Lin Chen combined the information from his previous life. It can be roughly divided into 5 categories. For example, the current mainstream of the immortal cultivation world is the herbal stream that uses the essence of plants and trees as medicine. There is also the beast pill school that uses the essence of the inner elixir, fur, scales, horns, blood and flesh of hundreds of beasts as medicine, plundering their innate magical powers to perfect themselves, so as to comprehend the legendary great magical power, fetal transformation, and reincarnate the most perfect race, heavenly man, in the world. Or use golden iron or as medicine to refine a sword pill, temper it with true qi day and night, so that the light of a sword can chill the 19 states. There is also the Qi Pill school that collects the essence of the sun and moon of heaven and earth, the geomagnetic force, the purple Qi of the morning sun, etc., and melts them into a furnace to make pills with the original qi. Finally, there is the human body pill school that uses humans as medicine, such as the purple car river, full moon babies, boys and girls, etc. As for the superior pill method, in Lin Chen's view, it is no longer a simple pill refining, but the alchemist is telling his own practice and expounding his own understanding of this world. Chaos opens up the world, clear and turbid divide the world, and yin and yang derive all things.
At this point, the alchemist is no longer practicing pills, but life, it is destiny.
According to Lin Chen's speculation, this level of alchemy has the most obvious manifestation in this world, that is, breaking through from the Jindan stage to the Yuanying stage, and sublimating from flesh and blood life to spiritual creatures. This change and promotion of the essence of life is already a manifestation of destiny.
But if I can comprehend this step, I will at least be a Yuanying or even a spirit.
Lin Chen laughed at himself, then shook his head and pulled his thoughts back to reality.
I'd better think about the current matter now. He looked at the pill stored in the jade in his hand.
The pill was green all over, but with a sense of illusion, it was obviously a pure and non-toxic spiritual pill. Although it is said that if this pill is stored in the soul stone and then placed in the spirit vein, it can continuously assimilate the spiritual energy to enhance the medicinal properties. After decades, it may be possible to complete the practice of the qi refining stage with one use, but obviously, Lin Chen can't wait that long. This pill is good, but there is no need to worry about it. It should be used when it is needed. Lin Chen smiled lightly. He put the jade stone with the pill to his mouth and sucked it gently. Suddenly, the round elixir turned into a ray of elixir gas, flew into Lin Chen's mouth, and fell directly into his dantian along his body. In the dantian, the three-color mist gently wrapped the elixir gas and directly transformed it into true qi. There was no hindrance in the process, and even the refining step was saved. The true qi transformed by this elixir fills about 1/1000th of the dantian. Lin Chen felt it carefully and murmured. In other words, as long as he persists in collecting clouds and refining elixirs in the morning and evening every day, at most 3 years, he can naturally advance to the foundation building stage, become a high-level sect, and enjoy the 200 years of immortality. In other words, before the age of 24, he can naturally advance to the foundation building cultivator and become the youngest person in the history of Qingyun sect to advance to the foundation building stage. Now the road to the foundation building stage is clear, so the next step is to consider the practice of foundation building and the golden elixir stage. Lin Chen rubbed his eyebrows and his eyes moved. Scientific research, from establishing the subject to experiment, and then to obtaining the results, is a very long process. Lin Chen cannot wait until he reaches the Jindan stage to consider what the mystery is, and must make plans early. And he must also understand the secrets and purpose of the foundation building stage. The foundation building practice is also divided into 3 stages: condensation of liquid, refining the form, and purple mansion. What's interesting is that these 3 stages correspond to the human body's qi, essence, and shen. After completing these 3 stages of practice, the cultivator will gather the essence, qi, and spirit in the body to condense a flawless golden elixir? I originally thought that the cultivator simply wrote his consciousness into the spiritual energy, but now it seems that the information of the essence and qi must be written in, otherwise it cannot be transformed into a spiritual creature, but just a wisp of changing spiritual energy?
Lin Chen pondered.
According to what he knows, the practice of the condensation of liquid stage in the foundation building is to fill the dantian with liquid true essence. Refining the body uses liquid true essence to fuse with blood, refine the whole body, remove impurities in the body, make up for the innate deficiencies, and thus reach the point of a flawless body. Purple Palace uses liquid true essence to penetrate the upper dantian, open up the Naiwan Palace, condense the Purple Palace, and achieve the fusion of spiritual energy and memory. With the help of the non-toxic Qi Dan, the practice of the condensation of liquid stage is not a problem for me. And in my last experiment of true Qi atomization, it seems that because of my experience when I traveled through time, I accidentally condensed the prototype of Purple Palace. Even if it is just a prototype, it will be useless for a while, but it will be of great help in the future. As for refining the body, it just so happens that the blood poisoning technique I obtained last time gave me inspiration. Well, in this way, it seems that there is no problem with my practice in the foundation building period, and it seems that I only need to consider the matter of the golden elixir period? Lin Chen suddenly found that he seemed to have no problem with the foundation building period practice. After all, he has been conducting research on essence, energy and spirit for so many years, which is similar to the foundation building period practice. This will greatly reduce his practice time, so now he only needs to consider how to go on the Golden Elixir road. Golden Elixir, according to the records I saw in the Sutra library, to impact the Golden Elixir, the cultivator needs to combine the essence, energy and spirit into one, and master the mysterious, Dao Yun? What the hell? The essence, energy and spirit are already in the human body, blending with each other and becoming one.
Why do they need to be combined into one? And what is Dao Yun?
Why do these cultivators like to play these word games? Lin Chen frowned deeply. These mysterious and incomprehensible terms have stuck many cultivators at the peak of the foundation building period, forcing them to pursue the spirit objects to condense the elixir. The explanation given by the high-level cultivators is something like, the gate of Shin Pin is the root of heaven and earth. Anyway, if you understand it, and if you don't, there is nothing you can do. In short, the emphasis is on a mysterious and profound, and to pass on the heart to the heart. Maybe the disciples of the big sects can understand it, but for Lin Chen, who is a time traveler, it is like a teacher teaching a lot of advanced math formulas in class and then asking you if you know them. It is simply a torture. It would be great if we could conduct experiments to explore the mystery, but the experiments involving the golden elixir, Lin Chen suddenly remembered the accident in the laboratory last time, and couldn't help but be silent. Last time, he had created a foundation establishment cultivator that was the worst, half crazy, and even on the verge of death. He had to destroy a layer of underground space and spend countless white phosphorus and kerosene to suppress it.
If it was a golden core cultivator, even the worst one. Forget it, the experiment should be based on safety. Let's think of other ways.
Lin Chen shook his head and removed this idea from his mind without hesitation. Maybe I can make my research ideas into a set of skills and spread them out, so that other cultivators can step on mines and improve them for me, and then recycle them, absorb the ideas and wisdom of all living beings, and open up the golden core road for me? Lin Chen's eyes moved, but then he fell into deep thought.
It's good to do this. After all, a person's wisdom and ideas are limited.
No matter how smart he is, there are always things that he hasn't thought about, but collective wisdom is different.
But there are 3 problems with doing this. First, Lingnan is too vast.
Even if he is promoted to the foundation establishment stage, there is no way to monitor the status of the cultivators who get the skills in real time.
And even if there is a problem and it is improved, the other party may not record it. Second, the Lingnan cultivation world is short of resources.
Even with a complete inheritance, there are very few cultivators who can be promoted to the Jindan stage, not to mention that the skills given by Lin Chen are speculative and incomplete.
How can you still be promoted to the Jindan stage?
Third, even if you are lucky enough to have a Jindan and improve your research ideas, you will only be a foundation building cultivator at that time.
How can you get the corresponding information from him to explore the mystery of the Jindan? This idea is not advisable.
Lin Chen stroked his chin and thought carefully, maybe, I can lower the requirements.
It doesn't have to be a Jindan cultivator. As long as there is an experimental subject who can achieve the unity of the 3 elements of spirit, energy and spirit, maybe I can also explore the so-called Daoyun. If you follow this idea, you don't even need a cultivator, just a mortal. After all, this is much safer.
The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more feasible it was.
But there is still a question. Mortals can only cultivate chi and blood, internal energy and other things. How can they be involved in the mysteries of the 3 elements of essence, energy and spirit?
When the 7 colored clouds disappeared into the western sky along with the last touch of clouds, they were replaced by a beautiful blue as deep as the sea. In the alchemy room at Dansha Peak, Lin Chen rubbed his brows and finally sighed. He had no idea about the current situation.
The most troublesome thing about research is that there is no direction.
However, Lin Chen quickly corrected his mentality, packed up the alchemy furnace in front of him, and then walked out. Just when he came to the exit and was about to leave the room, he unexpectedly saw the short-haired disciple on duty arguing with a young monk.
This alchemy room is occupied.
The short-haired disciple replied lazily.
But doesn't this place appear empty?
Young monk Lu Qiqiang was obviously stunned. He has been eyeing this alchemy room for a long time. Not only is the fire energy sufficient, but the location is not opposite the fire outlet. The spiritual fire is relatively stable, easier to control, and easy to make alchemy. However, the price is a bit expensive, but in order to be promoted, he also considers it.
Not so much.
But unexpectedly, the disciple on duty said that someone had already occupied the alchemy room, which was obviously empty.
When I say there are people, there are people.
Why are you asking so many questions? The short-haired disciple said impatiently. If he registered, he would have to pay spirit stones, but how could he ask senior brother Lin to pay, so he simply didn't register. Anyway, the amount of earth fire was uncertain, and it was impossible for the senior management to check for a few spirit stones.
What about this one? Lu Qiqiang's heart sank and he pointed to the alternative in his mind. There are people too. Isn't this room empty too? This is reserved for other outstanding disciples. If I make an elixir for you and other senior brothers and sisters come over and need it, how should I explain it to you? Can't you be accommodating? Lu Qiqiang said in a pleading tone.
The short-haired disciple curled his lips and interrupted, I don't care about you.
Anyway, there are people. Don't ask so many questions. I will just say, do you want to make an order?
You. Lu Qiqiang was extremely angry for a moment, but soon he could only grit his teeth and swallow his grievances. After all, the situation is stronger than the person, and the control lies in the opponent's hands, so he can only accept it. So he looked at other better alchemy rooms, but unfortunately, they were either already occupied or booked.
If you didn't come earlier, who's to blame?
The short-haired disciple curled his lips.
Lu Qiqiang couldn't help gritting his teeth. It wasn't that he didn't want to come early.
Some time ago, he borrowed some spiritual stones in order to purchase spiritual materials, refine Huangya Dan, and become a first-level mid-level alchemist. But who would have expected that the alchemy task within the sect had inexplicably increased during this period, and the number of elixirs such as Bigu Pill, Rejuvenation Pill, and Qi Rejuvenation Pill had increased several times. His task was already heavy, but the inner alchemy disciples didn't want to do it, so they pushed all these tasks to him under the pretext of training him. The identity of the other party's inner disciple weighed him down, and he did not dare to refuse, so he had no choice but to agree, so he was busy so late.
Then book this room for me.
In desperation, he could only choose the room he often used.
Although it was a little worse, at least the environment was familiar.
A piece of spiritual stone. The short-haired disciple said. Okay, Lu Qiqiang took out a spiritual stone from the package he carried with him and handed it over.
Lu Qiqiang, right?
Room number, please help me check out that room. The sudden voice startled the two of them.
Who?
Lu Qiqiang quickly turned his head and saw a handsome young man with an outstanding temperament standing beside him at some point.
It turns out to be senior brother Lin.
The short-haired disciple who looked lazy just now seemed to be energetic in an instant, and said with enthusiasm on his face.
Senior brother is not satisfied with the alchemy room just now. I can change it to a better one.
The short-haired disciple's attitude of being arrogant and respectful made Lu Qiqiang wonder if the other party was a different person.
No, I've finished practicing. Thank you very much this time.
Lin Chen nodded slightly.
Senior brother, where are you from? Serving senior brother is our responsibility.
The short-haired disciple said seriously. Lin Chen smiled softly and turned around to leave, but paused again, looked at Lu Qiqiang who was standing there cautiously, and asked with some interest.
Your name is Lu Qiqiang?
Yes, sir, no, master, senior brother.
Lu Qiqiang was a little nervous.
Although the other party was very kind, the aura that pervaded his body was something that no one could match even if he had come into contact with many inner disciples.
It's a pretty interesting name. Lin Chen smiled, are you coming to make alchemy?
You know, it's already evening, and all the good alchemy rooms have been taken away. Of course, he was not referring to those that had been predetermined. Junior brother knows, Lu Qiqiang said bitterly, but the sect has been busy with heavy tasks these days, and I have refined a large amount of Bigu pills, so I have to postpone it until now.
Oh?
Lin Chen's eyes moved when he heard about the sect.
Tell me what happened.
Although it was unclear why senior brother Lin was interested in this, Lu Qiqiang still spoke honestly. It seems we really need to accumulate supplies. Lin Chen sighed slightly.
What do you really want? Lu Qiqiang was a little confused. It's nothing, just do your job well. Bigu pill is also very important.
It can supplement the physical needs of qi refining monks. You need more, Lin Chen responded casually, but he seemed to have thought of it.
What? I was suddenly stunned.
Bigu elixir, the essence of water and grain, supplements the needs of the human body's essence, energy and spirit. It uses the essence, energy and spirit as medicinal materials and the human body as the furnace to create a leak-free, golden elixir. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind, as if a white dove had landed on his mind, causing a bright light to flash through his somewhat chaotic mind.
Right. How come I almost forgot the inner alchemy technique? Lin Chen took a deep breath.
In this life, spiritual roots are needed to practice cultivation, but the inner alchemy technique in the previous life is different. It focuses on using the human body as a furnace and the essence as medicine to refine a flawless golden elixir. It does not require spiritual roots at all. In other words, this method can also be used by mortals to practice. And this world is composed of spiritual energy. Even if the spiritual energy of the human body is inert and cannot be transformed into all things, it can still give birth to things such as chi, blood, internal energy, etc. Compared with the ethereal existence of the previous life, the existence of spiritual energy and spirit in this life can be sensed. Yes, this means that inner alchemy is possible. Inner elixir is also the unity of essence, energy, and spirit. If you can study it, you might be able to draw parallels and understand my golden elixir path. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more excited he became, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Senior brother, are you okay? Lu Qiqiang couldn't help but feel a little uneasy when he saw that his words made this senior brother inexplicably stunned. Of course I'm fine. Lin Chen smiled and patted him on the shoulder. You're fine, you're pretty good. Then he turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Lu Qiqiang was a little confused, but before he could figure it out, Lin Chen's voice came to his ears. You want others to think favorably of you, and you want others to help you. It's useless to just grovel. You must learn to show your value to others, such as giving gifts, such as taking advantage of others. Lu Qiqiang couldn't help but be stunned when he heard these words, and watched Lin Chen go away in a daze. Do you know senior brother Lin? After Lin Chen walked away, the short-haired disciple asked curiously. Seeing the confused look on the short-haired disciple's face, Lu Qiqiang instantly understood. Only he could hear what he just said. Looking at the other party's eyes and recalling his previous encounters, he felt relieved and said, Yes, I was fortunate enough to receive the guidance of senior brother Lin, and we have some relationship with each other. Is that so? The short-haired disciple thought thoughtfully. He had already noticed the clothes of senior brother Lin's inner disciples, and coupled with the other party's potential in the outer sect competition, it was obvious that the other party's future was limitless. I am just a small person. Although I helped a small amount, it is impossible to be related to it. However, the guy in front of me has some relationship with senior brother Lin. Maybe I can. After thinking carefully, a bright smile appeared on his face. It just so happens that senior brother Lin has finished refining the elixir, and this room is free and can be rented to you. Thank you very much. I had an arrogant attitude just now, but now I have become so easy to talk to. Is this change just because of senior brother Lin's influence? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but Lu Qiqiang still cupped his hands, bowed, and then walked inside. On the way to the alchemy room, Lu Qiqiang's eyes flickered and his expression became firmer. He knows that the recognition of noble people may give him a chance to turn around, but whether he can use this to rise to the top depends on his own efforts. Inside the cave, Lin Chen sat in the study. Since he had his own cave, Lin Chen directly copied most of the information from the laboratory so that he could watch it at any time to trigger inspiration. In the study, books were neatly arranged, and the surroundings were full of human anatomy diagrams, human meridian diagrams, human acupoint diagrams and other human body diagrams, which were lifelike and real. Any one of them was leaked out, which was enough to cause a great shock in the mortal world. Even in the world of immortal cultivation, it was enough to greatly help those cultivators who had just embarked on the path of cultivation and could not figure out the location of the meridians and acupoints. Although Lin Chen was not a medical student in his previous life, he had traveled through time for so many years and had dissected hundreds of bodies, so he knew a little bit. After all, practice makes perfect, and as a traveler, he had to summarize something. Besides, in order to cultivate immortals, he learned a lot of knowledge about medicine, formations, materials, drugs, etc. in this world in his early years, and relied on the convenience of cultivators to catch many top martial arts in the mortal world. All of this was done to gain enough knowledge to better help him pursue the path of longevity. And now, these early experiences are also providing him with a lot of help in exploring the golden elixir. In this life, cultivators need to refine herbs or demon pills or materials from demon beasts with different properties, and then eat them to practice and breakthrough. The emphasis is on plundering everything in the world to nourish oneself, so as to complete the path of sublimation of the essence of life. Lin Chen tapped the table lightly, recalling the summary of this life and the knowledge of the previous life in his mind, and couldn't help thinking. The chi refining method in this life emphasizes plundering everything to serve oneself. But the inner alchemy of the previous life is different. It emphasizes that people themselves are a kind of living being and have great medicine. The The organs, essence, various systems, and even the emotions and thoughts of the human body can be regarded as a kind of medicine.
The pursuit is to rely on the changes of the human body to cultivate the great medicine of the human body. After the great medicine is replenished, the essence of the great medicine is directly transformed into the human body.
Then, people can use it whether they practice to break through the bottleneck or to improve their cultivation.
Theoretically, as long as there are enough great medicines, the essence will continue to grow without any restrictions.
At that time, whether it is cultivation or breakthrough, there will be no obstacles at all.
In Lin Chen's opinion, he really couldn't understand how the inner alchemy of his previous life used the human body as medicine.
Let's not talk about the problem of prion, nor about how the human body of flesh and blood can be controlled by thoughts to condense the ethereal essence, spirit into medicine. Just the statement that it continuously refines the essence, spirit of the human body into human medicine makes Lin Chen a little puzzled. Essence, spirit, but in his opinion, since it exists, the amount should also be limited. The inner alchemy only talks about how to cultivate great medicines, but not how to replenish them.
In this way, isn't it treating the human body as a perpetual motion machine, only producing, not replenishing? It should be the key or knowledge that I don't understand. Lin Chen thought about it, but couldn't get an answer.
After all, he didn't practice in his previous life, he just read it in the novel. How proficient can he expect? But from the perspective of concept, the inner alchemy is better than the ordinary martial arts in this world. The martial arts of the mortal world are similar to those of the immortal cultivators. They mainly cultivate the chi and blood in the body, the inner strength, so as to communicate the bridge between heaven and earth, advance to the innate, and condense the innate chi. And the inner alchemy emphasizes the use of the human body as a furnace, the essence, chi and spirit as medicinal materials, and refines a leak-free golden elixir, so as to achieve the unity of man and nature. The two are different in their paths. Obviously, the latter has the advantage, because it not only cultivates the three elements of essence, chi and spirit, but even achieves the unity of man and nature in the later stage. It has a bright future and is far beyond the comparison of these innate martial arts.
But the question now is, how to practice the inner alchemy?
I was just a college student in my previous life, not an encyclopedia.
How do I know how to practice this thing?
He was just an ordinary college student in his previous life, not a Taoist disciple. He only saw the inner alchemy in novels and knew some theories, but when it came to practice, he was confused.
Lin Chen thought hard for a long time and gradually came up with an idea.
I have read some theories in the immortal cultivation novels of my previous life. Perhaps I can try to combine them with the spiritual energy law I summarized in this life and make some changes. Although it may not be correct, at most I can create a few more topics and experiment with more materials.
I will always find a way out.
I am afraid that I don't even have a direction to think about. Soon, Lin Chen made up his mind and kept recalling the knowledge of his previous life in his mind. According to his understanding, the most critical thing in the inner alchemy is human medicine. Relying on the changes in the human body, condensing essence, chi, and spirit, cultivating human medicine, and after the medicine is cultivated, use the human body as a furnace, combine the time to smelt, and finally refine a leak-free golden pill. I'm not sure if this is the full content of Naiden, but if combined with the spiritual energy law I summarized in the world, it is feasible, because the spirit, energy and spirit really exist in this world, and can even appear in reality, so Naiden is possible. However, the human body's spirit, energy and spirit will be consumed, and it needs to be supplemented with water and food. Well, if you think so, then Naiden is not to synthesize basic materials such as the essence of water and food into advanced materials containing the human body's spirit, energy and spirit?
Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind.
He picked up the notebook in his hand and wrote down his thoughts stroke by stroke.
Steps of practicing Naiden. The first step is to refine oneself.
Whether it is martial arts or cultivation, the first step is to eliminate distracting thoughts and achieve tranquility during the practice, so that you can practice.
The second step is to build a foundation.
This step is to supplement nutrition, exercise the body, make up for the acquired deficiencies, lay a good foundation for the alchemy, and strengthen the healthy body at the same time, so that you can cultivate enough human medicine. The third step is to adjust the medicine.
This world is composed of spiritual energy.
There are also things such as blood and internal strength in the human body, which represent essence and chi respectively. Mix the two and then integrate them into the spirit of the cultivator to adjust the prototype of the human medicine.
The fourth step is to cultivate medicine.
Use the essence of water and grain to replenish the human body's essence, spirit, so as to cultivate the human medicine.
The fifth step is to collect medicine.
Collect human medicine, feed back to the flesh, and refine the spirit and materialize it.
The sixth step is to return the elixir. Melt the human body's essence, spirit to condense the leak-free golden elixir.
When writing this step, Lin Chen's hand suddenly paused. He had a basic idea of the process of refining human medicine, but how to melt the human body's spirit and condense the golden elixir was exactly what he wanted to figure out.
It's really troublesome. Lin Chen frowned. If you want to explore the mystery, you must practice the inner alchemy to the point of cultivating the human medicine.
But the problem is that it is just his guess, and he is not sure whether he can practice it.
You must go through the road ahead before you can explore the step of condensing the golden elixir, or continue to experiment?
As soon as this idea was born, Lin Chen gave it up.
The reason is very simple: the ability is not enough. This kind of practice requires initiative. Let's not talk about whether the practitioner cooperates or not. The problems encountered in it alone are not something that Lin Chen can completely solve.
You know, even if the inner alchemy he developed is related to the golden elixir, and even once it succeeds, it is a technique of forming an elixir. Although Lin Chen has been researching for 10 years, he only knows some principles on the road of cultivating immortals, but he does not know the specific operation process. If you want him to improve a technique to make it more suitable for himself according to his own situation, or create a simple method of cultivation based on some principles, he can still do it. But you want to create a different method of forming a pill from the beginning to the end, which is different from the orthodox method of Lingnan Xiuxian world.
He can't do it now.
So the best way is to spread it out, let countless people practice and step on thunder, and finally perfect it, but it can't be done in Lingnan Xiuxian land. Otherwise, if a golden elixir is really born and comes to me, I will be in big trouble. So it's better to spread it in the mortal world, integrate it with martial arts, and refine a martial arts golden elixir.
Even if it is out of control, with the strength of the immortal way and the unpredictable means, can't it suppress a newborn martial arts golden elixir? And this way of integrating inner alchemy with martial arts is also called inner alchemy martial arts? Integrating inner alchemy into mortal martial arts practice, and giving birth to a brand new path of cultivation, inner alchemy martial arts?
Lin Chen thought about it and felt more and more feasible. Using the human body as the cauldron, using ordinary things such as the subtle energy of water and grain as the basic materials, and combining it with the right time, right place, and right people, a higher level of energy can be melted, which is the human body's great medicine. Although this kind of energy may not be as good as spiritual energy in terms of quality, it is not known to be much higher in level than the qi, blood, internal energy and other things in the body of a mortal warrior, and it is enough to derive more changes in martial arts. Practitioners can directly condense human body medicine into martial arts golden elixir, or they can use it to feed back their own energy and spirit to go further. For example, it can be fed back into the physical body, causing its own blood to undergo transformation, so that the blood is like smoke and the energy is almost endless, or the energy and blood are held in elixirs, and the movement of hands and feet can exude huge power that is unrivaled by ordinary people. Or it can be combined with the internal energy to transform it into gang qi, so that the sword body has 3 inches of radiance and the sword becomes 4 inches of gang. When attacking, iron is as solid as mud. When defending, it is invulnerable, and within 10 steps, the enemy can be wiped out. Or you can feed your soul back, enter the path of restlessness and forgetfulness, control your body with your mind, reduce physical wear and tear, and prolong your life. Or you can strengthen your soul, create a spiritual illusion, enslave others, and control the world behind the scenes. Just the feedback of these 3 alone can produce all kinds of wonderful things, not to mention the combination of spirit and qi, or the path of essence and qi, etc.
Lin Chen felt indescribably excited just thinking about it.
The birth of inner alchemy martial arts can lead to endless changes in martial arts. The knowledge and wisdom contained in it are so important to Lin Chen.
What a valuable asset!
Not only that, I can also put in my conjectures about body training and mental cultivation techniques, as well as all kinds of miscellaneous research ideas, as well as experimental records that are stuck in the middle of the process, and let others study them for me. Lin Chen, quickly thinking of this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Lin Chen could incorporate part of the acquired skills, Dian Ling Meng Ju, into it, providing him with enough experimental examples to explore his soul. You can also integrate the 5 elements Hun Yuan method into the practice of qi in inner alchemy martial arts, and give different attributes to the transformed gang qi. Lin Chen's research on the method of cleansing the marrow can also be integrated into the practice of jing, providing more data for his research on the physical body in this world. If he studies these alone, he doesn't know how long it will take. how much time it will take, and how much energy it will take. But if you use the help of others to study, the process can be greatly shortened. And the research results of the inner alchemy martial arts, spread by all living beings, will also greatly benefit his research process on essence, energy and spirit, and speed up his cultivation speed. The power of an individual is limited. No matter how hard I research, I may not be able to come up with a result for hundreds of years, but if we use the power of the collective, we can accomplish the near impossible, use the wisdom of all living beings to complete our own conjectures and research, and thus open up a way forward? Thinking of this, Lin Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. He knew very well that with his current level of knowledge, it was almost impossible to create an inner alchemy martial arts path that was different from the world of immortality, even if it took hundreds of years to do so. He can point out a path based on his own theory and provide a general process, but there are countless details contained in it, and whether the road ahead is feasible is still a matter of two minds. Therefore, the only way is to spread this skill, let countless people practice it, make up for its shortcomings, and create a road to the sky, and then get it back. Individual wisdom is limited, but collective power is infinite. If the inner alchemy martial arts is spread and the wisdom of all sentient beings is gathered to practice and create, not only will it be very likely to succeed, but there will even be top geniuses who will take Lin Chen's unexpected path and give him a huge surprise. With the help of the wisdom of all living beings, he condenses the results of inner elixir martial arts, and finally harvests them to achieve his golden elixir path. Lin Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and kept analyzing the situation in front of him and making plans for the future. The vision is beautiful, but without a specific implementation process, it is like the moon in the water or the flower in the mirror. It is impossible after all. So if he wants to take this path, he must make plans and plans in advance. My inner alchemy seems normal. It is not only smooth and clear, but also has promising prospects. However, more than 70% of the content in it is conjecture, and is also mixed with various unverified skills. Although theoretically it makes sense, but it has not been tested at all. Even I, the instigator, dare not start practicing it, let alone others. Although there are fools in this world, not many people will take it lightly when it comes to their own cultivation techniques, let alone casually practice such techniques of unknown origin. Therefore, Lin Chen must conduct experiments in the next few days to solve some obvious major problems of the technique, at least to make it work on the surface. Secondly, I must pay attention to where this method is spread. It cannot be spread in the land of Lingnan, not even in the nearby mortal dynasties. If it is discovered by the monks and spreads, it will definitely be a big trouble. So, it's better to find a remote mortal dynasty. But how to convince the people in the mortal dynasty that this technique is feasible requires on-the-spot investigation. Finally, before that, just in case, Lin Chen had to advance to the foundation building stage before executing this plan, so as not to capsize in the gutter. After thinking clearly about the future direction, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Perhaps this path seems not as good as qi refining practice, but it is a path that everyone can practice, without any threshold. After all, the essence of water and grain must be absorbed by anyone who is alive, which also provides the basic energy for the practice of inner alchemy martial arts. If he can really complete the inner alchemy martial arts, it is equivalent to opening up a longevity path for mortals in this world that is different from qi refining practice. A path that everyone can take, and mortals can also seek immortality. After millions of years, if it can still be passed down, and even if there is a chance that countless outstanding geniuses will emerge and carry it forward, and become a path to heaven that is different from the path of cultivating immortals, then maybe at that time, he, Lin Chen, can also become the ancestor of one path. This feat of using all living beings as pawns to verify their own research hypotheses, and finally harvesting the wisdom of all living beings for their own use, and possibly even opening up a great road to the sky, is the style of these scientific cultivators. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. While Lin Chen is constantly practicing and perfecting the inner alchemy method, he is also conducting research and experiments on the body and the soul, that is, the soul. Regarding the soul, although he obtained a divine soul method, Dian Ling Meng Ju, after pondering it for 3 months, he was still not sure of its meaning. After all, one sentence is truly preached, but thousands of books are falsely preached. The true secrets of cultivation are passed down from generation to generation, so how can they be recorded on jade slips? Even if it is really recorded on it, if there is no one to point it out, it can be interpreted in several ways. No matter how you look at it, it is correct, but whether it is correct or not is another matter. So how did Zhang Hao start practicing? Is the protagonist Halo so awesome? No matter what the technique is, he can practice it correctly? Lin Chen rubbed his eyebrows, with some hesitation on his face. This technique focuses on cultivating the soul through dreams. He figured out how to fall into a dream and how to wake up. But as for the content after entering the dream, he had no way of knowing. The description of the experimental subject was unclear, and he couldn't use indirect observation to judge the dream situation, so he was stuck here. The best way is to take a look while dreaming. The hesitation on Lin Chen's face became even worse. In this exercise, the danger of dreams is emphasized. You may get lost if you are not careful, so falling into a dream is not a risk-free thing. But it's normal to think about it. After all, it involves the sublimation of the essence of life, so how can it be without risks? The reason why those orthodox techniques can be practiced to high levels is because the previous monks have waded through the thunder for them. I have gathered, Purple Mansion. Even if there is an accident, I am very sure that I will come back. I have to give it a try. Soon, Lin Chen made up his mind. Only when you can guarantee yourself, if you don't dare to try it because you are afraid of this or that, then don't ask for it. Thinking of this, Lin Chen got up and walked directly to a laboratory. In the laboratory, except for a large bed and 2 stoves with a faint fragrance, there was nothing else. It is recorded in the classics that dreams are a collection of the human body's consciousness. Only those with strong souls can form a more complete dream. Otherwise, it is just a fragment of a dream, which is not enough for cultivation. Lin Chen silently recited the contents of Dian Ling Meng Ju, and looked at the incense burners on both sides. One of them is his improved, soul-nourishing incense, which can replenish the soul power he consumes in creating dreams. The other one is the dream fragrance, recorded in the technique, which helps in the formation of dreams. In that case, let's start. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, igniting the incense on both sides, and soon fell asleep in the diffuse fragrance. Qingyun Mountains, Qingyun Lower Courtyard. Qingyun Lower Court is one of the branches of Qingyun sect. It is responsible for recruiting and training the younger generation of disciples. Every 10 years, it can recommend one person to join the main lineage and become a glorious outer disciple. When they go to the outside world, even if they are the head of a small country, you can also sit on equal footing. At this moment, in front of a courtyard on a mountain peak of the Qingyun sect, several disciples in Xingyi surrounded a young man, shouting loudly with a joking tone and an evil look on their faces. A mere loser, if he hadn't saved the life of a deacon of the House of Commons by chance, what qualifications would he have to join us? Such a loser should have been kicked out of the House of Commons long ago. It's not just because I'm kinda Deacon Wang. Looking at my family, I have never seen such a shameless person. This kind of person still wants to cultivate immortality. Bah! Lin Chen, let's see if you are still very energetic. You have done all our chores today by yourself. One of the young men in green clothes walked out, walking calmly, with a cool demeanor and a vague aura of nobility on his body. Did you hear clearly what I said? Seeing Lin Chen stunned in place, daring not to listen to his words, the young man in green didn't need to look annoyed. Bold! How dare you not listen to what I say? Beat him! After hearing this, several losers pounced on him one after another. Hey, you asked me to teach you a lesson today. The person rushing at the front was a fat man with a ferocious face. Their family spent a lot of money to get it up, but this mud-legged guy got in easily. How could he not be jealous? You bastards should just stay here in the quagmire. Why do you want to climb up and steal my immortality? Go to hell! Before he could finish his words, he staggered because he didn't know what to do. At that moment, one of his feet fell directly into the soil. Earth trap technique. What? Before he could react, a bright sword flashed before his eyes. In just a few moments, several heads flew out. What? The face of the young man in green on the side changed. Just as he was about to react, he suddenly met Lin Chen's eyes. At this moment, the young man in front of him who he thought was a coward suddenly seemed to have turned into a tiger that was eager to devour others. Its terrifying deterrent force made him unable to move at all. There was a look of fear on his face, but he saw the figure flash, a bright red bloodline appeared on his neck, and then a large amount of blood flowed out. Bang! Bang! The head and body separated one after another and fell to the ground. Is this a dream? After dealing with what was in front of him, Lin Chen was able to look around. He now understands that this entire world is his dream. However, what surprised him was that it was quite a difficult problem for a person to go from being confused in all the 5 aggregates to waking up and realizing that he was dreaming while in a dream. Because not everyone can immediately realize that they are dreaming when they are dreaming. If you get intoxicated, you may become completely lost or become insane. But this level was not easy for Lin Chen to pass, but it didn't appear at all.
Is the soul special? Lin Chen suddenly remembered the dimensionality reduction before traveling.
However, he did not delve into it, but quickly focused on his surroundings. He looked at the people lying on the ground and found that they all had faces he knew in real life. Lin Chen recalled the knowledge in the dream again. She refining from the first level to the 9th level, divided into front, middle and back perfection, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, even the ones after that, coupled with this useless start. Interesting, does this dream refer to reality and my original understanding of cultivating immortals? Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. Since everything is a dream, then all the pain and even the vitals are naturally false. As long as I am willing to exist, I can exist. Theoretically, I am the master of the entire dream. Lin Chen first tried to change himself and restore himself, or directly improve his cultivation to the stage of transcending tribulation. As soon as he thought about it, nothing happened. His idea of directly cheating and changing himself into an immortal failed shamefully.
It seems that I haven't mastered the dream yet. But if I do, can I bring others in? Using my dream as the center, and other people logging in and communicating in it, wouldn't it be equivalent to the internet in the previous life?
If I make this dream real enough and completely confuse the people who come in, so that they can't distinguish the real boundary between the dream and reality, then everything they think is my creation. If I can do that, at that point, does it count as a dimensionality reduction attack at the information level? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind, and the special nature of the dream led him to countless conjectures. If he can successfully master others, he can copy some technologies from his previous life to his previous life, and even create a virtual world based on this. If coupled with the ability of spiritual energy to transform all things, it might be possible to create a real world by transforming virtuality into reality. Just seeing this dream, I have countless thoughts and countless possibilities. But what did the creator of Dian Lingming Ju think? Control the dream, and then create a huge millstone to grind the soul back and forth to practice cultivation. How did you come up with such a stupid idea? In my opinion, it's just as outrageous as using a rocket launcher to kill people, huh? Lin Chen was sighing with emotion when he suddenly paused and looked around at number 4 middle school. The sky suddenly darkened, the surrounding scenery became illusory, and then the whole world began to become transparent little by little. Is this? The power of the soul cannot support this huge dream? Alas, it seems that the cultivation level is still too low. When the dream was completely shattered, Lin Chen was in nothingness and sighed quietly. Who wakes up first from the big dream? I know it myself. In the laboratory, Lin Chen woke up slowly, looked around, and sighed softly. My strength is still too low. Many ideas and research cannot be carried out at all. The study of dreams is a very good direction, but unfortunately, the cultivation is not enough, so it can only be put on hold temporarily. However, although the study of dreams has been hindered, the body refining method has made a breakthrough. I didn't expect that the blood poisoning technique I harvested last time would actually allow me to make a breakthrough in the study of body refining methods. Lin Chen stood up while thinking, walked out of the study, and came to a laboratory. The laboratory was extremely dim, without a single light, and only the restrictions on the wall were emitting a faint light. 3 huge culture tanks were placed in the entire experiment, with pieces of spiritual stones inlaid on the bottom of the tanks, and the tanks were filled with liquids with bright red in the upper half and dark red in the lower half. What's unique is that the bright red liquid in the culture tanks seemed to be creeping in the dim environment. Lin Chen walked in and activated the formation to observe the situation in the tank. The content of spiritual blood in the culture tank where the number 1 experimental subject is located is 37.2%, the number 2 experimental subject is 37.4%, and the number 3 experimental subject is 36.9%. The spiritual blood that has been born has no difference from the blood essence in the body of the cultivator in terms of component analysis, and has been injected. No adverse conditions have occurred within 30 days. Under the observation of the formation, Lin Chen obtained a set of data, and combined with the information from the previous experiment, he nodded. It seems that the cultivated blood goo has reached the requirements. The next step is to improve its spiritual blood conversion rate and conduct implantation observation experiments. Although he obtained the Blood Source Marrow Refining Sutra, and improved his research on body refining techniques, Lin Chen still found that even if he had spiritual perception, the probability of successful marrow washing was still less than 70%. If it is a struggle with a 70% chance of success and the benefits outweigh the risks, he will give it a try. After all, he has always had several retreat plans.
Even if he fails, he has a way out. But the body refining and marrow washing are different. Once it fails, the whole body will be paralyzed at best, and the person will die directly at worst, without any way out. In Lin Chen's view, let alone a probability of less than 70%, even if it is 99%, what is the difference between that and committing suicide? It turns out that it doesn't work to directly transform the bone marrow, so change your mind. Lin Chen's eyes flashed. His ideas have always been very flexible. If this road doesn't work for a while, he won't continue to stick to it, but directly change his mind. His original idea was to transform the bone marrow, give birth to spiritual blood, strengthen the organs of the whole body, and complete the evolution of the human body. Since it doesn't work to transform the bone marrow, why not skip this step, directly give birth to spiritual blood, strengthen the organs of the whole body, complete the evolution of the human body, and then the evolution of the human body forces the bone marrow to evolve itself. Just like changing the environment, thereby forcing organisms to change in order to adapt to the environment. I let the human body evolve first, and then let the bone marrow evolve autonomously to adapt to the environment in the blood. This is the safest way and the most likely to succeed. Maybe someone will say, what if the evolution fails? Lin Chen can only remain silent about this. This world is similar to the previous life in macroscopic terms. Although there is a microscopic variable called spiritual energy, the structure of the human body is not much different from the previous life. In the human body, the bone marrow is not just one, but a group of cells. Even if one, several, or even hundreds of bone marrow cells fail, as long as there is a successful one, it can survive, continue to multiply, and finally complete the body refining and marrow washing. This process is like the survival of the fittest. As for failure? Lin Chen really doesn't believe that among the more than 700 billion bone marrow cells, none can succeed. So the question is, how to make the human body produce spiritual blood continuously without transforming the bone marrow? Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but look at the liquid in the culture tank. No, to be precise, this is not liquid, but a group of extremely tiny, densely packed goo worms. When studying the blood goo technique, Lin Chen came up with an idea. The blood goo can actually suck the blood of the monks continuously, thereby releasing toxic substances and killing them. Then can we artificially transform a goo worm that can absorb the true qi and blood of the cultivators, and finally give birth to spiritual blood that is full of life energy like the cultivator's blood? At that time, the goo worm is no longer a pest, but a blood goo that coexists with the human body. With an idea, Lin Chen naturally started the experiment. Although it is not a simple matter to forcibly transform a goo worm as expected, Lin Chen is willing to spend the spiritual stones. In his opinion, there is nothing that cannot be done by spiritual stones in this world of cultivation. If there is, it is that there are not enough spiritual stones. So the tens of thousands of spiritual stones harvested last time, Lin Chen threw them in like skipping stones, without even frowning, and without the slightest hesitation. With such a large investment in other aspects, he might hesitate and feel distressed, but when it comes to research experiments, he has never been stingy. Money is important in his path, but he cannot be bound by it. When it is time to spend, he must have the courage to spend all his money. After all, in this world, being strong is the only foundation. Whether it was the elixir for cultivating the poisonous insects, the formation for promoting their growth, the experience in transforming the poisonous insects, etc., all were bought by Lin Chen with spirit stones. In such a situation where the spirit stone was burning, great progress was achieved. In just 3 months, after the death of hundreds of generations of goo insects, Lin Chen finally cultivated the blood goo he wanted. And what I didn't expect was that during the past few months of cultivation, an unexpected but extremely helpful blood goo would appear. As if he thought of something, Lin Chen showed a look of interest on his face. During the process of targeted cultivation, he accidentally cultivated a unique blood voodoo. It can absorb various substances needed by the human body and produce substances similar to blood. It is equivalent to the heart in function and can provide vitality to the dead body. And what's interesting is that he can remotely control the corpse by refining the blood goo. If we continue to improve, maybe we can clone the human body like in the previous life. By then, if there is any danger, I can directly remotely control the clone to do it. Not only that, Lin Chen thought a lot in an instant, and wrote down these inspirations in a notebook beside him, and then looked at the blood poison in the culture jar in front of him. As long as I artificially select individuals with excellent traits and continue to cultivate them, the spiritual blood conversion rate will naturally increase. However, at the same time, human transplantation experiments must be conducted to determine whether there are any future consequences. Lin Shen took out part of the blood poison, went to another laboratory, and started the transplant experiment.
Although after the last experimental accident, Lin Shen thought carefully and still did not remove the limbs of the experimental subject. After all, there are meridians in the limbs, and if they are removed, it will affect the experiment. However, just in case, Lin Shen destroyed all the nerves in his body and removed them, and buried detonating talismans in his heart and behind his head. If something went wrong, he would destroy it immediately. In this way, the days passed quickly in a fulfilling experiment, until 2 months later, others had to step out. The reason is simple: there are almost no spiritual stones left.
Well, it seems that I have to find a way to make money again.
Lin Shen sighed lightly, but then a smile appeared on his face. But it just so happens that I have the strength now to start selling books, monopolizing the market, and creating platform. Having said this, Lin Shen looked at the stack of books placed aside.
The top one had a few big words written on it.
Sister, please respect yourself. The setting sun rolls up the embroidered curtains, and the water under the pavilion reaches the sky.
I know that you have made a new work for me, and the windows are wet with green and red.
I remember that in the Pingshan Hall, I pillowed on the misty rain in the south of the Yangtze River, and the Lone Star disappeared. I recognized the drunken old man's words, and the mountain scenery was mixed. The setting sun, the green mountains, the lonely pavilion. Lin Shen stood with his hands behind his hands, watching the river below the pavilion connecting with the blue sky, the setting sun in the distance reflecting the pavilion, the mountains looming in the sunset, the beautiful scenery vast and vast. He couldn't help but feel something, and whispered softly,
"Good poem, good poem."
I didn't expect my junior brother to be so talented in literature. There was a burst of applause from the side, and not far from the pavilion, Su Mengyun was walking towards him with a smile.
"Senior sister, I've received the award."
This sentence was not written by me, but by a poet from my hometown. Lin Shen turned around and smiled slightly. With a person of such literary talent and a romantic figure like Junior Brother's hometown is really a place of outstanding people. Su Mengyun blinked her eyes like autumn water and said in appreciation, "Of course." Lin Shen smiled slightly and looked into the distance, but his voice was a little low. "I just don't know when I can go back."
"What?" Lin Shen's voice behind him was too low, and Su Mengyun couldn't hear it clearly. "It's nothing, senior sister, let's talk about business."
Lin Shen quickly came back to his senses and said seriously,
"Business? What business?"
Su Mengyun turned her beautiful eyes and said jokingly, "We are in the same room at dusk.
I wonder what business brother and senior sister want to talk about. Of course it's a good thing,"
Lin Shen said openly.
"Oh?" Su Mengyun looked at Lin Shen with interest.
"Senior sister, please take a look at this." Lin Shen's face remained calm as he took out 2 stacks of books from his storage bag and handed them over.
Su Mengyun took a closer look and saw a stack of books handed over.
The cover of the top one had a few big words written on it, "Sister, please respect yourself."
Su Mengyun looked confused, hesitated for a moment, and then opened it and took a look.
Aha! Opening the cover, there was a picture on the first page.
The first impression it gave Su Mengyun was?
Su Mengyun glanced down at herself subconsciously, and then looked at Lin Shen strangely. With the idea of not seeing the whole story and not expressing opinions easily, Su Mengyun continued to read and found that the following contained text mixed with pictures. "Senior sister invited me to go to the cave, and because of her identity, I had no choice but to agree." Unexpectedly, when he opened the door and entered the courtyard, he saw a mist, which was so unreal. "Just when I was wondering, to my surprise, my senior sister attacked me brazenly from the dark.
Without warning, I fell into a trap.
The attack was so dangerous that I had no choice but to fight."
Note, there are pictures in the truth. While she was reading, Lin Shen took out a tea set, made 2 cups of spiritual tea, took a sip, looked at Su Mengyun who was getting dull, and said with a smile, "What do you think, senior sister?"
Su Mengyun suddenly fell silent. She believed that she was born into a merchant family in the mortal world. Her family was extremely wealthy and she had met many people since she was a child. Not to mention that she had experienced many things after entering the immortal sect. But the current scene was completely beyond her understanding. "The boy I like gave me a book of this type, and what did I think of it? What should she say? Is the one in the book not as good as her own? Junior brother, you are really a sweetheart, and you are quite good at it." Su Mengyun hesitated for a while before saying hesitantly, "So how much does senior sister think this book is worth?" Lin Shen didn't notice the weirdness in her tone and continued to ask.
"Ha?" Su Mengyun reacted quickly. It turns out that junior brother wants to sell books?
I thought he was hinting at something, but it turns out, this thought flashed through Su Mengyun's mind, but she quickly came back to her senses.
Junior brother, do you want me to sell these books to earn spiritual stones?
It's not just about selling books, it's about selling these books in large quantities to form a brand, and at the same time, it suppresses the monks who sell similar books in the sect and dominates the market.
Lin Chen said lightly. But what if someone copies it? Su Mengyun asked. I believe that senior sister can handle this with her ability, right? If it doesn't work, just let the person who made the copy disappear unexpectedly.
Lin Chen said with a smile. This, Su Mengyun was stunned for a moment, and then said after a while, even if piracy can be eradicated, as far as I know, it is not easy to squeeze out others and dominate the market. Don't worry, senior sister. Lin Chen picked up a book with a smile on his face. Go ahead and sell it, I have the confidence.
Oh? Why is junior brother so confident?
Compared with the previous cramps and weirdness, Su Mengyun adjusted her mentality at this moment and did not read the book on the table.
Instead, she relaxed and asked curiously.
After all, after so many years of experience, she is no longer the kind of lady who is shy about teasing. Although Lin Chen did shock her when he gave her such a book before, she quickly recovered. The mainstream of the market now are those obscure ancient Chinese books, such as The Shadow of Flowers Behind the Curtain, Spring in the Jade House and so on, Lin Chen said lightly. In order to analyze the market, he read all these books. I have to admit that although these books are not easy to understand, the meanings in them are easy to arouse people's imagination. In the eyes of different cultivators, they can satisfy their imaginations to different degrees, but there is a fatal shortcoming, which is that they are not straightforward enough.
Lin Chen bent his index finger and knocked on the table.
Since you said before that the advantage of this type of book is that it arouses people's imagination, why do you say that its disadvantage is that it is not straightforward enough? Su Mengyun frowned and caught the contradiction in Lin Chen's words.
Imagination requires time and brain power.
If it is for cultivators with a lot of free time, of course it's nothing.
But for the lower-level cultivators, a day's chores have exhausted them. At night, they want to find something to relax. Do you think they will have the leisure to read things that require understanding and imagination?
Junior brother means that your books are straightforward and can meet the, well, spiritual needs of those lower-level cultivators to a great extent.
That's right. Lin Chen nodded. But will this work, junior brother?
Your book is too direct, and it also comes with various portraits.
This is too, Su Mengyun hesitated.
She thought she was not the kind of person with a perverted mind, but she couldn't accept it.
The language is straightforward, but there is a picture every few pages. This is too much. Why not? The language is straightforward and does not require thinking.
The pictures can satisfy the desires and make the readers happy to the greatest extent.
Why not? Lin Chen asked back.
But, senior sister, why do you think this kind of book has such a market in the sect?
Lin Chen interrupted. There are Ichuan Courtyard in Fanglinfang and the Zhongweifang market.
You need dozens or hundreds of spirit stones for one consumption, and the harvest of several months is gone.
I don't have enough spirit stones, no private cave, no cultivation resources, no female cultivators to follow, so I can only be lonely all day long.
On the one hand, the consumption is high, and on the other hand, no one follows. Mortal cultivators don't accept it, but most people need to vent their desires when facing pressure, so there is a market for this
kind of book. And my book can satisfy everyone's desires and satisfy everyone's excitement. To put it simply, it's cool.
In the book, those sisters who were not approachable in the past practiced dual cultivation with me, and those who bullied me by taking advantage of their power, the villain who betrayed me kneels down in front of me as a servant, and I can easily earn spiritual stones, break through cultivation, and become the supreme.
Drunk on the lap of a beauty, wake up as an immortal.
All these unattainable desires in the real world can be imagined and satisfied in the novel world I provide.
In addition to the oppression brought by the hard life in reality, do you think my book is competitive?
Su Mengyun was silent, and after a long time, she sighed. Junior brother, you are right. Then junior brother, do you want to squeeze out other sellers with these books, become the only one, and thus monopolize the market? Su Mengyun continued to ask, and her eyes gradually brightened. This kind of book is not a necessity, but just to meet the spiritual needs of most people. In addition, it is a bit difficult for most cultivators to talk about it, and the market formed is relatively small and hidden, so there are not many foundation-building elders in the upper level competing for benefits. If for the sect as a whole, the benefits are not as big as elixirs, spiritual tools, etc., but if it is placed on an individual or a few people,
These benefits are enough to support their cultivation in the foundation building period. There are tens of thousands of disciples in the sect. Even if each disciple only buys one book a year and spends only one spirit stone, it is still tens of thousands of spirit stones, not to mention far more than that. No, senior sister, I don't want to be the only seller, but I want to be a platform controller. Lin Shen shook his head gently and said with a smile. There is no other way, I can only take this way to publish it. I am really sorry for disturbing everyone's reading experience. Platform? Su Mengyun immediately noticed this word, and frowned slightly. What does this mean? It means that I am not a seller or a buyer, but I want to be a middleman between the two. Lin Chen explained. Just be a book carrier? Su Mengyun thought carefully for a while, and was a little confused. What's the benefit of this? The benefit is huge. We can get the most spiritual stones with the least labor. Lin Chen tapped the table and smiled. How is this possible? Su Mengyun was a little surprised. Her family taught her to operate with integrity since she was a child, and emphasized that the same goods should get a share of the profit. This is the first time she has heard of this statement. For example, senior sister, do you know the price of the purple cloud pill that the sect recycles from the alchemy disciples? Lin Chen did not answer her directly, but asked back. The purple cloud pill is a pill that is often used by the late stage of qi refining, Cyclone Realm, to improve their cultivation. One pill costs 2 spiritual stones. Su Mengyun recalled for a while and immediately gave an answer. As a secret dealer of the sect, and since elixirs are closely related to cultivators, she naturally pays more attention to this aspect. How much is a bottle of purple cloud pill on the sect's exchange list? How many pills are there? Lin Chen continued to ask. A bottle costs 30 spirit stones, a total of 6 pills. If converted like this, it is 1 pill. Wait, you mean? Su Mengyun's eyes widened instantly. She understood what Lin Chen meant. Be a transporter of goods between buyers and sellers, so as to eat both ends in this process. Lin Chen did not want to be a seller, because he did not want to spend too much energy on this, so he became a middleman, eating both ends, doing the least and getting the most. But will the seller agree to this? After all, this will harm their interests. Su Mengyun asked. Do they dare to disagree? Lin Chen said with a smile, but his voice was cold. At that time, the entire market was monopolized by us. Whether this book can be redeemed or not was up to us. If there were any objections, we would suppress them directly. Even if some sellers are a little famous, can those monks who buy his books fight with us for these books? Of course, if they unite, we will divide them up and give some benefits to the top, so that they can help us in return, right? And sister, don't think that we eat both ends, but we have formed a platform, control the entire market, expand our influence, and can bring more spiritual stones to the monks who write books. From this point of view, although we do less, the benefits brought to the sellers are not small. Su Mengyun was silent, calculated in her mind, and then looked up at Lin Chen and sighed. Junior brother, you are quite suitable to be a businessman. Ha, I'm just talking about it on paper. If I really want to do it, I still have to see it from my sister. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, and continued. And we can also sink the market, find more buyers, and earn more spiritual stones. Market sinking, what does this mean? Su Mengyun frowned slightly. The meaning is very simple, that is, to expand the books sold to the entire Qingyun sect area, and establish submarkets in major markets. The life of casual cultivators licking blood on the tip of the knife needs to vent, and the cultivators of small forces need to relax in the face of the pressure of competition. These are all potential customers. Qingyun sect is vast, and there are countless cultivators. Even if 1/10, no, even if 1% of the cultivators are tempted to buy, how many spiritual stones will it bring us? And we will have to transform in the later stage. Transformation? Su Mengyun didn't have time to digest what Lin Chen said, and a new word popped up. Without time to think, she asked. When you read more and experience more, you will gradually get used to it. At that time, when the spiritual needs caused by physical desires can no longer be satisfied in the books we provide, you will need more advanced spiritual food. What is that? Su Mengyun asked subconsciously. That is longevity and freedom, which is the purpose of our cultivation. Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the distant sky. Humans are just short-lived species. For the world, they are just born and die in a dream, so they yearn for longevity that can coexist with the world and shine with the sun and the moon. But in life, not everyone has a lot of wealth and countless spiritual stones. Naturally, they have to face all kinds of constraints and reality, cannot be free, and oppress their own will,
so they yearn for freedom without any constraints. With desire, there will naturally be demand. With demand, there will naturally be a market, so we can create this type of book. Then from now on, the Book of Fengyue will correspond to the lower-level cultivators, and the Book of Longevity and Freedom will satisfy those foundation-building cultivators who seek longevity and have no hope of golden elixir. We can even publish some books with cultivation knowledge and dry goods to sell to those determined seekers. In this way, cultivators with different needs correspond to different types of books, and they can eat up the upper, middle, and lower levels.
How many spiritual stones will there be? Lin Chen asked with a smile.
Lin Shen's words made Su Mengyun subconsciously calculate. There are tens of thousands of cultivators in the sect, and if there are tens of thousands more outside the sect, even if there are only more than 100,000 cultivators, plus the consumption of the foundation-building cultivators, even if each of them only earns a few spirit stones a year, then, that is hundreds of thousands of spirit stones.
Hundreds of thousands?
If these spirit stones are piled up, they can probably form a small mountain.
Let alone owning them, Su Mengyun has never even seen one.
Not only that, we can also sell a book in parts, divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 volumes, and sell them in batches. Of course, we have to export enough books to the market, so we need enough writers. We can appropriately tilt some spiritual stones to certain disciples, let them continue to improve their cultivation, and create a situation where low-level disciples can be promoted to the foundation-building stage because of writing books, so as to attract many people to join us. Of course, this can only be arranged after we are promoted to the foundation-building stage. Well, the purpose of cultivating the 100 Arts of Immortals is to earn enough spiritual stones to be promoted. If so, then am I opening another way for the 100 Arts of Immortals to write books? At this point, Lin Chen couldn't help but become interested. The purpose of cultivating the 100 Arts of Immortals is to earn enough spiritual stones to serve oneself, but there is no regulation on what form it must take. In other words, if writing books can earn spiritual stones, I don't know how many cultivators will invest in it. Perhaps thousands of years later, it will become one of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, and then there may be cultivators who say, I became a Taoist by writing books. But, will the benefits brought by this cause greed among others? Although Su Mengyun was confused by what Lin Chen said, she did not forget the most critical benefits. It is not so easy to form a platform. It will take at least several years, or even 10 years. By that time, I will have built my foundation. In addition, the interest group formed by the book-writing cultivators supported by this market is enough to compete with other cultivators. Lin Chen sipped the spiritual tea gently. As for the Jindan ancestors? They don't care about this little benefit. Maybe they will give us preferential treatment because of the effect of these books. Lin Chen put down the teacup and said meaningfully. Then, he changed the subject and said, since we have already looked forward to the vision of the future, shouldn't we talk about something more realistic, such as how to do it and how to divide it? When it comes to dividing the spirit stones, Su Mengyun finally wakes up. Lin Chen said a lot before, but she didn't understand it at all, so she could only nod in agreement. Now when it comes to dividing the money, she finally returns to her familiar field. How do you plan to divide the work? How to divide the spirit stones? Sister, what are you talking about? Talking about spirit stones is so alien. We should work together and harvest together. Lin Chen said in surprise. Don't fool around with me, you little guy, you talk one thing after another. I'm really afraid that I will be sold out by you and have to count the money for you. Su Mengyun rolled her eyes. Although Su Mengyun didn't understand what he said just now, she also understood that Lin Chen also had means in business, so she had to be on guard. The feelings between us are one thing, but money is another. The two cannot be confused. My heart is towards the moon, but the moon is towards the ditch. Lin Chen sighed with a bitter look on his face. I don't want to do business with my senior sister, but I want to invest in her. Investment? Su Mengyun was confused. I published the book, provided labor, and seized the market, so that my senior sister could be the host, and finally the profit was 70% for me and 30% for you. Wait. I'm the host, how come I get 30% for you? Su Mengyun quickly grasped this point. I do the work, I publish the book, not to mention the publicity, operation, and advertising, Lin Chen said confidently. Stop. There were another bunch of words that Su Mengyun couldn't help but feel a headache. Don't say that anymore, 60% to 40%. I'll get 60% and you get 40%? It's not impossible to consider, I'll get 60% and you get 40%, impossible. After a dispute, the two finally had a painful look on Su Mingyun's face, and took out a precious spiritual contract from the storage bag and signed a 50% to 50% spiritual stone contract. Senior sister, take care. Lin Chen waved and sent Su Mingyun away, then sat on a chair, raised a cup of spiritual tea, and took a sip. I am good at talking about it on paper, but I may not be able to do it when I really do it. Lin Chen looked at the distant sky with a dim look in his eyes. Creating a platform and taking advantage of both parties, how much benefit will be gained? Lin Chen is not unaware. If there is a choice, he also wants to take it all. But the reason why he pulled Su Mingyun in was not because of how good their relationship was, but because he himself really didn't have the ability. It's true that he traveled through time, but it doesn't mean that he knows everything. It's just that he has some different thinking and insights from this world, and it's impossible to be proficient in everything. Don't look at what he said just now. But when he really gets started, he's probably confused. After all, Lin Chen was just an ordinary college student in his previous life. Maybe he read too much on the internet and can summarize some knowledge, but if he really wants to do business, he is a layman. You know, in business, ideas are one thing, but whether you can do it is another. An idea is just a beautiful vision. To succeed, you need startup capital, connections, reputation, subordinates, buyers who trust you, and so on, but these cannot be accumulated overnight. If he had a lifespan of several hundred years, he would not mind accumulating slowly while doing research, but he only has a lifespan of about 100 years, and he has various researches to do, and he has to be promoted. Time is tight, and he can't be distracted. So the best way is to find a business-savvy partner, let her do it, and let you get a share. And this partner must have a certain power and influence in the sect. But she cannot be stronger than Lin Chen, otherwise she cannot be controlled, and she cannot be too involved with other forces, otherwise she will be restricted by the upper level. So in summary, Su Mingyun is the best candidate for the entire sect. Coincidentally, Lin Chen happens to know her, and they have a good relationship with each other. They have the most basic trust and can naturally cooperate. But what's interesting is that the beginning of their relationship was that Su Mingyun ran into Lin Chen taking a bath in the stream, and they have been in contact since then. But Lin Chen has always been a very cautious person. If he is not sure about his safety, he will not relax his vigilance around him. How could he take a bath naked in the stream and be accidentally met by her? So life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Thinking of this, Lin Chen smiled slightly, looked at the sunset sinking in the distant sky, and drank the spiritual tea in his hand. He stood up and was about to leave, but suddenly froze and took out the communication talisman from his hand. After seeing the information clearly, Lin Chen was silent for a long time and said softly, "It seems that it's time to solve the Lin family's affairs." On the other side, Su Mingyun, who was returning to the cave, felt more and more that something was wrong. Because when they were dividing the profits just now, although Lin Chen had been arguing with him, she always felt that it was a bit too easy. His junior brother is not a good person, can he be so easy to talk to? Su Mingyun took out the spiritual contract and carefully observed the contract on it. He helped me with publicity, operation, advertising, and publishing books. Although I don't know what this means, I feel that he did a lot. It seems that there is no problem, but why do I always feel that something is weird? Junior brother, Su Mingyun closed her eyes and carefully recalled the information about Lin Chen. Lin Chen always likes to be alone, in the outer sect competition. Wait, alone? Su Mingyun instantly realized that something was wrong. Lin Chen didn't have enough capital, no connections, and no reputation in the market. He said he was helping, but how much effect could one person have? In the end, it was still up to the boss to do it. He only needed to publish a book. No, in the end, he didn't even have to publish the book and let other monks write it. He was responsible for the platform and did the hard work, and he only had to wait for the share. So in the end, his only role was to lie down and share the money? Finally, the review was done, and the chapters can be adjusted back. I'm really sorry. 3 days later, in the cave, Lin Chen looked at some items in front of him and fell into deep thought. These are the relics of Lin Chen's parents in this life. He did not reincarnate like the soul in the novel of his previous life, but was reborn and awakened his wisdom in his previous life at the age of 10. So the parents of this life, more or less, occupy a large position in Lin Chen's heart. After all, people are not plants, who can be heartless? For 10 years, even if you accompany a dog, you can have a deep friendship, not to mention the person who raised him. Parents died for the family, this is the way in their hearts. I won't say anything to me, but it is impossible for me to pay for the Lin family for free. Lin Chen's eyes moved.
Lin Chen followed the principle of revenge and gratitude. The culprit who harmed his parents has been sent to the experimental table by him, and the grudge has been settled. As for the family, he was born and raised by his parents, and the resources for cultivation were also fought for by his parents, so he really couldn't say that he had much gratitude towards the family. Besides, even if there was, the family property he left behind was enough to repay it. So Lin Chen would not and could not really risk his life for the Lin family. But for the sake of my parents, if there are reasonable people in the Lin family who don't endanger their own safety, I will help them. If they are all idiots, I will inherit the family legacy and carry forward the Lin family. Lin Chen sighed softly and decided. Then, he sat quietly in the same place, as if waiting for someone. Not long after, the communication talisman suddenly sent a wave of fluctuations. I didn't expect it to be this guy. Lin Chen looked at the communication talisman with a solemn look. He never thought that the person who came to invite him this time was actually this guy. In the Qingyun sect's outer sect competition, he ranked second, and the first place was this guy. Of course, what Lin Chen cares about is not his strength, but his experience. When he was young, he was found to have wood spiritual roots, which shocked the whole clan. Even the Jindan ancestor of Qingyun sect came out in person and accepted him as a disciple. Even the family power of Qingyun sect promised him a female cultivator with dual spiritual roots of water and wood, and signed a Taoist partner agreement. And he lived up to everyone's expectations, breaking through the realms one after another, and even at the age of 18, he had completed the practice of qi refining and was about to impact the foundation. With the blessing of the natural spiritual roots, plus the 2 foundation pills given by the Jindan ancestor, no one thought that he would fail in the foundation. Once he succeeded, he would become the youngest foundation cultivator in the history of Qingyun sect. But what no one expected was that he not only failed, but also the true qi that he had cultivated for several years dissipated, falling to the early stage of qi refining. Even the foundation was damaged, and it was difficult to improve the cultivation. From the original genius, he fell into waste overnight. Then Jindan Jinren took back his status as his disciple, and even the family forces cancelled the engagement with him. After all, both status and marriage can bring real resources, and any smart person would not give them to a waste. If he had remained silent, it would not be a big deal. Although the death of geniuses is rare, it is not unheard of for all cultivators. But what was unexpected was that after being silent for several years, the other party suddenly emerged in the Qingyun sect competition. Not only did he recover his cultivation, but he also mastered a precious spiritual fire, and his combat power was the best among the same level. Almost all the cultivators who knew about this were very surprised, and Lin Chen almost spit out a mouthful of spiritual tea after learning about it. A young genius, a sudden change to a waste, a broken engagement, and then a resurgence, except that there was no 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West, and the 3-year agreement was changed to a 10-year agreement. This experience was almost no different. First, the genius who broke off the engagement, and then there was Zhang Hao, who was suspected to be holding the fairy palace or jade bottle. With these 2 disaster stars, the Qingyun sect might be doomed. Lin Chen couldn't help but hold his forehead. He was extremely suspicious that the situation in the Lingnan cultivation world, which had been stable for decades, had become turbulent recently. Was it caused by these 2 guys? You know, when he entered the sect, the Qingyun sect was fine, and there was no big problem. It was not until the rise of this guy and Zhang Hao's entry that problems arose. It was hard not to associate. Alas, why do we have to fight and kill? Can't we be more stable? Lin Chen sighed. For him, a stable environment is the most important. As long as he is given enough time to explore the mysteries of different realms, he will cultivate all the way to the golden elixir, and then jump out of Lingnan to pursue the immortal path. As for resources, as long as the platform is opened up and expanded, he can even make